front here harassing get free. I ain't dropping bombs on you. I'm not enslaving your people. Why are you in front here harassing me? Yeah, look at you. You're stuttering because you thought you could use black people for something. You're simple. Give me Proverbs 9, man. Give me Proverbs 9:27. Listen, let them remain in chains. Let them remain in chains. As long as black people suffer, let them remain in chains. Give back Soho Road and you will have Palestine free. Give back black people, you will have Palestine free. You want to protect black people because you're racist. You Arabs are racist. You Muslims are racist. Especially you Arab women. You are racist. Free. Give me 9:27. You are absolutely racist. We are not doing anything to Palestinian people. We are not bombing the Gaza Strip. But you won't go protest the white man. You know why you won't go protest him? You know why? Because you're scared of the white man. You're scared of the white man. You're scared of the white man. And you see black people and you think you can violate black people. You're scared, really? A foolish woman is coming up. Say it again. A foolish woman is coming up. What is a foolish woman? It's coming up. She's what? Coming up. She's simple. A foolish woman is coming up. Say it again. A foolish woman is coming up. What is a foolish woman? It's coming out. She's what? Coming out. She's simple. Come on back. Read. A foolish woman is coming out. She's simple. I know it's nothing. Read again. A foolish woman is coming out.
Yeah, Babylon is falling to rise no more. Babylon is falling, rise no more. Falling to rise no more. Falling to rise no more. I'm taking a look in the streets. It's really every day what I see. We constantly searching for peace. My people just want to be free. We tired of the cell blocks and the bullshit. That lying nigga in the pulpit. Same shit, but a different day. I speak truth, they ain't come to play. You in the way, better move, nigga. That follow no way gon' be through, nigga. Say you're gonna get that too, nigga. Matter of fact,
this a Batman too. I promise you. This shit lit, cuz. This shit lit. Alright? Run that joint.
Niggas looking for the light. Me and my niggas prepared for the dog. Yeah. So we gon' get it on for the last days, nigga. You already know what it is. 140 for the rubber.
They in the building. We in the spot. We can go to war and see who make it out. Earn your stripes, dog. You with us or not? We can get it on when it's on. It don't never stop. First you get that power, gotta hold it down. Watch your step, boy. You on holy ground. They in the building. We in the spot. We can go to war and see who make it out. It's a problem, tell them pop on. I die for I let my colors fly, boy. For a nigga take me, they a drop dead. AR, clean them up like a mop pig. Say he cool, he bad, he really so tough. They like, damn, look what he did to really go rough. Little bitch think she Kiki Palmer, silly hoe. She know I'm that bull, but I ain't from Philly though. From the city where they say about that river like petty poops. Know them niggas plotting, gotta deal with me. Can't catch me slipping, got to steal with me. Just left Alabama, bought a chopper from some hillbilly move. He made my feel the blade, leave them all bruised, come through like a plague. Rebel off the leash like a dog out the cage. Call me Johnny Blaze, I'll run West May. Watch his step get stretched like a limousine. So my brother bring that blade back wet. That's my enemy. Little nigga, this that cult need to talk. Niggas know I got blood in my cup. I just sip it like it's Trinity. They in the building, we in the spot. We can go to war and see who make it out. On your stripes, dog, you with us or not. We can get it on when it's on. It'll never stop. First you get that power, you gotta hold it down. Watch your step, boy. You on holy ground. They in the building, we in the spot. We can go to war, let's see who make it out. Tell them niggas good night, here come the bitch. Look, told them niggas get right or get left. You PK by mine, I bend to your flesh. Hellboy, rip the soul out of dead man. Shit, got the rate, the power. I been the showstopper. Yeah, they might hate, but I know they gon' watch. Zone on lock, and you know the flow prop. Iced out, got the drip out of David Jones lock. Know I got the plan. They say that you the man. No shit, Sherlock. I'm the one you heard by. Burn down the building, let them all watch. Throw that one west up, then I swerve out. Sick with this shit, I do not need a detox. He don't watch a step, blow him out them Reeboks. We taking over. I'm sending the word out. Can't see me, Lord. Nigga, I put you in a bird box. Look, it's one West practical, gladiator, maximum. Creep on them slow, but they Glock fire rapid on. All I want is more power, more straps to blow. Ain't got excuse for no cow, he gon' have to go. They in the building, we in the spot. We can go to war and see who make it out. On your stripes, dog, you with us or not. We can get it all when it's on, it'll never stop. First you get that power, you gotta hold it down. Watch your step, boy, you on holy ground. They in the building, we in the spot. We can go to war and see who make it out.
Hey, Shalom, Israel, what's going on, man? Priest Captain Dohar here, standing with Officer Tabawan. We coming from Hollywood, California. Just off the BBC interview, letting everybody know that the ISUPK is going to take over, man. But check it out. This is what I want you to do, right? Command Junior Hunter just dropped a new YouTube channel. The most controversial man in America, man. Subscribe to his channel, America on Fire, Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. Shalom.
Back roll.
You'll never see another nigga like this. Used to have that white bitch popping on the night shift. Now I'm one westward, sharper than the ice pick. On you rappers' necks and it's feeling like some vice grips. Yeah, that's light shit. Send my bro a kite quick. Ties of war, we ain't forget about you. Keep your light lit. Rappers can't see. Most I'm scared to witness. Go and close your eyes, there's one right here for the trenches. Bad bitches, natural hair or extensions. Hood niggas that'll probably grip like some dentures. Runners on them fences, 23 and 1 out. Praying that commissary hit before it run out. Bitches on the gram, dog filter with their tongue out. Couldn't stay home because they found the dugout. Closed casket, burner in the low jacket. My co-captain, riding on these whole rappers. My hoes fabulous. Now I don't mean that derogatory, but I'm a player. Just know my women riding for me. I avoided Maury. I got 2 jets. If I can't make it through for them, then I'm useless. Sit down that roof, Chris, with a couple bosses. After the war, just to count our losses. It's not many. You see a smile on my face, but I'm not friendly. Gun on my waist, sipping white Henny. I just hope this shit go right. Living in the dark, you don't know light. Gotta got my heart with my bow tie. Waiting on the squad in my whole life. I just hope this shit go right. Living in the dark, you don't know life. Gotta got my heart with my bow tie. Living in this world in my whole life. My whole life. It's so melodic. When I be dropping this ebonics, this ghetto phonics, it got me on the level 2%. supersonic, my bomb atomic. And you know where you can find me. Somewhere probably folding this paper origami. My name is pure as the Sani. My wave is like a tsunami. I went from 0 to 100, feeling like Ricky Bobby. I made a deal with the Reaper. Got a couple wives, they some keepers. Talk a lot of shit, but you can't walk a mile in my sneakers. Bitches go to Miami, come home and change features. Now she got a BBL, her ass fatter. Trying to show up all them niggas that laughed at her. Now when they see her, they only wanna fuck her. They just wanna touch her. They don't wanna cuff her. They just wanna come and kick it with her like a punter. Turned her to a runner, now it's all aboard the train. Fenty on the face, but it's not concealing the pain. It's a shame. That's why I'm in the hood like some rap snacks. I know niggas kill you and your mama for a scat pack. Dark tint, matte black, they do it for half that. Had you like 90s Missy in a fucking trash bag. I'm from Philly, we don't do bank accounts, just cash app. I spit a verse and I just watch the time slow. This that God flow, this that shit that rappers die for. This that uncut Taha Wall straight from Pablo Escobar. I be at the ball like Moscato. They think it's effort, but no, this that block work. Make the countermeasures, take pleasures, making an op hurt. Light is in the sky, cause every verse is a concert. My mind work at speed y'all can't fathom. Listen to the words of a champion. And can the streets need another anthem? I just hope this shit go right. Living in the dark, you don't know life. Gotta got my heart with my bow tie. Waiting on this war in my whole life. I just hope this shit go right. Living in the dark, you don't know life. Gotta got my heart with my bow tie. Living in this world in my whole life, my whole life. Okay.
See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. Hey, hey. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. Left, right, left.
I can tell you what it feels like when them problems kicking in. I call it real life. Now I'm feeling trapped. Who can I trust? Second guessing everything. Who can I love? I remember sleeping on the floor, ready for whatever. I was sleeping by the door. I was down bad, didn't want no one to know. I was on my own, didn't have nowhere to go. Everything I seen was a test. I was born to be a soldier, nothing less. This is the life that I chose. This the life that I chose. This the life that I chose. This the life that I chose.
See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier.
This is the life that I chose.
See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier.
This is the life that I chose.
See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. Left, right, left.
All black is the uniform. Soldier dead and gone. I'm forever pouring liquor for 'em. Try me on my brothers, and I'll be moving bodies for 'em. Came up out the struggle and maintained through the storm. Niggas down for dead presidents, fucking up their residence. White man dirty tricks. They call this shit politics. Vagabonds, and they some natural born lunatics. That what they is. They shut you down when you speaking truth. It black boots when you in the truth. It black boots when you in the truth. This is the life that I chose. Nigga, see, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. Left, right, left.
Yeah, Thumb. Hey, what do Akim? What do? How it go? How it go?
Good.
Yo, what's up? Yo, don't tell me you're feeling sorry for them Palestinians. Y'all sound like y'all in mourning. Y'all sound like y'all in mourning. Like y'all, you know, a little bit sad for the Gaza, for the Golan Heights.
Nah, sir.
So Salakia
I ain't sure.
The action.
Never that. Listen, Doc. Listen, it had enough action to go around. Don't worry about it. We saved some for y'all. Karabia has some in the bag right now.
That's right. Absolutely correct. Oh God. Yeah.
Karate is like, damn this. we go in there today.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah, man. Listen, tonight we're gonna be going rapid fire tonight, boy. Because damn, they got stories on stories on stories. I don't understand how they didn't catch that main shooter yet.
He dead.
Yeah, they found him.
Yeah.
Most High in Christ. Come on, fill me in. Fill me in.
He went out like a coward, dude. He shot himself in the head, I believe.
Man, that's what they're saying, man. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. He get way too far for me, for sure.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
All of them that he killed, it seems as if he killed all oppressors.
And that's the story, man. Me and Kazak was talking the other day. Sometime this last weekend or something, or early this week. It was before. It was before last weekend, right?
Before this incident happened, for sure.
Yeah, so I think it was before last weekend. Man, and we were saying, listen, man, if amongst this whole thing with Palestine and Israel come, And these oppressors still decide to be school shooters and, mass shooters. It'll show you that they're really the devil. And 2 days later, this devil going up in there and start firing down on people. How much? I think it's 20 people hit and over 50 or 60 wounded.
I think 18 dead.
18 dead, 20 people dead, and about 50 or 60, I think, wounded.
Yeah.
In the middle of war with the Gaza, he still found time to be the damn devil.
Right.
That's crazy.
And the city spot where you from is Maine. Where you from? To say that everybody in there look like they have guns.
Well, that's what I was trying to find out. So Maine is a pro-gun state.
Yeah. They say everybody there, more likely has something. And he was able to do all that. No.
Right? Trifol said Esau is the devil the Bible speaks of. You're absolutely right, bro.
That's right.
You're absolutely right. You know what I mean? Listen, man, big up Commander Johnny Hanna again, how to swooping down Israel, holding it down on this channel, Commander Johnny Hanna channel. Check him out every Monday night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Check him out. All right. You could also check him out on Wednesday, Eastern Standard Time, 7 p.m. I believe he hits it now from 7 p.m. Right. And, we always on from 9 p.m. Saturday night, holding it down. I believe he's in California right now. Rocking it out with the brothers, blazed down the damn Hollywood stars yesterday, doing the do. Big up Cesario. I mean, Cesario got the jumper. He's a jump shot kid. He sit down there with no jumpers, and they was like eating out his hands. They was in school.
Yeah,
they was absolutely in full school, and it was right. It was absolutely righteous and right how he was handling that thing right there. You know what I mean? And then all the brothers on the West Coast and the sisters on the West Coast for the West Coast cookout. I know you all had a ball for sure. Houston coming up next end of November, and Commander Johnny Hanna has a lecture coming up on the addictions of pornography and video games and how it's ruining lives, and they both linked together. They both down near, part of the fishing plot to destroy black men. You know what I mean?
Right.
So y'all don't get quiet, don't worry. If you play a little video game, don't worry about it. Everybody get quiet. And it's just like, right. Yeah, man. So Arawadia say, I'm flicking the guitar strings to that good Gaza music. Yeah, man. That's how it go. I mean, so they get into it. I mean, y'all know we had the usual suspects every weekend. Of course, yeah, Captain Nathak, coming out from North Carolina by way of DC, down with us. Yeah, I mean, all the way. Yeah, Captain Kahan holding down the South, Texas, Mississippi, Louisiana, you name it. Yeah, I mean, Big Cap himself done that 10,000 Captain Karafia holding on the whole of the UK. What's up, bruv? Yeah, I mean, and we are Officer Kazakai Man holding down DC. Yeah, I mean, making them cry, bringing the pain. I can't bring the pain hardcore to your brain.
That's right.
Yeah, man. So let's get into it, man. What we going into first? The warships or the main dude? I didn't know he committed suicide.
Gotcha.
I did not know that. I thought they were still looking for him.
No.
I got the main article right here, sir.
Please,
Kawakan. Suspect in Maine shooting rampage is dead from apparent self-inflicted gunshot, authorities say. A U.S. Army reservist accused of killing 18 people and injuring 13 others in a shooting rampage in Maine this week was found dead Friday evening, apparently from a self-inflicted gunshot. After a 2-day manhunt, a state official said. Robert Card, accused of committing Wednesday's massacre at a bowling alley and a restaurant in Lewiston, Maine, was found dead around 7:45 p.m. Friday near the Androscoggin River in the Lisbon Falls area. about some 10 miles Lewiston. State Public Safety Commissioner said. Maine Governor Janet Mills said she is breathing a sigh of relief tonight, knowing that Card is no longer a threat to anyone. Now is a time to heal. Mills, who said Maine State Police found the body. Tonight, the city of Lewiston and the state of Maine begin to move forward on a long road to healing. Card's body was found in an area near a recycling center from which he had been.
If I could, because
God.
I mean, I don't know. I kind of need to see, you know, like you say, Maine was a gun state. Then police show up with the what's called that? The militarized vehicles.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And he just off himself. We don't even know if that's him. I
think that they say he was like in the woods. They was trying to track him down because at first they surrounded his house, right? But they didn't want to go in. You understand? And then
they went into Breonna Taylor house.
Yeah, but this
they kicked in the door and went into Breonna Taylor house and put her down.
Yeah,
she didn't kill nobody.
She was sleeping, and
she was sleeping.
Yeah, and she ain't no marksman. This dude here to say he is a marksman. Is once Esau recognized, you know what I mean, there's somebody that could end his life, he tends to take extreme precautions in trying to.
I think there's a word for that. That's not precaution. That's called cowardice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that called. That's what I call them old school cartoon. They'll say you have a yellow belly.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's what they'll say. They say you have a yellow belly.
Yep.
That's called cowardice, brother. Mm-hmm. Like, damn. Like, I don't even know if he's even. When I first heard about it, I thought he was like an ex-cop or something. Because to hit that many people and to be able to move in that manner and have the police backing up off of you, you had to be some ex-law enforcement or ex-military.
Yeah, he's
That's
military.
the only people who they back up off of. Say again?
He's ex-military.
He's ex-military. I figured so.
He was a sergeant in the military. So and he was a marksman too. So he know how to, you know what I mean, to put them down. He was a trained killer. So, excuse my language. He was a trained unaliver. You know what I mean?
He was a quintessential oppressor.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. And as I say that too, I mean, I know we're gonna get to it too, but it goes back to the same thing with Israel and them Hamas people. They said that that same when Hamas came in to Israel, they say it took the military at least 6 hours to respond to the whole ordeal. Because they were dealing with men who could shoot and, you know what I mean, who willing to, who just throwing their life, you know what I mean, at whim. And they said that them men take back a good number of, they have a good number of military personnel with them. And I think that's why they ain't hesitating to go in. You know what I mean? But, you know what I mean, it just goes to show you, once you show up and is a gunfight, he thinking twice. As I said, that's a sign of a coward. You understand?
Yeah.
Like, he thinking twice. You train to do that, but it's almost like I could lose my life, and I ain't ready to do that for these people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, that's crazy. Did he leave a manifesto or any kind of motive for what he did?
It doesn't say so, sir. It says they haven't announced a motive in the shooting.
You know what I like to do with them? They're saying he crazy. They're saying he had mental issues. They say he was released before this. I think he spent 2 weeks in the mental hospital. You know what I mean? So they know something was going on with him, and he told them. Yeah, and he told them that, voices, I think, was telling him to kill, to go on some base or wherever and just kill people. And somehow they still ain't go take his guns. They know this man, he is a trained unaliver. He has mental issues, and you still leave him with them guns? Well, go ahead, make it gun load.
Like they really dropped the ball on this one.
Mm-hmm.
They really dropped the ball on this one here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And God, it's lucky.
No, so all we had to do is just tell the Lord to that no brother or sister get caught up in them crossfire.
That's right.
That we know of so far. I mean, did they identify all the victims?
I think the article, if you go lower down, they have all the 18 victims, I think. The article that we have. If it goes all the way down. You know what I mean? From just remembering what I looked at.
Yeah, not all of them devils.
All of them.
Yep, they got the picture of all of them devils, sir.
Listen, man, the Lord moving through this earth, man. And all we best just stay out the way.
Yep.
Stay out these heathens' way. Let them fight each other. Let them harm each other. Like they were staying out the way when we was doing it to each other. When we had the gang warfare and the turf warfare, they said, listen, man, let them take each other out.
Yep.
Less of them for us, less N-words for us. See, we got to do the same thing now with them. We can't be trying to save their kingdom and their community and their society. You gotta stand back and buy a drink and some to eat and fall back in that recliner and watch this thing go to hell, bro.
I think Kahan trying to get some.
Oh, Salaki, go ahead, Cap.
Hey, Salaki, Cap. It's like an early Halloween. I know Halloween coming up, so he turned it in. He turned it into Michael Myers 2.0. With a weapon. You know what I'm saying? With a gun. So they want Halloween. Well, here you go.
Yep.
The main man.
The main maniac. The maniac from Maine.
Right, the maniac from Maine.
Yeah.
And look at his face. Look at his face, Akim. Like this looked like any oppressor you would pass in the supermarket. He looked like he'd beg on the side of the street in the median. Look at you come up to your glass and ask for money. And not knowing he is just a bloodthirsty, demon-possessed thing that they let out. And then they're gonna say he crazy. I ain't too sure. I need to see I need to see the body. I need to see it.
Right. Yeah. That's so crazy too, eh? Like that you're saying that too. Knowing the time we're in, you can't trust the suppressor at all for real.
I'm trying to tell you. I need to see the body.
Yeah. Because that whole talk too, I going back to that whole scenario because you know what I mean, that hot on the press right now with Israel and Hamas. Like the verdict's still out on whether they cut them babies' head off. What they're saying is more than likely Israel is just, you know what I mean, like how to put it, like marking it up to make these people look like real, you know what I mean, barbarians.
It's possible. It's definitely possible. It's definitely possible. Listen, from what I've seen, both sides is slimy.
Yeah,
both sides is absolutely slimy. The small hats, on them, they're gonna tell everybody how horrible these Philistines are. And go and tell them how these Philistines doing this, that, the other. And these Philistines are a goddamn plague. They're a plague and pest. Witness it firsthand. They absolutely detest black people. Absolutely hate black people unless you under their foot. You sleeping under their foot, they love you. The minute you start standing up for your own people, they absolutely hate you. They're a bunch of bullies, man. The only difference between them and the small hat is the small hat got missiles. He got the missiles and he got a what's the thing? The Iron Dome.
Right. Yeah.
That's the only difference between them.
Yeah. He had power, as you're saying. That's straight up power in the Middle East, right there. Like you can imagine they're sitting in the middle of all them Arabs and nobody touched them. That is power.
Yeah,
you touch them and you know what I mean, your whole family getting wiped out right now. And the Bible ain't lying when they say, you know what I mean, you touch this man without the Lord's sanction and you're going to die. It's 7 times 7. You mean you're going to feel that joint. Because almost what? You kill 1,500 of his own and multiply that by 7. You know what I mean? And he continuing with it too. He going to wipe them off the face of the map.
Oh, listen.
He going to
guys are going to break off and fall into the sea.
I'm telling you.
It's going to break off and fall into the earth. Go ahead, Cap.
Now, I ain't mean to cut you off, Caps, a lot.
No, go ahead, please.
And you know, everybody trying to make black people, Hispanic and Native American Indian people pick a side.
Yeah.
Right.
Everybody trying to make us pick a side. But I still haven't heard what side the LGBTQI community, what side they pick.
Right.
I haven't heard what side, who they siding with. Why ain't anybody putting pressure on them?
Yeah.
And they asking us about this and about that. What does that have to do with the price of tea in China and the price of peace in Palestine? Not a damn thing. They look, they stirring up the hornet's nest messing with the UPK. I'm gonna tell you right now, because we're gonna break their heart. We're gonna literally break their heart. So
you ain't never lie. Not Cap, you ain't never lie right there. You ain't never lie right there, brother. You know what I mean? These people want you to feel sorry for them. Meanwhile, they cannot feel for nobody else. You know what I mean? And I want to get to that story too. I think it's like the last story on the list, where the reservation is damn near not pledging allegiance, but sending their support for Palestine. And it's so, you know, I think now, in fact, you mentioned this a few weeks ago, is like, once again, we such slaves. We such slaves in this place where we oppressed too. And we could feel for them. But they're free to really rage and hate their oppressor and do whatever. But we not. We always looking up and joining forces. But nobody ever doing anything for us. You know what I mean? I think it's number 19.
Yeah, and if that's the case too, Cap, if you listen to most of them Palestinians when they're crying the boo-hooing to them reporters on them, they like to make claims to the Native Indian. You understand? And yet again, they're trying to separate the Native Indians from us, from the Hispanics. You know what I mean? By calling the apply out. Yet the Native Indians was here first, but they was not the first on that land. That's our land they're on. So
exactly.
I understand we're really trying to, you know what I mean, compare it to. You know what I mean? If you had to compare it to that, then you had to make claim to black people and all too. Like say it, go all the way, say it, but it will never bring black people in it, because if they bring us in it, we have a stake there too. They're keeping us out of everything. Even, you know what I mean, even the Hamites and them, they're keeping us out of everything. But they like to make that play on the Native Indians because it's a fact, a known fact, what Esau or the oppressor did to them. You know what I mean?
Yep. And it's like the optics of it, the history of it. They try to align it together.
Yeah,
they try to align it together. Like when I don't know if you all saw recently where the Prime Minister of England met with Netanyahu. I think this was last week Friday. And he said that the Palestinians are the new Nazis.
Yeah.
You see that,
brother?
That's crazy,
brother. I'm like, y'all just drop bombs on these people. And they're the new Nazis. Oh man, I was like, listen, whoever's writing that script, I think that's one of the people from the SAG, from the Screen Actors Guild who's striking.
Right.
They can't write no movies. They can't write no movies for Hollywood, but they're writing a script for these damn politicians.
Right. So like, Cap,
go ahead.
Cap, they wouldn't put that script on Tubi. I want to say this. Now, hold on. Now, I'm so sick of both of these. Look, now Netanyahu, he want to frame them. He like they like to control the narrative. Remember, they run Hollywood. So they trying, but it don't fit. Every actor eventually forget his lines, his script.
Yeah.
Eventually, if he acting. So now here we have it. Here we have it. They trying to say they the Nazis. And then the other thing is I want to point out is both of them claiming Abraham, both of them claim to be religious, but not either side is saying God did this.
Yeah.
Right.
Neither side is saying, you know what, the Lord allowed this, the Lord done this, the Lord is doing this.
Right.
They not saying that.
Hmm.
They supposed to both have prophets.
Right.
Why they ain't saying this judgment from God?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
They hypocrites. Both of them.
Yeah. Yep.
The Bible said a bastard gonna dwell in Ashdod.
Right.
That's
Mhm.
right.
The Lord said that was gonna happen. And can't
Mhm.
now one of them groups deal with us, the UPK and the Bible. None of them.
None. You're right.
So like I yield.
Yeah.
No, brother, they want to slaughter us. They don't want to slaughter us for anything in the Bible.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna get the story?
I'm looking for the video where he said that he knew Nazis. Hold on.
Man. I like the language you're using to them. Boy, a black man, I tell you, he should, he should revel in this right now. Somebody getting called lower than what we've been called for the past 400 years.
Right.
Yep.
Revel in it right now, black man. You know what I mean? At least somebody taking the blunt of it right now.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
And if I could say one more thing, Cap.
Go ahead.
The whole thing with these colleges, the thing is, now I remember, I know we all remember when they was talking about you couldn't talk about critical race theory, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Right.
And remember the UPK, we prophesied. We said, no problem. You want to close the book, the Lord gonna put you in the book. And lo and behold, they don't want to talk about critical race theory, but now you have to talk about geopolitics in a room full of Arabs and Jewish people
Mm-hmm.
in the same classroom, and they fighting and protesting on colleges right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, the Lord got a way of dealing with all this trying to censor everybody's stuff.
Yeah,
got a way of
that's
dealing
it.
with cut through the algorithm.
Yep.
So like,
You're so right, Kahan Salaki Cap. I mean to
Now
cut
go
you
ahead,
short,
please.
But what Kahan's saying there, is it's heavy, for the mere fact that you're trying to censor us, right? And now you can clearly see the reason why you're trying to censor us. Because if the truth really allowed to come out, all these other nations go have to sit back and watch.
Right.
You know what I mean? Now the UN, like how the Israelis trying to say the UN is useless. Once if black people really wake up and come in and start to see the true history, where there was, in these centuries, and see who we really were, and as start to wake up,
Yeah.
the UN is going to look like, they just, they're just how to put it, pawns for America and Israel and these other nations. You know what I mean? And these big nations. Because ain't nobody need the UN help more than black people.
Right.
Hispanics and Native Indians. You understand? We need more help than all them other countries. All them countries.
Yeah.
You could combine all them countries together. Black people still, their problems could be on the top of the list. You know what I mean? You tell me you have Mexicans on the border in cages and the UN is saying nothing about it.
Nothing.
UN is saying nothing about it. Black people living in the ghettos where it looked like a bomb drop in it, and the UN is saying nothing. They could clearly see the health disparity between black people and the so-called oppressor. They could clearly see the problems that are taking place here is way worse than what's going on across there. You know what I mean? They getting blockade for what, 56 years? We've been blockade for what, over 400 years?
Easily.
And you crying? You know what I mean? Watch what they're doing to the Puerto Ricans. Ain't nobody come out and cry for the Puerto Ricans. The Puerto Ricans, they have to they have to before anything come to on their land, it had to go through America. So they getting tax on top of tax.
Right.
And ain't nobody crying for the Puerto Ricans.
Nobody.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And nobody calling the border patrol the new Nazis.
Yeah.
Young children locked up in cages, all kind of sex trafficking going on. Nobody's saying that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Cap, you was gonna say something, Graffia?
No, I just absolutely just what you said. You know, look at it. Look at even countries like England. You know, people think England's what tea and crumpets and beautiful and nice. And little do you see, England has ghettos in there, poverty, horrible areas. And guess who lives in them areas? Black people do. And no one said nothing about it. No one's tried to fix it. No one's tried to make the problem better. If anyone's a Nazi, it's them. Whether they be British oppressors, American oppressors, French oppressors. If anyone's a Nazi, it's them, man. They've been a Nazi to black people since for 400 years. So like,
Yep. Yeah, you're so right. You're so right. And they'll never want to call, look at themselves as that. Everybody just is a convenient victim for the sake of politics.
So like,
yeah, go ahead, because
it's a lot too. Just to piggyback off what Captain Karate just said. Okay, there's a reason why whenever people are oppressed or struggling, it's like it's default to always compare it to blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, because subconsciously and consciously, everybody knows that we know about oppression. Like we are it's like we're the standard for it, and that's even more reason why every one of these groups is like they expect for blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans to rally behind them, because it's like, come on, you know what it's like. Come on, join us. It's like they know that we are the real victims in this, and if they're comparing these people to the Nazis, nobody wants to talk about how Hitler said he modeled everything he did after the United States treatment of the Native Americans. Hitler himself said he wanted to turn the Volga River into the Mississippi River, because he was fascinated about how Andrew Jackson completely took that land from the Native Americans and pushed them past the Mississippi. And he wanted to do that to Hitler wanted to do that to the Jewish people in Europe. Everything he did, he modeled after the treatment of blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. So the Nazis are the ultimate villains. Well, Hitler learned from the United States.
Yep.
So
everybody knows. As you just said, if they're the ultimate villains, then we the ultimate victims. We the ultimate oppressed. Like ain't nobody more oppressed than us. That's the same thing you all bringing out whole night. Ain't nobody more oppressed than us. And they would not let us talk about our oppression. Even talking about it is a damn problem. Even talking about it is a damn problem. Listen, before today, I was like, listen, man, what they're doing to the Palestinians is wrong, whatever. After this show, I'll tell the brothers, I'm going to Google every missile and pray for it. I'm going to get a bottle of olive oil. I'm going to get a bottle of olive oil, brother. And I'm going to every missile, I'm going to drop a little bit on the ground and send up some prayers with some frankincense. That them missiles make it to the. Let me stop talking before I get the general channel flag. It's a lot. Let me stop talking, because them people is monsters, boy. They are absolute monsters.
Trust me, Cap. You good. Once it's not against the small hats and them, trust me, they will rally with you. From what I see.
Listen, brother. We witnessed some stuff today. We witnessed some of it last week. But today it was something, a sight to behold, brother. They absolutely despise black people.
That's right.
Absolutely. While they live in fat in England, after black people done soften up England for them and make England, more civil for them to come in, and they done come in. And listen, Captain Karathi was saying, Karathi, break down that thing you're telling me that recently there with the cops.
Like you said, with the bashing. The bashing, yeah. So, as everyone knows, in the UK, it was in the 60s, 50s, 40s, it was a horrible place to live, man. If you wasn't white, it was a hard place to live. And black people, we don't soften the place up. You're seeing Palestinian marches everywhere. You're seeing multiculturalism. You're seeing an East Indian prime minister, and these things black people did. Prior to that, these East Indians, there was something called Paki bashing, man. A white man will say to his friend, listen, let's go Paki bashing. And they will go out there and there's a mob full of football hooligans just beat up a East Indian man. And black people had to stick up for them and fight for them. And they'll give the white man something we call a telephone scar, cut him from his ear to his mouth. If you see an old white man in his 70s with a scar on his face, you can look and go, okay, that must be one of them racist guys. When he was younger, he must be one of them racist guys. And we did that, man. And now they got the nerve to come against black and Hispanics, hate us, call us all types of names, strangle our women in their stores, not give us jobs, treat say that we're scum and we're beneath them. But if it wasn't for us, the England that you love so much that you're so free to talk and be free in England, you wouldn't have that, man, if it wasn't for blacks and Hispanics.
Right. So,
go ahead, Cap.
First of all, I want to get a cap in my hand for breaking that down like that, man. Because what he said is directly biblical. Because the Bible said that they told us they said to our soul, bow down that we may go over.
Yep.
That's the only way they get to the next millennium, the next century, the next era is us bowing down. When we stop bowing down, time stops. Progression, quote unquote, stops. What he's saying, it's textbook oppression. It's just we are an extension of the Greco-Roman Empire, and when Rome conquered his enemies, Rome incorporated his enemies.
Right.
He didn't just wipe them out. He made them serve their gods.
Right.
He made them bring their skills and their engineering and everything and their ingenuity and their culture, and that's what made Rome great.
Right.
And that's what America does and the UK does all over to our people, man. And they get mad. These other heathens get mad. They want to say, look, well, join us. And as soon as we start talking about our pain, it overshadows theirs. And they say, how dare you say it hurts?
Right.
How dare you say it hurt you the way it hurt me? I hurt more than you. So you should feel for me.
Right.
Like the inhumanity.
Mm-hmm.
I can't really Cap. I'm with you. I can't really say what I want to say on this broadcast about these heathens and about these Palestinians and these Israelis. I really can't say it. They'll pull the plug on us tonight. I'm furious with it.
I just want every missile to find its destination. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all. Karate, if you have that video, or did you send it to me before? The one you played last night on the ends. I just wanted to show the brother that one with the Arab talking about who used to fight for him. That's the one you sent to me?
Come on, I sent you via WhatsApp, I believe.
Okay. Let me play Netanyahu first.
Yo, this dude right here, Mashak, I ain't lying. Boy. Yeah, this dude right here, boy. Boy. Why they doing that, Cap? You know he have a son in America here, right?
Who, Netanyahu?
Yeah, 32 years old. He does not want to go back to Israel. You know why? You have to go.
He ain't trying to go to war.
Yeah, he ain't trying to go to war. You know he'd have to go on that front line because he can't be no general. He gonna have to be, a foot soldier. You know what I mean? But talking mess all the way from America.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Is it this one? I'm gonna play this one here first.
Visited here called Hamas the new Nazis. He was right. You fought the Nazis 80 years ago resolutely, and the entire world supported your action. President Biden called Hamas worse than ISIS. He's right too. Hamas are the new Nazis. They're the new ISIS.
Pause that.
And we have to fight them together. They're just as the world.
Mashak, you gotta stop, man. but brother, this is so heavy in that it's ironic at the same time too, because Hitler, how to play it? I want to say it's nothing to get it the stuff jammed up, but boy, they creating Hitlers. You understand? They created Hamas. They created Hamas to fight the PLO. You understand? They try to do the same thing America did when they went and gave the so-called, I think they say they have like 7 civilized Native Indians. That's the ones they went to and gave guns and make them fight the others. You understand?
Right.
Like
Yeah.
the oppressor always find a way to come and divide you. You understand? Like Jay-Z and them, they divided from us because of money. And the oppressor knows all he had to do is give these athletes money and a contract. And even though they see and want to say something about what's going on with black people, they cannot say it. And he find a way to divide you. And his use of money, wealth, is one of the ways he used it to divide you. Well, he did that with the Hamas and them. You understand? He tried to put them in there to try and so the division, so they'll never get strong. You understand?
Right.
You know what I mean? They would fight. That was them trying to fight Arafat. You understand? Because
I
Arafat,
remember.
You understand? So now you go give a group power, guns, money, and you start to, you know what I mean, dictate what they're doing. Before you know it, because it's not of the law, they're gonna turn and bite you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now you talk about they Hitlers, they Nazis. You creating them people. You created them Nazi. You understand? You built them. So now who is worse? So
listen, listen. You so right. I give him a hand for that because that's historical proof right there, and they'll never bring that up. You know what I mean? And they're really doing the same thing that Hitler did to them, which was blanket them, you know, with some statement to make it easier, so that when they go to unalive masses of them, nobody would feel any sort of you know, any adverse reaction, because in their mind, we don't need another Hitler. We don't need another ISIS. You know what I mean? Like if you was so committed to defending the Lord's people, the earth would be a better place.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And
go ahead.
One last lucky cap.
Go ahead.
Yeah, as I bring out that too. Like Hitler, famous for doing what? Putting the so-called Jewish man in the oven, right? They make claim to that. He unalive a lot of them by putting them in the oven. When you think they drop them bombs on them people, what do you think they're doing? Them things burning people up.
That's
literally
right.
putting them in the oven. So what you talking about? You crying what Hitler did to you, which he was wrong for doing, but now you dropping bomb on children, on women, you unalive an entire family. They say a family, entire 45 people of an entire family was unalive by a bomb.
Listen, that's 45 more black people that could eat in England.
That's right.
You know what I mean? That's 45 more.
The world, the civilized world, united to fight the Nazis and united to fight Hamas, it must together now stand with Israel as we fight and defeat Hamas. This is not merely our battle, it's the battle of the entire civilized world. Chancellor Scholz, who also
understand the battle of the entire civilized world. Like the rhetoric here is right out of World War I and World War II.
Yep.
The talk, you know, they're trying to get this is a battle for the world. It's like, boy, these is gangsters and thugs we're looking at right here. Absolute gangsters and thugs. Go ahead, Cap.
Cap, what you saying is so right. What you saying is nuclear. Because think about it. See, they understand something. See, when you fighting a war, you have to win a war on two fronts. You have to win the physical war, and you have to win the political war. It's the same thing with what happened with the Civil War in the South, with the Confederates and the Union. Now, the Union, they won the physical war, but they lost the political war with the South, which is why they were still able to hang them battle flags and build monuments to traitors. like Robert E. Lee. You understand? So that's the thing. You know, it's the same thing with Vietnam. They trying to win the political war ahead of the war, the physical war, because they know it's gonna get bloody.
Right.
So like I yield.
Right. They're definitely putting things in place. Now I have another video here. Captain Gareth showed me this one last night, brother, and this is going right along with what he was just talking about there. Hold on. Bear with me. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, and while it doing that, Cap, also too, like go ahead. I'm gonna wait.
Go ahead.
No,
I can pause it.
Okay, no, I was saying the same thing you're bringing out with I think it's Kahan was bringing it up with the World War, the same rhetoric, right? They're trying to follow after what America did when they went after ISIS, and when they went for them Arabs when they took down the Trade Center. You know what I mean? They're using the same almost the same exact playbook. You remember when Bush went into the UN and the UN told him, yo, you can't go into Iraq. They don't have nothing. And he stand up and said, yo, either you're with me or you're against me.
Yep.
Basically telling the UN, F you, I'm going to do what the hell we're going to do. And went into Iraq. And they basically trying to tell people, if you're not with us, you understand, then you are you are with these murdering bastards.
That's it.
Almost like you trying to force us to choose our side. Why you gotta force us to choose our side? Nobody choose our side. You insure the boats. I mean, you small hats insure the boats to make sure they were you know what I mean, that the so-called oppressor in America here was able to bring us, you know what I mean, across here. You understand? So you choose, you know what I mean, America's side. You didn't choose our side.
Right.
Nobody choose our side. No, but now we must choose our side. Man.
With no kind of choice at all. And without even acknowledging what we go through.
Yeah.
It then even coming and saying, listen, man, we know you're being oppressed by white man over there in America and the Chinese there in South America and the Chinese in the Caribbean, East Indian. But listen, man, we know you're all oppressed. We want you to, come and share with us your experience so we know how to survive. They're not even acknowledging that part.
No.
And then coming respectfully. They just, free Palestine, come fight with us, come fight for us, or else we'll do to you what they're doing to us.
Yeah.
Horrible people, man. Yeah. Horrible.
Almost want me to keep a roll of toilet paper at the camp. I mean, you want us to help Palestine? Look, a roll of toilet paper. I think they will need some of that. Take this back to them. Let them use that as Band-Aid. You know
some
what I mean?
hand sanitizer.
You know what I mean? Take that back and use it sparingly. Man. Use one block.
Let me play this video here.
We were getting bullied. It was only the black people that was sticking up for us. You understand? So we had something in connection with one another. You understand where I'm coming from? So it's like the white guy used to call us terrorists and you're the reason, 9/11 happened and because of Iraq and so on and so forth. They were cursing us. Anytime we used to get hit or whatever, it was the black kids or whatever, they used to stick up for us. So growing up, I was always around black people.
Even how he say that, it was the black kids or whatever. We fighting for your dumb ass. And you still so disrespectful towards us. And brother, the disrespect ain't stopping there, Hakim. You're going to hear it. He's on a podcast with other Muslims, and I think there's an imam on there.
Anytime we used to get hit or whatever, it was the black kids or whatever, they used to stick up for us. So growing up, I was always around black people. Do you understand where I'm coming from? So as I got to a stage where, like, you know what, all of my friends that surround me, yeah, they are black, but they're not Muslim. the only times I'm around Muslims when I come to the masjid. That's the only times. In madrasa, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and I think it was Thursday as well, if I'm not wrong. 5:30 to 7:30. That's when I'm around Muslims.
Did you ever ask the madrasa teachers, look, what's your? Because you said, look, you didn't know it's haram at that time.
No.
I do feel. I don't know, and again, this is not to say you're not being honest, but
like, brother, he's saying he didn't know it was haram around that time. Is he saying it's haram for them people to hang around with black people?
It's all like that, you know.
But we run up in there thinking, we could be brothers. My brother, fighting on behalf of you because we just such a better people. We don't want nobody oppressed. Meanwhile, secretly, when you go to your places of worship, you had to get cleansed because you've been around black people.
Boy.
It's crazy.
It's a lot.
It's a wild, crazy place. Go ahead, Cap.
And see, them black Muslims got to speak for this. They got to say something about this. They act like it's not discrimination in Islam. You got to speak on this. But the problem is they don't think we know. They think we don't know about what's going on in Islam. We know more than what you think we know, and we know how they treating your black ass.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They prayers go to Allah first, not yours. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't want like I'm trying to tell you, Cap, I'm trying. Listen, Cap, I'm trying. But it just show you how, and we could thank Martin Luther King for this. Thank you, Dr. Martin Luther King.
That's right.
Right.
Because that is what got us putting everybody before us. Got us bowing down so who can go over? So the Arabs can go over, so the Christians can go over, so all these other heathens can go over. Because what? We bow down. We say, you know what, you go first. You know what I'm saying? Because we see the humanity in them, but they don't see it in us.
Nope.
No.
They don't see it. That's what the Lord was trying to show us in the Bible. That these nations don't see no humanity in you. Let alone you being God's chosen people. That's an insult.
Right.
So like I yield.
No, you're right. Yeah, please.
And this shows how merciful black people are. You mean tell me, the Windrush generation, the first, black people that came to England in droves, fought for his grandparents when it was Paki bashing, fought them off against racist attacks, and then the grandchildren of the Windrush generation is helping him. He's talking about 9/11, which wasn't that long ago, and black people are still fighting for heathens, still making sure that they're okay. We were the terrorists. The oppressor didn't think we were the terrorists. The oppressor didn't care. We weren't bombing anything. We weren't known for having bombs. We weren't known for bombing planes, and we fought for him. And this man spoke on a podcast like we discussed him. This man saying, "Guys, I got black friends, but what's the reason for that? I know I was hanging around with them disgusting black people, but there's a reason. The reason is they helped me when I was down. So please don't judge me. Don't look at me like I'm a bad person. I was only with them because at the time they were helping black people. So what was I supposed to do?" This man said it was haram and it was disgusting. It was a sin, not to hang around with weed smokers, not to hang around with gun busters or gang members, but with black people.
Right.
To think we fought for him. Slack yeah, you sir.
Listen, that's right. Like listen, you hit the nail on the head there because you so right. He ain't say some of my people is terrorists, and I was wrong for that, or he make it seem like just hanging around black people was just the worst thing he could have did.
Right. So
and he's apologizing for it using a quote unquote legitimate excuse. I used to get beat up and they could fight, so that's how I get to hang out with the haram and them. It's crazy. That's crazy, man.
Hey, Cap, the haram. Haram is like what? Like an infidel?
Haram is like it's bad, like almost like abomination.
Okay,
that's what it is. Let me look it up and see if I can get definite. But it's like that's it's like taboo there.
So like, I'm still waiting on DJ Khaled. I'm still waiting on see, we can get real segregationists when it comes to all this stuff they stole from us.
Yep.
Palestinians don't think that we know all the, I told you that fish they got on that Palestinian fish belong to us. That black fish on that revolutionary Palestinian flag, that belonged to the Black Panthers. We want that back.
Right.
Put something else on the flag. Salak, are you?
So that's what haram mean there.
Oh, so which means he's saying to hang with black people is like alcohol, gambling, and pornography.
That's basically what he's saying, because he really trying to say that's how he get introduced to the life, because all his friends was black.
Because you can clearly see he ain't all the way trying to look Arab. He ain't like the Imam on them. You understand what I'm saying? And it's almost like he giving them an excuse why the way he is. I'm not blaming them for not looking out for him. You understand? He ain't blaming them. He ain't saying, well, where you all were when they were, you know what I mean, when they was calling me such names. Where you all was? In the mosque? Doing what?
That's right.
I needed you out here. But he ain't blaming them. You know what I mean? But instead he's trying to flip it on the black man who was actually trying to, you know what I mean, look out for him. Because black people, that's how he is. You rolling with us, we genuinely look at you like, you know what I mean, with all the truth. We look at you like, you know what I mean, like you're a brother. You understand? You understand what I'm saying? And that's to show you, you know what I mean, we Lord people. You know what I mean? The loyalty that comes from us, you will never find that with them other nation, because the Lord call them beasts. You understand? And an animal, he has no type of loyalty when it comes to his belly, when it comes to him looking after himself, selfishness. You understand? And he was being full out selfish.
You ain't never lied there. You ain't never lied. Hold up.
And if I could, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
And this is how we know that color matters. Because this Arab didn't say, you know, I was sitting back in the day, most of my friends wasn't Muslim. Most of my friends were, you know, they weren't Muslim. He said they are black. Like black people are sinners and we're disgusting. He didn't say, you know, it was, I was rolling around with Christians because Christians helped me. I was rolling around with, you know, Sikh because Sikh helped me. So I was rolling around with black people, meaning black people are trouble. They're haram, but that's all I had at the time. Sorry, forgive me. Like, be like black is synonymous with bad. When these same black people that you're talking about helped you, where was your Muslim friends, man? Where was your Muslim brothers? But black people, we're so loving and we know how it feels to be oppressed. And we see someone being oppressed, the first thing we do is run to their aid, man. And that's the problem. We gotta start loving ourselves and not loving these heathen, man. So luck,
you're right. Go ahead.
And what the captain's saying is so heavy because black people, it's cities, especially down south, where they didn't even know there was a Palestinian population. It's people, like they coming out the woodworks, and then black people is saying, I didn't know all these Palestinians was in the city. And they saying, okay, where were you when that cop shot that black man? And we were protesting. Where were you?
Right.
I didn't see any Palestinian flags out here when George Floyd got choked out. I didn't see you when all these the black people, some that's nameless, that got killed and then reached the news. Where were you? Now you out in droves, got the flag on the car, honking the horn, all on the side of the road and saying, "Come join us, we brothers." Where were you then? The Bible says an enemy cannot be hid in the time of adversity. And it also says a brother is born for adversity. They're not our brothers, and they never will be.
That's right.
Salaki, I yield.
That's right.
Wow. I had this video here with Khalid, then we move on to the other stories. I mean, there's so many of them Palestinians who is attacking him online because he ain't saying nothing. You know what I mean? He ain't saying nothing about the thing. There was another video where he just standing there and he put the Palestinian flag and I think the Israeli flag, and he said The solution is love. We need more love. And brother, this Palestinian went off on him. This is another one here.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Habibi, you're Palestinian, your people need you. 38 million followers, yet you choose to be mute. Allah is watching and he will deal with you too. Palestinians, don't worry, we are here for you.
Like, they're going off on him, man. They say 38 million followers and you ain't saying a damn thing. You ain't saying nothing about what's really going on in Palestine. You get it, point? They don't really care about their own people. They don't give a damn about their own people.
Like you said, DJ Khaled, he said losing money is not haram.
that shit is not halal.
Yeah, not halal, right? Losing money is haram.
That's right.
Hello, Apanya. Barack.
What's going on, Naka? Now to come in here with you heavy hitters, see how it's going. What I been?
We talking about the accuracy of them missiles. Them missiles had a hit in the most accurate place ever.
Them missiles land that place to great.
Yeah.
They show you how cruel this Edomite man is. Now, his people was in concentration camps. You would think, can y'all hear me all right?
Yeah, we ain't.
You would think he would have compassion based on that alone. You know what I'm saying? But he's a cruel beast. You know what I mean? And even though he's smiling in our face, you know what I'm saying? He think the same way about us. You know what I mean? And we don't realize it. We think he love us.
Right.
We listening to the propaganda of these politicians.
That's right.
Meanwhile, this man don't love us. This man hate us.
That's right, sir.
Hate our guts. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We looking for the opportunity to do us in. You know what I mean? So it's wicked as hell. And the Palestinians ain't no better because they can't do nothing to the white man. So of course, who else to bother? Who else to start with? Who you gonna take your frustration out on? Take it out on the niggas. That's everybody can beat them without a problem.
Right.
If you beat them, everybody look at it like they must have did something.
Yep.
That's why you beat them. You know what I'm saying? Which has been the problem for us. You know, man. I just want to add in on that. Salaki. I yield.
You so right, sir. Like they had their issue is clear. The whole world know who they having an issue with.
Yeah.
But yet still, if they really love their people, then go fight. Who's oppressing your people.
Yeah.
But now you want to turn around and follow 400 years, 1,000 years of the oppressor, the same oppressor beating us, and you just join in and lump us up because you getting bullied.
Yeah.
Nah.
Like they ain't have. They cheered Farrakhan on every time he had a speech. He has a Palestinian or one of their military leaders. He would have them in his conference, his Million Man March, his different conferences. He always, had somebody to speak on the Palestinians' behalf. But when have the Palestinians spoke on our behalf?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like if the Palestinians was right, the first thing they would say when it comes to us is, now we understand what you black people have been going through because we've been going through the same thing.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Now they would say, man, we honor you black people and Latino people because we've been going through this for a short period of time, but you've been going through this for hundreds of years.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Half a millennium you've been going through this. So we recognize y'all. But of course, every nation care about their own suffering. They care about themselves being loved. You know what I'm saying? But us, they could give a damn about. And on top of that, the Palestinians is receiving much love.
Yeah.
Right.
They're receiving much love for everything that's happening to them. They're putting pressure on the Israelis, telling the Israelis, you got to stop, you got to stop. Saudi Arabia just came out today and said it would be a deadly mistake. I'm paraphrasing because he may not have used the word deadly, but he said it would be a very big mistake for the Israelis to go into Gaza with ground troops. So in other words, he's telling them, look, man, you pushing all the people against you. Now, a minute ago, he was about to make a deal with the Israelis. Now he's talking about, yo, it'd be a terrible mistake. He trying to put it to him like, you go out and do that. That'll be a terrible thing that you do.
Right.
That'll be an evil thing that you do, and we might retaliate, or we'll pull back, or whatever they might decide they want to do. So the Palestinians getting heads of state to speak up for them.
Yeah.
Ain't no heads of state speaking up for us.
Right.
You know what I mean? African nations are all in the UN. They all in there. You know what I'm saying? They want us to come to Ghana and spend our money and all that, but none of them turn around and get up in the UN and say, we want to speak about how you've been treating our black brothers over here in the United States.
Right.
Yes, you've been evil, you've been wicked, you've been this. They ain't saying nothing about none of that.
That's
what I'm
right.
saying? So we don't get the love. The difference with us and them is after, hundreds and hundreds of years of oppression, we get in a jam with Esau, we in trouble because nobody coming for our rescue, if not for your house child. We get in a jam with this Edomite man, and that's our behind.
Right.
Because nobody going to speak up for us. But at least somebody pressuring for them to stop killing them Palestinians. They come to kill us, everybody going to act like they deserve it.
You're right.
They're going to say they deserve it because they're criminals. They think what happens to the Mexicans coming across that border, drowning in that border, getting locked up. You know what I'm saying? Catching disease, starvation. They think that they deserve it because they one of the 12 lost tribes of the children of Israel. So both sides of the conflict is as evil as hell, and none of them is for our greater cause.
That's right.
How bad we are. The reason there's no love for us out there because we don't have no love for ourselves.
That's right.
The love we're supposed to have for ourselves is supposed to foster others to recognize our suffering because we're supposed to stand up for our suffering.
That's right.
Instead, we partying and having a good time and being whatever filthy thing the slave master wants us to be. So, of course, why would anybody feel that you're suffering and have mercy on you? Makes no damn sense, man. This is an evil world. And I got bad news for blacks, Latino, and Native Indians. You ain't part of it.
That's right.
You're not part of it. I yield.
If I could, sir,
Go ahead.
it's so heavy what you're saying because, like, this whole thing about solidarity, I've been hearing it all week. All last week, ever since this thing kicked off. Now, and I'm always asking myself, okay, what do we get for our solidarity? Like, if a black person hang an Israeli flag on their balcony, would they get their half rent off from the Jewish landlord?
Right.
If we hang a Palestinian flag or have a Palestinian flag, would a Palestinian surgery give us a free surgery at his clinic?
Right.
Would they give us free medicine, free healthcare?
Right.
Or free gyro, whatever the hell they be making. Would they give us that for free?
Right.
Like they want us to give our love for them. I mean, it's mind blowing.
Salaki, go ahead,
No, it's just crazy. It's black people down south, especially like in the city like New Orleans. They saying, where all these Palestinians come from? I ain't never seen as many Palestinians protesting. And they saying they want them to join the protest. And the black people is like, well, where were you when George Floyd? Where were you when all these incidents? We didn't know all y'all was in the city.
Right.
But they come together when they people hurt.
Yes.
Right.
Like they hide. You don't even know it's that many of them. They going to work, coming home. They totally quiet while you suffering and going through what You know what I'm saying? Where was the Palestinian flag and the Palestinian coalition showing solidarity with us?
Right.
When was we protesting? And then all of a sudden, 100 or 200 Palestinians come up with their flag saying, we are Palestinians for black people or Latino people. Like you said, you don't even know they even in the damn city until something like that. Like Philadelphia. A lot of people don't know Philadelphia got tens of thousands of Filipinos. Tens of thousands. And you would never, ever even know it in the city of Philadelphia. And they live in their own areas. Thousands of them. But let something happen to the Filipinos, and you're going to see 10,000 Filipinos pop up in Philadelphia. You're going to be like, where the hell did they come from? Because they're totally invisible. Forget about the East Indians. Let some serious cause the East Indians to have to protest. You be shocked how many of them come out in your city. You might have 50, 60,000 of them in your city. And meanwhile, when something happened to us, like you said, you brought out an excellent point up. When something happened to us, you don't even know they exist. Even right outside the city where the school in Philly is at. You understand? It's filled with East Indians and Arabs. But in the city, you never see them. We only see them because the school is up there. But you would never even see them. But let something happen to them. And brother, it'd be so many of them, you'd be shocked. You're like, I can't believe it's this many. Just like you said. So all the nations are here, man. All of them are right here. Patterson, New Jersey. Damn near the whole city is East Indian.
East Indian, yep.
The whole city in Patterson, New Jersey is East Indians. You would never even know it. Nobody cares for us. We are that nation not desired.
That's
and
right.
boy, oh boy, if we don't love ourselves, we got nobody to stand for us. Without righteous brothers standing for us, we got nothing.
Right.
We done. I yield. Good point, Captain Khan.
That's right. That's right.
You know what this reminds me of too? Remember the whole thing with apartheid with the South Africans. Where our black leaders and Christian leaders was pushing us to support these apartheid until Mandela himself is like, we ain't got nothing to do with them niggas over there.
That's right.
And it's like the same thing here again. It's like a whole push for people who don't want nothing to do with us.
Like apartheid, the apartheid ended because black civil rights leaders, I mean, ones that were direct apostles, if you will, of Martin Luther King, Abernathy and them, direct apostles. And here's the amazing part. During the 80s, when they was fighting for apartheid, those same apostles of Martin Luther King went to the U.S. government for millions and millions of dollars in aid, fight the apartheid, and they got it.
Damn.
Remember, they were supposed to be the ones hated in the civil rights movement. The government hated them during the civil rights movement with Martin Luther King. But when it came to the South African fight for apartheid, all of a sudden, they were like crusaders and shown love by the State Department and got millions of dollars to give to Mandela and them. It was crazy. It was crazy. Same civil rights, and they did it, and they were so quiet about it, meaning they pushed themselves in where you couldn't really see that they were the ones running. Because, of course, they didn't want the question to come up, why these black civil rights move? Remember, Martin Luther King was the only one that died. So where all the rest of them?
Right.
Where Jesse came and stood up, but why they wasn't standing with Jesse?
That's right.
Because they was off in South Africa somewhere trying to save Mandela. And sitting in the background, not letting you see that they were the ones breaking down the whole apartheid system. They didn't want black people to come out and say, hey, what are y'all doing? Right. You're supposed to be over here getting us more free. You're supposed to be in the fight. You done gave up with us. And they lied to Jesse and told him, look, man, we're gonna make you president. Which was a lie. He went and got Bill Clinton and made him president. They told him that and gassed him up. And he thought it was, that's why he made that statement when Obama got in. He said he would cut Obama's balls off if he could.
Yeah.
Remember that?
You're right.
That was Martin Luther King's second in command. The great and noble Jesse Jackson, the most rowdyest nigga on the planet. Okay? And meanwhile, he said he would cut Obama's balls off because he knew he was promised the seat of president, which was a full gaslighting, and the rest of them knew it because they went and fought for South Africa. Listen, the state we in is sickening. It's sickening. At least the Palestinians, in all that they dealing with, they able to fight to some degree the Edomites. They able to make some showing. But you and I, you better hope the Lord be with us.
What you're saying is so heavy too, sir, because for real, they want us to cry for these Palestinians babies when our babies were dying by 400,000 a year. You understand? Nobody crying. Cancer, and nobody crying for our babies.
And they ain't going to their Arab brothers and saying stop selling drugs to our black brothers.
Yeah, cancer. And they want to complain about being in a prison, open air prison. Well, black people across here, over 2 million of us in prison right now. Not in
and 13 million in an open air prison.
You understand? So you know what I mean. So I don't know. You know what I mean. What you're complaining about? They say boots up, man. And so they complaining.
Right. They got 5,000 in prison. We got 2 million. They complain.
Yeah. If I could, like I said, I would have said the same thing with them Palestinians. Pull yourself up by your Palestinian bootstraps. Just like the Ukrainians, pull yourself up. Like you know what I'm saying? Like but you know what's so crazy? It's a cautionary tale when we really see these things, because war exposes, it gives us a front row seat to see how these other nations conduct themselves when they oppress.
Right.
It gives us a front row seat because we can sit back and see how much money they put in the country, how much infrastructure they trying to build. All these different things in the middle of war, the Lord is showing you, this is what I've been trying to show you all along. But it took war for you to see it, because you couldn't see it in a time of peace. So war had to happen. So now all the facade can be put to the back.
And also too, sir, like what Kahan bringing out there is so heavy also too, because just take a look at the media and how they suppress black people in the media. You understand? The Palestinians, they're complaining about that right now, that the Israeli, they're holding all the narrative, they have all the money, all their things are being played right now on the news. You understand? But when you look at us, what they've been doing to us on the news, they've been doing to us the same thing. The 6 o'clock news, you read the paper, is about saying the black man is a monster, the black man is a criminal, the black man is this, the black man is that. But nobody come out and say nothing. Yo, what you're doing to these black men is wrong.
Right.
But now the media doing it to them, and now they're complaining. Now they want us to stand up with them. No, you all go hold that. You all barbarians. You all you ISIS lovers. You Nazi lovers.
The new Nazis.
Yeah, you all hold that. We've been holding it for you know, I mean, all the derogatory names. We've been holding that for years, and nobody said nothing. We've been holding the 6 o'clock news for years. Nobody said nothing.
So like Cat, what you saying? That quote they just put on that cap, that's heavy. Where's the Palestinian Martin Luther King? Where he at? And you know what's so heavy? And look, I was thinking about this the other day watching the news. Where are those nonviolent black civil rights leaders at now?
Right.
Because see, a boycott can't fix this.
Yeah.
Them Palestinians ain't talk about boycotting nobody.
Yeah.
They talking about unaliving somebody. That's what they talking about. Like it is spilled over into academia. Remember, they tried to stop us, the UPK, from talking about the truth and then trying to shut down critical race theory. Well, now you got some way more worse than critical race theory now in these colleges now.
Yeah.
You got to talk about the geopolitical fallout between two nations, which are two races of people fighting for land and resources and power. Like it's going there. The Lord can make it real for us.
Yep.
It's like our year.
And if I could too, like this today, while we battling them at camp, we brought up how the abortion's been put on us. You know, they say, what do you think about all these Palestinian babies? We asked them, what do you think about all the abortion that happened in our communities? You know what these dogs said? These dogs turned, most like Christ priest. These dogs turned around and said, but y'all do it to yourselves. That doesn't count. Do it to yourselves. Wow. I got a first-hand taste and understood fully well that there's no place for us in this earth unless we ruling over them.
That's it.
That's right.
We have to rule over them.
That's
it. And by that standard, Mashak, they getting bombed by the Israelis. They did it to themselves.
That's right, sir. That's right.
If you want to go by that standard,
yeah, that's
they
right.
did it to themselves.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Not that we on the Israeli side or care about any of them, but if you want to treat us like it's our fault, we did it to ourselves. Well, it was Palestinians that come down and hang gliders.
That's right.
Right through the gate in scooters and SUVs.
That's right.
So you did it to yourself.
That's
right. You want to be like they want compassion and love and protest and all of that, but don't want to give none of it to us.
You're right.
Everything is our fault. You see the psychological problem. Everything that happens to us is our fault, and nothing that happens to them is their fault.
Right.
Right.
Hypocrisy, like Christ said. That's impossible to live under.
That's
right. You know what I'm saying? Like that's once again, it's why the Lord gives justice. Because without justice, nothing that is wrong could ever be fixed right.
That's right.
Like you're gonna be blamed for everything that happens to you. That means anybody could do anything to you. Because whatever they do to you, they're gonna blame you for it. They're gonna say it's your fault it happened, not the people that actually did it.
That's right.
Right.
All the people that built the abortion clinics, all the commercials about abortion clinics, all the contact about abortion clinics, all the coercion about a young girl not being able to take care of her child, all the coercion about not your career coming in before your child. Nobody's to blame for any of it but us.
Right.
You know what I mean? So either the other nations are too dumb to see the propaganda being pushed on us, or they care so little about it, they don't even care to even look at it. And either way, it's just another lesson to let us know we better care about ourselves.
That's right.
They will never see our suffering.
That's right.
Even if it's the same suffering they're suffering. Right. They still saying, like she's supposed to say, you know what, you right. You suffering and we suffering, we both suffer. I think that, but not them. Not them.
No.
They will say, what happened to you, that's your fault. We don't want to deal with that.
Right.
What happened to us, that's a real tragedy.
Right. Right.
That's a real tragedy. You know what I'm saying?
And general, like they will blame us for what happening to us and blame us for what happening to them at the same time.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like, the whole thing is crazy. The whole thing is absolutely crazy, man. Like that's why the Lord is drawing them into that war, because they ain't got no compassion for nobody and nothing, and their education could only be written in blood. Their whole curriculum has to be printed in blood for them to get any sort of understanding. These heathens, we cannot beg, plead, negotiate, do a speech, learn the language. There's nothing we can do to make them see us like how they would see somebody else, or see our problems like how they would see another people's problems. The dog lives matter. The damn, the ladybugs matter. The insects would matter more. They always talk about these invasive species. Last couple months in DC, they had you wanting to kill this orange little bug. You all remember that? The big orange and black bug. Saying it's invasive, it's invasive. The white man ain't invasive. The oppressor ain't invasive. These nations ain't invasive. Ain't no insect never put us in slavery. Ain't no insect ever put us in the abortion clinic. But everything they could see a threat and bring justice to something else. But us, nah, you did that to yourself. You did that to yourself. You had to stay there. You had to do that. You had to deal with that. Put some ice on that. Show up to work next morning. Obey me. Love me. Give me your love. Give me your heart, your soul. And don't you dare cry for your brother and your sister.
That's right.
Brother, listen, I already tell you. Kahan, I'm telling you, I'm going to Google these missiles tonight and say a prayer for each one of them. Each one of them missiles, I'm going to say a prayer for.
Cap.
Each one of them.
Damn right, Cap. Hey, Cap, you said something. I would like to get a scripture if I can. It's something that you said that stuck out, man. It made me think about this scripture, Cap.
Go ahead,
can I get Exodus chapter 1 verse 10?
Come.
Like because what you and the rest of the captain said, and Officer Ahmad and the General Commander Johanna brought out, it's just so heavy, and it makes me think about this scripture, and it shows why they have to keep us oppressed, because they really know if we ever come together, there's real power. There's real power in us coming together, especially under the Lord. I just want to grab this scripture right quick if I can, Bob Gashar.
Kawakan, sir. Exodus chapter 1, verse 10. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply. And it come to pass that when there followeth out any war,
hold on right there, my brother. When it come to pass, when it follows what?
Any war.
You understand? Like this, like these nations, like I said, they understand. They playing chess.
Right.
They know we a pawn, but a pawn can be powerful if you move it in the right direction.
That's
it can control the board. They saying if it's any war, if we don't keep these people down, if we have any war, keep going.
Kawakan. They join also unto our enemies.
That's why everybody is fighting for our allegiance and our solidarity.
You're right.
They know that. They are fighting for our allegiance and our solidarity because guess what? They saying, look, man, these people here, they powerful. They know how powerful we are. We serve the Lord. So they got to keep us suppressed. So I can serve.
Right. And if I could just add to you to what you're saying, because what you're saying is strong as hell. Because let me tell you something. They watch us doing all these protests. They watch us protesting and raising hell and getting the attention of the government over, Freddie Gray, George Floyd and the others. They watching that and they want us to put that force behind their suffering.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you ain't see them when our suffering went on. Tazaliah wrote they were at City Hall in Philly in large numbers protesting last week.
Good night.
Now, once again, who even knew there was large numbers of Palestinians in this area in Philadelphia? You understand? But she said they was out there in large numbers, which means they came out the woodwork because they hate us more that we don't put that kind of energy behind their suffering.
That's right. Yeah.
But meanwhile, they want you to put that energy behind their suffering. But if you bring up yours, it's your fault. You Nah, man, we done with hypocrisy on the earth. We done with hypocrisy in this place. You know, man. Rick W said, RCKW says, save the whales, protect the honeybees, but keep the Hispanic kids in cages. So wrong. So right. You so right, RCKW, you are right as you could possibly be. You know what I'm saying? Save the whales, protect the honeybees, but the Hispanic kids, we're gonna put them in cages. You so right. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, man.
Yeah.
Harlem Meech said this. He said, stop resisting. You right. They tell us stop resisting. Like that's cold-blooded. They need to stop resisting the Israelis, huh?
That's
I'm
correct.
not sure that's what you say, Harlem Meech. If you saying that, that's hilarious. Because that's what they tell us. While they killing us, stop resisting. While they beating the hell out of us. So the same applies to them if they don't want to stand for our cause. And it's so righteous to finally see blacks and Latinos get to the point where they don't just put their whole heart behind everybody's suffering. They now begin to weigh whether or not this person has put their suffering behind us. I mean, put their energy and strength behind us. America could never do to us what they've done to us if the other nations stood up for us.
That's right.
They got a voice in the UN. They on the UN Security Council. They could condemn the U.S. for all kinds of things.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They could put sanctions on their ass.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
So like,
Harlem Me said, yes, that's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
So like in general, what you said is so heavy too. And that's the thing you just said is the exact thing that traitor, that clown, Amari Stoudemire got mad at us about. He literally wanted us to side. He said it. He said, and for all you black people that's trying to pretty much. I want to get his words right. He said what you said, General.
Go ahead.
Like he was mad that black people weren't speaking up about the situation, even though we didn't have enough information. It's like he wanted us to just blindly support Israel without even having any information about it. And it's like that's he thinks like the oppressor, because that's how the oppressor and all these nations think, General. So what you said is so heavy, sir.
Listen, if I could go a step further, let's say we did have the information.
Right.
Even if we had the information, since when is it our obligation to speak up because of the horrors that happen to another nation, especially a nation that don't stick up for our horrors?
Exactly.
A nation that's bleeding us to death.
Right.
Between the real estate and the entertainment industry, you understand? They make trillions off of us.
That's right.
You know what I mean? They got weapons and tanks and soldiers to protect them.
Right.
And he mad that we don't speak up. They don't need nobody to speak up for them.
That's right.
You see what they doing to Hamas? What they need somebody to speak up about them for when they got the ability to bring justice for the injustices that happens to them.
That's right.
Why in the hell they need us to step up and say he mad, old dumb stupid coon? He mad and don't even know the reason he should be mad.
That's right.
The Israelis don't need sympathy and mercy.
That's right.
They know how to bring justice and have the ability to bring justice on whoever comes up against them.
Right.
So they don't need us to be speaking up for them. We need somebody to speak up for us because we can't get it. Somebody decided to destroy us. That's it. The smallest backward ass country in Africa with the lowest GDP in the world. If America didn't stop them from attacking us, they could come in here and send millions of us into slavery. And if America didn't say, well, you on our sovereign land, we would just be going back into slavery under the poorest African country in the world, and we'd be making them rich for 400 more years.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't tell me about why the hell we don't speak up. You understand? They don't need nobody to speak up. You didn't see the Israelis saying that. Of course, a good coon would do it, but you didn't see the Israelis saying, why black people ain't speaking up for us? You see what happened to us? We've been attacked by Hamas. They ain't say none of that.
Right.
Because they know they can do what it takes to get justice. They killed more babies. Okay, they killed more babies in Gaza in the last week than the amount of soldiers that got killed in the Iraqi war.
Damn.
On the American side. Now feel that for a minute. That's how much. That was just the babies they killed. Never mind the men and women they killed. They killed 4,500 babies in the last couple of weeks. They don't need nobody to speak up for them.
Right.
You come down with hang gliders and go into their country with pickup trucks and shoot up and kill people and kidnap people. 2 weeks later, 4,500 of your babies gonna be dead.
Right.
Plus women and men. They don't need a spokesperson.
Right.
They don't need nobody to speak up for their suffering. You understand? I can't wait till we have a nation that has that power.
That's right.
I can't wait till we have a nation that has that power. We can say to the heathens, don't cry for us. Don't even worry about it. We know just what to do for this shit you did to us.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So he's a goddamn clown. Excuse my French.
Answer Slack, yes, sir. Like you right now in this time, man, if you are Palestinian, right? And let's say you're trying to show sympathy to black people right now. How the Palestinians gonna look at you? You understand? You showing that you don't care about your own people. You understand? Like why it is I'm crying for you when my people starving.
That's right.
On the border. What you know what I mean? I will be aggressive.
No, Salaki, I was just gonna say, and you never cried for us.
Yeah.
That's the point that kills me. You never cried for us.
Yeah.
I just read where Tazaliah brought out they had thousands of them protesting in Philly. You had thousands. They were going to jail in Washington, D.C. They was all up on the Capitol steps getting arrested. It was thousands of them in D.C. Thousands of them in different places around. I didn't know the Palestinians had this many people outside of Gaza Strip, man. Meanwhile, it's filled with them over there in different states and different cities in this country, and they coming out and protesting. Damn that. You mean to tell me they've been around all this time with all this going on and all our suffering and tragedies and hangings and lynchings and cop shootings and false arrests and women dying in custody under police officers, all of that on top of the regular normal racism. And you bastards ain't came out one day for us.
Right.
You ain't bring them Palestinian flags out and say Palestinian for justice for George Floyd. Not one day.
Right.
Damn that. We are the nation not desired. I yield.
That's right.
That's right.
Come on, God. That's some footage here. Yeah. I'm trying to get that's some footage here from London today, where they going in a full out chaos, attacking the cops and all kind of thing. You know, saying they're marching, and once again, you know, that's not who bombing them.
Right.
That is not who bombing them, but they know for sure they got that a little bit of sanctuary in these countries, and sanctuary, you know, where they ain't want to do anything to them. But this is them here today. It's ridiculous.
Like they know how to stand up. The boy you put it so right. Where is the Palestinian Martin Luther King? And it show you, like you said, the British ain't do nothing to them. Why aren't they out there peacefully protesting? Like Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King. Really, they're violent. They're just as violent as the Israelis.
That's right.
Both sides of them is just as violent as each other. You know what I'm saying? Why aren't you out there quietly protesting and showing your flags and showing your signs? You want to hurt somebody for what's happening to you over there. You want to hurt somebody. You understand? Because you violent like they are.
That's right.
We don't need to be in the middle of that. You never stood up for us.
That's right.
You're not our ally. You're our grocery salesman.
That's right.
You're not a goddamn ally. You're the chicken man.
Yeah.
That's who you are. You ain't our ally. We ain't all in it together in the ghetto. You eating off the ghetto. We dying in the ghetto. You know what I mean? You come to the ghetto to get rich. We come to the ghetto because we've been forced into the ghetto.
That's right.
We're not the same.
Come on. And they get forced together too by this religion too, sir, because a lot of them ain't even actual Palestinians. There's these Afghans who they bring into the country, these Somalians, these North Sudanese. They all just seeking some sort of commonality under this Islam banner and doing what Islam do best, intimidate you until they recruit you into their ranks. And now you just part of the march going forward, part of the wave going forward, because they think if they swell enough, they could do something. They don't understand the Lord, priming them into that third world war.
And if you in America and Great Britain and you're a Palestinian, surely there's an airline that can fly you over there.
Exactly.
Surely you get a ticket.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Get you a ticket, man, and get in there with your people, man, and carry some of them buckets of water.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Yep. Drive one of them ambulances. I know you're not a drive if you're here in America. Go over there and get in one of them ambulances, man, and get them babies into that hospital so they can get some medical care. They tell you worrying about what we do.
That's right.
Right.
What you worried about us joining in the march with you, man? You don't need us. The world is having sympathy for them. You know what I'm saying? The prime minister of Saudi Arabia spoke up on their behalf. We ain't never had a head of state speak up on our side, ever.
Right.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? The Queen of Jordan was on TV the other night. The Queen of Jordan was on there, raising hell on CNN about the way the Israelis is dealing with the Palestinians. An actual queen spoke up on the Palestinians' behalf. They don't need our help.
Right.
They don't need our help. Palestinians raise millions of dollars in America with their businesses and supermarkets and chicken joints and so forth. They don't need our help. They don't need our help. Nobody's coming to our rescue but Christ.
Yeah.
Nobody's coming to our rescue.
Right.
When we got delivered, anytime you read about it in history, from the days of Moses on up, anytime we got delivered, it was because of the hand of the Lord. Nobody came for us.
Right.
One time we had mercy and received mercy from Darius, who allowed us to leave and start our nation back up. But we didn't receive any help from anybody anytime we went into captivity. So don't act like we allies. There she go. That's the Queen of Jordan, man. She got the ear of the king, and she's speaking on their behalf.
That's crazy.
You know what I mean? And once again, like you brought out earlier, which is so heavy, and I'm gonna yield, is that I could see them saying, at least, listen, y'all done suffered, we suffering, but right now we ask you to stand with us. I could give a little more respect for that. Now, I could really respect it if you say, listen, we in our time of trouble, we protested with you in your time of trouble. So we're asking you to stand with us in our time of trouble. I could see them having an argument. It'd be a hard-pressed argument, you know what I'm saying? But we go through our suffering. We bring up our suffering. And you say it was our fault.
Right.
So we don't have no right to protest because everything that happened to us was our damn fault. But you want us to stand up and protest for you. Nah, bro. That's evil as hell.
That's right. That's right, sir.
That's as evil and hypocrisy and witchcraft for you to expect that from us. You would not expect that from no white nation. Like, they ain't even going to white people in Great Britain and say, stand with us over Palestine. You know this ain't right. Like, why they ain't argue with the British citizens or the American citizens, man? And tell them, you know, we supported your country. We built businesses and paid you taxes. You understand? We was good citizens to you. Don't let them destroy Palestine. I can see that. So you can get a good argument with the United States government or the government of Great Britain, United Kingdom. You can get a good argument with them. But what could you argue that you did for us? That we should stand up with you? Nothing.
Right.
Nothing. All you did was bleed us dry like everybody else.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And now the Israelis going to turn Gaza into a parking lot.
That's right.
You want us to stand up while accepting that everything that happened to us is our fault. But stand up for yourself. And listen, and they say it with an expectation like you supposed to buy it.
Yep.
Which show you how brainwashed this world is. In that them saying it's your fault supposed to be like a reality for you. You're supposed to say, yeah, you're right, we did it to ourselves. Like, you're supposed to think like that.
Yeah.
And sadly to say, many of us do think like that and would have agreed with them.
That's right. That's right, sir.
And you telling me you don't need prophets of God to come out and speak against the mad hypocrisy that exists out here in this air over us and them and the Israelis and everybody else? We need men of God, man. We need men of God to speak out so that the narrative don't just get swept under the rug.
That's right.
You know what I mean? So that there's some verbal pushback for the heinous way we are described and looked at. 400 years of suffering, it was our fault. Come on, man. Come on, man. No, man. No. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Close down the chicken joint, get you a ticket.
That's right.
You got a nice 7-hour flight right on into Egypt.
Right.
Touch you right down, stay at the Cairo hotel. Get you one of them Egyptians with a scooter. You jump on the back with your little bungee bag on your shoulder. He will zoom you right up to the Gaza border. And man, spit the dust and dirt out your mouth and walk your ass across that border and go help them Palestinians, man.
That's right. That's right.
Right. Give them the help and the love that they need and deserve and want, according to you. I'm gonna stay right here in the ghetto and help these black people.
That's right.
Latinos and Native Indians.
That's right. That's right.
Salaka, sir.
That's right.
John.
Hey, and I said this earlier, General. I'm still waiting on them to ask what side the LGBTQI community gonna stand on.
Oh God, that's why I love you on this show. You about as controversial.
I just want to know what side the rainbow gonna shine on. Is it gonna be on the Palestinian side or the Israeli side? I want to know what does it have to do with the price of peace in Palestine? I'm waiting, General.
Oh my God. You right. You right. You absolutely right. I can't say you wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like what side? Like they surely ready to batter us into the ground for saying that it's a sin against God according to the Bible. So what side are they standing on? Are they for the Israelis, the Palestine, or are they saying there's a third invisible race trapped inside each one of them?
Right.
Waiting to come out.
That's right.
You know, man. You gotta help me understand that one.
That's right.
How you?
Come on, come.
Yeah, and this a while when the broad said y'all did it to yourself, she went on to start to talk about our women. As if like really to sit back and hear them, they just talking down to us all the way. Y'all did it to yourself, your woman so and so, and your woman do this, and I was like, okay. I was okay. Guys need to fall into the ocean. That's what you know. Just break the hell off and fall into the bottom of the damn sea. And then no different than any other heathen. Like in their time when they're under pressure, they just turn and run over whoever they think they can just run over to make themselves feel a little better, to make the oppression they get in a little easier. Yeah. It's like some sort of spiritual medicine for them. Like, you know, they can't really rise up against whoever. So they just run over somebody, make themselves still feel, all right, we still good. We still good.
Yeah, we can't do nothing about what the Israelis doing, so we'll just take a dump on black people and Latino people.
Right.
And blame them for it. Well, okay, no problem. When the Israelis level their city, turn all their men into falafel salesmen, and turn their women into whores for rich, disgusting, nasty Israelis that want to go down there and buy them for $2 a pop. Then maybe they might say, you know what, you black people, you was right. It wasn't your damn fault.
Yeah.
What happened to you happened to us. Maybe then they'll be able to see what the hell we went through. Because right now, nobody can see it.
That's right.
Nobody sees it but us. Man, it's just like the scripture said, he that killeth thee shall think he doeth the Lord a favor. Right. You know what I'm saying? That's the way it's looked at right now. Christ put it best. Christ said, until the days of John, the kingdom of heaven suffered violence, and the violent take it by force. That's what's happening to us. We suffer violence, verbal violence. Verbal violence on our back for everything that's happened to us and been done to us. We are violently attacked spiritually as though it's our fault. It burns in our soul to hear a heathen blame us for the things that have been done to us in slavery. It burns in our soul because we know how wrong that is to say it. To say that to us is to say everything they did to us, you should blame yourself for. Well, guess what? Every bomb, every building they level, every dust cloud, every hospital that goes black, let's see if you're going to blame yourself for it.
That's
Instead of what you've been saying. You've been blaming the Israelis for it. Blame yourself then if you want us to blame ourselves. Otherwise, shut your goddamn mouth and recognize that when we say we oppress, it's just like when you're oppressed. You understand? How you gonna be getting bombed by the Israelis and oppressed, and you ain't got no kind of empathy or understanding for other oppressed people? Why the hell should anybody come to your rescue when you got no sympathy for other oppressed people? Like a man gets oppressed, the first thing he understands is other men that are oppressed.
Right.
If you lived in oppression, you understand and recognize it immediately. But for you to be oppressed and under oppression, and you can't see no oppression on us, brother, we invisible here. We are invisible.
And Salakia, so he's saying it's so heavy also too, sir, because for real, let's say, you know what I mean, we take the oppressor side, Israel side. What is going to be our position once you win the war?
Right.
You understand? No, let's say we take Hamas side. What position are we going to be when they win the war?
Yeah.
I'd rather take nobody's side, but blacks and Hispanic side.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Like, show me a side where we're gonna be on top, where all this turmoil, all this fighting and bickering, the wild man and the man blessed by the sword doing. I want a world where we are on top of them, showing them how to live side by side in peace.
Yeah.
Because the both of them, dragging us into a hole. I shouldn't say us, but they're dragging the whole place into a hole right now. You can't go to a gas station without saying a prayers. Facing the east and saying a prayers. Because the gas so high because they want to fight and bicker. You understand?
Yeah.
Well, they are poor landlords, and I ain't taking none of them. Nobody's side.
Salaki, Cap. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Salaki.
No, go ahead, Cap.
I just want to say one thing too. It's so heavy because the Bible say that that hell beneath is gonna be moved for them. Like they thought hell was stationary to the ghetto.
Right.
They thought it was fixed to the ghetto, but now it's moving to where they at.
Yes,
and like the general brought out, the Lord, He's gonna show us. Like for years we thought it was us. There was something wrong with us, but He gonna show us through all these other nations going to war how they respond and how they act. And He gonna show us. You gonna see that. Guess what? Look at how other nations do when they oppress. He's showing us, man. Like, and it's not a moment of equality, but it's equilibrium. Meaning, like the Bible say, that cup gonna be passed to them.
Yeah.
They gonna get the drink of that same cup we got the drink of. The Lord said they gonna drink the dregs of it.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? And it's gonna be bitter. Some of them gonna want to throw up because they can't handle even a portion of what we handle.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like the general brought out, like we suffering violently. Our king, even our king, the character assassination on him that they said by making him a white man. That's character assassination.
Yeah.
Like these things, man, like but it's like the general brought out, we getting closer and closer to the end, man. And this it's a moment of clarity.
Yeah.
It really is a moment of clarity for us because there is no peace talk right now. There ain't nobody saying that we nonviolent. Everybody want to make an example out of somebody over there right now.
Yes, they do.
You got Lebanon on the edge. They ready. They itching to get involved. You got Turkey. You got Aragon up there in Turkey. He was talking about he wanted to bring back the Ottoman Empire. You know where it's about to go. He had way out here, man, talking about he want to bring back the Ottoman Empire, General Salah.
God damn.
He said we got to stop him before he even get involved in this.
Yeah.
God.
Salaki, I yield.
They better send him a check or something.
And notice you ain't hearing nothing about Ukraine and Russia right now. You ain't hearing nothing about Ukraine and Russia. When this dust settles, they would done put something in place right there, where Putin gonna overthrow their ass. They done getting distracted with this thing down there. He gonna move and position big time. Like, this thing ain't ready to just fall over on its side. Fall over on its side, and they're all going to be under so much pressure. Because like that point you brought so general about how they want us to be invisible, but we are invisible, but we ain't invisible like how they are. Like they could hide and go to their slavery and have families, and we don't see them, and we only see them now. We the type of invisible that you don't want to see. Like if they could white us out and not see us at all, they would do that.
Yeah,
they would just be like an eyesore type of invisible. And now the Lord is making them an eyesore.
That's right.
People, after a while, give it 1 or 2 more weeks, people are going to be tired of hearing about Palestine and Israel. They're going to be streaming and binge watching on Netflix. They're going to be tired of hearing about them, just like everybody was tired of hearing about Ukraine. And they're going to be the ones who everybody wants invisible. And the Lord has turned this thing all the way over on them, and the world getting to see these people need somebody better over.
Yeah.
And they need slavery. They're too idle. They're too idle. They need slavery. They need oppression. It'll help them.
You're right.
Fully help them.
And let me tell you something. It's a good point you brought up, because you know what their life is like. They're like when you go and murder somebody unjustly, and now you ain't got no way to hide the body. You got to come home every day and look at that dead body of the person you murdered. You can't stand that dead body because it reminds you of the murderer that you are. You want to get rid of that body so you can stop thinking about the murder you committed. That's why the Lord said their dead bodies shall lie in the streets of the great city. That's us. We a dead body lying in the streets that he can't get rid of. Like he bombed Iraq and came home and feels wonderful. But he bombed us and he came home and we was there laying dead on the ground. And we in his ghettos and on drugs, and every evil thing he did to us, he did. And guess what? We sitting here dead in his face. And he can't stand the guilt of what he did. And he can't stand the constant. That's why they be saying, well, how long are we supposed to have to, pay reparations? Or how long we have to, be guilty for what happened in slavery? We wasn't back then. Those were our parents or whatever. They don't want to have to deal with the dead body.
You're right.
You committed the murder. The body is there. The evidence is there. You better admit you're the murderer and go to jail like you're supposed to.
That's right.
And they don't want to have to do that. You know what I mean?
Come on.
You know, man.
And that's you're so right, sir, because that's what the Israelis don't want to admit to, being murderers. To them, this is justice. Murdering babies is just, babies and women and civilians, they're just casualty. You know what I mean? But they don't want to be looked at as murderers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's why they're in the UN and trying to, trying to get, people to coincide with them. Because they want to go in there and just wipe out everything. Dog, cat, chicken, whatever move. You know what I mean? Getting attacked. Whatever.
I thought you a real Benjamin. Dog, cat, chicken, whatever.
Whatever moves, they want to kill. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it's funny you say that, because they trying to push them off the land. All that bombing can't be just to take revenge on Hamas and make them give up the hostages. That level of bombing means you want to remove the people off of that land. They done with Palestinians living in Gaza. Either they go in to live on boats in the sea, or take their ass south to Egypt is what they trying to say to them. They're gonna take over that land. Olivia Arnold, you had a good point. She said, like they did Emmett Till. Emmett Till's mother was wise. She said, don't close him up in that coffin. I want them to see what they did to my son. She put the death of her son on display. And that picture has lived on up until this day. And anybody that see that picture know, damn, look what they did to this little boy supposedly for whistling at a white woman. Like they make their lives and children's lives extremely valuable. So valuable you couldn't dare whistle at them, or you end up like Emmett Till. But our lives are so unvaluable that we die and they act like, well, it's your fault. You know what I mean? And the you is really just your fault. That's how little value they put on our lives, while they put value on their lives so much so that a whistling is worth the death penalty. That's right. You see at this place, and that's why it was so right for his mother to leave his casket open so that they could see what they did. Olivia Arnold, that was a good point. You know what I'm saying?
Like, generally, you remember that this probably was a term they probably would use 20 years ago when they had the war in Kosovo with Bosnia and the Czech Republic and the and that whole USSR. They had a term they call ethnic cleansing. They would say there was ethnic cleansing in the land. They ain't talking about that now, though. They ain't saying there's ethnic cleansing going on. They ain't saying nothing about that, because of course the small hat they're trying to paint him as this is self-defense.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like
they got hostages. No, go ahead,
Yep.
Michelle. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Yep, like as you're saying, they had the hostages, they taking the babies' heads. He went on TV with Britain Prime Minister, who is one of them. The damn mayor in London is an Arab, and he went on TV and saying the Palestinians or Hamas is the new Nazis and they're the new ISIS, ramping up the whole thing. And this is just straight up ethnic cleansing they're doing, and nobody calls out anything.
Listen, you right. You know what I'm saying? Like, and black people, Latino people, Native Indian people, you should say to yourself, what happens if one day they wake up and say, you know what, we sick of these cities full of crime. They could be even orchestrated. Same way the Israelis let them come over with them hang gliders and them pickup trucks just so they could bomb the hell out of them. They might be the reason you turn on TikTok and see black people running in the Rite Aid and the CVS stealing all of the drugs and all of the toiletries and snacks out of the damn store. They might want all this on tape of rioting and people fighting and all of that violence because really increasing the crime. Because what if they wake up one day and say, you know what, we just can't take this no more in America. Mass shootings, drugs, crime. We're going to give black people an area for themselves. And then decide to push black people out of each one of these cities, man, and push us all into some area so they can slaughter us like they did the Palestinians. This man is capable of anything, man. Who knows what he's capable of? I don't want to put thoughts in his mind, but he's very capable of anything when it comes to us. And we should be vigilant for it. And we should love ourselves enough to foster right decisions based on our love for each other and our love for our people so that we don't make bad decisions and selfish decisions and stupid decisions because our mind is not focused on what it should be. Palestinians don't need our help. They out there protesting and pushing Palestinian rights.
That's right.
They don't need our help. And they getting money and you should see the money coming from them charities. Them old Islamic charities, all those rich ass Arabs that got all that oil money and all that, feeling compassion for other Arabs and other Muslims. They send the Palestinians truckloads of money. Half of the trucks coming in there probably full of cash. Full of U.S. oil money dollars coming in there to support them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, currency.
So damn that. Like, what if my question is, I'm watching this bombing. My question is, are they going to do that to us? Is our day going to come? Are they going to empty us out these cities one day? Are they going to say we can't tolerate the violence and drugs and so forth? Black people must be moved.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Are they going to set up a false flag operation and have black men then let that be the cause to go the hell off and kill and slaughter us? That's why the ISUPK don't affiliate with no other nation. You ain't getting us caught up in no false flag operation.
That's right.
Make us look like the terrorists when you've been looking at the real terrorists, the Arabs, for years. Now all of a sudden you're gonna look at us as the terrorists, and God help us.
That's right.
God help us if we ever come out and do a mass shooting like you do, or whatever the case may be. You'll burn our cities down like you burnt down Tulsa, Oklahoma, Wilmington, North Carolina. There's so many, many more cities that you burned to the ground. Durham, North Carolina. Burnt them cities to the goddamn ground over whistling at a white woman or whatever supposed illude act that you came up with. Damn that, man. You know what I mean? I yield.
Answer like yes, sir. They should listen to you a little more, sir. You try to save this. You try to save Enrico before he went to do his bid.
Yeah, you're right though. That's right.
You was on there trying.
Yeah, Salaki, I yield. Go ahead.
No, Salaki said you was trying to warn him. You know what I mean? You can't go fight their fight because when the going gets hard, you know what I mean? Is you're behind the grass. You know what I mean?
Right.
You're behind in jail cell. Nobody crying to get you out right now.
No.
You know what I mean? Nobody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You try to warn him, and just like you warning black people, not to choose a side. Choose Christ's side.
That's
Choose the
it.
black man's side.
Yes,
His
choose
side.
your side.
You know what I mean?
That's right.
Like the Christian church is to blame for all this. Christian church, let us accept mediocrity. Let us accept, you know what I mean, being last all the time. You know what I mean? Islam let us accept being last all the time. All these religions make us accept being the co-star, not the star, but the UPK. We the star. You understand?
That's right. That's right.
You know what I mean? You go follow them.
And that example you bring up there with Tyra, with the Proud Boys, is so perfect because he wasn't even there when they rioted. Remember, he was already locked up for pulling down the flag in the church.
Yeah.
And they turn around and blame him. He's the Israelite amongst these heathens, fighting other heathens, but it's his fault. It's a damn near like a little microcosm example for us.
Yeah.
Like we gonna go protest, and somehow the Israelis and the Palestinians gonna look up and say, these people here is really their fault.
Yeah.
They got to go, they influence, and they started the riots or whatever. They gonna turn on us. They gonna blame us.
Imagine that. Your country getting bombed into the Stone Age. And we say, yeah, we suffered too. And you say, well, that was your fault. You got to be the coldest beast on the planet.
That's right.
Because anybody that suffer always understands the suffering of others.
That's right.
Yeah.
Except for some of these heathens. These heathens be in the midst of their suffering and still don't dare you think that a Negro is suffering wrongly.
Right.
Unbased.
Utterly unbased. Yeah. Your audio, your mic, I don't know if there's a call came in or what, your audio it went kind of low. 1, 2, 1, 2 right now. Is it low? It kind of like how to describe it. Like it ain't coming through.
I'm gonna go out and come back in, all right?
Come on.
Okay, come on.
That's a lock, if I could, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, Cap.
Like the general was saying, they won't even allow us to trauma bond.
Right.
We can't even trauma bond with these people. Like even the lowest of the low can trauma bond. We can't even say that our suffering is similar to yours.
No.
Or we suffered. They won't even allow it because they have to control the narrative.
Kahan, our suffering too black.
Yeah.
It's the water.
Our suffering is too black. It's too Our suffering is way too black for them. They ain't gonna be having that at all.
That's right.
Yeah, man.
Like you gotta have solidarity with us, but we can't come bond with you.
No.
That's heavy.
Right. Hey, big shout out to Sawapia Allah Banyumya, Shalom Bob, Trinidad and Tobago. Getting it in, man.
That's it.
Damn right.
So, like, if I may too, sir.
Go ahead, please.
Kamakan, sir, and Captain Ayathak, what you said is so heavy because it brings the point home when you look at it. Nobody is getting upset, or nobody calls the Israelis or the Palestinians evil for simply siding with their people.
Right.
Like nobody, nobody is looking at them and saying that's wrong. But we've been taught by the Christian leaders, the Christian church, and that philosophy that we're wrong now for simply siding with our people. Like it has to be where, we have to have some type of reason or some type of, like it's like for us to side with a brother just because he's black, that's to society, that's lowbrow. Like brother race, like because I talk to people on TikTok all the time on the panel, and they always want to say brother race is such a surface level thing. It's like they try to make it seem like we low level because we gauge everything by race. But nobody has made the Israelis and Palestinians feel that way. And it just shows, I thank the Lord for the truth and the water commander Johanna, because if I were not in here, I would feel the same way. You know what I'm saying? Like the Christian doctrine is the reason why we can't even look at ourselves and feel sorry for ourselves. But then we have to feel sorry for every goddamn else people, and it's disgusting. It's diabolical. It's like, damn, it's draining. And it's like it really, without the truth, there is no hope. Because it's like here we are suffering the way we are, but then we have to keep feeling sorry for everybody else. To hell with that garbage. To hell with that.
And we got to blame ourselves for our own suffering. What you saying?
Right.
That's the part of oppression that no oppressor understands. He never understands that oppression is living over your head 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He does not understand that. And it is real as, your hand in front of your face that this is going on, man. That you got to constantly, like you said, show love. Can y'all hear me?
Cancer.
Come.
You got to show love for these other heathens. When meanwhile, they get to blame you for yours. It's like you never get to have justice. Once again, that's why Edomites didn't understand when black people cheered because OJ got off. They didn't understand it. When OJ Simpson beat that case, people were cheering in the office. Why? Because finally, even though it was a fucked up case, and who knows if OJ shanked that bitch with the 12-inch stiletto. If it don't fit, the nigga still might have did it. In America, if it don't fit, you still convict.
Right.
That's the real American lie. You know what I mean? What was his lawyer's name? Cochran?
Yeah, Johnny Cochran.
Johnny Cochran. Johnny Cochran had to rephrase the whole terms of the case.
Right.
Yeah.
He had to re-educate the public on basic justice. If it doesn't fit, you can't convict, or you must acquit.
You must
He had to re-educate their mind. He had to re-educate their mind on the most basic principles of justice. Because the principles of justice was so twisted against black people, and black people cheered. Nobody liked OJ. OJ was an old coon nigga that loved to be in the white world and hated black people.
Right.
But he became the poster child for black people needed a win in the corner. And so when he beat the case, of course, we cheered him on. Because we suffer, a horrible, horrible sense of injustice by the people who say it's our fault.
Yes, sir.
Which is why we should give no solidarity to anybody else. You know what I mean? When people say love is the answer, that's true. But the love is the answer when it comes to us loving us. Then we're gonna get some goddamn answers.
Yes, sir.
This place is horrible against us.
Yes, sir.
And once again, they'll bomb the Palestinians and they're gonna protest worldwide. They bomb us in these ghettos and tell us we got to move off the land. Everybody gonna be saying that's a good idea because they messing up my business and they robbing and stealing, and they ain't never got themselves together. They ain't never pulled themselves up by their bootstraps. You should run them off. There'll be so much justice for the Edomites that do this time. I bet you the Palestinians will be the same ones that's getting bombed right now. Be the same ones coming out and say, "Well, America got a right to defend itself. America got a right to stop crime going on all over the country." America, they'll be the same ones saying that, man. Damn that. It's a lot out here.
That's right, sir. Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's so heavy, what everybody's saying towards, this situation. Because for real, like you sit back and watch how they're being dealt with. Like they're telling us, they're blaming us for the condition that we are in, right? Now, if you're really blaming us for the condition we are in, then Hamas had no right to go do what they do. They should have just live with the oppression. Just live with it. Learn to deal with it. We learn to deal with it, right? It's our fault we dealing with the oppression. It's our fault that we under oppression. But then you all live with it. You know what I mean? When the oppressor, when he sniff when he has to live a day like us, he fits into commit suicide. You understand? Like nobody wants to live like us. Nobody wants to be us, but everybody wants we help. Everybody wants to join. Nobody. You don't want to live like us. You don't want to come down in the trenches. Get in the trenches. You know what I mean? We're in the trenches every day. We've been like this for 400 years. I come from the Caribbean, from Trinidad. You understand? I was oppressed just like the black man here in America and did not know, didn't understand it until I came in the truth and I met Commander Jerry Hanna. And he had to open my eyes and show me, what's going on down there is the same thing going on up here.
Right.
You know, lace your boots up and let's go on them streets.
Listen, here's what they need to do. As them bombs blowing up them cities, they need the Israelis to put their ear and hear, we shall you understand? And maybe the Israelis might stop bombing because maybe they'll say, look, they are crying on to the Lord. Because that's what we had to do. We had to sing "We Shall Overcome" while they were splitting our heads open, raping our women and killing us. We had to sing, you know what I mean?
Hey, General, I don't know if you remember in the middle of COVID, the Italian president had made the jets fly and they played "We Shall Overcome" in Italian because the COVID was kicking their ass.
Yeah. The COVID got a hold of them sodomites and it was bad news. They thought the whole Roman Catholic Church was going to have to shut down. They got to singing. They sung against the demon of COVID because they knew that was a power they could not.
That's right.
So they sang that "Oh, we shall overcome." They sang it.
Oh, yes.
Man. Oh man.
Yeah, they say that what they call it, that COVID is not nigh unto slavery. You know what I mean?
Yes.
We need them Negro spiritual. You know
yes.
Them niggas could make it out alive singing.
Yes.
But we might just have a chance.
God. So
boy.
true. So true. Yeah, man. Hey, what time is it over there?
We knocking with 10 minutes to 5 o'clock.
Oh, in England.
Come, cuz.
I mean in DC. Since all these trips we've been taking, man, my whole mindset on the clock is over. It's 9 o'clock over here. I feel like I'm a kilo because I know I'm on some crazy time compared to the real time. What time is it in DC?
It's 10 to 12. It's 11:50.
That's why I'm wiped out. My time zones is all messed up, man.
Hey, God. Worldwide.
Oh man. So
God.
I guess I'm gonna get up out of here now.
Come. Sure. So it's a while for coming on. So I appreciate you.
Hey, I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. It was a real pleasure to get in on it with y'all. You know what I mean? Y'all got a great show. I'm getting on everybody's. I'm gonna be on Black Authentic Truth this week. I got a couple of podcasts I'm gonna jump on this week. I'm trying to cook them up and line them up and start jumping up on them with all the brothers and see if we can push some of these forward, man. So we'll see. You know what I mean? Let's keep on swinging, man. It was a beautiful barbecue out here in California. Big shout out to Kadal Hart. He did a hell of a job out here, man. It was so organized. It was so right. He had a beautiful park, man. The bathrooms was clean and everything. It was real good experience. The food was off the hook. The music was off the hook. The tribes was all together. Cali's such a beautiful place because all them tribes are here together. You know what I mean? Right. So it was a real good experience, man. So big shout out to him. Big shout out to Captain Cesariak, did the No Jumper, big old podcast. He jumped on that strong. Big shout out to him, right? Big shout out to General Muhammad. Went up in there and rocked the hell out that Thursday night class. It was packed from end to end.
That's right.
A good class about the tribes and them coming together. That was great. General Micah Allah also did a great job out of here on his podcast, Ask You the Prophets. Did it live right out of school in San Bernardino. Everybody just got it in. Big shout out to Q. Q ran with me, man, all weekend, man. You know what I'm saying? We got it in, man. Green tea and herbs and bits. You know how Q gets that.
That's right.
Q guilt you into some healthy food. We go up in the Starbucks. I'm about to get my caramel frappe on. You know, Q come in there and hit you. Well, you know, if you got green tea, it'd be healthier. By the time he finished with me, I'm in there ordering green tea with macchiato or whatever the hell that is. Espresso, Q. I still got some of it right here. Still, got my ass, man. No more caramel frappes for you, man. Big shout out to Q.
That's right.
Doing it healthy, man, like you do, man, holding us down, man. Hey, man, Tawada for having me on, man. I am in the win, Hebrews. Big shout out to every last one of y'all, man. Kahan, you have a safe trip down to Atlanta, man. Do your thing. Mashak, you have a safe trip when you get back. You know what I'm saying? Big shout out to you, man, doing it big dog style in the UK. You know what I'm saying? Thak, as usual, Thak getting to host the Passover a second year in a row. Who you get off, man? You done paid money off. Hell, you get the Passover 2 years in a row in both your cities. You definitely paid somebody else. You know, holding that thing down, man, in Durham, North Carolina, doing it again. Kazak, y'all, hey, man, that speaking you had out there was strong, too, Kazak. Big shout out to you as well, man. You know what I'm saying? You did a great job at that speaking, man. With that fake Israelite came up to you.
Yeah.
Trying to question you, man. So big shout out to that. Hey, man, I'm gone, man. For what, y'all? Let's keep on rocking this truth like we do, man. All right.
I'll walk on ya. Barak. Yahweh
Shalom.
Shalom. See you all next week out here.
Yeah, you know what it is. 140 for the rebel, busy man shit, nigga. They take their head over, nigga. Right where Eve did to Adam, I just pray my love don't lie to me. Swing the iron like stamps and I can't let no holder lie to me. I don't feel these rappers, oh they lies, this hypocrisy. Yeah, you know what it is. 140 for the rebel, busy man shit, nigga. They take their head over, nigga. Right where Eve did to Adam, I just pray my love don't lie to me. Swing the iron like stamps and I can't let no holder lie to me. I don't feel these rappers, oh they lies, this hypocrisy. Ain't no competition, ain't no rivalry. Niggas think I'm playing, I don't hear one word they saying, this shit light work. Think Muhammad one of us, he might lose his life first. Circle up and stay alert. Another cop can stretch the nigga. He ain't demon, this an exorcism. Watch I bless the nigga. Took that open blood, then you know I'm gonna get active with you. From the opposition, I see vision. Let me paint the picture. Rappers can they spin, I ain't listening. Is effective. If revenge was a woman, now I stole that bitch like Jacob. So I war, we gonna run the summer. It's gonna be historical. Thought they making plays, made them niggas call the audible. As who run this shit, but that question is rhetorical. Bitch, I'm the one, me cookies with the oil. I'ma get them crackers, hell, should've never kidnapped my family. I can't do that. Bet I be the last nigga standing. Do a life sentence for my niggas, pray you understand me. I might put a switch on this Glock and call it Young Pay. How you real triggering on them dots? You a bird feeder, claiming he a demon. What's a demon to a cold leader? What he saying something, I ain't hear. This shit like it ain't on who got the gun, it's about who gon' up that fight first. I turn a bad situation to a game changer. Bring soldiers from the dead. Just raised up the chain, 10 shots. I'ma look like Aaron Jones when I run it. Never fight the hand that feeds you. You'll never get that hand back. He bitching about 10%. I don't want to hear none of that. He dropping sword, fuck him. Just make sure you get that cover back. Look around, he ain't with us, probably cause he never was. Now my chin like you with the angels for your brothers. Everybody wanna be Richard Porter. God kill him like Alpo. Play if he want, it's laying in the trunk like Lee Malvo. A certified woman's ass nigga, I am not a toy. Hey, I with that hollow son. Yeah, this the real McCoy. Feel like Gullah Jack when I'm in Fayetteville. You feel your boy. Still up on my bread, still I think that's all that I. The way I get it, boy, lost. They gon' start to call him Elroy. Fuck his game. Pop out on them demons like I'm Hellboy.
Like Smart. Pando, kill the beat.
I don't know who somebody need to hear this. Y'all don't speak Hebrew, that's Yiddish. How the fuck you try to label us anti-Semitic? We the Israelites, blacks, native Hispanics. The Germans get locked up for the Holocaust. Meanwhile, black people still up in the Holocaust. 100 million of us died in the transatlantic. 6 million died. Y'all want the world to never forget it. You can never be a Jew. You are Ashkenaz. This ain't a star dum-dum. A gun that would die. Yeah, Yeezy told the truth and got ostracized. Not one person in the Bible had on a yarmulke. We were slaves in America like we was in Egypt. Y'all don't even fit the curses in the Torah neither. Y'all was blind to the truth. I had to make it clear how Jerusalem, your land, your people came from Europe. That was 1947. Your menorah got 9 sticks. It's really only 7. Yeah, it's us against the world. Armageddon. This what happened when you inherit lies from your ancestors. Y'all the synagogue of Satan with them black hats. Your whole nation sitting ducks, Aflacs, bunch of thieves and culture vultures ain't nothing kosher. To tell the truth, you vagabonds don't have a culture. Macedonia, Alexander and Philip, you a convert, so tell me, how the fuck is you Israel? That don't make you the people just cause you live there. Why my people can't hate your people like y'all hate Hitler? All the prophets was black and was called nigga. Y'all don't even fit the description that's in the scriptures. Abraham, all the way down to Jacob, we the real Jews. Y'all don't study Christ, y'all follow the Talmud. Keep it real, yeah, let's keep it real. Cold hard truth, it give you chills. Say y'all Jewish cause y'all ain't really them. About to do them like Hammond, it's the Feast of Purim. UBK undefeated, this an easy win. We was born fighting y'all the evil twin. Jacob took hold of his heel, then out came his little red bastard and they kosher deals. It's only 12 tribes, y'all trying to make it 13. Esau despised his birthright, the Lord cursed him. He ain't the devil who is, I'm still searching. Ask your rabbi, why he give them babies herpes? I don't know what's worse, that or you claiming that you a Maccabee. I'm about to cancel, everybody trying to cancel ye. I ain't afraid to speak, that's what I do. They riding to the core, I'm just judging them by their fruit. Cause they ain't suffering curses. If I was carnal, I promise I'll punch you in person. I know this an uncomfortable subject. They making millions off our culture and black people suffering from it. Yeah, they don't believe in Christ. They the Antichrist. Make a living off of niggas. They're a parasite. I ain't afraid to tell the truth. Niggas terrified. I'm about to go DEFCON 4. I ain't satisfied.
That is absolute proof that they know we are the real Jews. That's absolute proof. Now you got the records. Go find me a white Jew on any archaeology in Egypt anywhere. You will never find a piece of archaeology with white people as slaves in Egypt. So don't tell me that they were slaves and it's their identity, and they know it. The Lord knows the blasphemy of you so-called white people that say you are Jews and you are not Jews. You are not the people of the law. You are not God's chosen people. God's chosen
chosen people are living in the ghettos of America. God's chosen people are in poverty and depression in the streets of America. God's chosen people are walking around in America with no identity. That's where God's chosen people are.
From Westworld. Let's get it. Don't be sure, tell them make sure. If not, we gon' make more. Clips say it hold 20, but I think it could take more. Grab a stick, fire on your camp, we gon' make s'mores. I ain't satisfied with my spot, then I'ma take yours. No matter how many roadblocks in my way, I'ma break forward. This path I'm on is so damn narrow, I just stay forward. Put them on my plate, I'm never full, I just ate more. Put them on my plate, I'm never full, give me 8 more. Nigga, I don't sugarcoat shit, bitch, I'm straightforward. Don't give a fuck if they don't let me in, I just break doors. Ballin' so hard, they asking what team that I play for. Skimmer who? They ain't stop making guns when they made yours. Sick with it. Feeling like I woke up with stage 4. They ain't want the peace loose, but they opened up the cage for. Endure the pain, been through hard times is what I'm made for. Pay my dues, never left a wage, I just rage raw. So many chains and gold teeth, it's the blood of a slave. Sit on the throne with a gold crown from the blood of a slave. This is our world. Got it from the mud to the grave. Become a thing in the past, don't be a story in my page.
Still against all enemies. In high school, you was the man that's lost memory shit. Lost energy, never lost my energy. Never lose control, never losing. Dog, I plan to keep you. Lose your mind where I'm from. I ain't talking from what you see. I never lost soul. Losing time, wasting steady pace, and you off track. I'm on there. You pray to God, hoping He can save you. But the power about war, and that's a different angle. This another lost cause, and I'm just adding to the list. They not seeing me for that reason. Got a flash on the grip. Nigga, big priest. They gon' judge me by my increase. And I'ma keep stepping in these joys to the end. Increase. Just got off the phone with Jacob, and he said it's time to shine. Certified, blue dot, put it on you, now you verified. One West world, bigger than World War III. Do not sleep, it's not cheap, and it's still top 3.
So many chains and gold teeth, it's the blood of a slave. Sit on the throne with a gold crown from the blood of a slave. This is our world. Got it from the mud to the grave. Become a thing in the past, don't be a story in my page. Came on boats and then chains, so when I get rich, I'ma grab a boat and 10 chains with 12 ribs from each tribe. And each rib gonna have at least 3 kids. Yeah, I'ma have a deep squad and rapping since knee high. Now a nigga shack size, spit that holy fire. When you hear it, you get baptized. One West world, yeah, you niggas know the logo. And I'ma bust it down so the haters see the glow. Let's have a feast, let's shine on our enemies, right in they face, let's blind all our enemies. Cause now we had, so we from head, put that cash on the ground, my nigga, let's cast lots. I started from the bottom, birthed out of mud, raised by gangsters, turned out a thug, I ain't give a fuck. Burned out I was, from hitting licks in and out and selling nicks in the drop. So many chains and gold teeth, it's the blood of a slave. Sit on a throne with a gold crown from the blood of a slave. This is our world. Got it from the mud to the grave. Become a thing in the past, don't be a story in my page.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Shalom, Lord Christ. You already know what it is. ISUPK. Started out at 1 West 125th Street, Harlem, New York. I've been teaching the truth since 1969. Commander Jimmy Hanna. We're here to teach every black, so-called black, Hispanic, Native American, the Bible, the truth of this Bible. All right, Commander Jimmy Hanna will be in the building tonight. You already know what it is. He's breaking down these prophecies that is unveiling in front of all of us. All right, World War III happening and what's going on, giving you the updates. It's a busy time for Commander Jimmy Hanna, definitely right now. You know what I mean? Understanding the times and the season we in. All right, so make sure that y'all taking notes. Make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe so we get this information out. All right, it's biblical law class tonight. You understand? But good night. We got Commander Jenny Hanna coming in. I'm just holding it down until he gets here. All right. Let me get Genesis 4 and 10. A lot of people that's outside of the truth don't really understand what's going on in the world today. We don't understand that we're a nation of people. We don't understand this Bible is talking about us and giving us fair warning on, how to move and not to move. What happens when we move certain ways that is contrary to what the Most High gave us. Right here, we got to understand justice. And what we are seeing right now is the world is about to get judged. Right. Judgment Day is coming. Right. All right. The Palestinians is being judged right now. The Jewish people are going to be judged soon. And then you know it. Right. Because what's going on over there in the Middle East is going to start World War III. These things are prophesied. Community and Yohana going to go into it. Read what you got.
Okay. This book of Genesis, chapter 4, verse 10. And he said, "What hast thou done?"
Read it one more time and clear so everybody can hear you.
Okay. This is the book of Genesis, chapter 4, verse 10. And he said, "What hast thou done?"
This is the Most High talking to Cain. All right. He asked him, what have you done? We already know why the Most High is asking Cain this, because Cain unalived his brother Abel. Right. Keep going.
The voice of thy brother's blood cried unto me from the ground.
Say, read that one more time.
The voice of thy brother's blood cried unto me from the ground.
Now, we all know that blood don't cry, don't scream, don't make a sound. But the Most High said his blood cries up to him, Abel's blood. Let me ask you, everybody online, why was his blood crying up to the Most High? People online, type it into the chat. Let me know when somebody answered. Why was Abel's blood crying up to the Most High? Somebody answered it? No, it's like the people at home. I know you know. I know you know. Maybe someone online.
Okay, not to Gabar said, because life is in the blood.
Okay, that's wrong. Keep going.
Marcia Spears said Abel was righteous. By Yana the rock.
She was right that Abel was righteous, but that's not. Why was Abel's blood crying up to the Most High? Now think about what's going on today. What happened to our people? I'm gonna give y'all a little bit. Think about our people's blood. Think about our ancestors. Think about the ones in recent times. Think about our grandparents. Think about our people as a whole.
That's my answer, sir. Bayana the rock said his brother struck him down. Marcia Spears said again, for revenge, righteous reckoning.
Say it one more time.
Marisa Spears said, for revenge, righteous reckoning.
Let's give her a hand. You understand? Abel wants justice. That's a better way to say it. You know what I mean? He wants justice. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what our people, us as a nation, Black, Hispanic, Native Americans, when you out there talking to common folk that might not understand the Bible, you have to really get them to understand that Black people, Hispanics, and Native Americans, we're actually a nation of people. We're not just American citizen or a Mexico citizen. We're just not the banner that we're living in. Okay, you're not an individual. We are a nation of people, and it's not our identity been taken away from us so much we don't truly understand that. But us as a people, our blood cries up to the Most High. George Floyd blood cries up to the Most High. The Most High hears the blood of Orlando Castile and Saja Bland. You understand? He hears the cries of all the Mexican that was unalive on their way trying to get over here to the border, or the cartel wars that is funded by the oppressor. These things, man, the Most High hears it. He hears the blood that cries up for my ancestors that came over here in the translated slave trade, and the ones that was you understand, that was on these lands and was unalived and pillaged, and other brutal and monstrous and inhumane actions that happen towards them. He hears the blood that cries up for them as well. This is why these things is happening in the world. That's why I've been telling everybody, pray for us, not them. There's no point of praying for them. This is supposed to happen. Nobody cares about, you know what happened when we bring up the atrocities that happened to us. I was just watching, shout out to Captain Cesario. I was just watching his old sit down, or you'll call it debate, that he had on Killstream with some oppressor, some white guy. And, you know, he asked him about Seneca Village. He Village. He was like, you know, he basically, man, it was just so damn evil, man. How he tried to say that, you know, Captain Cesario was like, well, listen, you know, Seneca Village was an all-black community. We didn't really start, you know, really having the conflicts as much as we have now in the drug addiction until after the civil rights movement. You know, he tried to say, well, what were they doing on the land? What were they doing on the land? Like that, ain't that crazy about it? Like, how can you jump to that, man? How can you jump to that? You know what I'm saying? The people of Seneca Village, blood cries up into them. You understand what I'm saying? And what's going on overseas, it is supposed to happen. Those things are supposed to happen. You understand? Our people been pillaged, been unalived in all kinds of ways, man. It's ridiculous. Black people are still being lynched today. In 2023. And when black people try to bring up the things that happened to us during our time here in slavery, you understand? You know what people try to say? They try to downplay it. They downplay it. They tell you stop being a victim. Well, guess what? Now we get to sit back and watch everything happen to them. And it is what it is. We got to start thinking as a nation of people. And if you don't think like we are a part of a nation, then you are a slave mentally. You dig what I'm saying? You think that you're American. You got some people that will be prideful to say it about it. Oh, I'm American. You're a slave. I'm Mexican, and I'm a proud Mexican, and I'm this, I'm that. Whatever. If it ain't saying that you are the 12 tribes of Israel, you are a slave. You understand what I'm saying? And you need to get a real dose of reality real quick. Because when everything fall down, Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, we're all we going to really have. It's going to be clear as day. All right. Yeah, go ahead.
From Egypt to Israel posted a precept that was relevant to your precept.
All right, we're going to hold off on the precepts.
All
right. Give me Amos 3 and 7. Amos 3 and 7.
This is the book Amos 3 and verse 7.
Go
ahead. Sure, the Lord God will do nothing, but he revealeth his secret unto his servants.
He does what?
But he revealeth his secret unto unto his servants, the prophets.
He reveals it. He revealed it to the ISUPK.
Right.
And people will always try to make it, they try to be upset in their feelings. Oh, y'all think y'all the only ones with the truth. How did you think you get the truth? Here in America, wherever you at. The Most High was dealing with the ISUPK first. That's why we able to put together the church. The reason why every Israelite group in the world fashions themselves in some kind of way like us. We were the ones that broke down these scriptures. That doctrine that people run around with, and even how you hold, I would say try to hold camp, is ISUPK. The Most High gave these prophecies to us to understand. If it was so easy to understand, then how come Esau can't easily understand it? How come the pastors and everybody that read this Bible easily can't understand it? Now, don't get it wrong. Esau know what this Bible is talking about. The ones that understands. Because you got to remember, they're not like us. They actually have, they actually understand. They didn't, okay, how can I say it? It's not like us where it's a major gap in our lineage. Most black people don't even know who their great-grandfather is. Because we never got that, we never had that introduction or sat down. So knowledge is lost from all the way back then. But the white man don't have to worry about that. They can go to their grandfather, grandfather's like, look, that Bible is talking about black people. Hey, that Bible, you understand what I'm saying? Like I think Commander Jane Howard is bringing down one of the founding fathers of Freemasonry. You know what I mean? He was talking about World War III and things like that. But again, these people understood that the Bible was prophecy. All right. So the Most High said that, man, he's going to reveal his secrets to the prophets, man. Give me Matthew 24 and 6, Brother Bishop.
Okay.
Like, listen, Commander Johanna is going to break it down way better than I ever can. Y'all hold on. Y'all ask y'all questions. If y'all got them, hold on to them until, you know, we can make sure that he get them. I know it's a lot of comments going on, and you know, I mean, the comment section. You know, I mean, he'll be here. I mean, it's 7:14 where we at right now in the world. Any minute now, he gonna be coming through. So, have your questions. You know, I'm gonna shoot it to him and see if he can answer them for you. All right. Read what you got.
Okay. This is the book of Matthew, 24, verse 6.
Mm-hmm.
And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars.
Yeah, these are the prophecies, and again, I'm just skimming on it because Commander Gene Hanna is going to break it down more and more. Y'all just keep watching Commander Gene Hanna channel. It's like part 1, part 2, part 3. I mean, you probably have the part 10 by now with Abba. You know what I'm saying? But if you just take notes and understand how we breaking it down, you're going to totally understand wars and rumors of wars. That's what we hearing right now. Keep going.
Okay. So again, and ye shall hear wars and rumors of wars.
Good.
See that ye be not troubled.
Wow, we shouldn't be troubled. We shouldn't be all panicking. We shouldn't be crying and praying for other nations. We should just sit back. And the same way how they treat the Haitians, the same love that they gave the Haitians and the Mexicans and blacks and Native Americans, just fall back. Don't even worry about it. It's all good. Let it happen. We gotta start learning that all that hatred that we got for one another, we gotta learn how to transfer that energy to these other nations. And I'm not telling you to go out and go hurt anybody. That's not what we do. What we do is don't give them our hearts. Don't give them our souls and our love. We don't got enough. We don't even be having enough love to give to us. Let's take away all that love that we have from all these other nations. Talk about, oh, everybody needs to be saved. No, we need to be saved. Like, what they need to be saved from? They got a military with thermonuclear warheads. They got ships in the water right now that can level a whole country. They don't need saving. We're the ones that need saving. What army is defending Blacks, Hispanic, Native Americans? What army? What people is really supporting us? And please don't talk about the South American armies and all of those things. The white man literally has they're the puppet master. Even when it comes to Mexico, puppet master. Okay, that's why they go inside these countries and make them try to push democracy, so that they can have control, be the puppet master. Keep reading.
But the end is not yet.
The end is not yet. The end is not yet, man. You know what I mean? These things it's going to be a lot of things that's going on around me. Everybody that's talking about, they got a big debate right now talking about restaurants. Oh yeah, you can't take me on that on the first date. It's gonna be a time you gonna wish that you can eat some Waffle House, because you might be so wrapped into this world and being comfortable in it. When things start hitting the fan, you know that if you don't got your stockpile now, you understand, and things start going crazy, and things start hitting the fan, you're gonna wish that you can eat some Waffle House. you understand what I'm saying? You're gonna wish that you could eat some Cheesecake Factory food. You're gonna wish that you could eat and drink, period. But you don't know how these times are gonna happen. Keep going.
This is book Matthew 4 verse 7. For nation shall rise against nation.
Come on. Keep going.
And kingdom against kingdom.
Kingdom against kingdom. Keep going.
And there shall be famines.
Famines. It's going to get real. We saw what happened when COVID-19 hit. We saw it. We saw what happened. Let me tell you something. We saw what happened when ICE came and locked up a bunch of our Mexican brothers and sisters. Right? They always talking about, illegal immigrants. They're the real legal immigrants. But if it's not for the Hispanics working on those plantations, on them farms, you know that America don't survive. Like shout out Kevin Cesario, man. He said, without Blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, without the 12 tribes of Israel, America will fall. Right. They can't work hard as us. They don't have the ambition like we do. Right. They're not going to work the jobs that we would tolerate and work. I'll be at my slave, right? And literally, it's this it's this subcontracting company that does housekeeping in the building I work in. And me and the other guy that I work with, he's like a primary guy on the site. He makes a good amount of money, right? But the other people that comes in, their starting rate is like low as ever. And we're grown, okay? We live in 2023. The price of living is expensive. In my head, I'm like, okay, y'all paying these people this much money. You know how many people I done seen come and go within a year? At least like 7-8 people. These people is giving chump change. You understand what I'm saying? No, who's going to work that job if Black, Hispanic, Native Americans don't work it? They're not going to work that job because they know damn well the price of living is too much. You dig what I'm saying? They won't be able. They don't have the spirit that we do to make things elevate. That's why Christ hold the people. That's why Christ called it. He said, "Man, we the salt of the earth. We are. We the salt of the earth, and we have to start being able to benefit off of one another. That's why the ISUPK is here. You know what I mean? And I always preach this, man. Like brothers out there, it's time. I see a lot of people. They watch the shows. They watch the classes. It's time for, if you're not in this school already, you need to get in. You need to get in all black quickly, because it's a war going on outside. It's a whole war going on outside, and it's not the time to fall back, chill. hey man, I see y'all. I see the fight going on. Oh, and when the fight go on, man, I'm gonna be there. You should be here now. You know what I'm saying? Like it's time to get active. I always tell brothers that's around me. I say, man, we gotta stay active. You know what I mean? It's especially right now. You know what I mean? Let's put a foot on the gas. We can't work. We gotta be like in the fifth gear right now because everything is happening. Everything. That famine is going to happen. All that make believe delusional lifestyle, everything is going to go back to the old ways of living. All right, we can skip that. Give me Revelations 19 and 11. I'm gonna try to go through that quickly because this is a secret that we understand that the Most High revealed to the ISUPK that the world still don't understand to this day. Still don't understand it. Still don't know why this is talking about this in the Bible. Like you get this to a Christian, you ask them, what you think Judgment Day gonna be? How you think Christ gonna come back? And they'll give you this song and a dance. But this is how Christ's gonna come back. Go ahead.
But Revelation 19, verse 11.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw heaven open, and behold, a white horse.
A white horse. Keep going.
And he that sat upon him was called faithful and true.
It was what?
And he that sat upon him was called faithful and true.
Faithful and true. That's what he's called. So if Christ is labeled as being faithful and true, if we supposed to, people out there call themselves Christians, you have to be faithful and true. How can you be faithful? I think everybody understand that because especially sisters out there, you want a man to be faithful. You understand? You brothers out there, you understand that you want a woman to be faithful, playing by the rules. I think somebody at the door. You know, you want somebody to play by the rules. Christ was labeled as being faithful and true. All right, that's his reputation. All right, it says that and in righteousness he does judge and make war. Why? Because he's a king, man. The Most High gave him that authority. Ain't nobody. All right, the Most High gave Christ that authority. We're gonna figure out what Christ, you understand, is what he's gonna do with that authority. Keep going. Verse 12.
God. This is the book of Acts. We will finish 11.
Straight to 12. I finished it.
This is the book of Revelation, 19 and verse 12.
Mm-hmm.
His eyes were as a flame of fire.
Keep going.
And on his head were many crowns.
Right.
And yet a name written that no man knew, but he himself.
Yeah, man. A lot of people don't understand Christ today. That's why here in ISUPK, we love to present ourselves in the name of Christ. That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to represent the kingdom of God. We're supposed to represent the Most High. We're supposed to represent our King. We can't go outside and be it's the same way, like, you know, your parents, when they tell you, man, don't go out making me look like, don't be out there going outside embarrassing me. You understand? It's the same way with the Most High. Let's not embarrass the Most High. Let's keep these commandments. That's what we need to do. The commandments actually make our nation wise and strong. It prevents the bad things from happening within our lives and to other people. Like today, you know, I'm from Philly, so I like to keep my ears to what's going on in the city. I see a lot. I see a lot of unalivings. I'm like, okay, what was going on? So I might holler at some people that's still around in the streets and stuff like that to figure out what's going on. And like, I hear things, and you know, today I was watching you know, some of the stories of what was going on, and because, you know, these kids is got these demons on them so heavily, they literally telling on themselves and moving any kind of way. You understand what I'm saying? And because we're not keeping these commandments of God, the children right now, They young as 15, 13, 11 years old, 12 years old in the streets, using high-power firearms, illegal firearms, and using them against their own brothers. The ones that grew up in the same struggle as them. As parents, we got to understand that we had to keep these commandments of God. The commandments of God would not have you going to a funeral early as hell for your child. You shouldn't have to bury your child first. Your child should be burying you. Like, while I'm listening to this story, it's literally my little cousin that got unalived. One of the guys in one of these groups. You understand what I'm saying? Like, and that's just one. It's more. You understand, of my family members that's affiliated with these unalivings that's going on in the city. And if we understood the power of keeping the commandments of God, man, our children, we won't have to worry about our boys getting into the streets, because why? They know to love their brother. So when you out here and you trying to kick game about about these commandments and this truth, you gotta break it down to somebody that you gotta break it down to common understanding. You don't want to go too hard and give them like a whole bunch that they won't be able to understand. Talk about them kids. Talk about, we keep the commandments of God. We won't have to bury our children so young. You understand? If we keep the commandments of God, we won't have to worry about our daughters, you understand, bringing some baby back at 16, or, you understand, having multiple bodies by the time she's 17 years old. Like, you got to break it down like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? If we keep the commandments of God, we won't have to be walking around with bullets still in us. You understand? Because we got shot at. If we keep the commandments of God, we wouldn't have to be worried about child support, worrying about raising babies by ourselves because, you understand, you slept with some coward, you understand, some unfit brother, you understand? I mean, you got to break it down to them with everybody fronting their mind issues. You understand? Christ came for Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. We got to represent Christ, especially right now. We can't walk around. It shouldn't be a stigma that Black people don't take care, Black men don't take care of their kids. It shouldn't be a stigma that a Black woman had multiple baby daddies. It shouldn't be a stigma that Black people relationships just don't, they just don't, work. And Black women is loudmouth and ignorant, and Black men is, you understand, just criminals. We got to change that, not now, but right now. All right. Christ is letting us know how we gonna get some justice. That's why Christ said, man, keep the commandments of God. Be steadfast in this truth. If you fall weak, count on your brothers. Count on your brothers so that you can continue to fight. You understand me? We gotta fight. Like me personally, I tell brothers, man, okay, yeah, we can be the head of that woman in that house all day long, but we also gotta be heads, you understand, and have responsibility over other houses. Right. Meaning the men that's in there, we should be, hey, brother, you know what I'm saying? This is what we gotta do, boom, 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 boom. Because that's the time that we in right now. The Black, Hispanic, Native American man, we don't got no time to be sitting back, chilling, thinking that we can just live our good old life and, you understand, chase after women and party and drink and what else? Get high. That ain't the life for a Black, Hispanic, Native American man. We built to be soldiers, built to be leaders of this nation. That's what we supposed to be doing. You understand? And you sisters out there, you understand? You need to be supporting the brothers that's getting active in these streets and doing what the Most High told us to do. You understand? Supporting your husband, supporting your brothers, showing your sisters, man, how to be righteous and modest. That's why I love the ISUPK, because it represents righteousness.
Right.
We got to keep pushing. You understand? Let's keep reading.
Okay. This is the book of Revelation, 19, verse 12. His eyes were as a flame of fire.
His what?
His eyes were as a flame of fire.
Come on, man, that's Christ. We already know what it's talking about. Eyes, flame is fire. Drunk a lot of wine. You understand? Drunk a lot of wine. Keep going.
And on his head were many crowns.
With many crowns. How you get these many crowns, Abba? Let's keep reading.
And he had a name written that no man knew.
Keep going.
But he himself.
Keep going.
Verse 13. And he was clothed with a vessel dipped, and he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood.
That's how he got all them crowns, y'all. That's for the blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. He got all of those crowns because he had to go to war. That's what it means, your vesture being dripped in, like it's been dipped in blood. You understand? That's what our king is ready to do for us. And if we don't understand that, then you're gonna get left. All that money that you slave for, all those ambitions and goals, all of that. Listen, I buy all the nights that you wrote papers and studied for tests in college. None of those things is going to matter if you don't understand that Christ is coming back for us and what we must do. Straight up. Like when I understood that, like, let me tell you something, man. I was the type of cat, if I fell on hard times, if the white man's paper wasn't giving me enough, I was gonna try to make some money. You understand? Until I came into the school, I realized that money, you understand, should never be my God. And a lot of us, money is our God. Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabbat. You ready for it right now? I'm ready for you. All right, with that being said, y'all committed in your hand here. I'm gonna pass the class over to him. Oh no, you can't run no time, so let's order for you right there.
Good. Oh man, a lot going on, huh? The world is falling apart. They're bombing the hell out of them Palestinians, aren't they? Killing the hell out of them. You know what I'm saying? What was you working on? Most High Christ. Most High Christ. Any questions online? All right. All right, you gonna grab it? You get with you?
Okay, I got it, sir. It's the book of Matthew, chapter 18, and verse 3. And said, verily I say unto you, except ye be converted and become as little children, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven.
What Christ is trying to show us is a path to getting into the kingdom of heaven. One of the main things that destroyed us to get in the kingdom of heaven is our carnal pride. That's why we follow the religions of the other nations. When you follow the religions of the other nations, it's mostly because you're proud, because your people are destroyed. So it don't feed your pride to serve your people, but it does feed your pride to put on the suit and to pretend to be a Christian and to act as though, you know, you are worthy and
you are, better than thou. Christians are famous for saying, you're going to go to hell, which there is no physical hell. Famous for it. Famous for acting as though they're saved. Even the words "I'm saved" is an abomination, in that Christ said, "He that endureth to the end shall be saved." So for you to think you're saved is an evil thing to do. You saved from what? The hell and destruction is still coming. But in these religions, we're proud. We're proud. We join Islam and act like Islam is the way and hate our own people. We take on the Bible, on the Quran, and we become fellows with the Arabs and not with our own people. So Christ is trying to say here, except you be converted. And here's the key word, converted. What do you have to be converted from? You got to be converted from them lies that you're living in, them religious lies you're in that made you proud, that made you think you were great. Christ was teaching, and the brothers and sisters that hated him went to the Sadducees and Pharisees in the temple and said, yo, man, you know that there's a guy standing on the street teaching all kinds of things out of the scriptures and doing miracles, because they were proud. They loved the Sadducees and Pharisees. They loved the power they was in. They loved the fact that they was sitting in the high seats and had a great temple and had a relationship with the Romans. So they went and told them, look, man, Christ, what is he doing out there? Who is that guy? And that's also why they challenged him with questions. They tried to come up against him because, of course, he wasn't of the acceptable order. He was the rebel against the order. So Christ was telling us, man, unless you become like a little child, how are children? Children misbehave. Then they get corrected. And then what do? They learn from that correction and start to walk in the right way. By the time they become an adult, they're the way they're, in most cases, the way that you raised them up. Nowadays, it's a lot different, of course, because you got TV teaching them 24/7 and the internet how to be evil. So Christ was saying, man, unless you become like this little child where you can forgive. You see how children forgive? They fight 1 minute, then they forgive each other. They do something wrong, get punished. They be crying 1 minute, and then they get punished, and right after that they go back to playing. That's how we to become, man. We to forgive each other. We to stop our sinning and become brand new. We to become like them little children. Otherwise, we ain't gonna enter in the kingdom of heaven. You keep that spirit that you in the world. You keep that spirit that's in the world. You keep that pride, then you're not entering in the kingdom of heaven. Read verse 4.
This is the book of Matthew, chapter 18, and verse 4. Whosoever therefore shall humble himself as this little child.
You humble yourself as this little child. He's pointing to a small child, like a young teenager that's standing there. Young child. He said, if you shall humble yourself like this little child, because they was proud. And we in that same proud world. You understand? We in that same proud world. If this building was laced with gold and diamonds and was 4 or 5 Rolls Royces out front and a couple of rappers or superstars in here, you wouldn't be able to get in the door because everybody would be able to feed their pride for wealth, their pride for power, their pride for fame. You'd be able to feed your pride in here, so you'd come in here. You wouldn't get the knowledge. You wouldn't care what's being taught in here. You would come in here and get and have your pride fulfilled. But in the truth, your pride doesn't get fulfilled. The truth about you gets fulfilled, which means what? You got to humble yourself to become brand new. You got to take the low. That's why he's saying, whosoever, 4th verse, whosoever therefore shall humble themselves as this little child. What? I appreciate it. As this little child, the same is greatest in the kingdom of heaven. I didn't mean to take it from you, Salaki. The Lord said the same is greatest in the kingdom of heaven. That humility to this truth, that bowing your head to this work of the Lord and not to what's in the world and not to what feeds you. That's why it says in Revelation, these are they who love not their lives even unto death. because they didn't put their lives first. They put the truth first. They put that first. And you got to be that kind of person. You got to put the truth first, and then guess what? You'll be ready for the kingdom of heaven. But if you like these religions out here, if you like people in the world out here, you're gonna fill yourself with pride, and it's gonna stop you. Go ahead. What verse you at?
Verse 4 at the end, sir.
Go ahead.
Whosoever therefore shall humble himself as this little child, the same is greatest in the kingdom of heaven. Verse 5. And whoso shall receive one such little child, in my name receiveth me.
That's right. You receive one of these children in Christ's name, you receive Christ. And let me tell you something. Right now, to receive Christ, you got to humble yourself in the ISUPK. You can't just because you claim to be a servant of Christ don't mean you get accepted like a little child. You got to come in the truth to be accepted as a little child. You understand? Because a lot of people are like charlatans. They think, well, I believe in Jesus. Well, I believe, I'm a Muslim, but I believe that Jesus was a prophet. So that means you're supposed to get accepted. You're supposed to get in the kingdom of heaven. No, it don't work that way. You got to humble yourself like a child. And in the ISUPK, the Lord raised this school up, this nation up, for you to become a part of it. If you don't want to humble yourself to that, then you are fighting against Christ. You are fighting against your own pride. Your own pride is seducing you to rebel against the truth. And that's where you get fake Israelite groups. You get all kinds of stuff out of that. You get it out of that because, once again, they don't want to all do. We all going to humble ourselves in that day. As we get closer to the end, we're going to be humble. Because we're going to see horrible things in this earth that's going to humble us to where we need to be at as a people. Go ahead, Al. Please.
My time being in the truth and being able to take the back seat most of the majority of the time, that's what I like to do. And when like debates is happening, or like when in the round, like being able to see like Cat Cesario, and his whole crew that he does that debates, especially on Clubhouse. One thing that I've realized, Israelites that's outside of this school, when they try to debate, they can never talk good or try to debate about brotherhood. Because in order for you to debate about brotherhood, you'll be cutting yourself. And I've seen it so many times. I mean, imagine how they, I know this, and then when they get to that brotherhood scripture, it'll be like, so you're supposed to, your brother. And so then it's like, we just sitting there, you got Cat Cesario, I sitting on the stage, and it's like, come on, man, what you about to try to defend means that your whole campus shouldn't even be in existence.
I hear you. That's heavy. And let me tell you something. Not everybody, but some of them cats that try to debate Captain Cesario, it's righteous that the Lord have them get smashed. And I'm going to tell you why. Because some of them, especially in, all these different religions, they debating Cesario for their pride's sake. They're not really debating. Many of them are debating him really to understand knowledge and believe they know something better. But a lot of them are just proud. Like they just want to come up against him because they just want to test their skills or their ability to see if they got it. So they're going to come up against him in battle, and the Lord smashes them every time. And that's right that it happens because you're doing it for the wrong reason, for an evil reason, because of your pride. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead. What verse you in?
We are in verse 6, sir.
Go ahead.
All right. We're in the book of Matthew, chapter 18, verse 6. But whoso shall offend one of these little ones which believe in me, it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and that he were drowned in the depth of the sea.
Right. A millstone is a big old wheel they use, and that they grind down meal with it, okay, or use it for other grinding things. A real heavy shaved down stone. And so he's saying it's better that was hung around your neck than you to offend one of these little ones. Meaning Christ cares about the brothers and sisters in the truth. You understand? He cares about them. And if you coming up against them, you should be aware of why you coming up against them. If you coming up against them for pride's sake, then it's better you had that millstone around your head, because the Lord gonna come and deal with you because of those offenses that you bring. So I hope that answers the question. If you got, it should answer the question for everybody. If it doesn't, put it in the comments. Any other questions? Okay, let's roll them right quick.
Officer Amor Awarrior.
Big shout out to Officer Warrior. Good, huh?
Revelation 12:3, can I get a breakdown on the 10 horns and 7 kingdoms? And how does that relate to World War III?
Okay, I'm gonna definitely rock that out in 2 minutes. Give me the one after that, because I'm gonna give him a whole lot in Revelations 12. So if the other one is shorter, I'll do that first, and then we'll rock out Revelation 12.
This is from Natita Navar.
Okay.
Sloppy General, could a precept for saying I'm saved be like Ezekiel 13:10?
Go ahead.
Saying peace and there is no peace?
Yeah, you absolutely right. It does fit in. It's two different things, but it does fit with the same spirit on the person. You understand? Saying peace, peace, and there is no peace. They're saying peace, peace, because they're proud against the Lord. You understand? They're proud against the Lord, saying peace, peace, when there is no peace. You understand? And what was the first part he said? Could it be compared to?
Sloppy General, could a precept for saying I'm saved?
Right. So the I'm saved is perfect, because they're proud and there is no safety, and they're saying they're saved and they're not saved. So yeah, that can be put together. Same spirit, two different type of incidents, same spirit. The Lord said one of the 6 things he hates is a proud look. The Lord don't, you're flesh and blood. You're a flesh and blood human being. You get sick, you get ill, you get depressed, you understand? You get hurt. All the things that a human does. But men in their pride create all types of gods and create themselves as a god in some cases. You understand? When you are none of those things, when what you should be is humble before the Most High power that's above you, man. You understand? That's why the Lord said in the scriptures that the Lord, the height of the heavens cannot lay out I'm paraphrasing, cannot lay out how high the Lord is above you. The Most High is way, way above you. So you need to have humility. So what the brother said is right. To even believe that you're saved or believe is peace and safety, sudden destruction, because you don't control those things, man. The Lord controls those things, which is why you should obey it. Like we wouldn't be in captivity and we wouldn't be in poverty and on drugs and locked up in prisons and in absolute hell with broken families and the likes if we had obeyed the Lord. But our pride made us not obey the Lord. When we came out of Egypt and we were in the wilderness, Moses went up on the mountains to get the tablets from the Lord. Show you how bad shape we was in. We was in bad shape when we came out of Egypt. Moses went up on the mountain, man, and was getting those tablets from the Lord. Now, we had seen miracles. We had seen the great things the Lord did. And the minute he went up in there, they said, man, let's build a golden calf, man. We don't know where Moses at. Why did they want to build a golden calf? Why didn't they build a calf out of clay or cut a calf out of wood? Why did they want to build a golden calf? Because a golden calf would have gave them the pride they want. They didn't want a God that just did miracles and told them to be humble. They wanted a God that was made of gold, that they could big him up, that they could show themselves proud to him. And they ended up dead, man, because of it. The Lord slaughtered tens of thousands of us because of how wicked we was in that wilderness, man. You understand? Go ahead, Al.
If I could, sir, that's how you know the Bible is
The real deal.
talking about us.
Yes.
Because when you look at that story, like when you were just explaining, I was like, man, I can imagine the Most High doing that, taking us from our captivity, trying to bring us back home, and we traveling, and I can see people trying to do that exact same thing.
Yeah.
Instead of them being like, oh, the Most High just jumped with us, did all these miraculous works, and you know what I'm saying? Because again, like,
because of pride. Like we got no loyalty to the Most High. That's our problem. Remember when Christ healed, you go back and read the story, when Christ healed the 10 lepers, one came back. The other 9 didn't come back. And Christ asked, where's the other 9? He already knew where they were. He said, where's the other 9 at? He was making a point for these records that we didn't appreciate nothing the Lord did for us. We didn't appreciate nothing. We so proud. We think we did it. We think we accomplished it. You understand? We think we did these things. And so we don't have no humility that the Lord did these things. So we don't have no idea that we owe the Lord for these things that he did for us. You understand? Salaki, you got it? That we owe the Lord for these things that he did for us. You know what I'm saying? That we don't have no conscience for the things that are done to us. We got to be retaught it all again. And that's what Christ was trying to get us to see in that same Matthew 18th chapter. He was trying to let us see that you're going to have to humble yourself like this child. You're going to have to get off of your pride, off of your own self-will and what you think and how you feel. So yeah, that's a good scripture. And what happened in coming out of Egypt is perfect. And that's what happens to a people when they're in captivity under another nation. If you're in captivity under another nation, that nation teaches you to be proud with nothing. That nation teaches you to be proud and selfish, man. Good to see you, Ward. That nation teaches you to be proud and selfish with nothing so that you can be proud about nothing. And then we got out in the wilderness, and to us, making a golden calf was a big deal, okay, when it was not. So was that it? Was that the question?
That was the question.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take 1 or 2 more, and then I'm going to jump into Revelation 12 so I can get to that 3rd verse, all right?
So, this is from Dakaya.
Okay.
So, sir, can I get a breakdown of Hebrews 13, chapter 13, verses 10 through 14?
Let's go there.
On the sacrifice being burned without the camp.
Where we going?
Hebrews chapter 13, verse 10 through 14. Specifically, on the scripture on the sacrifice being burned without the camp. That's in 11.
Yeah, let me go up above it.
Okay. This is Hebrews 13, verse 10. We have an altar.
Wait a minute. Go above it.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Okay.
Start at 9.
Ooh, it's so good. Let's start at 8.
8, count. This is the book of Hebrews, 13, verse 8. Jesus Christ, the same yesterday and today and forever. Verse 9. Be not carried about with divers and strange doctrines, for it is a good thing that the heart be established with grace.
Right. Don't be carried away with strange doctrines and strange religions that fill you full of pride. Go ahead.
Not with meats.
Not with meats. Like don't let meats carry you away. Meaning rich food, living deliciously. You understand? Meats was not as a big thing when you free as it is when you're in captivity. In captivity, they give you as much meat as they can because, of course, you're a slave. So they want to keep you strong and happy and dumb. So they're filling you up with meats. Not so much anymore, but at one time, meat was everywhere. Most nations don't eat meat every day, but we eat meat every day, sometimes 2-3 times a day. They make sure of that because they want a happy slave, a willing, strong slave. You understand? But Paul said, don't get caught up into the meats, man. Go ahead.
Which have not profited them that have been occupied therein.
It didn't profit them that occupied therein. Thanksgiving don't profit nobody.
Right.
But that turkey get worshipped like it's a god. They're talking about, they have whole, it is, 20, 30 TV shows in the morning about how to cook the turkey. You're going to see that all next month. How to cook the turkey, how to cook the ham, what to have in the turkey, what you should have with the turkey, when to eat the turkey, how to eat the turkey, who should be there when you eat the turkey, what to do with the leftovers. You know what I'm saying? Like, it'd be a full turkey worship. And that's what Paul was saying, that those that's occupied within it, man, are not, and it's metaphoric in that meats being religions and actual physical meats. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
We have an altar.
We have an altar. That altar is our King Yahushua. He's our altar, is what Paul's trying to say. Don't go looking for another altar to worship on. Go ahead.
Well, they have no right to eat which serve the tabernacle.
Right. They that serve the tabernacle don't have a right to eat. And that's also metaphoric in that when you work in the temple, when you were a Levite and you worked in the temple, you understand, what was going on the altar, you couldn't eat. There was a portion given to the Levites, but that meat that was going on the altar, you couldn't eat that meat. That meat, you was not worthy to eat that meat. That meat was sacrificed to the Most High. And he's saying the same now, that Christ is now that altar. And those that's sitting there as priests, they not worthy to eat that meat. He was talking about the Sadducees and Pharisees. Same like we talk about the Christians and Muslims today. They're not worthy to sit there and eat that meat. Let's read on.
Okay. Verse 11. For the bodies of those beasts whose blood is brought into the sanctuary by the high priest for sin are burned without the camp.
Meaning they brought to the high priest for sin offerings. Those things are burned. Don't nobody eat those things. They put them on the altar and they burn them. Okay. So they put on the altar outside without the camp, meaning outside of where the people dwell. And they burn the sacrifice. And then they burn that sacrifice outside the temple and do away with it because it's sacrificed to the Lord. They don't eat it themselves, okay? Same is supposed to apply today. Those priests that was serving during the time of the temple and the ones today, they're not worthy to eat of this meat, okay? Go ahead. But Christ did say we were, because he said, this is my body. This is as often as you will, do it in remembrance of me. You understand? Go ahead.
Verse 12. Wherefore, Jesus also, that he might sanctify the people with his own blood.
Right. Him also. Meaning he got killed outside. God, when you go and look physically where they sacrificed Christ, they sacrificed him in an area called Golgotha, some Greek word. I don't know it off the top of my head. But it's the place where people were crucified. They had tons of crosses, a big ass field out there. And they got tons of crosses, like a cemetery on. But with crosses where they kill you at, and then they take you off the cross and bury you. So, and it's outside the walls of Jerusalem. It's not inside the camp. It's outside the camp. And so Paul is saying Christ, the same way, was taken outside of our camp and sacrificed, on the cross. Meaning he was that same meat that was on the altar that the priest of the tabernacle was unworthy of. And so Christ is the sacrifice that, guess what? We, unless we come into the truth, are unworthy of. We're not worthy of eating that meat. Go ahead.
Oh God.
Read the whole 13th again.
Oh God, this is the book of Hebrews 13 and verse 13. Let us go forth therefore into him.
Unto him.
Oh, God, sir.
That's all right.
Let us go forth therefore unto him without a camp.
Right. He's saying now now that we got the truth, let's go forth onto him. Let's leave the camp, or more deeper understanding. Let's leave these carnal people's mind and let's go now and become just like Christ. Let's come now and be sacrifices for his kingdom. You understand? Go ahead.
Bearing his reproach.
Bearing his reproach, meaning we bearing the cross that he bare. He was reproached. He was hated. That's how he ended up getting innocently killed, because he was hated by the Sadducees and Pharisees, because he was wiser than them and he was doing miracles and he was called by the Lord and he was the Lord's chosen. But what were they? Another good lesson. They were proud. They were proud. They didn't want to hear that this cat from Nazareth was doing miracles and was getting more popular than them, more famous than them. They were like, hold up, man. Remember when Caiaphas said, what do we do? Well, this man doeth many miracles, and all people will believe on him. So they didn't want the people to turn now to Christ. So they reproached Christ. They made Christ something evil. They accused him of being a criminal. So then, because they did all that, he ended up getting crucified wrongfully. Well, Paul is saying, let's go with him. Let's go with him without the cap, bearing his reproach. Let's carry the same hatred he had. We're going to carry that same hatred, which is why the brothers is hated on the street. You're not hated on the street because of the way you dress. You're not hated on the street because of the color of your skin. You're not hated on the street because of your jackets or how much money you got. You ain't hated for that. You hated on the street because of what you say. What's coming out your mouth is what came from Christ, the truth. And that's why you hate it. And that's why and that's why Paul said, we'll bear his reproach. Let's go out to camp bearing his reproach. Let's separate from the mindset of these people, of our people, and we'll be hated the same way to bring forth the truth. Was that the verse he asked about 13?
He asked about 11.
Oh, okay. I went on for a couple more.
No, he wanted to bring up 2:14.
Oh, 2:14. Okay, let's keep going.
For this is the last verse.
Okay.
14. For here have we no continual city, but we seek one to come.
And that's heavy too. Now he's in Jerusalem telling them this. Okay. It says, for here have we no continuing city. Meaning here, this city we sitting in, this place we in, this place is about to be destroyed. They reproached Christ, and they're going to be just like that sacrifice. They're going to be thrown outside the new city, the new camp. So he said, here we have no continuing city, but we do seek one to come, which is the kingdom of heaven that Yahweh is going to build. We do seek that one. That one is going to come. But this one right here, this one is no continuing city. This place is going to be destroyed. So he said, let's go out and stand with him, which is the same for right now. Right now, we should be preparing to leave this place and not trying to join this place. More we put our spirit in this place, like the scriptures said, he that loveth this world, the love of this world is enmity with the Lord. That's why when you come to serve the Most High in the truth, you're going to have needs and you're going to suffer different things, especially all type of things that you may never have suffered before or never experienced before. But you have to put your mindset to say, look, whatever comes along, I'm going to navigate it. I'm not going to let it pull me away, because there's things out here that Satan knows you love that he seeks to pull you away with. If you was a up and coming rapper in the world and you come into truth, he's going to try to give you some opportunities for you to go back to trying to become a rapper so you could leave the truth. If you was a corporate raider or businessman or some, I don't know, military superstar killing all the heathens, he gonna look for opportunities for you so that you could be lured back to the world, away from the truth. And which is why you can't do that. You got to be like, look, I'm going to take the reproach of Christ. I'm going to be hated and whatever else that comes with it. And I'm going to navigate it with me and my brothers. And we're going to carry this truth on until we can get the hell up out of here, until Christ returns and gets us out of here. You understand? Go ahead, Al. Please.
Captain Codd, let it be known at Hebrew Academy,
will be coming up soon. I believe the next Passover, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
The brothers is the one to stand. For sure, Hebrew Academy will get all of that worldly wants out of you, for sure. You know what I mean?
Yep, Hebrew Academy is going to be a beautiful experience and a beautiful chance for you to, damn right, a beautiful chance for brothers and sisters to escape the world, to get away from the spirit of this world and walk with the Most High in that spirit. So yeah, that's tight. All right. So I think does that answer that for him? You got any other ones? Because I'm going to jump. If not, I'm going to Revelation 12. But if you got anything else, we'll do that, huh?
We do, but
yeah, come on with it. How many more you got? Let me just gauge it.
okay, we got one.
Let's just do this one then, and we'll see how long that takes. All right, let's go.
This is stop it, sir. This is from Kimmy.
Okay.
Stockton Commander Journey High. What will happen to a Hebrew Israelite who doesn't make it into the kingdom? What land will they go to when everyone else has to go back to their designated place?
Okay, all Israel is going to end up in the kingdom of heaven, but all Israel will not be on the top of the kingdom of heaven. So if you don't make it into the kingdom of heaven in the first time, you'll be born back into the kingdom of heaven, but you will not have the same rulership. You will have blown your chance to rule the world. That's why David said, if he had to, he said, I'd rather be a doorkeeper in the kingdom of heaven. Because there's going to be brothers that's not going to have the power of brothers that sacrifice for the Lord. They still the bloodline of Israel, so they're going to make it into the nation in the kingdom when the kingdom is set up, but they're going to have no power in that kingdom. They're going to have no power at all. You brothers that you see that are great and powerful in this world doing evil, them brothers they're going to be around, but they're going to be on the bottom of the kingdom. Like this world is perfectly upside down. The brothers that come into the truth have a spirit on them to rule the world. They just don't know it because you've been a slave your whole life. So you don't know what's inside you that brought you into this truth and made you strong. But when Christ returned, Christ gonna put a crown on your head and give you a seat high in the kingdom of heaven. You can be like, me? You will be like, yeah, you take that crown and go rule over there. And you're gonna be in that power. But now the brothers in here that's out here in this world who are proud, who think they know better, who are harming and killing at their wits to gain and be successful, thinking they can do it. When the kingdom come around, Christ gonna say, you was unworthy. You didn't do what you were supposed to do. You didn't take your seat at the bottom. Now the bottom is still gonna be great compared to the other nations, but it's gonna be in the bottom of the kingdom. You understand? So they'll still get into our land, but they'll have no power, to answer Kimmy's question. All right. And I could give you a scripture on it if you want. Might take a second, but to just read through it. Let me just see, you holding anything else? Just trying to gauge this time. Go ahead.
Just 2 questions.
Come on with it. So if Kimmy needs me to give an actual scripture on it, I could give it to her. I just gave it a layman's answer. But go ahead.
Officer Makaba, looks like Macabre.
Macabre. Big shout out to Macabre and the new baby.
Shalom. How about Shabbat Shabbat, General? Can I get a breakdown on the son of perdition and how it ties into Christ's return in World War III?
Okay, beautiful, because that lines right up with the 12. Let's get it. Yeah, just search it out, perdition. We got a couple of them you can go to. Yeah, 2 and 3. That's probably the one to take you right to it. It's quite a few of them, but.
All right, come on, sir. I have it.
Yep.
It's the book of 2 Thessalonians, chapter 2. Verse 3, let no man deceive you by any means.
Let no man deceive you. Let no man take this truth from you. You found something that's great, that's going to add to your life, make you strong, give you wisdom, show you the future, and deliver you into the kingdom of heaven. Don't let anybody steal it from you. Don't let anybody con you out of it. Don't let anybody lie to you and run you out the truth. Let no man deceive you by any means. Go ahead.
For that day shall not come, except there come a falling away first.
Meaning that day is not going to come until you see some death and destruction. It ain't going to come like the Christians say. It ain't going to come like, sweet and wonderful. And in that destruction, some are going to fall away. Some are going to get weak. Some are going to get fooled. Well, what Paul is saying here is don't let nobody deceive you and drag you away with their madness when they fall away or when they get destroyed. We see it in here all the time. People in here brothers, sisters come in the truth for a little while, learn the truth, learn everything, go back into the world, end up dead. If you're dumb enough to follow them, you could end up harmed too. I pray not for neither of you. But the reality is, once you put down the wisdom the Lord gave you, the Lord said, first of all, 7 demons take hold of you. That's number one. Then you go out wandering, looking for that death that you was on before. And you find it very quickly in many cases. When we get cleaned up from the sins we've had, we sometimes forget that we were a filthy sinner. And as a result, we start now to walk around like, I'm great and I'm good and I'm a righteous person and I'm this and I'm that. And before you know it, you done puffed yourself up right into not listening to the Lord no more. And then you walk out there in the world and destroy yourself. Well, Paul is saying, don't let nobody carry you into that. Don't let nobody gas you up to leave this truth, man. Go ahead.
Come. And that man of sin be revealed.
And there's a man in this earth that is all about sin. Pushing sin, teaching sin, lifting up sin, all of that is going on. And that man has everybody believing he's not that man of sin. That's why it says it has to be revealed. He got everybody believing he don't exist. And guess where he mostly has people believing he don't exist? In you. You don't believe you're a sinner. He got you fooled that you ain't a sinner. You know what I mean? Like he passes laws and said men who love other men should be allowed to love each other. There's no way that God is against love. And if you listen to that nonsense, you'll be carried away. If you got a demon on you that, loves to rob people, you love it. It's, you love the thrill of it. You love the spirit of it. And then he come along and say, listen, robbing somebody is not really a bad thing. It's better than murdering. And you fall for it, you're going to get seduced back into robbing people. So the Lord is saying, when you come into the truth and you learn this truth, you got to become a strong-minded brother or sister. You got to look at this for yourself, learn it, understand it, and then you committed to it not because another man's committed to it. You committed to it because you know you found the truth. You understand? That man, no other man can bring you in the kingdom. He can just help you get there. But you got to have the faith to go into the kingdom of heaven. So you got to put this in you for yourself, and then you'll be strong to not be fooled and overthrown by him. Read on.
In the book of 2 Thessalonians chapter 2.
Last end.
Verse 3 at the end.
That's right.
And that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition.
The son of perdition, meaning the son of hell. He's the son. He's the one that, brings hell on everybody. Okay. He's the one that brings eternal pain and suffering on everybody. everybody. I'm gonna get the actual definition. The definition is a state of eternal punishment and damnation into which a sinful and unrepentant person passes after death. Now that's the Christian theology way of writing, but this is not after death. That's not in that scripture. This is not after death. This is before death. That's them thinking that, you know, there's purgatory. You heard of purgatory before and all this Christian stuff, Catholic stuff. That's where they off at. But the word itself is like it brings out a state of eternal punishment. Like this is a man that is constantly bringing sin on the earth, constantly bringing sin in you, constantly convincing the world to go towards wickedness. And he's the son of perdition, meaning he is working directly under Satan. And who we know who that man is, right? Esau. Right. Esau. Okay. So that's it on that. You got one more, and then I got Revelation 12, right? Come on.
This is Masha Ben Yehuda, Slaki Adawan, Bo Kishor. If I may, can you give a breakdown from 2 Kings 22 chapter 22 verses 10 through when you want to stop? How much should this be the spirit we have today?
All right, let's see if I can get with you.
2 Kings chapter 22 and verse
10. 2 Kings chapter 22. And what verse?
And verse 10.
And verse 10. Go ahead.
This is the book of 2 Kings 22 and verse 10. And Shaphan, the scribe, shewed the king, saying, Hilkiah, the priest, hath delivered me a book. And Shaphan read it before the king. Verse 11. And it came to pass, when the king had heard the words of the book of the law, that he rent his clothes.
Right. So the scribe delivered it to his man. Okay. The scribe came and handed him the records of the Most High. And he was the priest at the time. Okay. And he came before the king. The reason the scribe was bringing it, if you read up above the story, is because ultimately the Lord wanted to get this king straightened out. So he was coming to check him over this thing. So anyway, he read the book before the king. And he rent his clothes. Renting your clothes is a custom in Israel. It's tearing your garments. And you tear your garments like in disgust of a horrible thing. Like a horrible thing happened. It's like the way we vent the rage of what has happened. It's almost like bearing your soul because of what's happened. It's a custom of ours. We just rip our garment apart right there. When they say rent, that means to rip it. All right. 12 verse.
Verse 12. And the king commanded Hilkiah the priest, and Ahikam the son of Shaphan, and Akbor the son of Micaiah, and Shaphan the scribe, and Isaiah, a servant of the king, saying, verse 13, go ye, inquire of the Lord for me and for the people.
And this was a righteous dude, at least in this statement here. I haven't read the whole story on him right now. But this cat right here was a righteous brother in this act right here. He saw how Israel was messed up and got the records and everything, and they laid the whole records out. And he realized what's in these records is not what the hell we doing. This is totally off. And for the brother that asked, so who asked that question? Because that was Masha Ben Yehuda. That was a good question in this respect, Masha. You asked the question whether or not it is like us today. It's exactly like us today. That's why Christ said, and that's good insight, meaning this. Christ said, read of the book, for it's written of me. Paraphrase. Said it's written about me. We reading about it right here. This cat right here is having an experience exactly how Christ required us to have. This cat here is about to be born again. The nation was going off, doing sin, doing evil. They showed him the records out, and he repented. He's like, yo, go and find out from the Lord what he want done. Let's get right. That's really how you come into the truth and be born again. Not that singing nonsense in church. But really opening up the records, seeing these records, and now saying, yo, I'm not going to live the way we living in the world. That's dead wrong. I'm going to come into this truth and live the way we're supposed to live in this truth. That's how I'm going to live. And then he changed his life. That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to come into the truth, man. Realize after reading these records and reading this history, we're supposed to realize, yo, we're slaves. We don't even know we're slaves. We're supposed to be like, yo, we're slaves. What the hell? Let's go back to following the Lord. Let's do what he says, man, so we can get out of here. Let's wake up all the brothers and sisters, man. Bring them back to your house shop so we can get out this kingdom. That's what's supposed to be inside us. That's what's supposed to be motivating us. Okay? Not our own pride, like we read earlier, but to take on that spirit and to get away from it all, this evil place, and to be the men and women of the Lord. So this is what he did. I'm gonna just go another verse or so. But he turned around and said, go now, you know, and inquire of the Lord, meaning ask the Lord what he wants us to do. How do we fix this? How do we correct this? Tell them where you at and read on.
Oh God, verse 2, verse 13. Go ye, inquire of the Lord for me and for the people and for all Judah concerning the words of this book that is found. For great is the wrath of the Lord that is kindled against us, because our fathers have not hearkened unto the words of this book.
Right. They found the records. He said, man, this book that was found, meaning found because nobody knew what was going on with it. Nobody was following it. Nobody was doing it. Just like today, the book is around, but ain't nobody doing what the book said. That's why they're having a war right now in the Middle East, because what's happening? Right now in the Middle East, they're at war. And that war that they're having right now in the Middle East is over religion. It's over Christianity, over Judaism, it's over Islam. They both heathens, but they worshiping two gods, and both gods are false. And we following behind them, following their gods. Now the book is found. Now these records are open. Now this book is ready to be spread throughout the whole world. Come on with it. I'll go a little long. What verse you in?
Still 13, sir.
Go ahead.
Because our fathers have not hearkened unto the words of this book, to do according unto all that which is written concerning us.
Mm-hmm. That's it. I think that's it right there, because it goes into the sister and all of that and how they go on, and you can read down and realize how they, you know, tried to fix it, how they tried to set these priests up and get everybody back in order. Same thing we doing today. You reading an account of a brother coming out the world and into the truth under Yahushua. Only it was before Yahushua even got here. Same story. That's the story of our life. Story of our life has been, man, we sin as a people against the Lord. He destroys us every single time. Every time we sin against the Lord, he comes and destroys us. Every time. And so as we sin against the Lord and he destroys us, then we repent, because we get wiped the hell out. When he destroys us bad. And then we go back to the Lord and cry to the Most High and beg to the Lord. And because we do it, the Lord has mercy on us, brings us back. That's why Paul said, that's why Christ said, lest you be as these little children. Unless you humble yourself and recognize your sins so that you can become brand new and be healed and turn back to your Father in heaven and your King, Yahushua, then guess what? You're going to remain in that sin and your pride, and it's going to destroy you, man. It's going to wipe you out. It's going to wipe you out. Pride is one of the 6 things the Lord hates.
Right.
So that should answer that. So we solid. I can go to Revelation. Okay. Let's go to Revelation 12. Answer the brother's question. We'll start at 1, all right?
Revelations chapter 12, verse 1. And there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun.
A woman clothed with the sun. This woman is the children of Israel. And it was a wonder in heaven. The reason why it's a wonder, because nobody believed that this woman would ever appear. The Lord is using a metaphor for John. John the Revelator, just so everybody that may not know, John the Revelator is in prison on the island of Patmos, which is in the Greek Isles. And he's on, I believe it's in the Greek Isles. The territories might have changed by now. But anyway, he's on this island in prison, kind of like being in Alcatraz prison in San Francisco. So while he's in this prison, the Lord is giving him visions of the future, because Jerusalem is getting ready to be destroyed. All Israel is getting ready to be wiped out. But the Lord is showing him the future for us to learn from that future because of the Most High's mercy on our soul. So in this vision, he sees a woman, and she's like a wonder in heaven. She's a mystery to the people who are ruling the earth. They're looking at her like, who is this woman? Who is this? And that's how they're going to look at you. They're going to look at you when you start to become the people of God. They're going to look at you like a wonder. Like, what are these niggas doing? What are these Latinos or whatever they call us, wetbacks, sticks, all the names? They're going to be like, what are they doing? They're going to be shocked to see the North American Indian come off them reservations, learn the truth, put their garments back on, start speaking Hebrew, start digging up their records. A ton of their records that in the languages they speak are really Hebrew with a heavy new accent or dialect to it. And they're going to start deciphering it after a while. Wait till they crack these records open. Everybody going to be seeking their God out as we get closer to the end, because everybody's going to be wondering what the hell is going on, and is their God right? So they're going to be searching. And as they searching, they're going to wake up. And the Lord going to do miracles among them too. And we're going to do miracles. We're going to raise the dead, heal people, all that. And as we begin to do these things for brothers and sisters, they're going to begin to wake up. And we're going to be a wonder to the other nations. And they say in heaven, it's talking about the rulers of the earth. All the rulers in the great countries, they're going to be like, America, what's going on with your black people and your Latino? Why are they acting like that? Why are they dressing like that? Why are they talking like that? Why are they doing these things? What is going on? They're not following you anymore. It's like a wonder. All the leaders are going to be talking about it. Go ahead.
And the sun.
A woman clothed with the sun. Go ahead. You want to read it? Go ahead. Salah.
And the moon under her feet.
No, go above it. Read.
Oh, God. A woman clothed with the sun.
Right. When they say clothed with the sun represents wisdom in this instant. The sun represents wisdom, meaning she's clothed with wisdom. Why is she clothed with wisdom? What did the Lord say would be our wisdom? Go ahead, Al.
The Lord said,
so when they see this woman, which is us, clothed with the sun, what is that going to mean about us?
that we're shining.
But shining meaning what? It don't mean we're going to literally shine. We ain't going to put no Vaseline on. We're going to be shining, but what does it mean?
We're going to be righteous. We're going to be in our righteousness as a nation.
We're going to be walking in them laws, statutes, and commandments. You're right. You're absolutely right. Go ahead, Don. Absolutely. Absolutely. I go one more. I add one more for you. He said, let there be light. You know what I'm saying? Let there be wisdom in this earth, in this dark void. Let's bring wisdom into this void. You understand? So we were clothed with it. When they say clothed with it, meaning we lived, like you put clothes on to represent you. When you go into the club, you get dressed up, you put your fly on because you want to pull all the ladies and you want to look good and you representing. That's what we were doing with the truth. We was representing. We had our garments on, breaking down scriptures, showing brotherhood and sisterhood. We was in the spirit of Christ. We was coming together. You understand? Getting ready to be delivered up out of here. So we was a mystery. So go after sun. Go ahead.
And the moon under her feet.
And the moon represents understanding. Okay? So they said the moon was under her feet. Okay? When something is under your feet, what are you doing with it? Good. Mm-hmm. Absolutely right. What was we standing on? No. Stop playing. Go ahead,
Standing on the truth.
Yes, we were standing on understanding of the truth. This is what we're walking on now. We wasn't walking on ignorance no more. We now walking on wisdom now and understanding now. Now we in our right mind. We know what we do. We ain't doing stupid stuff. We walking with an understanding of right and wrong. Walking with an understanding of brotherhood. Walking with an understanding of what the Lord wants. Walking with an understanding of our King Yahushua. We walking in that right spirit. You see what I'm saying? With understanding. Go ahead.
Come, sir. And upon her head a crown of 12 stars.
And upon her head a crown of 12 stars. You know who that is, right? That's right. The 12 lost tribes of the children of Israel. The Lord called them a crown. Okay, with 12 stars shining. We was in our best in this verse, second verse.
And she being with child cried.
And you know what that means, right? She being with child. What does that mean? Go ahead, Al.
Okay, so
first start off with what it means for any woman.
Yeah, pregnancy, right?
She's pregnant, right? What does it mean for us as a nation?
So as a nation, it's like we got this truth and we want to bring it out, the truth of Christ. And it's going to come over the second coming of Christ, actually.
Yeah, there you go. You right there. Meaning she's with child, meaning we got this knowledge in us now. We pregnant with this knowledge. And now we ready to
wait for Christ to come back.
We ready to be delivered. We ready now to get delivered the hell up out of here. You see what I'm saying? Like we done found the truth now. We walking in wisdom. We following understanding. It's like, yo, now we ready to get up out of here. We ready for Christ to return. And that's why people don't understand when we saying about the Middle East and all of that, and this happening, that this is bringing us closer to having this child, or bringing us closer to Christ's return when we get to rule. Okay? Read, yes. Take it from the top of 12 real quick.
Revelation chapter 12, verse 2. And she being with child cried.
Right, she cried, meaning what we doing? Lord, come back, deliver us out of this hell. We crying for the Lord. We in the hospitals, we in the graveyards, we in the prisons, we on drugs. As a people, we crying for the Lord to come back. As we wake up and come into the truth, we're going to cry for him more to come back. We're going to be crying at every high holy day, meaning not literally crying with tears, but crying out for the Most High to return. Because they're going to get more evil, which is going to tell you this in the scripture. Go ahead.
Travailing in birth.
And travailing in birth. It's like when a woman is pregnant and she's having, it's coming that time to have birth, she goes through horrible pains. She goes through travails and travails and travails till finally the baby comes. So it said this woman is going through the same thing, talking about us, travailing in this birth, meaning as we go forward to get closer to the truth, they add more hell to us. They do more evil things to us. So every time we go to move forward with the truth or to bring Christ forth, they come with a backlash. They try to destroy the truth. They put out poisons and lies, pass new laws for all kinds of evil stuff. Watch, eventually they're going to pass a law that you could have a relationship with a child. That'll be another blow on us. They're gonna do it. They working towards it. They try. It already been introduced. Sometimes it's been introduced a couple of times already. They want to go back to the Roman Empire, Caligula. They want to go back to the days where they have totally free sex. They don't want any hindrance on sex, any hindrance on abortion. They want to be able to do whatever they want to do. So of course, as we getting closer to this truth and waking up, we go through more pains at the evil that they bring forth on us and their religions that they pour on us. Go ahead, Salah.
If I could, sir, I was like doing a deep investigation on child, what is it called? Trying not to get people that are predators, right?
Right.
Children.
Right.
So after I watched the Sound of Freedom movie, it made me start doing some real investigation and certain things. And I came to find out that they made a bunch of bans on the internet that you can't talk about child predators, like you can't call them the B word. We got to censor what we say about that. And they actually got a whole bunch of communities. It's called MAPS, and that's a minor attracted people. And I couldn't
see all that, giving it names,
right, yeah.
Giving it categories, creating groups, you know what I mean, passing rules to slow it down. All of that is them, once again, giving pains to us. Right. We going through pains trying to, because now you're going to have to protect your kids from somebody trying to have a relationship with your child. They'll pass laws that say, well, they in a relationship, you can't say nothing about it. They already passed certain laws that have your children where you don't have control over your children, where they, and that's just one avenue. They'll pass all kinds of other laws that just make it so much harder for us to walk in the truth, make it so much harder for us to help our brothers and sisters. They're going to bear with me one second. They're going to try to stop all those things if they can. If they can hold it down and stop it, they will. Because they know at the end of this, we're about to have this baby, meaning Christ about to return. So they trying to stop it every way they can. Go ahead, you was gonna say something smart.
Just real quick, I had shared this video where, it was Edomites, but what happened was it was a bunch of things that was coming up about that whole pride community and how they are like the machine behind a bunch of like the feminist movement and abortions and things like that.
I wouldn't be surprised.
They had the one little white young boy, he was like 11, 12 years old. I guess he was like the poster child for like the whole pride community. Literally had him on camera on ketamine. Literally, he's high on ketamine with another grown man dressed up in a wig.
Yeah.
Like that's
I mean, if they having drag shows with minor kids in Pampers, I mean, these is kids in Pampers running around, toddlers 1 or 2, and they bringing drag queens in some supposed desensitization thing to these kids. These people are monsters, man. Right. They're gonna go straight to the child molestation. So we trying to get delivered or going through that suffering. Real quick, go ahead, Al.
I just had a second question on that. Eve got the travail,
the pains coming to bring birth, right?
And kingdom, will that be lifted, or will they start again?
Okay, I get that question all the time. Okay, that question, that's a very good question. Now, if all the sins are wiped away, then I have to say no, because Christ is going to wipe the sins away. And that pain came because of Eve's sin. So if Christ wipes the sin away in the kingdom, it said we're going to be changed in a twinkling of an eye. So no, she's not going to have that pain no more. She's going to be good to go. I know some brothers want her to continue to have that pain. She better keep that pain. They want to punish her regardless. But I got to tell you, in the kingdom, all sins will be wiped away. And so that will be wiped away as well. You know what I'm saying? So you got to pick your poison. The Lord wiped it away, but she's going to obey you for the rest of her life. So you got to take the good with the bad. Go ahead, Al. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. What verse you in?
Verse 2, sir.
Go ahead.
Start at the top again.
No. Take it to 3. You finished 2. You birth pain to be delivered.
And pain to be delivered.
Right. We're in pain to be delivered. We on drugs. We struggling. We trying to get to the truth, push the truth, raise brothers and sisters up. We in pain to be delivered. Fake Israelites bringing in Hamites, the purple cats. Other cats making a cat of God, trying to drown the truth. Another group over here talking about you can rape kids and all that. They drowning in these lies. You understand? Drowning in these lies and trying to drown the truth. Go ahead.
Verse 3. And there appeared another wonder in heaven.
And also, when they looked at us and saw us coming up, trying to come out of the truth, there was another wonder in this rulership, in this heaven. Go ahead.
And behold, a great red dragon.
A great red dragon. That great red dragon is Esau. He's the great red dragon. That's him, his armies, his philosophies. He's the great red dragon. Go ahead.
Having 7 heads and 10 horns.
Having 7 heads and 10 horns. The 7 heads and 10 horns is who he ruled the world with. This is how he rules the world, okay? And I'll give you them all together, all right? You got England. This is the 7 heads. You got England. You got Spain. These are all Edomites. You got Portugal. You got Germany. You got Russia. You got France. And you got Italy. Those are your 7 heads. Now you got 10 horns. They're not a head, but they're a horn. These horns also fight with the 7 heads, for the 7 heads. And the 10 horns are the United States, Australia, Scotland, Ireland, Switzerland, Sweden, Denmark, Luxembourg, Netherlands, and Belgium. And these 10 make up the common market. They kind of turning into NATO now. Some are turning into NATO, some are being pushed out, but that's the main original common market, meaning these 10 got together and created the financial system to back up the 7 heads, meaning they helped structure the power of this beast. They work together to give him his economics, and they work together to give him military power. Okay, to answer the question on the 3rd verse. I'm, of course, going to go further, but that's the breakdown for the 7 heads and the 10 horns. If anybody needed, we could put it in the chat. All right. Go ahead, Al. You good? All right. Let's keep going.
Having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his head.
Right, and 7 crowns upon his head, because them 7 heads, those 7 countries, rule the world. They rule the entire world. Go ahead. And they're that red dragon. They're the one causing all the hell on this earth. Go ahead.
Verse 4. And this tail drew.
And his tail, go ahead.
Drew the 3rd part of the stars of heaven.
And his tail part, meaning the very end of him, towards the end of his kingdom, he's going to destroy a 3rd part of the earth. He's going to destroy a 3rd part of all those that rule on the earth. And that's what he's doing now. Wiping out Africa, wiping out other countries. That's him in this end part. That's why it says tail. His tail drew the 3rd part of the stars of heaven. Meaning he killed off and controlled a 3rd of the whole earth with his power. Go ahead.
Oh God. And did cast them to the ground, to the earth.
And he cast them down to the earth. He destroyed them nations, Africa, the Caribbean. He destroyed a 3rd of this earth. Go ahead.
And the dragon stood before the woman, which was ready to be delivered.
And he stood before the woman, meaning this. He didn't physically stand before us, but what he did was he raised up Christianity before us. When he say he stood before us, meaning he stopped the truth. How did he stop the truth? Islam, Christianity, Roman Catholicism, Judaism, Buddhism. That's why he allows all these gods in this empire, because he's stopping the truth. He's standing before the truth. Go ahead.
Oh God, for to devour her child as soon as it was born.
To kill Christ as soon as he's born. Kill him as soon as he's born in your mind, meaning the minute you learn the truth, he's dead. Your family come and say, what are you talking about, that crazy religion? Jesus is white. Jesus died for everybody. He's standing there to devour the child as soon as it's born. As soon as it's born in you, and he's there to physically devour Christ with his armies when he returns. Go ahead.
Verse 5. And she brought forth a man child.
But he couldn't stop this truth. He won't stop this truth. And it says she brought forth a man child. The truth came into the earth. Christ returned and came into the earth, okay? And we started to wake up. Go ahead.
Who was to rule all nations.
He was to rule all nations and will rule all nations. When it says he was to rule all nations, it's talking about them destroying us back during the time of Christ and the Romans. Okay, it's like metaphoric of him back then. So he is to rule all nations, but they sought to destroy it back then. But let's go on.
Who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron.
And that's how he's gonna rule, not by niceties and sweetness and gay pride parades.
Right.
He's gonna rule with a rod of iron. He's gonna rule with a scepter. When you say a rod of iron, it's talking about like a king's scepter. That rod that he has in his hand that gives him the authority, he's gonna have this authority. But why? The reason it says with a rod of iron, meaning it's gonna be a hard rulership on these nations. It's gonna be hard like a piece of iron on these nations. They're gonna be given laws, statutes, and commandments, and it's gonna be severe punishments for anybody that rebels against them. Go ahead.
Oh God, and her child was caught up unto God.
And her child was caught up onto the Lord. You know what that means. When he died and went on that cross and was caught up to the Most High. Go ahead.
And to his throne.
What does the scripture say? That he sits on the right-hand side of the Most High. This is talking about that time when he was caught up to the throne. John is seeing all this happen before his eyes. He doesn't know what it is, but he's just seeing this event take place with this woman and with this child and seeing how this is unfolding. And he knows it means something significant because he's watching it happen in heaven. He's looking up and seeing it in heaven. So he knows this is something, but it was for our time for now. Tell them what verse you at.
Verse 6. And the woman fled into the wilderness.
And it said when the woman fled into the wilderness, what happened to us after Christ died?
70 AD.
Say again?
70 AD.
Yeah, Israel was destroyed. And what happened when we got destroyed?
We fled into Africa.
Don't think physical fled. We did physically fled. But this fled that he's talking about into the wilderness is really a different kind of fled. It's talking about us physically too, but it's talking about a different kind of fled. Go ahead.
Fled and hide behind the other ideologies and visions.
Kind of, yes, right. Let me make it clear. Meaning we left the truth and mixed into the world. Like when we left out, just like you saying, we left out and we mixed into the other nations. We mixed in among them. We fled into the wilderness. That wilderness is not talking about a wilderness in the woods. It's talking about a wilderness away from the truth. You understand? Because that dragon was trying to kill our son. And when our son being Christ, our king, when he got caught up to the Lord, Jerusalem got destroyed. We went into the darkness. The dark ages came after that. And they ruled the world. I mean, not the dark ages, but they ruled after that. Then the dark ages came and we tried to come back. And then they came back in the Renaissance period, wiped us totally out. So that was us in the wilderness without the truth, without Christ. Okay? Go ahead.
Where she had a place prepared of God.
Right. We had a place prepared of the Lord to come here, to be in captivity here for a period of time. Go ahead.
That they should feed her there 1,260 and 60 days.
So for that period of time, we went into the darkness and we was fed here. We lived here, lived in this world. After Christ's testimony was up, we lived and he went up to the Lord. We lived in this darkness for these years. Go ahead.
Verse 7. And there was war in heaven.
And then while we in this darkness, war broke out in heaven. That's what we waiting on right now. We wait now to see Christ and the angels and Michael and all of them come back and make war in heaven. And this war in heaven is not talking about heaven up in space. This war in heaven is him, Michael, making war against the rulers of this world. Remember, this red dragon is a man. So when it says Michael made war in heaven, he's making war against the rulers of this world. He's gonna come back with them ships under Christ's command and destroy this place and destroy the people of this place. Destroy them out of their heavenly seat is what he's trying to say here. Go ahead.
Michael and his angels fought against the dragon.
And those angels are going to literally fight against Edomite weapons, laser weapons, all that secret technology they have. Angels are going to go to battle against them with those weapons. They're going to come out with their flying saucers that they've been building for years. The Lord going to come with his angels and his ships, and they're going to devour Esau. Esau think his technology is on a level. He ain't seen power until one of them angels comes. Scripture said one angel is 10,000 times brighter than the sun. They can forget about it. When them angels come back, it's going to be a bloodbath. Okay? Go ahead.
And the dragon fought and his angels.
Right, and he fought with and his angels, meaning his great people. They fought also. All his aces and his super bad cats, the ones that you hear about, they fought too. All these super armies and generals and admirals and all these cats, all his angels, his superstars, they gonna fight too. And they gonna get killed. Go ahead.
Oh God. Verse 8. And prevailed not.
They're gonna lose this war. When they come out with these weapons in this war, they're gonna lose this war. Go ahead.
Oh God. Neither was there a place found any more in heaven.
Right. Meaning there was no longer any place that they was ever gonna rule after this. After they come up against Christ, it's gonna revert right back to the days of Cain, where the Lord put that curse on Cain and said, Cain said, my curse is too great for me. Everyone that see me shall slay me. That day is going to come back. That prophecy is going to come back on Esau's head after he goes up against Michael and the angels. Because the earth will be halfway destroyed, and everybody on the earth will know Esau led the charge to fight against Michael and these angels. And they're going to be like, gather these Edomites up. There'll be no more place for him to be at where he'd be able to rule. His own people are going to say, yo, we don't want no rulership. We're going to obey the new slave masters. We obeying them. We ain't setting up no strip. Anybody talking about we could fight them one more time. We could rebuild. Let's find some other nukes. Let's get the submarines out the water. They're going to say, hell no. There'll be no place for them in heaven no more. Meaning no rulership for them anymore. Just like it goes right along with the book of Obadiah where it said that he do not rise, nor possess the land, nor fill the face with cities anymore. This scripture goes right along with it. He'll never have power like that ever again. Read on, tell them where you at.
Verse 9. And the great dragon was cast out.
And he was cast out of heaven. He's going to lose every empire, every rulership, every kingdom. All of them are going to be destroyed. Brought down. Go ahead.
That old serpent.
That old serpent. Why I say that old serpent? Go ahead, Doc.
Goes back to the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, he's the one that beguiled Eve in the garden to turn against the Lord. He's also the one that became Cain that killed Abel. Then came back as Esau and came out of and rose up the dukes of Edom and turned into what we know today as those 7 heads and those 10 horns. That's been the legacy of his life. So that's why John is saying that old serpent, because he was that, and go ahead.
Called the devil.
And he called the devil because the devil is the adversary. He's always been the adversary of the children of Israel. Go ahead.
And Satan.
And he's called Satan, meaning they call him after the demon Satan because of the evil that he does. Do they not call America the great Satan? That's what they call it, the great Satan. You know what I mean? Do we not say the white man is the devil the Bible speaks of?
That's right.
Do we not call him a snake? That's him. Go ahead.
Oh God, which deceiveth the whole world.
And he deceiveth the whole world with Christianity and Catholicism. Go ahead.
He was cast out into the earth.
Meaning he lost his place of power. He wasn't wiped off the earth yet, but he lost his place of power and was now cast down into the earth. Meaning he was lowered to the lowest thing on the planet, which is what he's going to be lowered to. He's going into a cave. He's going to be the lowest thing on the planet. Go ahead.
And his angels were cast out with him.
And all his great men, all his rulers, all his warriors are going to be cast out with him. Go ahead.
Verse 10. And I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, now is come salvation.
Right, because they lose this war, salvation comes to us. We get saved because of it. Go ahead.
And strength, and the kingdom of our God, and the power of Christ, of his Christ.
Right, and the power of his Christ. Go ahead. Meaning because of Yahushua, because he came and delivered us, we won. Go ahead.
For the accuser of our brethren is cast down.
Right. They accuse us by saying they're the real Jew. They accuse us by saying Jesus is white.
Right.
They accuse us by saying God died for everybody. Right. They accuse us. In other words, they say we're wrong. We're racist. We're a black supremacist group. You understand? They put us on lists when really what we're saying is the truth. What they're saying is the lie.
Right.
They're accusing us when we're saying the truth about what these scriptures are talking about.
That's right.
Go ahead.
Which accused them before our God day and night.
Go ahead.
Verse 11. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb.
Right. By Christ going on the cross. When they say by the blood of the Lamb, meaning Christ went on the cross and died. By us turning around and deciding to follow Christ, we took that blood that Christ died for, and we took that blood out and walked in the way of Christ and got delivered. That's what it means when it says by the blood of read it again, the last part.
Oh, God. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb.
Right. They overcame him by Christ dying on that cross and us following Christ. What verse you in?
Verse 11.
Go ahead.
Oh, God. And by the word of their testimony.
And by the word of our testimony, we out on the street, teaching this truth, spreading this gospel throughout all the airwaves. By this testimony, man, because what do? We get out there on the street and say, the Lord gonna put you to death. You know what I mean? These curses gonna come down on you. You know what I mean? The Lord gonna destroy this place. We hate it for it, but it's the truth. And it's the prophecies. Even though we hate it for it, even though they always talking doom and gloom. We talking doom and gloom because it's coming. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
And they love not their lives unto the death.
Unto death. We didn't have pride in this. We wasn't proud. We didn't love our lives. We walking in this truth, you understand, knowing we sacrificing, knowing we going against the society, knowing that we're going to be hated. You understand? So we don't love our lives. You don't love your life when you come into the truth, because your life then becomes an adverse to this world. So you join Christ over the love of your own life. And because of it, you're going to win this whole thing. You're going to gain everything because of it. Go ahead.
God. Verse 12. Therefore rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them.
Right. Go ahead.
Oh, God.
Right. Right. Rejoice, all of us. This is him saying to us, you won. So rejoice. You know what I'm saying? You the ones going to rule. You the ones that's going to be in heaven. He's seeing this in the vision. He's seeing us in the vision and saying, rejoice. Seeing the angels say, rejoice. All of you that's in heaven, look at you. You made it. You won. Go ahead.
Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea, for the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath.
Right. When it says woe to the inhabitants of the earth, it's talking about those that's in the bottom of the earth now. Woe, destruction to you and to all of you that's in the sea. Now you're going to be punished. You're going to see everything that you're supposed to see, because now the devil going to come down on you, knowing that knowing he had but a little bit of time. So he going to end you. Go ahead.
Because he knows that he had but a short time.
That's right. So all these poor nations and all these poor people who don't follow the Lord or are not part of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel, they're going to have hell on earth. And any of us that don't follow the Most High in Christ, we will too. Go to 13.
Verse 13.
Almost done. Going over by about 5 minutes, y'all.
Come. Verse 13. And when the dragon saw that he was cast unto the earth.
When Esau see that he's brought down and his kingdom is falling and he's losing his power, guess what he's going to do? Go ahead.
He persecuted the woman which brought forth the man-child.
He persecuted us, came up against us because Christ was in the earth, and the brothers and sisters is waking up. This is like a recap. 13 verse is like a recap of what you just read, starting from the first verse. Go ahead.
Oh, God. Verse 14. And to the woman were given 2 wings of a great eagle.
Them 2 wings of a great eagle is Peter and Paul. It's the knowledge of this truth. Those were the wings of a great eagle to get us up out of here. Go ahead. To wake us up, rather, in the truth. Go ahead.
Counselor, that she might fly into the wilderness.
Remember I said we left out and went into the world. We was given that knowledge, and then we went into the world, and we still got the record to this day. Still sitting here with that Bible. Go ahead.
Into her place where she is nourished for a time, in times, and half a time.
Go ahead.
For the face of the serpent.
Right, from the face of the serpent. Meaning he ain't turning on us as long as you underneath him and in captivity. He ain't turning on you. You away from the face of the serpent is when you wake up to the truth and become the people of the Lord, that the serpent turns on you. Okay? If you out there being a drug dealer, you loved by this world. They're giving you record contracts, fly cars, all of that. It's when you turn from that. Even your own family, you hear the stories of brothers when they was in the world doing all manner of evil. Then they come into the truth and they family like, what you into, man? I don't like you no more. You stop smoking weed? Man, something wrong with you, man. What's that crazy religion you in? Meanwhile, you reading the Bible and gave up drugs and crime and living a pious life, and they looking at you sideways. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? You just cleaned up your damn life. What the hell do they think is wrong with you? But to them, it's something weird. Okay, go ahead.
Come. Revelation chapter 12, verse 15. And the serpent cast out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman.
And when it say he cast out water as a flood after the woman, he sent out all the lies and false philosophies that he could. Meaning he's trying to drown this nation. He don't want you to wake up. Remember, the woman is us. So he don't want us to wake up. He wants us to drown. So he sends out a flood of lies, a flood of ideologies, a flood of false history. I mean, people didn't know that the Egyptians were black till the 70s. My goodness. People thought they was white the whole time. They put movies, A Clear Pasture. You know what I mean? Cecil B. DeMille did the 10 Commandments and cast Charlton Heston as the Hebrew. You know what I mean? You don't get much whiter than that. He ain't do much more with the Egyptian, who was Yul Brynner, who I don't know what country he from. He went from one of them Eastern Bloc countries, I think, or something like that. I'm not even sure, but you know what I'm saying? Like that's them sending out a flood to blind you or who you are. Black people today, like, man, I ain't no Jew. I ain't they almost insulted if you tell them that they're a Jew. They have no clue. They insulted by it. A lot of that came from the Muslim world. Back in the 60s, everything was Islam, Islam, Islam. They was fighting the white Jews. So if you said you was a Jew, it was like, hold up, you siding with them white Jews against black people. Look what they doing when they not even realize you saying, no, brother, I'm not with them. I'm the real Jew. It took 20 years for them to get that. It took 20 years for that to get it. It took them to the 80s before they realized we was talking about a different people than the Israelis, than the so-called Jew. Okay? So he sent out a flood to drown everybody with this flood. Go ahead, with this philosophy. Tell them where you at.
Oh God. Revelation chapter 12, verse 15. Middle of verse 15.
Go ahead.
That he might cause her to be carried away of the flood.
Right. Remember, the woman is us. What does he want to happen to us? Us to be carried away with that flood. That's what all your raunchy entertainment is about. All your drugs is about. All your religions is about. All of that is about flooding you so you can be carried away. That's why you got to fight your desires and lusts. Right. Because many of them are created for you. Created to carry you away.
Right.
Go ahead, Op. Real quick.
It's a sight for sore eyes.
I could imagine.
It's like
OnlyFans and all this stuff that's going on out there, that's on purpose. Please.
It's to the point where it's like it's soft pornography now. As soon as you open up your phone, if you go to Explorer, if you like on Instagram, like let's say like you go on the Explorer page, right? Like literally, I look at sports and funny videos or informational. They were literally trying to put women that's on that they're trying to put women in there that is prerogative.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They like certain, like I don't know how it is, but they literally get it to the point where these women that is prerogative that's like out there, they're trying to put them in the algorithm.
Yeah, and it's on purpose. That's part of what my lecture is about. For Thanksgiving weekend, everybody should join me for that lecture. If you in Houston, Texas, damn right. In Houston, I'll be in Houston, Texas. I'll be in Houston, Texas, the weekend of so-called Thanksgiving. That's Saturday with Captain Yatazak and his whole team. We're gonna have a Saturday brunch. It'll be early, like about 1 o'clock, I believe it is, where we'll be talking about how video games and adult films are being used to destroy your marriage and seduce your man to take him out of the fight in the Third World War. I know that's a lot to digest, but come on out if you're in Houston, Texas, or near Houston, or you thinking about coming down. Come on down and join us, man. It's free also, free food, free everything. This is a freebie right here we get ready to do for everybody, because this is how important it is that we get this out before, it gets shut down. So that's a good point the brother was bringing out. All right, let's finish these up right quick and we're going to get up off of it. Tell them where you at. That's right.
Revelation chapter 12, in the middle of verse 15, that he might cause her to be carried away of the flood.
That's right. Go ahead.
Verse 16. And the earth helped the woman.
And when it said the earth helped the woman, meaning the people that were on the bottom that hate that man on the top pulled out all the records and the truth out of the earth. All them archaeologists and all those different groups that went out and found the history on us as a people. They in all the books. Montezinas wrote one. You got J.A. Rogers wrote a bunch of them. They all digged up that history out of the earth, and they helped us with it because they helped us find our identity, help us find out who the true people of the Lord are. So-called Jew know himself that he ain't the people.
Right.
You understand? Because they've dug up the records also. Okay, so it said the earth helped the woman. Go ahead.
And the earth opened her mouth and swallowed up the flood, which the dragon cast out of his mouth.
Right. The earth opened up her mouth, meaning the earth brought out all the lies and exposed the lies. And so it drank up, it swallowed up the lies. It swallowed up all the falsehood that he'd been teaching. He'd been teaching us white Jesus up until the 70s. They didn't start taking that white Jesus out them churches out until 1973. That's when they started taking them out the churches. And they took them out the churches because, of course, the truth started coming out everywhere. And it was like, what you doing with that? I mean, they had 10, 12-foot statues of a white Jesus inside the church, up on the wall. At one time, you would go to church, and every church had the statue of white Jesus on the cross. They took it off that cross. Some of them had them outside. They took them off them crosses because they started getting chastised that Jesus didn't look like that. You know what I mean? By the prophets of the Lord. So they turn around and say, yo, we got to take the statue down. Now, they didn't take the philosophy out of there, which was the bigger problem. Right. Taking the color out was good, but taking the philosophy out would have been 10 times better. You understand? So the earth helped the woman. Tell them what verse you at. 2 more verses, y'all. We done.
Revelation chapter 12, verse 17.
One more. Go ahead.
And the dragon was wroth with the woman and went to make war with the remnant of her seed.
Right. That's what he's going to come to do. He's going to come at us. He's going to try to make war with us, which are the remnant of her seed. Because he done destroyed so much of our people. We the remnant. We the 1/3 that's left over. He's going to try to make war with us before we get up out of here. Once again, this is a recap. They added other details in what we just read from 1 to 12 on down. So it's like he gonna come back and try to battle us and take us out. But he don't know we got backup. We got them angels. We got Michael. We got all that coming. Go ahead. Yeah. Sure. 17. Can read it again?
Sir. Revelation chapter 12, verse 17. And the dragon was wroth with the woman.
So Esau is going to be angry with you. And the reason he's going to be angry with you is because you're going to be waking up brothers and sisters by the tens of thousands as this gets worse. And as you waking these brothers and sisters up, he's going to look at you like a threat. Remember what the scripture said in another part where it said they stood upon their feet and fear fell on the inhabitants of the earth. That's what's going to happen. Like, we're going to just stop being buffoons for this kingdom. Wow. And as we start doing that, they're going to be like, wait a minute, they're waking up. Wait a minute, they're getting serious. They're the ones that created gangster rap. That was created by Esau to poison us so that we wouldn't wake up. If you go back and listen to the early rap music, that was revolutionary music. Public Enemy in them was extremely dangerous. Fight the Power? Come on. They were extremely dangerous to this man's kingdom. We was waking up. And now, bear with me because we at the end and we over the time. Like now, at the end, he gonna see we do it again. But this time, we're gonna have seen so many lies and games from him that he's not gonna stop us from waking up this time. So as we start to wake up this time and start coming back into the truth and growing as a people, he's going to be looking like, yo, they a problem. They getting big. They getting powerful. He's going to step up the surveillance. And eventually, he's going to want to make war with us. And it says, with the remnant, and went to war to make war with the remnant of her seed. Meaning the ones of us that's left over. We the ones that come at the end. You know what I mean? We the last generation. Her seed being the children that come after her. Not talking about Christ, because this is a recap. So this is talking about, all of us that's left over, because he done killed off so many of us. He's going to want to make war with that. You understand, Nakai? Okay, let's read it.
And went to make war with the remnant of her seed, which keep the commandments of God.
You see who he's making war with? He ain't making war with everybody because he done destroyed them. But he's going to make war with the ones that keep the commandments of the Most High. And it says specific commandments. Why? So you don't get caught up in the thinking that it's that white Jesus philosophy. No. It's those that walk after the laws, statutes, and commandments of the Most High and serve Christ. Really serve Christ. He is going to be against it. He's gonna be against you if you go there. Go ahead.
Oh God, and have the testimony of Yahushua Mashiach.
Right. We the ones that keep his commandments, and we're the ones that have the testimony of Yahushua. That's who he's gonna want to make war from. So that's it. With that, I turn the class over to the officer in charge. For what?
Yahweh Shemel Shabbat.
Yahweh Shemel Shabbat.
I guess I should ride with Lex.
Talk about man. It's about time, so no pressure to our enemies. You can try to run where you going, it's your destiny. You gotta fall, never rise, that's the melody. What you get the job right, get another legacy.
It's gotta do the shit. When I do it carefully. You can lose everything you own over jealousy. When I met her, I ain't never sweat her, I just let her breathe. See you down, keep my foot on you, that's not my pedigree. At your throat, I done took her over, I pray I never leave. I'm a different guy, you're surprised, in my sleeve. Boy, you fucking stupid, sold your seat for some bloody bees. True nation, cut the conversation, better keep it brief.
It's about time, so no pressure to our enemies. You can try to run where you going, it's your destiny. You gotta fall, never rise, that's the melody. What you get to witness, and another legacy.
It's about time, send the curses to them enemies. You can try to run where you going, this your destiny. You just gotta fall, never rise, that's a melody. What you get to witness, the beginning of a legacy. It's about time, send the curses to them enemies. You can try to run where you going, this your destiny. You just gotta fall, never rise, that's a melody. What you get to witness, the beginning of a legacy. They don't wanna know, we tell them, they just won't believe. It's about the journey, I ain't worried, moving at my speed. Saying we ain't much to be desired, gotta disagree. One of mine, then we spinning like rotisserie. Go against the odds, I'm right, it's another victory. Different niggas moving foul, where the referee moving like the military, something they ain't never seen. One West world for the people, this is what they need.
It's about time, so no pressure to our enemies. You can try to run where you going, it's your destiny. You just gotta fall, never rise, that's the melody. What you get to witness, the beginning of a legacy.
It's about time, send the curses to them enemies. You can try to run where you going, this your destiny. You just gotta fall, never rise, that's a melody. What you get to witness, the beginning of a legacy. It's about time, send the curses to them enemies. You can try to run where you going, this your destiny. You just gotta fall, never rise, that's a melody. What you get to witness, the beginning of a legacy.
Yeah. On 44 shit, you know what I mean? Busy man. Look, when that shit drop, you step all the way on their neck, step on their neck and they head with that shit.
Friday, I ain't show no mercy, we gon' show them boy what time it is. I pop out like I'm Samuel, I got time to kill. Haters thought I died, I survived. They don't know how I did it, got it out the mud, straight to glory. They don't know how I did it, nice, but he don't show them skills, how I show them skills. He ride, but he don't work the wheel, how I work the wheel. They mad, up to solid, circle tight, yeah, that can feel. No, they want my life, I ain't worried, I got rank for it, I got bigger soldiers, kill for me, nigga, watch yourself. They say you been in beast mode lately, you is 9 step. When you dropping that 5, precious smash, they inquiring, they can't stop what's coming, but I see them conspiring. Cross the line, the fire, and this bitch here, finna break the skin on kindness. I don't trust you, circle small. You can keep your features. Me and my niggas don't keep no secrets. And it feel like deepest famous. Say they want some smoke, dog. Try to blow these chimney sweets. Coming like we, you can't even count. These niggas don't run it like we run it. Bitch, don't even start. Bitch, I'm with my niggas till the end, till death do us part. If you wanna leave, you can leave, bitch. Bless your heart, find in. I ain't show no mercy, we gon' show them boy what time it is. I pop out like I'm Samuel, I got time to kill. Haters thought I died, I survived. They don't know how I did it, got it out the mud, straight to glory. They don't know how I feel. He nice, know it's women, that bitch fully loaded. Ooh, yeah, we up and rolling. Told him I need major motion. Think I'm joking. I'ma school them niggas like they baby Jody. Got it out the dust. Now I'm too clean. Don't know why they hate me. What you want out life, dog? Guns and butter, baby boy. UPK top, dog. Certified road. I'ma turn that eco line into a damn tank. I got chopper stash in the attic like they had Frank. They had that shit on lock until I snapped on them like bolt cutters. You cannot play both sides, gotta choose your color. See I'm throwing that one up with that W, that's my blood, bro. Fine in. I ain't show no mercy, I'm gonna show them boy what time it is. I pop out like a Samuel. I got time to kill. Haters thought I died, I survived. They don't know how I did it. Got it out the gut, straight to glory. They don't know how I did it. Nice. But he don't show the skills how I show the skills. He ride, but he don't work the wheel how I work the wheel. Oh, I got a made, circle tight, yeah, back and still. Said they want my life, I ain't worried, I got Ray for real.
Yeah. What's going on this way? ISUPK.com is the website. Commander General Yohana jumping in on Officer Nakas's class, the water officer Nakas, for bringing me in, man. I appreciate it. We're going to get into a little bit of the timeline tonight because we really couldn't get into it Monday night. We got a little tied up. I was a little bit on the rant, okay, but so much was jumping off. So tonight, we're going to run down a little bit of the timeline. I want to give you a little bit of the timeline of what helped spark this off, which was all biblical. Then I'm going to add the biblical things to it just to fill in the blanks on it. So let me just start with just the timeline, straight up off the top, right? Here's what happened. When in 2014, somewhere around that time, like all these empires do, they all move on one another. And what happened was the so-called rebels in Ukraine came in and overthrew the country. They overthrew the leader who was in charge of Ukraine. That leader was pro-Russian. When he had to flee, because they tried to knock him off. And when they went to go knock him off, he went up into Russia to get away. Okay, the Russians backed him up and so forth. But the Russians pretty much let it go. They came in and invaded and took over a small part of the southern part of the country. But the rest of the country was left to his own devices. That's when they put in this new president, Zelensky, and others. So now Ukraine, which is right on the border of Russia, is now going democratic, away from the communism. But it was the Lord who made the whole thing happen. Because remember, in Revelations, the 38th chapter, one of the first steps towards this timeline was Russia turning back. Russia was going along with the peace deals. Russia was trying to be compliant with the West. He was trying to work with the West, trying to go with the West. And then he got turned back. I can get the scripture if y'all want me. You want me to get the specific scripture? You know the one I'm talking about in the car where the Lord said he put the hooks in them? In Ezekiel 38, you familiar with that? You sure? Because I can pull it too.
I'm kind of, if you could.
Okay, yeah, let me pull it for you right quick. So just so we can stay on the timeline, this is what happens. And here's why the timeline is such a beautiful thing, because the timeline is one of the proofs that allow you to understand that the Most High, get Ezekiel 38, 4th chapter. I probably got started the 3rd chapter. What's good about knowing this timeline and these things is happening right up until today is it gives you a clear understanding of why we say and know that this is biblical and that this is a biblical prophecy and that this prophecy is proof to you that all of the prophecy will come to pass. Like not only all this that you see, but everything you hear us say about nuclear war, about poverty, about starvation, about disease, about wars with other countries, about how the Third World War is going to fully envelope. You'll hear me talk some about that on the timeline tonight as well. And what you'll understand then is that the book you call the Bible that's sitting in your house is a serious prophetic document that actually gives everybody a clear path of understanding of how the world is going to end. What I'm reading to you tonight is this is how the world is going to end. And you can believe in whatever religion you want. You can pray to whatever God you want. But what you cannot deny and will not be able to deny, especially after I lay out this timeline tonight, is that this book called the Bible laid out the end of the world chronologically thousands of years ago. It is an amazing thing to see. If you have a little bit of wisdom, it's an amazing thing that you should be saying to yourself before your eyes. You should be looking at the Bible like, this is an amazing, amazing book. Let me get back to the timeline. So here's how the Lord prophesied that it would start out. Nicole, go ahead and give me what are you in 38 and 3? Read 3:38 and 3 on down. We'll work it down a little bit, just to show them how it's supposed to start.
Sir. It's the book of Ezekiel, chapter 38 and verse 3. And say, thus said the Lord, Yahweh, behold, I am against thee, O God, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal.
Right. And this God is talking about Russia and the Eastern Bloc countries. When you go back in the ancient world and you look at these names, these are names of Japhetic tribes. These Japhetic tribes live in the lands that the Russians live in right now. Russia, Turkey, all of these lands are the lands of Japheth. Japheth was one of the 3 sons of Noah. Noah had 3 sons when he came off the ship: Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Japheth is the name, these sons, Gog, Magog, Meshech, Tubal, these are the names of those sons. Now, without the understanding, you'll begin to believe that these are a Japhetic people, not the people on the land right now. But this is a prophecy for the end. And the Lord doesn't prophesy like you want him to prophesy. He don't change his records to say Russia. He's prophesying Gog and Magog and Meshech and Tubal to let you know that in the end of the world, when you look for Gog and Magog and Tubal and Meshech, to look for the people who live in that area. They may not be the original people that live there, but they are the people that live on that land. And who lives on that land right now? Russia and Ukraine, Turkey, all the Eastern Bloc countries are on that land. And so they fit this prophecy. So the Lord is letting them know, I'm against you. And here's what I'm going to do because I'm against you. Go ahead.
Verse 4. And I will turn thee back and put hooks into thy jaws.
Like any animal, when you put hooks in the jaws of a fish, the fish is swimming away from your boat, but he gets caught in the hook. The hook turns him around to go back the opposite way. And that's what happened in Russia. What happened in Russia is Russia was going along with the Europeans' peace plans. Russia was feeding Europe, providing wheat to Europe, providing power to Europe. Russia was turning a blind eye to the evils that were being done to the Africans by different European countries. They didn't bother it. They just let it go the way it was going. But the Lord, seeking to bring them into the Third World War, turned around and created a situation that made them turn around. And that situation was the overthrowing of the government of Ukraine, because the Russians believed, and I don't know if any of it is true or not, but the Russians believed the overthrowing of the Ukrainian government in 2014 was done by the CIA and the US. So they looked at it like, not like, oh, these are the people of Ukraine creating, going against the government, but they looked at it like this is the United States using its agents to overthrow the government, which means what? In his mind, this means that the United States is using Ukraine to destroy my country. he got turned around. Go ahead, Nicole.
If I could, sir, just I had wrote it down because what you were saying was I never heard of it before. You even said that right after they got overthrown that they turned Democratic. So it kind of looked like, hold on now, they plotting on us, right?
Exactly. They ran the president out of the country. He ran to Russia. He hid out in Russia as they brought Zelensky in and started to make the country democratic. And the Lord said, I'm gonna put my hook, but that wasn't the hooks that turned around. The hooks that turned around was Russia. Russia was trying to work with the West until they did what they did on his border, which made him get up on his feet. And he overthrew Crimea, that was the southern part of the country, and he already had planned to go and fight in Ukraine to stop them from encroaching too close to his country. That was the Lord putting the hooks in them and turning them around. Give me a little bit more.
And I will bring thee forth in all thy army.
And what do we see going on right now? Russia's full of his army. Remember when they had the long convoys of tanks going into Ukraine? Now they got rockets and ships and planes and all kinds of submarines. All his forces are starting now to come out of Russia. Russia hadn't been in a physical conflict in the West in decades. And now they're all armed up, all the agents. They arrested a couple of agents. Remember when they first went in, they threw out tons of Russian diplomats out of the United States. When Donald Trump became president, they threw a whole bunch more diplomats out of the United States because once again, they looked at it as though Russia interfered now with the US's elections. And so they felt like that was like a retaliation attack. Once again, all of this is the Lord's work. He is stirring this thing up, and you're going to see how it takes it right to where it should be on the timeline. So now, after Donald Trump, they went and threw the diplomats out of Russia. They really stepped it up with Ukraine. They started offering them weapons and things like that. And so as a result, the Russians got even more concerned and said, well, now we got to do something. And the Russians then eventually turned around and invaded Ukraine. What neither side understands is that this is the Lord playing chess with them to bring everybody into the Third World War, into the Valley of Jehoshaphat. And on this timeline, you'll see exactly what I mean. Go ahead, tell them where you at, the middle of fourth verse.
We are in the middle of Ezekiel chapter 38, verse 4. Horses and horsemen, all of them clothed with all sorts of armor, even a great company with bucklers and shields, all of them handling swords.
Meaning these are soldiers. Soldiers, and it says with all sorts of armor. And it meaning they're not only just a single army, but an army filled with people from all over. That's what the Russians have mounted up. Remember, they just got together with China and Iran. By getting together with China and Iran, they opened up a world of allies, because China has a ton of Asian allies. Iran has a ton of Arab allies. And Russia themselves have a ton of allies. So now between all three of these countries, they're able to put together a massive, massive military force. And here's something I'm sure you've already heard on the news. One of the allies of Iran is Hamas. So Hamas are the same ones that invaded Israel this week. So by Hamas invading Israel, Hamas is tied to Iran. Iran is tied to Russia. So by the whole thing starting in Russia, worked its way all the way down into the land of Israel. And you'll see more of that as I go more through the timeline. We'll go through maybe one more verse after this. Then I'll go back to reading the timeline, please.
With my knowledge and understanding of this whole situation, I find it kind of like really ironic that at this point in time that we're in right now, that something back at home will actually be the one that sparks the whole thing of World War III. Like being able to really see it really fester and come to life. Because once it was in the Ukraine, now it's handling in Israel back where we from, two people that shouldn't be in our own land. You know, I just find it crazy that that's happening.
Let me tell you something. If you're a man of wisdom, if you're a man that appreciates knowledge and dark sentences and things like that, for a moment, you should not dismiss the Bible. Because let me explain to you, what you're saying is so heavy out that the Bible is looked at as almost a fairy tale book. Everybody dismisses it. Everybody says it's plagiarized or made up of other groups of knowledge and this and that. And then when you look behind the curtain, everyone that dismisses the Bible always has another book of philosophy behind it. Either they have, the Muslims did it in the 60s for years. Oh, that's a white man's book. Oh, that book is plagiarized. Oh, that book is not real. But why? Because they were pushing another man's book, the Arabs' book. You hear them people talking today about the Anunnaki and the Emerald Tablets and all of that. What is the book that they are dismissing? They're not saying, oh, the Quran is not real, or this book or that book is not real. They always say it's the Bible that's not important. It's the Bible that's fake. It's the Bible that is plagiarized. But here's the thing. For a book that they claim to be plagiarized, that's made up, that's a copy off of all other books, this book clearly lays out the prophecy from Ukraine to the Third World War. We're reading it tonight. So how is it such a fake book when it is the only book that totally lays out step by step how you get from the war in Ukraine, not even the war in Ukraine, from the overthrowing of the Ukrainian government straight down into the war of Israel. There's no record on this planet that explains that. But the Bible does. Like you're saying, it's amazing that it went from there to there. And it is why the Bible is such a heavy book, and why it behooves any intelligent, wise person to go into the Bible and to know the deep knowledge that's in these scriptures, because it's deeper than any book you have ever seen. And anybody that doesn't see that is somebody that just simply did not study the book. Did not simply study what was in the record and the depth of what was in the record. But we did, which is why we're laying this out for you right now. So tell them where you are.
Come in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 38, verse 4, in the middle. Horses and horsemen, all of them clothed with sorts of armor, even a great company with bucklers and shields, all of them handling swords.
Well, when it says all of them handling swords, that's to let you know these are soldiers. These are soldiers coming to fight a massive army. Give me the 5th verse.
Persia.
Stop right there. This is so biblical prophecy. Because who are the Persians today? I know y'all know. The Iranians. When you go back and read the Persian and the Mede Empire, the Persians were the Iranians. How ironic that we are reading a 2,000-year-old prophecy about Russia coming together with the men that are with him, amassing a military army, and then the first ally that he has listed with him is Iran, the Persians. You can't make this up. This is too accurate, you know what I mean? This is too accurate for you to think it's anything else. Now let's get some more. Ethiopia. Keep your eye on Ethiopia, the Sudan, all of those areas down there. They are stirring up, tremendously. Yemen, the Houthis, they're all stirring up down there. Why are they all stirring up? They're part of the allies that's going to come against the West. Read on, please.
Now I'm not too familiar, but is like Ethiopia, is that kind of like Sudan? Is that kind of like Muslim based in that region?
Well, some of them are Muslim based, some of them are not. Most of them are, but not all of them. Okay, not all of them. But here's what you will know: ethnically, they will side with the Russians. So they might be Ethiopians living in Yemen. They're gonna side with the Russians. They might be Ethiopians living in Sudan, which there are. They're gonna side with the Russians. There'll be Ethiopians living in Ethiopia as well. They're gonna side with the Russians. You see what I'm saying? The group that they made the movie Black Hawk Down. You remember that group? What's the name of it? What was that? Mogadishu or something was the main city. I forget the name of the ethnic group of the name. Well, those are Ethiopians. They won't tell you they're Ethiopians, but they're Ethiopians. They're just Ethiopians by another name. I forgot the name of it. But remember, their country was devastated also by the West, which is why you know they're going to join the Russian side. Go ahead.
Khan and Libya with them.
And Libya with them. Libya will be a lesser power because what happened to Libya? The United States went in there, created an uproar. They killed Gaddafi and took over the country. Now that country is almost like a nomad country. They destroyed the government. They're barely trying to get a government together, and they hate the West. So all these different smaller groups that hate the West are going to join Russia. And here's the amazing part. We read in the timeline of how this started, and all these countries we just read, Persia, Iranians, Ethiopia, Libya, all of these countries right now are aligned with Russia and aligned against the West. You can't make this up. This is biblical prophecy. Now let's go back to the timeline if we could, okay? So we know how it's going to start. We know that it's going to start with how it started with the war in Ukraine, which of course activated Putin, made Putin stand up on his feet. The hooks was in him. He turned around. Now he's going back to his old Cold War ways of doing business in the earth. Okay? Which means what did he do? He turned around and got together with China and got together with who? Iran. Remember, they made a pact, all three of them made a pact together. And because they made a pact together, all three of them are now on one side of this great battle that's getting ready to take place. Okay, so they came together that way. Now, here's the tie down. Iran hates Israel. They believe two different things. One side hates the other side. So and here's the thing, Iran, now being closer aligned with Russia, feel far more empowered than they did in the past. Remember back during the time of Barack Obama, they made a deal to not make nuclear weapons. Then it was found out that the United States government somehow electronically went in there and destroyed their facilities. They rebuilt those facilities and went back to the table and made a deal with the United States. When Donald Trump got in office, Donald Trump ended the deal. That ending of the deal allowed the Iranians to go back to working on their nuclear weapons. The war in Ukraine empowered the Iranians to get closer to the Russians, which made it much, much harder for them to go to war with Iran, because now Iran is aligned with Russia. Now there were some other steps in the middle, but I won't go into them, like Syria being drawn in. I guess I could bring it out briefly. Syria, which is above Israel on the map. If you ever look at a map, north of Israel is Lebanon and then Syria. And Syria also was under attack from the West, if you go back to the Barack Obama days. That attack from the West on Syria made Syria also align themselves with Russia. Here's what Russia did. Russia told Iranians, you go in and protect Syria. And the Iranians did just that. They came in, they bombed the hell out of the West, got the country back to the president that was in charge, al-Assad. I believe that's his name, al-Assad. So now, go ahead.
I actually just got an update. Eritrea, which is like
Eritrea?
Right. They actually support Russia. They said that the president wanted to support for Russian invasion of Ukraine.
You mean, so now other countries, little countries, are lining up with the Russian side. Now there's others lining up with the Western side as well, which you'll hear about more too as the news comes out. All of this, every time you hear one of those countries announcing where their allegiance lies, understand what they're actually saying, whether they know they're saying it or not. They're actually saying, we will fight with you. We're taking a side. We know where we've got to fight at. That's what they're saying. Otherwise, why are they announcing that they back Russia to do this? Unless you know you backing them means what? I'm going to fight for you and with you, which is exactly what's happening. They don't even realize subconsciously they're committing themselves to the Third World War. Spiritually, they're committing themselves and their soldiers and their countries on both sides to the Third World War. That's what they're saying. All right? So like I said, Israel hates Iran and Iran hates Israel. So what did Israel do? Israel aligned themselves. Remember during Donald Trump, Israel aligned themselves even stronger with the United States. Now you have Israel with the United States, Iran with Russia, all starting in that Russian war. Now it's heating up, heating up. Here's why it's heating up. Because you have another ally of the United States that's an arch rival of Iran. You know who that is? Saudi Arabia. Remember, recently, Saudi Arabia was about to close on a deal with Israel to have normal relationships. Now, what does that mean? That means this huge oil-producing Arab country will now align themselves against Iran, another Arab country, to fight with Israel. This is unprecedented diplomacy. And it had shocked the world. Now, why was it such a problem for the Iranians? Because Israel has nuclear weapons. The Iranians either have them or are about to have them. But now you bring in Saudi Arabia, not on the side of Iran, but on the side of Israel. What does that mean? That means if Israel goes to war with Iran, Saudi Arabia will now fight with Israel. Unprecedented. Unprecedented. And what does that mean for a war? If you go to war with Iran and you have Saudi Arabia as your ally, what won't you run out of?
Oil as resource.
And what do you need to fly planes?
Oil.
What do you need to run submarines?
Oil.
What do you need for ships, tanks, cars?
Oil.
You need oil. You can't bomb Iran, who is an oil-rich country, and think that they won't bomb you and bomb you more because they got more oil than you. But if you got Saudi Arabia on your side, are you worried? You're not worried because you know you got oil. So when the Saudi Arabians aligned themselves with Israel, what do you think the Iranians thought? Iranians thought, we had better do something about this, or they will align themselves and they could possibly overthrow us, which the Saudi Arabians want to do anyway. So what did they do? Let's go support those that want to fight Israel. And in trying to support those to fight Israel, they empowered, whether directly, indirectly, or with influence, they empowered Hamas and Hezbollah and Islamic Jihad and all those other groups over there. They empowered them to take a shot. Why? Because let's say they did line up Saudi Arabia and Israel. Could they wipe out the Palestinians? Of course they could. They could easily wipe them out because there'll be enough oil for them to do it. So it was in the Palestinians' best interest to come against Israel ahead of time. Why was they all stuck into this? Why did they all get stuck? Because the Lord wanted them to. He was dragging them into this valley. He's dragging them in to the valley of Jehoshaphat. What's the first scripture I asked you to hold? Was it go ahead, Joel?
Joel, 3rd chapter.
Yeah, that's the valley of Jehoshaphat. Y'all, can we read that? Like what you see happening here is a first strike tactic. They had to go to war. They had to do this because both sides could have lost their country. But it is the Most High is doing it. You got it in the car? Okay. Let the car read it so you can stay on that. You stay on the computer.
This is the book of Joel, chapter 3 and verse 9. Proclaim ye this among the Gentiles. Prepare war.
You see that? Proclaim it before the Gentile. This is what the Lord told us to do. And this is why we prophesy. This is why we stand on these streets, say what we say on these podcasts, because we are letting you know that this book called the Bible is a real book with real biblical prophecies, really written by the hand of God, really inspired by the power of the Most High and His Spirit. This is not a joke book. This is not a dance book. Of course, those that hate the Lord made it a joke, made it a comedy book, made it a book to laugh with. But this book right here is no joke. This is the most serious book that'll ever come across your path. What did the Lord say? Read it again.
Proclaim ye this among the Gentiles.
Proclaim this among the Gentiles, meaning for every nation on the earth. Let them hear this. Go ahead.
God, prepare war.
Prepare war, man. Prepare themselves to get taken into a battle like they've never been taken into before. How should they know they're going into this battle? We just showed it to you now. These biblical prophecies show you we're going into a battle, a whole world battle on a level like you've never seen before, with the weapons and the tools that you've never seen before. These things they're going to show you in this war is going to be like nothing you've ever seen. You understand? And it is, once again, it is the Lord's making. And nobody can get out of it. Even if they decide, they say, yo, we know what's going on. We know what God is doing. We see it in the biblical prophecies. We're not going to do it. You're going to do it. You got no choice. Go ahead.
So I was talking to someone that's in the military, and I was asking them the viewpoint. They was like, with America, they said with America got the technology that they got right now, because of how everything's advancing, they said it's going to be nasty. Exactly like you said. And then we got China. China, literally, we seen them a couple years ago. Blew my mind. America had to tell them, yo, stop making beaches on your shores. I was like, we ain't even make beaches.
They were making whole islands. Whole islands that they turned into military bases. Like it was just water there. The next thing you know, it's a whole island there with a damn landing strip in the middle of the ocean. So they were able to make man-made islands. Like they sat down and thought about everything they wanted to do with this high technology. And they use this high technology, and it's, going to be, like you're saying, it's going to be hard. Because they're going to use artificial intelligence and all kinds of other things to advance their military weapons. And as a result, it's going to just going to bring it closer and closer and closer to a cat. You could fantasize to yourself and lie to yourself that this war is not going to happen, but you'd be lying to yourself. Like, if you're going to deal with reality, reality is you're going to war. It is no way possible to get out of it. Every single thing that has gone on up until this point on this timeline has gone on exactly like God said it would go on. Everything else that God said on this timeline will also go exactly like God said. Now, I'm going to read about them being drawn in the Valley of Jehoshaphat, but then I'm going to go back to the timeline and show you how these steps we're at right now are going to lead to the steps that all these countries are going to have nuclear war, which is why everybody of the bloodline of the 12 lost tribes of the children of Israel should be so thankful to God to leave you this book. And you should be redirecting your life away from the carnal career that you live in. See, what a lot of people don't understand is that there are two worlds here. That's why that sister that wrote that movie, The Matrix, wrote such an amazing movie, because your life is very similar to The Matrix. Of course, it's not The Matrix, all right? You're not a battery somewhere, living, in a bubble somewhere. You're a physical living being on this earth. But what you have to understand is that Satan has created a world in front of you that is not the real world. The world in front of you is a fake world. The real world is what you see spilling out in the Middle East right now. And your life is not a real life. You think it is. You are going on a career and trying to have, a wonderful life and, trying to get a 401k, and you want to buy a retirement home, and you want to do this and do that. Here's what you do not know. That's the fake world. The real world is that every single thing that you have and will gain over the next several years will be wiped out in nuclear war. Everything that you hold dear as history, everything that you look at as a historical item, all of it is going to be burned up like you've never seen before. In the end of all of this, there will be no more America. There will be no history of America except for the records. There'll be nothing here left. You may not even be able to live on this side of the world because of the damage from nuclear bombs. That's the real world. Now, that's a scary thing to some people. If you've ruled over other nations and oppressed them and did so much harm to them and lived deliciously, that probably frightens you. And I understand that. But it also empowers the people who have been oppressed under you for so many years. So there's two sides to the coin. The people that have been oppressed have lived in the real world. Those who have oppressed them have lived in the fantasy world that they created because they oppressed them. But the problem is the fantasy world is about to be destroyed. And then the real world is the only thing that's going to be left. And that real world is going to be a change in who's in charge. And it ain't going to be pretty. So just give me a little more of this in Revelation, and I'm going to go back to the timeline. I'm sorry, in Joel, the 3rd chapter.
No problem.
What verse you at?
We are in the book of Joel, chapter 3 and verse 9. Proclaim ye this among the Gentiles. Prepare war.
You hear that? Prepare war, man. Prepare for this war. You know what I mean? And it's such a beautiful thing. I hate to say it in that way because I know that offends a lot of people, but it's such a beautiful thing because it shows the world. This is what it shows. Here's what this shows you, or it should show you. It should show you that God is real. We walk around today all over this world and we see all kinds of horrors and tragedies and different things. And it makes you ask the question, Is God real, or is everybody just in a fantasy about God? Is the Bible real, or is this just a book made up of poems and writings of other people? It begs that question to people every day. Here's the beauty of this horrific event that's happened. It is the proof positive that God is real. It is the absolute proof that there is a God that exists that we do not see. That there is a God actually looking down at this planet and at this world. You're living the proof of it right now. You turn on CNN, you are watching the living proof that God exists, because he prophesied it 2,000 years ago. That's the proof. What verse you at? I'm trying to get up there with you. Keep going.
Verse 9.
Verse 9? Okay, let me jump in there with you. Go ahead.
Prepare war. Wake up the mighty men.
Wake up the mighty men. He's saying to get them up. Wake them up. Get them ready. Get their head together. Go ahead. And if I could, right quick, you're seeing that in Israel right now. You see how they called up 300,000 troops? They called up 300,000 troops to prepare for a ground invasion into the Gaza Strip. That's what God is saying here. Wake up these mighty men. The people that are asleep and at ease, wake them up. Go ahead.
Prepare war. Wake up the mighty men. Let all the men of war draw near. Let them come up. Verse 10. Beat your plowshares into swords.
Right. In other words, get off of, farming and, living a quiet, comfortable life. But he's saying prepare them for war. Get them to start thinking about more weapons, more things like that. Go ahead.
Beat your plowshares into swords and your pruning hooks into spears.
And that's not for the average individual. That's for these armies that are being raised up.
Right.
They're forgetting about their leisure life and entering into a military life, because that's what's on the timeline of what's supposed to happen. Like after this, as we see this skirmish going on, let me tell you I'll go back to the timeline for a minute. Here's what you can look forward to seeing next. They're going to try not to escalate the situation in Israel. Now, they're still going to go in there. They're still going to fight the war, but they're going to try to measure it out so it doesn't appear so horrific that the world says you got to stop. They're going to try to measure it out, but a steady measurement to wipe them out. But here's what is not being clearly seen. What's going to happen is it's going to spill into every country around the world. You're going to see actual groups going to war with each other on other lands, where the Palestinians can't get the Israelis in Israel. They're going to fight them in America. They're going to fight them in Russia. They're going to fight them in Europe. They're going to fight them in Africa. They're going to fight them in other places. All the Latino Jews that live in Central and South America, their countries sent planes into Israel, Colombia, Nicaragua, Venezuela. Many Jews live down there, and they were all up in Israel during this holiday. And so what they did was they sent planes in from their countries to try and get these people up on these planes and get them back to their country. The problem is going back to their country is not going to make them safe. Just like being a Palestinian who left Palestine and now you living in France or England or America or some other country, that's not going to make you safe. So this will spread into a wider conflict, and it'll begin to blur the lines of who is a soldier and who is not. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Oh, if I could, sir, like what you were saying, that it would spill over into other countries, like today, they in New York, downtown Square, you got the Jewish people on one side, on the the barricade, and then you got the ones that down Palestine on one side. And the Jewish people, you already know, they Esau, so they bad mouthing, you know what I mean, talking crazy to the other side. You know, eventually we're gonna start seeing the reports, because even down in Philly, you know, the Philly Muslims back up Palestine, you know what I mean? But they sitting down there and they protesting. I'm pretty sure if the Jewish people get bold enough down here in Philly to go against the Black Philly Muslims, the Black Philly Muslims is gonna attack, because they're gonna feel like, oh, you think that you can do that here? And then now it's gonna be a whole propaganda, and like you said.
That's something. Yeah, we on. Oh, it says go live on parcel. Yeah, that's heavy, because probably more than that. You know, you got thousands and thousands of white Jews that live in Brooklyn and different parts of New York City. You have thousands and thousands of Arabs also. And so this is about to get, you know, really, really bad in different places and in different ways. And it's part, again, it's biblical. You couldn't get out of it if you wanted to. You couldn't get around it if you wanted to. And then all of this is to bring in Christ's kingdom. You know what I mean? So you're right. That's what's going to happen. That's going to be the spread. And as that spreads, here's the other thing that's going to take place. Other conflicts are going to break out in Asia, in the Orient, in Africa, which is already stirring up in Africa. You're about to now see skirmishes in different ethnic group lands. In Europe even. Paris don't want to even blink an eye because they got so many Muslims over there. You know what I mean? Who God knows what is going to happen up there, but this will spread. You know what I mean? Even though they don't want it to, even though they like to contain it, we at the time of the end. And so this is going to wrap all the way within itself and expand until somebody decides they don't have a choice but to bring in, you know, weapons that, you know, take out countries, or at least bring them to their knees. What verse you at?
We are on verse 10, sir.
Okay.
Verse 10 from the top. Beat your plowshares into swords, and your pruning hooks into spears. Let the weak say, I am strong.
Right. These are farming tools. So for those in these countries that are farmers and not soldiers, they're going to still create weapons. They're going to still divert from building factories and nonviolent things and turn around and make it, you know, something more important for their war. And as they go to do that, that means more soldiers involved. And when it says, let the weak say I'm strong, many of these are people that have never saw war before, or have never been in conflict, or their lifestyle has never been one of war. You know, they're just regular, average, happy-go-lucky people, but not anymore. The Lord is saying, let the weak say they're strong, because they know now that they're going to be faced with a task that they would not otherwise normally be faced with. And that task is fighting a war, fighting in the Third World War. You was going to say something? Okay. What verse you at? Let's go a little, keep on going a little bit, and then we'll jump off it.
All right. We're on verse 11, sir.
Okay.
Verse 11. We're in the book of Joel, chapter 3, verse 11. Assemble yourselves and come, all ye heathen, and gather yourselves together round about.
That's exactly what we're seeing right now. They're gathering themselves together round about, preparing themselves to get into this battle, preparing themselves to destroy each other in this biblical prophecy. Man. Go ahead.
Come, and gather yourselves together round about. Tender, cause thy mighty ones to come down.
Right, cause your mighty ones to come down, meaning bring them hardcore, cold soldiers. Cause them to come down into this battle. Bring them all down in here. Go ahead.
Come, O Lord. Let the heathen be wakened and come up to the valley of Jehoshaphat.
Right. And the Valley of Jehoshaphat, ironically, you want to hear something so biblical prophecy. The Valley of Jehoshaphat is in southern Israel. Where did this fight break out? In the Gaza Strip. Where is the Gaza Strip at? The southern part of Israel. It's extreme biblical prophecy. The southern part of Israel is where the Gaza Strip is at. It's right down going towards Egypt. It damn near connects to the Sinai Peninsula. That's how far south it is in the land of Israel. So when the Lord said to come into the Valley of Jehoshaphat, if you go and Google Valley of Jehoshaphat, it'll come up on a map. There you go. It'll come up on a map. And it'll show you that the Valley of Jehoshaphat falls right down there in the southern part of Israel. I don't think it's on this map. Yeah, it's not on this map. But you see where it says Beersheba? All right down in there is the Valley of Jehoshaphat, the southern part of the country. Which if you Google it on some maps, it'll show it. But anyway, so again, I employ every brother and sister to take the Bible far more serious than you've ever taken it before. Because it is so true. And the world you live in is such a lie. Every nation's lying to you. Every leader's lying to you. All these things are lies to you, but God is not lying to you. God is the one that's trying to give you the truth about the world that you live in. And he's so merciful that he wrote these prophecies down by his prophets so that in this last day, in a time of such confusion, that you would know and understand what is going to happen and why. That's why we laying this out on a timeline, because in this time is when you're able to finally see this is what's happening with us. All right, give me some more.
And gather yourselves together round about to the because thy mighty ones to come down, O Lord.
Right, he's saying thither cause thy mighty men to come down. Go ahead.
Verse 12. Let the heathen be wakened.
Let the heathen be wakened, all the nations. Go ahead.
And come up to the Valley of Jehoshaphat.
Come on.
For there will I sit to judge all the heathen round about.
Now that's heavy. When you go before the judge and the judge gives a judgment, what comes after that judgment? A punishment.
Right.
That's why he's judging you, because you've committed a crime. He's telling you committed a crime. You know what I mean? And as you could, boy, Muhammad just texted me something that was heavy. In other words, I'm gonna finish this point, and then I'm gonna read it. You've committed a crime, so you go before the judge. The judge finds you guilty, and the judge pronounces a sentence on you. That sentence that he pronounces on you gets carried out. Well, guess what? The Lord said, there will I do what? Stick with me, huh?
God. For there will I sit to judge all the heathen round about.
There I will sit to judge all the heathen round about. That's where you're going to go to judge these heathen.
Right.
The Lord is going to sit there and judge them, meaning he's going to give out judgment and then execute punishments. And that's why you see a bloodbath beginning over there that's going to last a very, very long time.
Right.
And now listen to what Muhammad just sent me. Hamas just announced and put out a decree for all Muslims to commit acts of terrorism wherever they are. And it says it has people on the internet, worried and nervous, which I understand. Did I just not say that was going to happen? No, Most High Christ, that's according to this prophecy of our king. And Muhammad just pulled up the article on it right now. That's the life that you're getting ready to get caught up into in this world, if you're a part of this world. All right. Let's go on back now. All right. Now you still. I think we can stop on the Valley of Jehoshaphat right there. Get the Book of Revelations if you could. Sixth chapter, 12th verse. You need a second?
I have it right there.
No, okay. I'm saying you need a brother or something.
Yeah, but it's
Okay, good.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 6 and verse 12. And I beheld, when he had opened the sixth seal, and lo, there was a great earthquake.
You hear that? The scripture said this angel, John the Revelator, John was a prophet of the Lord, okay? One of Christ's top disciples. And when he was locked up in prison, like happens to a lot of prophets, he was on an island of Patmos. This island of Patmos is like in the Greek Isles. It's in that area. And just like Alcatraz or one of those prisons, they turned this whole island into a prison. Okay? And so the island of Patmos was like a prison island. They ran a big prison on it. Well, they locked John up in that prison. Okay? And if you ever go back and read the history on us, back in the year 64, they started slaughtering the children of Israel. And John turned around and gathered the children of Israel up and told them, let's work together as one. And they started working together against the Roman slaughter. And the Romans knew that John was influential. So they arrested him and locked him up so that our brothers and sisters who was now in the truth serving Christ could not come together and organize against the genocide and slaughter that they were committing against us. But it was part of the prophecy, because remember, Christ said not one stone would be left upon another. So even though John was doing his job, which was to try to protect and to keep safe all the brothers and sisters, which is what the Israelite school of UPK does. We try to protect and keep our people together and keep them from being brainwashed and seduced into listening to other nations. Because you listening to those other nations is how you get seduced into being a part of those other nations. Let me divert for a minute and I'll come right back to the timeline. You know how horrible it is right now if you are one of those Israelites that's living over there in Israel. Y'all heard tons of groups say that, right? Israel's the homeland. We ain't gonna let nobody keep us out the homeland. Y'all, you wrong, Johanna, man. What you mean we ain't supposed to be in that land? That's our land. That was an ego trip. That wasn't reality. They looked at me, how you gonna be an Israelite, Johanna, and be telling brothers don't go to the land of Israel? That's our land, man. That ain't their land. That was the dumbest thing in the world to think that you was gonna go to the land of Israel and do what exactly? And not that I don't want to be in the land of Israel. That is our land. You're correct. And I would love to be in our land. But I'd rather be more right with the Lord than right with my own ego. Right. You understand? And the Lord said he's going to destroy that land. So it makes no sense for me to go there when I know he's getting ready to create the most horrific situation on the face of the earth. And that's exactly what has happened. And guess what? All the black people who came here from America, who went over there, who everybody praised, guess what? They now, and all their wonderful sons and daughters, have to join the Israeli army. If you're a citizen living in Israel, you have mandatory military service. It ain't like the United States. The United States has an all-volunteer army, meaning you don't have to go in the military if you don't want. You can be a beach bum if you decide. It's up to you. That's not the story in Israel. If you were born in the land of Israel, if you're born over there, guess what? You have to put in the minimum 2 years of military service and more afterwards. And you could be called up to active duty all the way up to 55 years old. So anywhere up to 55 years old, if they want to call you back to active duty, you got to go back to active duty. So when they called up those 300,000 troops, you can best believe that brothers and sisters who are the children of the people who came over there before are either already in that military or being called up to that military. And now, you have to go and fight and kill and slaughter Arabs for the very people who stole your identity. That's a tough call right there. Either that or you got to get on a plane and get the hell up out of there where you shouldn't have been in the first place. Go ahead.
Not necessarily saying that, like, you know, the scriptures say, like, be not partaker of our sins, or you will be a part of them.
Revelation 18:4.
You'll get that, you'll get the wrath the same way they did. So, you know, you go over there in that camp or platoon, wherever you at with them Israelis, you know, now here you go. If you would just listen to, they would listen to you. But the Most High didn't order us to do. Don't get down with that. Don't go back there. You gotta be where your people is at, not over there. Now that they over there, now that they got going to the military, now they gotta worry about Hamas. You know,
they gotta go kill them.
Right.
They ain't got to just worry about it. They got to go kill them. You got to go take them weapons and go up in. You get ready to go up into Gaza. You're going to kill women, children, babies, men. You're going to see horrific things. Your fellow soldiers are going to be raping women, torturing men, cutting off limbs, castrating them, doing all types of horrific things that nobody needs to see. You're about to experience it all because you decided to live in a land with the people who God hates, thinking somehow miraculously God was going to give you the authority over the land. I don't want to divert too much off of the timeline, but just to bring up this, to illustrate this point as we going into this sixth seal. Matter of fact, let me just divert just a little longer by reading this one scripture. Let's get the 18:4 that you mentioned, all right, Nicole? Hold what you got, because I'm coming back to it. How we looking, you die? We good?
Numbers are amazing, sir.
Most High in Christ.
Sir, the book of Revelation, chapter 18, verse 4. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people.
Now, this is John again on the island of Patmos. John was locked up in prison shortly after about 35 years after the death of Christ. He's sitting on this island in prison by the Romans, who are bombing and killing his people on their way to the full destruction of Jerusalem. And while he's on this island, he's distressed over what has gone on and what is happening. But the Most High loved him and loved us. And so he gave John a series of visions that comforted John. He let John know what the future was going to be. He let him know what's going to happen to these people who are slaughtering your people, who are killing your people. Once again, if you could take the time to really learn the truth about the Bible, you will be reading an amazing book. Not only an amazing book, but you're reading about a God who is not only real, but has a love for you that you cannot imagine in the hell that you're in. You cannot imagine somebody could love you like this in this hell, but he does, which is why you know the future right now by watching this class. Because he loved you enough to make sure that this class was available for you to know what's going to happen. So you're not even going to be stressed as this place starts to fall apart. So back to John, and then back to what happened, and then back to the timeline. So John, go ahead.
I want you to make a point. It was something you brought up about in the radio show on Monday night that was heavy. But you said, like, the way how the Most High worded it, it was like, I'm going to uphold my oath. Just sit back, I got y'all.
He said, let me perform my oath. Like, do your part so I could do mine. Like, he want to do his part. He was like, do your part of this covenant, man, so I can do mine. You ain't letting me work. You know what I mean? That's like you trying to build a building. You laying down your bricks and your mortar, you making the building look good, but your partner over there asleep. You like, yo, man, do your side of the building so we can build this house. You know what I mean? You got to do your part. And you be pissed off. And that's what the Lord was saying with us. Just do your part. Be my people so I can be your God so we can show the world that everything I said is true. Because guess what? I'm bringing it past, bringing it forth to you right now. So I understand what you're saying. Let me go back because I know I'm on triple diversions right now. So let me just walk my way back, okay? So John is on this island. He's suffering. The Lord is giving him the insight to what is going to happen in the future, which comforts John and leaves a record for us. So the Lord did a twofold thing. He comforted John for what he was distressed about and turned around and left a record for us to know what was going on in the future. Okay? So go ahead, read from where you at.
It's the book of Revelation, chapter 18 and verse 4. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people.
See that? John was in there and he's seeing these visions. He in this jail cell. You understand? His people was being thrown in themselves right after. He eating gruel. You understand? He hearing the stories from the new inmates. Yo, they killing us in the country. They bombing it. They're going to wipe us out. But the Lord is giving him visions and showing this. And he hear an angel say from heaven, come out of her, my people. So come on up out of there, man. Get out of this world. Get out of this lifestyle. And that's a message for you and I. That now that you see the signs of this prophecy and it's coming to pass, come out of her. I'm going to get back on the timeline. Just bear with me a second. He's saying, come out of her, man. Clear your mind of this fake world that you live in. And get ready to recognize there's a real world out here. Let me tell you something. And oh, boy, I don't want to divert. Just say one line. The animal world is the same world you live in. The only difference is you got all this facade making you think that they're not the same, when they are the same. The more mighty animals are eating the less mighty animals. The less mighty animals are trying to get away from the more mighty animals. All animals are fighting for their own survival. You get too close to one animal, they turn on you just like any other. It's no different than the jungle. But they give you the impression that it is different. Oh, we got to all love one another. That's a fake world. That's not reality. That's just reality that somebody created because they bombed and murdered everybody else around. Back to John. Okay? So let's get some more on what John saw. And then we'll work our way back to the timeline so we don't diverse too much. Go ahead.
Tom chapter 8:41.
Okay.
Come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins.
That you don't become a part of these sins. Because these sins are some serious sins. And they've been going on for years. You've been in slavery 400 years. Don't you know that those are crimes against God? Nobody thinks about the crimes against them. Right now, the Palestinians are not thinking about all the crimes that they committed around the world with terrorism. Right now, the Israelis are not thinking about all of the oppression and the slaughter and the suffering that they did to the Palestinians. Neither one of them are thinking about, like all those Israelis whose children are kidnapped, are not thinking about how for so many years their people oppressed the Palestinians. And for those Palestinians are dying right now in Gaza, they're not thinking about all the acts of terrorism that they slaughtered people that were innocent. And God knows what other crimes over many generations in the past that we don't even know about, that the Lord knows about and has decided to punish them for. But of course, nobody can see what they do wrong. Like an animal. An animal go to kill another animal, he don't think about what he did wrong. He just kills that other animal. When that animal gets a hold of him and is trying to kill him, he don't say, let me just lay down and die because I did so many things wrong and this animal should rip me apart and eat me. He don't say that. He say, I got to get away. And he start to fight to survive and get away. That's what animals do. And that's the world you live in. Animals just fighting other animals. The only difference is the Lord. He's the difference. He's going to put a nation in here that's going to follow him and not be an animal. And that nation is going to rule the world. That's the only difference. Go ahead, Doc. Give me some more.
God, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not of her plagues.
And that you don't be partakers of her sins. This is why it's so important to not follow other gods. Because when you worship other gods, you become partakers of her sins. You mentioned the black Muslims. Many black Muslims are going to join Arab countries thinking that they're going to get a name for themselves, thinking they're going to get fame, thinking they're going to have acceptance by the Arabs. They're going to join the Arabs and fight for the Arabs. And guess what? It'll be for nothing. Same with black people. I mentioned earlier, the black people that went back to Israel, who knew and found out in the records that they were descendants of the Hebrew Israelites. And instead of cleaving on to their people over here and waking them up, they left their people and went over there thinking they're going to build a new life or a more righteous life or make themselves pure because they've gotten away from the ghettos and so forth, which was all a lie. And as a result, now they have to fight on the side of the Israelis. That's why the Lord said that you be not partakers of her sins. You, blacks, Latinos, and Native Indians, you are part of the 12 lost tribes of the children of Israel. You owe no allegiance to no other nation, and you are to never follow the gods of those other nations. In doing so, you bring yourself into captivity under those nations, and then you become a tool for those nations. And that applies to Christians in the churches as well. You also are following another man's God, and you are becoming police officers, and you are becoming military soldiers, and you are picking up arms to fight with these nations. And as you do those things, you are becoming a part of their sins. That's why that scripture says that. Okay, you had your hand.
If I may, sir, what you saying, sir, was so heavy. The first person I thought about when you said, how people become tools for other nations, I thought about Amari Stoudemire, who's an actual Jew, going over there and disrespecting his own people. You know what I mean? It's like he didn't come from a ghetto in a slum in South Florida. You know what I mean? Now that you got a little money because you play basketball, now you over there with the so-called Jew who's perpetrating your identity, and now you're standing in solidarity with him when he's using you as a tool for your money. When you didn't stand up for nobody, you didn't stand up for Sandra Bland, Orlando Castillo, or like Captain Zardy I've been bringing out, sir. You didn't speak out, or for Kanye West or Kyrie Irving. You're just being a tool for your oppressor right now.
And here's, okay, that's strong and a good ass point. But here's the point that just flabbergasts me. Here, what's his name? What's his name?
Amari Stoudemire.
Amari Stoudemire. Here's the part that amazes me. Here's a man that is a real Jew, but is following the religion of a fake Jew. But what's amazing is this. Even if you align yourself with them and all that, it's bad. But what's worse is, how is it that you align yourself with a people who clearly have oppressed the Palestinian people, and you know that your history in this country has been a history of oppression? I don't get it. I don't get it. How are you mad at people that have been oppressed for 400 years because they won't support a people who oppress other people? Like, I don't get it. If you've been oppressed, why would you support another group of people that do the same thing to somebody else that was done to you? That's like saying, I want to join the club. That's like, you know what that's like saying? That's like F you to black people who don't love the Ku Klux Klan. It's the exact same thing. The Ku Klux Klan oppressed us, and you mad at us for not supporting the Klan because we was oppressed here. The Palestinians is oppressed there. You want us to join that oppressor when we already been oppressed? You want us to be down with the same kind of people that harmed us? It's a joke. It's a joke. And it shows you how much you could be a psychological whore. Like if you allow yourself to listen to the gods and the religions of those nations, you can become a psychological whore. But I don't want to diverse too much. Was that it on Revelation 18:4? Let's go back to the other revelation so we can get back on the timeline where it said that he had opened the sixth seal. And then from there, we'll jump over. We ain't got much time. I'm going to have to do another class. Wait a minute. What's tomorrow? Thursday? Oh. All right. For those of you that's watching tonight, join me on Cross the Line Radio tomorrow night. I'm going to be talking about more of this, probably all week. Join me on Cross the Line Radio on Thursday night. Join me on Sonetta TV on Friday. All right. Join me on the Black Watch on the Commander General Yohana channel on Saturday. I'll be on there with Meshach Mayim. And then I'll be back on the Black Watch show on Monday for the regular scheduled show on Monday night with the other generals and all of that. So I'm gonna be on the air from, only day I won't be on the air will probably be Sunday. But I'll be on the air pretty much this week talking about this because this is a very important part of our life. It's a biblical prophecy. And for once, here's my hope. My hope is that you will examine these scriptures and examine these prophecies and realize you no longer have to go study some mystery book about the Anunnaki or some Book of Mormons or some other so-called mystery wisdom of, wisdom of the ancients and all of that. Because you'll just open up the Bible and realize, you know what? All the prophecy of what is to happen is written right here. And all I got to do is learn these things from the place I'm supposed to learn it, which is the prophets of God, the Israelite School of UPK, set up in 1969, the only place in the earth that God put his name on to carry out the word of the truth. That's my hope. And so you can gain something that you've been, you can gain something that you basically have been cheated out of. You've been cheated out of your history. You've been cheated out of your prophecy. And you got to go running around like a child seeking out another man's God to have some spirituality and some gain and some strength. When you got a God that's better than anybody else, he's giving you the whole timeline to the Third World War. He's better than all of them. You don't need crystals and voodoo and Chango, and you don't need none of that stuff. Everybody coming out with crystals or some new religion, Scientology or some other you don't need any of that. All of that's a waste of time. You need to understand the Bible. That's what you need. And you can only understand it if the Lord give you prophets, which he did, ISUPK. Right. That's where you get it. It's simple. It's not that difficult. All right, let's go back. Excuse me. And then I'm going to do a little on the timeline in the last 10 minutes of this show. And then I'm going to leave it alone until we get to the next time. Go ahead.
Read the book of Revelation chapter 6 and verse 12. And I beheld when he had opened the sixth seal, and lo, there was a great earthquake.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot one more. Friday night. Malquad, just to remind me, big shout out to Captain Malquad in Chicago. Friday night, I'll be on Round Table of Truth. Friday night. You can look all those up. Okay. So it'll be Cross the Line Radio tomorrow night. Sonetta TV Friday in the daytime. Round Table of Truth Friday night. Commander General Yohana channel on Saturday with Meshach Mayim. Back on Monday with Commander General Yohana channel with the generals. And I think Tuesday I'm gonna do a show on the Florida, one of the Florida podcasts with Officer Itazab and the brothers down there in Florida. That'll be on Tuesday. We've been talking about this for a few days to get all these scriptures out, all right? I think it's important we get these. So, okay, a big, again, Malquad, big shout out to you. All right, let's keep going. Let's finish this up and then we'll get back on the timeline. We'll leave it at that until tomorrow.
God. And lo, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black as sackcloth hair.
And a great earthquake. Let me explain that to you. That great earthquake is a thermonuclear bomb. That's what that great earthquake is. And when it says the sun became black, you know what that means? This is what that means. The sun represents wisdom. That's why I call the sun, like the sun shine on you, it's considered wisdom. Now, because that nuclear bomb explodes, all of the wisdom of mankind wipes out. Because at that moment, like let me illustrate it this way. Those Jews, those so-called Jews that was in Israel just a few days ago, they was at a concert, partying, having a good time, having sex in the cars, doing whatever thing they wanted to do. They were in cafes, eating, drinking, and sipping coffee, and modeling and buying homes and driving cars and having babies and going to college. And then all of a sudden, all of that changed. And that's the same thing that's happening here. When them bombs come, everything you thought you understood and knew is gone. Now, you don't have no wisdom because you don't know what's going on. Them Palestinians right now that was living in the Gaza Strip, they asking what the hell is going on? Because the Israelis is dropping bombs all over them, wiping out whole neighborhoods. So they asking themselves, yo, what is going on here? Because the life that they thought they were living is now over. And that's what's going to happen to you. Eventually, the life that you're living, the pursuit that you believe is the pursuit, is all going to stop. And everybody's going to begin to start to figure out that the pursuit everyone has to have is to obey the Lord. That's the pursuit you need, to become a high moral individual. So he said the wisdom turned what? Read it again.
God. And the sun became black as sackcloth hair.
Right, black as sackcloth. Sackcloth is what's used for funerals, for death. Okay, they put on sackcloth, which is like a cheap fabric, and a sackcloth is like a sack is like what you put potatoes in, and they're cheaply woven with cheap material. So they usually dyed in the ancient world. They were dyed and used for funerals because it was a cheap outfit that you could throw away. So it said it'll turn like sackcloth. It'll become like a garment for death.
Right.
Go ahead.
God, and the moon became as blood.
And the moon became his blood, meaning the understanding that they had, instead of being in an understanding, like you see how today they talk about, oh, the technology, we're going to have, driverless cars, and look at the great technology now on the cell phone. You can talk across the world on a tiny little phone, and in the future, your packages will be delivered by drone. That's the understanding now. In a minute, that understanding is going to be looked at like, if you think in that way, you on your way to dying, because the world is not going in that direction. Your understanding is going to be like blood. It's going to be like something that you die from. It's going to be, filthy, because you're going to have a new understanding that God is ruling the earth and taking it back, and everything you held dear is now about to disappear. That's what's coming on this timeline. Give me some more.
God, that was the end of that verse 13.
Okay.
God, and the stars of heaven fell unto the earth.
And when it says the stars of heaven fell onto the earth, it's talking about all your rulers, all your powerful people, all your Jeff Bezos and Donald Trumps. You understand? And Bill Gates and all the rulers of the world. They call them stars the same way you call a star in Hollywood. They're stars because they're the ones that the people look up to. They're the ones that give direction to this world. They're the ones that this world believes in are the wise ones. Elon Musk and all of these, they're the ones they look at. All those stars, all those great leaders, the Lord said they're going to fall from heaven, meaning they're going to fall from their high status and their powerful seats and their great words of wisdom. They're going to come down from heaven and hit the earth. They ain't talking about literally being in heaven, but the heavenly life that they're living, the heavenly state that they're in. They said they had to open up a bridge just for Jeff Bezos' yacht to come into the city. They had to bring the bridge up and stop the traffic and everything so he could bring in his ship. One man, because that's the power that he possesses. That's the greatness he has. Well, he's going to come down. And not just him, in all these countries. You saw a lot of it when the war in Ukraine broke out and they started confiscating the yachts of all the rich Russians. Did you remember that? They started taking their yachts and confiscating them and freezing their money and blocking them from getting access to things. All of that is going to happen all over the world. They're coming down. That's the real world. Fake world, ooh, I want a Tesla. I want to be like Elon. I'm going to be an entrepreneur. I'm going to go online and do this and do that. I'm not saying don't go on there and try to make money. Go ahead and make that money. Nothing wrong with that, but don't brainwash yourself. Don't brainwash yourself to believe that there's a real future in this world when there is not. The Lord is going to destroy this world. This is what he was trying to explain to John so that John would have that record to explain it to you so that you would be ready for these times. Go ahead, Al.
If I could, sir, like coming into school, one thing that y'all told me was money is the defense. Like, this ain't the place of my rest. Money is the defense. The money is here for us to be able to survive and make it through the days and throughout life. But money is not our God.
And that's a good point you made. And let me tell you why I say that. That's a very good point you made. Because money being a defense is a weird concept in this world. People that have money are under, and people that see people that have money are under the perception that people with money are having an amazing lifetime. Like, people are under the impression if you get millions, you got to get a Maybach. You get millions, yo, you got to get that mansion. You get millions, man, you know, you got to flaunt that gold. You got to flaunt them diamonds. And that's what it is all about, being rich. What do a rapper do as soon as he get a deal? He get a $10 million deal, pow, he busts out, fly clothes, gold, diamonds, chains, yo. That's what this world teaches you. This world teaches you that wealth is to fulfill your lust. But what the Lord is saying, that wealth is a defense, a concept that's rarely understood in this world. Meaning, money is to fix problems. Money is to, stop things from happening to you. Money is to build yourselves as a people up so that you can defend yourselves. Money is to make sure that you gather yourselves together. You use your money to gather yourselves together so that you are stronger together than being separated. That's what money is. It's to defend, it's to be utilized to defend you. But once again, because we live in a fake world that we think is real, we think money is to, party in the concert. You know what I mean? Not that none of those things are wrong. What I'm saying is, your mind should not be in it as though that is what you're supposed to be doing, is what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? So listen, we over the time. I want to go on. I cannot, but I'm going to jump on Cross the Line Radio. Join me over there with Captain Katazar tomorrow night. I'll get in some more of these scriptures, you know what I'm saying? And we'll talk some more about that. We'll go further down the timeline, and we'll get it on, like I said, all throughout this week, man. Water for joining us tonight, man. Big shout out to all the brothers and sisters out there that trusting and believing in the Most High in Christ, man. You understand? Big shout out to the brothers in here with me. You understand? Officer Yadiah, Officer Nakar, also Officer Mathum, y'all holding it down with us for a while. Take me a while. Your name got to get in my brain. Okay? And we'll see y'all next time. Nakar, the water too, for letting me teach your class. I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? See y'all next time, fam. Shalom. Yadiah, should I give you this?
This a Batman tune. I promise you. This shit lit, cuz. This shit lit. Alright? Run that joint.
Niggas looking for the light. Me and my niggas prepared for the dog. Yeah. So we gon' get it on for the last days, nigga. You already know what it is. 144 to go.
They in the build, we in the spot. We can go to war and see who make it out. On your stripes, dog, you with us or not. We can get it on when it's on, it don't never stop. First you get that power, gotta hold it down. Watch your step, boy, you on holy ground. They in the field, we in the spot. We can go to war and see who make it out. It's a problem, tell them pop. I die for I let my colors fly, boy. For a nigga take me, they a drop dead. AR, clean them up like a mop pig. Say cool, he bad, he really so tough. They like, damn, look what he did, it really gon' rough. Little bitch, think she Kiki Palmer, silly hoe. She know I'm that boy, but I ain't from Philly, though. I'm from the city where they say about that river like petty poops. Know them niggas plotting, got it. Deal with me, yeah. Can't kiss me slipping, got to steal with me. Just left Alabama, bought a chopper from some hillbilly move. He made my feel the blade. Leave them all bruised, come through like a plague. Rebel off the leash like a dog out the cage. Call me Johnny Blaze off Run West May. Watch your step get stretched like a lemon. So my brother bring that blade back wet. That's my enemy. Little nigga, this that caught me to talk. Niggas know I got blood in my cup. I just sip it like it's grenadine. They in the build, we in the spot. We can go to war and see who make it out. On your stripes, dog, you with us or not. We can get it on when it's on, it'll never stop. First you get that power, gotta hold it down. Watch your step, boy, you on holy ground. They in the build, we in the spot. We can go to war, let's see who make it out. Tell them niggas good night, here come the bitch. Look, told them niggas get right or get left. You PK bad man, I bend to your flesh. Hellboy, rip the soul out of dead man. Shit, got the rank, the power. I been a showstopper. Yeah, they might hate, but I know they gon' watch. Zone on lock, and you know the flow prop. Iced out, got the drip out of David Jones lock. Know I got the plan, they say that you the man. No shit, Sherlock, I'm the one you heard about. Burn down the building, let them all watch. Throw that one west up, then I swerve out. Sick with this shit, I do not need a detox. He don't watch a step, blow him out them Reeboks. We taking over, I'm sending the word out. Can't see me, little nigga, I put you in a bird box. Look, it's one west practical, gladiator, maximum. Creep on them slow, but they Glock fire rapid. All I want is more power, more straps to blow. Ain't got excuse for no cow, he gon' have to go. They in the build, we in the spot. We can go to war and see who make it out. On your stripes, dog, you with us or not. We can get it all when it's on, it don't never stop. First you get that power, gotta hold it down. Watch your step, boy, you on holy ground. They in the build, we in the spot. We can go to war and see who make it out.
Back roll.
You'll never see another nigga like this. Used to have that white bitch popping on the night shift. Now I'm one west. Word sharper than the ice pick. On you rappers' necks and it's feeling like some vice grips. Yeah, that's light shit. Send my bro a kite quick. Times of war, we ain't forget about you. Keep your light lit. Rappers can't see. Most of them scared to witness. Go on, close your eyes. There's one right here for the trenches. Bad bitches, natural hair or extensions. Hood niggas that'll probably grip like some dentures. Brothers on them fences. 23 and 1 out. Praying that that commissary hit before a run out. Riches on the gram. Dog filter with their tongue out. Couldn't stay home. Cause they found the dugout. out, closed casket, burner in the low jacket, my co-captain, riding on these whole rappers, my hoes fabulous. Now I don't mean that derogatory, but I'm a player and there's no my women riding for me. I avoided Maury, I got 2 jets. If I can't make it through for them, then I'm useless. Sit down at roof, Chris, with a couple bosses after the war just to count our losses. It's not many. You see a smile on my face, but I'm not friendly. Gun on my waist, sipping white Henny. I just hope this shit go right. Living in the dark, you don't know lie. Gotta got my heart with my bow tie. Waiting on the squad in my whole life. I just hope this shit go right. Living in the dark, you don't know lie. Gotta got my heart with my bow tie. Living in this world in my whole life, my whole life. It's so melodic. When I be dropping this ebonics, this ghetto phonics, it got me on the level supersonic. My bomb atomic, and you know where you can find me. Somewhere probably holding this paper or origami. My name is pure as the sunny. My wave is like a tsunami. I went from 0 to 100, feeling like Ricky Bobby. I made a deal with the Reaper. Got a couple wives, they some keepers. Talk a lot of shit, but you can't walk a mile in my sneakers. Bitches go to Miami, come home and change features. Now she got a BBL, her ass fatter. Trying to show up all them niggas that laughed at her. Now when they see her, they only wanna fuck her. They just wanna touch her, they don't wanna cuff her. They just wanna come and kick it with her like a punter. Turned her to a runner, now it's all aboard the train. Fenty on her face, but it's not concealing the pain, it's a shame. That's why I'm in the hood like some rap snacks. I know niggas kill you and your mama for a scat pack. Dark tint, matte black, they do it for half that. Had you like 90s Missy in a fucking trash bag. I'm from Philly, we don't do bank accounts, just cash app. I spit a verse and I just watch the time slow. This that God flow, this that shit that rappers die. It's that uncut Tahoe Wall straight from Pablo Escobar. I be at the bar like Moscato. They think it's effort, but no, this that black work. Make the countermeasures, take pleasures, making an op hurt. Lighters in the sky, cause every verse is a concert. My mind work at speed y'all can't fathom. Listen to the words of a champion. You can, the streets need another anthem. I just hope this shit go right. Living in the dark, you don't know lie. Gotta got my heart with my bow tie. Waiting on the squad in my whole life. I just hope this shit go right. Living in the dark, you don't know lie. Gotta got my heart with my bow tie. Living in the squad in my whole life, my whole life.
See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. Hey, hey. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. Left, right, left.
I can tell you what it feels like when them problems kicking in. I call it real life. Now I'm feeling trapped. Who can I trust? Second guessing everything. Who can I love? I remember sleeping on the floor, ready for whatever. I was sleeping by the door. I was down bad, didn't want no one to know. I was on my own, didn't have nowhere to go. Everything I seen was a test. I was born to be a soldier, nothing less. This is the life that I chose. This the life that I chose. This the life that I chose. This the life that I chose.
See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier.
This is the life that I chose.
See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier.
This is the life that I chose.
See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. Left, right, left.
All black is the uniform. Soldier dead and gone. I'm forever pouring liquor for him. Try
me all my brothers, and I'll be moving bodies for 'em. Came up out the struggle and maintained through the storm. Niggas dying for dead presidents, fucking up their residence. White man dirty tricks, they call this shit politics. Vagabonds, and they some natural born lunatics. That what they is. They shut you down when you speaking truth. It black boots when you in the truth. It black boots when you in the truth. This is the life that I chose. Nickel.
See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. Left, right, left.
Hey, Sean Israel, what's going on, man? Priest Captain Garhar here, standing with Officer Thabawan. We coming from Hollywood, California. Just off the BBC interview, letting everybody know that the ISUPK is going to take over, man. But check it out. This is what I want you to do, right? Command Junior Hunter just dropped a new YouTube channel. The most controversial man in America, man. Subscribe to his channel, America on Fire, Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. Salam.
Yeah, those are messed up, no. Bad news is to beat your home, nigga. Yeah. Go on, get on that ass real quick one time. 144, baby.
They said you get on, you gon' represent. I said, soon as they trade that beat, I ride that bitch just like a horse. She about to go dumb, yeah, bitch, me whole guard. Yeah, ain't know they call me Obi-Wan. I go with the fuck. You gon' ride, yeah, of course. Get it lit up like a torch. You even low on this Lord, so that bitch is either or. Yeah, I know them niggas ain't cut like that. I swear I'm to our core. Wait up, let me make a call right quick. I'ma start another war. I was hurrying when she left, but I don't care about anymore. I need a Vaseline like my Nina Papa boy. Took a Zach, watch the dark. Matter of fact, like a dart. Any problem, let them come. We gon' snatch they soul like Shane Shaw. Put them out of service, keep them tools like Miss Harvey Free. Try to hope it's way too late. I'm headed straight to the safe. Throw that one up like a trophy. I'm that nigga, ain't no debate. Throw them boys, we taking notes. Call them up like set the date. This shit a piece of cake. Yeah, my bitches came from Whole Foods. Told them put on that top 3. Then bring me my house shoes. Don't make excuses, make moves. These niggas ungrateful, gotta show them UPK rules. I make hits like I can't lose. They said you get on, you gon' represent. I said of course. Soon as they trade that beat, I ride that bitch just like a horse. She about to go dumb, yeah, bitch, the whole guard. You ain't know they call me Obi-Wan. I come with the fart. You gon' ride, yeah, of course. Yeah. It lit up like a torch. You even low on this Lord, so that bitch is either or. Yeah, I know them niggas ain't cut like that. I swear I'm to our core. Yeah, I just got off the call. I'ma start another war. Spit a plate up with my niggas, get your knife and your fork. They ain't locked in with the coat and with the speaking to me fart. Yeah, I just took the floor. Ain't no cowards in my campaign. They can't stop the campaign. Tell them bring the champagne. They know I'm a champion. They can see the outcome. Get them niggas bad. Got them tied down and out. You can't do with the steps, some niggas been down since day one. We run up the bands, bitch like Dylan. They say you get on, you gon' represent. I said of course. Soon as they trade that beat, I read that bitch just like a horse. Yeah, about to go dumb, yeah, bitch, we whole guard. Yeah, ain't know they call me Obi-Wan. I come with the force. You gon' ride, yeah, of course. Get it lit up like a torch. You either low or this low, so that bitch is either or. I told you niggas, you ain't cut like that. I swear I'm to our car. And I just made it call. We gon' start another war. Yeah. Exposing lies with the truth. The only men worthy to teach from the Bible. The ISUPK. We raising our people from the dust. We are the true Hebrew Israelites. Kwame Ashala. Let a Hebrew speak. Let a Hebrew speak with General Hazayan.
You know what? You got nasty taste in your mouth, and you gotta spit it out. That's how God feels about everybody that is not an Israelite.
And Captain Akkad.
And crack and heroin and abortion clinics and Christianity is inequity, man.
Let a Hebrew speak. Christianity is a lie. Talk the truth. Let a Hebrew speak. The white man is the devil. Talk the truth.
To be careful, not making mistakes.
Let her establish since 1969. Hebrew speak. We raising our people from the dust. Talk the truth. General Hazayan. Talk the truth. That's right. Cry aloud. Captain Akkad. Talk the truth. Let a Hebrew speak. Tune in every Mondays from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Let a Hebrew speak.
I'm not letting nobody sell you crack. You know why? Because I never saw you before. But you a black man like me. And it's worth something.
This is Black Watch with Commanding General Yohana, the only man to lead blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans.
God made man on this earth. The white man he made man. God made man. God wants man to obey him.
Bringing you real news.
We don't need a black man in the White House. We need a black man in every black house.
For many years, there's a lot of black people who didn't realize how deep the racism of white America was.
You ain't gonna do nothing unless you decide where you gonna stand at with the Most High.
This station is now the ultimate power in the universe.
Righteous solutions to issues plaguing our nation.
Boy, you better wake up and see the power that is within blacks, Latinos, and Native Indians.
Join us every Monday from 9 to 11 p.m. Black Watch. Let the show begin.
ISUPK presents Ask Ye the Prophets weekly podcast.
Every race in the movie.
You're not to trust. You're not to trust you. Trust it. You're not to trust you. Send in your questions to askyetheprophets@gmail.com or Ask Ye the Prophets on Facebook. And your questions will be answered live every Wednesday, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Shalom.
He speaketh of his own.
The white man made himself the Egyptians and the Israelites. And the Persians. Every race in the movie.
Baby, no listen to no fake news, them can't. Could do all it out and them never play it out. Notice say I just be a bad bitch, I get forward from with you. But the one you have to good girl them. She never did a features, I rate it. Never did a features, half naked. Me never did a piggy ratings halfway, that's why me give her ratings. She never did a features, half naked. Never did a features, I rate it. Me never did a piggy ratings halfway, that's why me give her ratings. I know every girl a white material. I know every
girl forget the juice in my seed bag. And every girl me trust to cook my food, now boil me tea in a tea, for put the milk in the cereal. Me like a catty when me dival, when we wash for cook it clean and no fuss. When she hear me get a new girl, I know that me mean when me say me fight me demon. Multiple wife legally, no illegal. Yeah, straight, me go crazy. And not every catty can be my first lady. And not every press plus body done baby plus Tatiana no fit in and no mercy. When me say oh luxury dolly for nurse baby, a trouble when luxury dolly turn old lady. So big up every girl with old lazy. Your body big, but why your mommy donate it? I rate it. Never did have to dress half naked. Me never did have to give her be things halfway. That's why me give her rate. Things. She never did have to dress half naked. Never did have to dress R-rated. Me never did have to give her be things halfway. That's why me give her rating. She now wait pan money for reach her and donation. She make reach her man donation. One run job and one, but he waste gal tell her to leave her man, but she stay strong. She know say them are no friends, them are haters. Them sleep with every man in the acre. Can't get nobody to stay long. And want the advice for relation. Baby no listen to no fake yo. Them can't keep a man cause them never stay true. Could do all it out and them never pay yours. Never shut them out and them wicked and cruel, eh? Bag a man a rush but them just a get yours. Everything them have them did a fear blows. Instagram live them nude for the views. Baby that I know you though. Sure, I rate it. Never did a dress half naked. Me never did a piggy or be things halfway. That's why me give her ratings. She never did a dress half naked. Never did a dress R-rated. Me never did a piggy or be things halfway. That's why me give her ratings.
A Palestinian committed a terrorist attack in America last night and is getting no news coverage.
I haven't been in yet. I just got it.
Of course I did it on purpose. You think I'm crazy? No, I am not. Because seriously, this is at least what I can do. Because I'm gonna kill myself if I don't do something with watching children genocide every freaking night. And we get up in the morning, evening, just seeing people dying. Yes, of course. I'm just here because if I don't do anything, I'm gonna really have a heart attack sitting in my freaking chair. I can't. This is at least I'm not hurting anyone. I'm just freaking getting my anger out. I can't. I'm gonna have a heart attack. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe you should do something. Country support freaking Israel. The #1 country supporting the genocide. Maybe you have to do something about it. Stand up for the right side and really look at the freaking news. Maybe you should do this.
Yes, sir. I'd like to see her face if I could.
No. Well, she's not letting me freaking fix my hijab, my cover. Free Palestine!
Yep. Yeah, y'all could hear me good?
Can't say.
You coming through strong?
Coming, sound good. Yeah, can't.
Most time. Then get on mic check. Nathan, let me see if we're hearing you. I don't know if your audio coming through. I think it might have a jam up with your audio, Nathan.
Yeah.
You could hear me? Might be a little jam up. All right, bear with us one. We're taking one last break. We'll be right back. Give us 2 minutes. We're going to be right back. Let's just try to sort the situation out here. Give us 2 minutes, all right? 2 minutes, we'll be right back.
Yeah, you know what it is. 140 for the rebel, busy man. Shit, nigga. They tear their head off, nigga.
My red where Eve did to Adam, I just pray my love don't lie to me. Swing the iron like Samson, I can't let no hoe to lie to me. I don't feel these rappers, all they lies is hypocrisy. Ain't no competition, ain't no rivalry. Niggas think I'm playing, I don't hear one word they saying, this shit light work. Think Muhammad one of us, he might lose his life first. Circle up and stay alert, another cop can stretch the nigga. He ain't demon, it's the exorcism, watch I bless the nigga. You took that oath in blood, then you know I'm gonna get active with you. From the opposition, I see vision, let me paint the picture. Rappers claim they spin, I ain't listening, is effective. If revenge was a woman, now I scope that bitch like Jake. So Tower War, we gon' run the summer, it's gon' be historical. Thought they making plays, made them niggas call the audible. As who run this shit, but that question is rhetorical. Bitch, I'm the one, me cookies with the oil. I'ma get them crackers, hell, should've never kidnapped my family. I can't just do that, bet I be the last nigga standing. Do a life sentence for my niggas, pray you understand. I might put a switch on his Glock and call it Young Gay. How you real trigger on the top? You a bird feeder, claiming he a demon. What's a demon to a cold leader? What he saying something, I ain't hear. This shit light. It ain't on who got this gun, it's on who gon' up that fight first. I turn a bad situation to a game changer. Bring soldiers from the dead, just raised up the chain. Bring shots, I'ma look like Aaron Jones when I run it. Never bite the hand that feeds you, you'll never get that hand back. Bitch about 10%, I don't wanna hear none of that. He dropping sword, fuck him. Just make sure you get that cover back. Look around, he ain't with us, probably cause he never was. Now my chin like you with the angels for your brothers. Everybody won't be Richard Porter. God kill him like Alpo. Play if he want, it's laying in the trunk like Lee Malvo. A certified woman's ass nigga, I am not a toy. Hey, I with that hollow side. Yeah, this the real McCoy. Feel like Gullah Jack when I'm in Fayetteville, you feel your boy. Still up on my brain, still I think that's all that I do. The way I get it, boy, lost, they gon' start to call him Elroy. Fuck his game, pop out on them demons like I'm Hellboy.
It's gonna come over. All right, how it's sounding now? How we going with it now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah, loud and clear.
All right, let's reboot the whole thing up. Yep.
There's your thumb.
How y'all feeling? You to well?
Good. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Let's make sure I'm coming through nice and bright. Can't get lost in the shadows over here. All right, so tonight we're gonna be holding it down for Command General Hannah again, hardest working man in Israel. Give him my hand. You know what I mean? Putting on, massive cookouts. Just came back from Houston doing something major.
Okay.
I mean, you could probably leave it short and put it on the table.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I don't know how it's gonna look over. You could try it, try it like that. But I'm thinking if it's short and on the table or close to the table, it might be all right. Okay. And then I think they have Florida coming up.
Yeah.
Was that December
21st to the 23rd?
The 21st to the 23rd down there in Florida. You know what I mean? The boot down there, man. They used to call that the swing state when Al Gore and George Bush was fighting for elections. They used to call that the swing state. They ain't swinging no more. We setting that record straight.
Yeah.
We setting that record fully straight. You know what I mean? So we go into it tonight. Of course, the usual suspects. You have Captain Nathak holding it down. You know what I mean? Give him a hand. Yeah, right now we are so happy all on deck. Give him a hand. We're not from Trinidad. You know what I mean? I was going to join in shortly as well. Y'all don't forget Hakonika as well. Hakonika is coming Thursday, December 7th. December 7th at sundown, man. The beginning of a week-long celebration, a week-long party. You're all busy partying in the world and going to funerals the day after. You know what I mean? Hakonika, we celebrate the funerals of our enemies. You know what I mean? Who slaughtered us, took our gold, to spoil us. And the Lord put the spirit on some brothers and, you know, went and defend the thing. You know what I mean?
Yes. So just to add, you know how to celebrate Thanksgiving. You know what I mean?
You know how to celebrate Thanksgiving?
Yeah, man.
No Christmas, no Kwanzaa. You know, you get some old made-up holiday. Right. Celebrating a whole Play-Doh holiday. Unwrap the quarter. It's twisted up. Just you're smoothing it out. It's all too. You know what I mean? You ain't got to celebrate no made-up holiday. You could now for sure, you know what I mean, do something that's really yours. You know what I mean? You could do something that's really yours. Let me see if I could get you all added in here. So I think we have a couple brothers coming on. Hold on, let's see how I do this thing. Yeah, bear with me 1 second. So tonight we're going into to a few stories. We have some good ones, including Mr. I call him Mr. Hell, you might want to clean the lens on that. Just see if it could run just a little bit with a cloth or a paper towel or something. That's nicer, yeah. Right, we are Mr. Kissinger. I don't know if you already know who the hell that is, but this devil boy, I had to call him the architect. That's his name.
Mashak, I might blame you for messing my first computer up.
Listen that.
I remember you give me something like some big write-up or something that he do. I forget what it was. I was on that computer. That computer just shut down.
That's why it shut down. Hell, footprints in the database. You know what I mean? Like this he was the U.S. State Secretary, and boy, he wrote something called the Securities Memorandum, National Security State Security Memorandum, the NSSM, I think 200 or some shit like that. You could Google that and see. And it was all about destroying third world countries. You know what I mean? It was all about destroying third world countries, you know, and put the whole population control. They credit him as being such a statesman. But another side of him that hardly ever gets talked about is the amount of wars and preludes and precursors and justifications to wars this oppressor done, you know, penned in the spirit of homeland security and the betterment of America. You know, we have Kazak coming in. Yeah, also soon I should have Officer Owade in as well. I think Kahan coming. few other brothers gonna be coming through as well. You know what I mean? Like this oppressor here, boy, Kissinger is, you know, I don't get it. I don't get it. He is the oppressor of oppressors. I might need that second light. Yeah, just one of them. So I might need that. I don't know how we gonna do it. Which is a good one? This one. That one? Yeah, I might need that second light somewhere. If it could plug in like right there, maybe. Yeah, somewhere to face this way. Yeah, man. Yeah, that Kissinger. No. Unless that one could plug in and face you, and this one come back on me. Check this ball about. This ball don't look right. Yeah, like that oppressor boy. I mean, he done did atrocities, and they let him go quietly. Right. Super quietly. You know what I mean? Added to that, you know, of course, you have the Didster, you have the Diddy. I take that. Yeah, the Doodle, the Didographer, right? Diddy did it, right? And T.I. just, you know, just dominating this week, boy. That's trending on everything. I mean, they acting like, you know, the world is theirs. They ain't giving nobody no space on the internet for nothing. You know what I mean? This was the week for the, you know, the sexual deviancy and the underage and the pedophiles and stuff. The NBA player get caught in some NBA some underage relationship, and that nigga said, "Oh, that devil." I can't say nigga because people gonna get confused. You know what I mean? Still playing ball. It ain't coming on. You probably try it in a different club or something. If not, if it's too much trouble, then just leave it. But I know one of them do work. Yeah, that's the one that work. Right. So yeah, we're gonna get into it for sure. And of course, if there's any other stories that, you know, you all out there know about and want us to cover, just type it in the chat. You know, we're gonna give our perspective on it. You know what I mean? As according to the Lord and according to black men, we're gonna give the black perspective on this thing. And put some polish on it. Right. I mean, put some kiwi, you know, old school kiwi polish. We're gonna put some polish in it. Yeah, man. So black it, this light gonna talk to you. You know what I mean? So went out again. Make sure it's perfect. Yeah, you might want to mess with that. You could just leave that alone. You could just leave that alone and just, you know, put that on somewhere else, some other one on the side or something. Yeah. All right. So where you all want to start? Where you all want to start?
And if you want to start with Derek Chauvin stabbing.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Oh God.
At number 5.
Right. Inmate who stabbed Derek Chauvin 22 times is charged with attempted murder, prosecutors say.
Damn, 22 times? That nigga got shoulders out. He got he got
dig out.
Yeah, I mean he getting it in.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if you all heard too. I think this happened after I had listened to Fox News. Fox News, I think they have some documentary coming out they're saying about this whole matter with George Floyd. All right, 2 things they're saying. One, they were saying that that George Floyd, they were saying that the kneading causes death. Right? They were trying to say that he had other medical issues. You understand? and what you call it again, and also to but what's this? What happened was what's that again? They were saying the cops on them were saying that they were taught that kneeling technique. You understand? Mashak, you there? I think Mashak freeze. So what you there?
Yes. Yeah, can't answer. I hear you.
Yeah. So that's what they were saying pertaining to George Floyd before the situation happened. Right? So start it over one more time.
Can't answer. Yes. Freeze up a little bit. Right. Inmate who stabbed Derek Chauvin 22 times is charged with attempted murder, prosecutor says. Right? Derek Chauvin was stabbed in prison 22 times by a former gang leader and one time FBI informant who told investigators he targeted the ex-Minneapolis police officer because of his notoriety for killing George Floyd, federal prosecutors said Friday.
Right, which makes it sound like almost along the point where, yeah, I mean, John Muhammad was trying to bring out. You know what I mean? You in this prison next to this man who just killed unalive a brother by putting his knee on his neck and was so cool with it. You know what I mean? How could you feel safe in a prison with him? How can you? You can't feel safe with that. You understand? You cannot feel safe with that. Come on.
Right. John Tuska was charged with attempted murder a week after the November 24th attack at the Federal Correctional Institution in Tucson, Arizona. He told the correctional officers he would have killed Chauvin had they not responded so quickly, prosecutors said.
I mean, like he basically he was saved. Derek Chauvin was saved. You know what I mean? Or else, you know what I mean, he'd have been, you know what I mean, unalive because of this situation.
Right.
Like the Lord, like he don't want to play with the Lord, man. You know what I mean? And his children. You want to play with the Lord and his children. You do something to his kids. I say his kids, meaning the Lord's chosen people, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. He is coming to see you. You understand? He's coming to see you. That's what you're seeing going on right now across there in Israel, in the Middle East. You understand? With this, with these wars that's about to jump off, because the Lord is coming to see these other nations for how they treated us, for how they unalive us, for what they did to us in slavery, in the Caribbean, in America, throughout this whole entire what they have done to blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. The Lord is going to visit. He's going to visit.
That's right.
These heathens. All right? Any more?
Now, cancer, right? Tuska, who is serving a 30-year sentence for crimes committed while a member of the Mexican mafia prison gang, told investigators he thought about attacking Chauvin for a month because he is a high-profile inmate, but denied wanting to kill him, and prosecutor said.
You understand? So it's, you know what I mean, we not how to put it, we're not supporting anything to do with this whole situation. All we're saying is you mess with the Lord people, he coming and see you. You understand?
That's right.
You unalive his people, he is coming to see you. You understand? America, you're next. You all could go buy how many guns you want. Go buy all the guns up in the store. Go buy all the bullets. The Lord coming to visit America very soon for what they did to God's chosen people.
Right.
Copy back?
Yeah, I hoping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hoping.
Yeah, and they're live.
I heard boom. It all went black.
Hmm.
I see it coming.
Yeah. So that was it with the Derek Chauvin. You know what I mean?
So somebody poke him up?
Yeah, somebody poke him up. Ex-mafia member. You know what I mean? And as I was saying too, I don't know if you heard, but Fox was saying that one of them reporters coming out with a documentary on the whole situation, right? And they was trying to say that that George Floyd died because he had some heart issues, not because of the knee on his neck. He died because of some heart issues. And they were saying that the cops and them, they were trained to do that maneuver that Derek Chauvin was doing. They trained them to do it. And they had cops coming on there saying that, you know what I mean, we were trained to do it. So, you know what I mean, what they call it, the captain or whoever came on there on the stand and was saying that they never trained their cops to do such maneuvers. They were saying that was a lie.
They had to say that. They had to say that to help with the lawsuits and shit.
Yeah,
they had to take liability off the damn cops.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's really what it is. They need to just they're taking liability off the off the officers. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah,
that's
because
really what it is.
Yeah, more than likely, I don't know if you remember that situation with the camera that we had in DC with Weinstein.
With Weinstein, yep.
Right. The next week, the cops on them had a memorandum for the cops on them on how they will deal with people, civilians that was taping, that had their own like personal camera, taping in public.
Yep.
You know, so I'm saying that because they knew that, you know what I mean, he was wrong for doing it.
And they thought we didn't know the law. I think just today after the concert, he was talking about that incident in DC here where some devil accused the camper threatening to take his life and cut his head off.
Mm-hmm.
And he went and tell the cops, so we up here saying we're gonna cut his head off. The cop came back. Of course, Jungle Thumb, he was in charge of the camp at the time. He told the cop, no, that shit is a lie. Ain't nobody say nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
So he started to ask, he said, well, is it on tape? He said, yeah, it's on tape, but this is our camera. We're not giving it. So the cop, he decided now, little 4'11" Hobbit cop, he decided now he gonna try to flex on us. And he proceeded to take the camera. Nafak was the cameraman, and he is wrestling Nafak for that camera, brother. And to try to show that he's so big and tough and he could wrestle this big nigga. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And brother, there was some freelance DC photographers out there, and they snapped the whole thing. I mean, really like frame by frame. I'm gonna look at the picture and post that shit up, brother. Man, General Katham got to blazing on that cop and called him a thief, and he's stealing personal property, and you can't seize it. And General Katham started to run it down till he pointing up in his face. No, don't nobody gonna do this now. Don't do this now. Yeah, I mean, the Lord was with him in that moment. I can't guarantee it's gonna be with you.
Yes, sir.
He started to tell the cop the law, because the cop tried to say that we could seize the camera. It's like, no, you could only seize that in such and such circumstances when it's such and such type of crime. Other than that, you had to damn near like subpoena to get a warrant for this shit.
Yeah,
brother. Listen, Commander Hannah put that whole that particular district in the DCPD on notice. Come to find out, this particular cop, he himself is Jewish.
Yep.
And he hated us, and they have him as some specific task force to watch us. All the time we thinking he just on the regular beat walking around. There's a specific task force that was watching us, and he's Jewish. We found this out, I think, a couple weeks later.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And he was wrong. And what Nafak was saying is the next week, DCPD issued something for all the police saying you cannot take people's personal property. A warning to all the damn cops off of what happened with us. You know what I mean? So big up Nafak for that thing there too, bro.
Yeah.
We was young and sure. I think it was 500. I want to kill him. I want to jump off, but I'm like, yeah. By the neck and started shaking. I'm talking about the situation, of course, not the cup. But brother, I learned something that day.
He gets some good spikes and he had.
Of course, he dressed some spike armbands. We stood on business that day. We stand on business.
Yeah, right.
But that's what they do to cover themselves with the liability. You know what I mean? That's what they do to cover the self-reliability. So now they're of course going to say that that George Floyd was, you know, he was this, he was that, he was, you know, an addict, he had fentanyl or whatever else. Nothing had to do with his situation, you know, having a knee on your neck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And if that's the case, I just need somebody who is healthy with no heart problems and not a drug addict to lay on the floor in the courtroom and let Chauvin put his knee on his neck and let's see how long he survived. Right?
Yeah, for the same amount of minutes.
For the same amount of minutes, and kneel down on it and put your full, you know, knee into it. And let's see if anything happens. You know what I mean?
Right.
Go ahead.
If I may too, sir. And this is Kawakan, the water, sir. It's real ironic because the same people that label the ISUPK as a hate group are the same people that are in league with the state of Israel as they train the United States police forces in these very tactics. If you go online right now and you look up how the state of Israel, the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, and how many Israeli intelligence organizations, they train the United States police departments, all the major ones. This came under fire in Baltimore specifically after the Freddie Gray incident. And then it came under fire again after the George Floyd incident. And these very same tactics that are used by the United States police departments in these major cities, they're taught by the Israeli police forces. Like a lot of people don't know that the United States, because Israel is one of the most, probably the top trained military and police force in the face of the earth. And of course, it's because they have so many enemies, because they have done so much crime on the earth. So just like a criminal that does so much crime, you need extra protection. And so they have their intelligence gathering organizations are so efficient, and their defense forces are very well trained to the point that they have a partnership with the United States law enforcement, where Israel trains the United States. In particular, this incident with George Floyd, with Derek Chauvin put his knee on George Floyd's neck for 9 minutes. That is a Israeli Defense Force technique, trained Israelis to the United States Police Department. And the same people that called us a hate group, they support that movement. They support these type of tactics. So and once again, everything I'm saying, you can go online and you can verify this yourself. I have a video coming out soon, sir, about this.
Listen,
I'm still going down the rabbit hole.
It need.
Shaggy, that's some
not the rabbit hole. God damn. What's the not the damn rabbit hole.
The wormhole.
But listen, this is the article right here. It says the ADL considered scrapping its U.S. police training trips to Israel and decided not to.
Right.
After defending the programs at the height of the 2020 anti-brutality protests, the anti-racism organization is now admitting that an internal memo questioned their ethicality. What the hell is that word? Just question them being racist. That's all it is.
Exactly. That's it.
Just being racist and which is again why we can't cry for Palestine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because what they train the police departments over here on how to deal with us, they're not putting the knees on the necks of the school shooters.
Right.
They're not putting the knees on the necks of the random, incel, disgruntled white boys.
Right.
They're not doing that. They're doing that to us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let me see if I get some more. Hold on. In the summer of 2020, with protests against racism and abusive policing swirling in the United States, swirling like this, swirl, like the white and black swirl.
I caught that, sir.
The Anti-Defamation League defended its programs in Israel training American police officers from critics who said they imparted violent, militarized tactics. I can't feel sorry for Palestine when you, in essence, Israel was doing that to us.
Yes, kamikaze.
It's like a Cold War by proxy. The Tel Aviv Police Department, the Tel Aviv, the what's the other? Is Mossad or
Mossad?
Mossad, CIA. In other words, they were the ones doing it to us.
Right.
It says to link Israel as a state to U.S. police misconduct is bizarre. God damn.
Yeah, right.
It's bizarre. Is a bizarre excuse for the centuries-long history of racism and injustice that has been a part of American history, really since our founding. George Selim, the group's senior advisor, senior vice president of programs, told the Jewish Telegraphic Agency in that July. Now, he is, of course, saying you can't blame us for centuries of racism that was done to Black people.
Right.
You paid for the boats, though. You paid for the boats.
Right.
You funded the whole thing. The insurance companies that insured the slave ships was yours.
Right.
That's right.
You can't, just because we now finding out you are training the police. Why are you not training us to defend ourselves against criminals? Why is the Jewish what's this the Israeli police, the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force? Why the IDF isn't coming into our neighborhoods, our ghettos and barrios, and saying, listen, man, you always like to identify with us and say how you know, as Black people, you know, we identify with your plight. So why not come and train us to keep drugs out of our community, to keep racism out of our community? Why not come and, so now, if anything, we putting our foot on somebody's neck.
Right.
But you, I'd say you identify with us, but then you go train the people who oppress us. You don't identify with us. You identify every beast love his like.
Right.
You train who you like because that's the same.
Right.
You know what I mean? You the same.
So, sir.
Go ahead.
And okay, what you just read is so heavy, sir, because this cat, he's willing to throw America underneath the bus to defend Israel. But really, what he really just did is implicated Israel and America's crimes.
Yep.
Because he knows America is racist since its foundation, and America is racist, and it's the liberation of justice and it's law enforcement. But you still have organizations like the Anti-Defamation League and other pro-Israeli organizations that fund American law enforcement. Like you knowingly, you awarely know that the United States law enforcement is racist. You just admitted it, but you still now fund them to receive this training instead of cutting off funding
because they're racist.
Right. Because you're racist.
No, meaning like they should cut it off.
Right.
Because
they're racist.
They realize the police force is racist. They should be like, you know what? We can't train you all because we know what happens when somebody is racist and has skill.
Exactly.
We experience the shit. So they should say we ain't training you.
Exactly.
Because you are racist.
Right.
Or put them in the what they call that, the book that they have us in, and saying that we and that same Anti-Defamation League say that we racist or something like that.
Yeah, it's called the hate group with the ACLU.
Yeah, so why not put the American police force in there and say there's a racist hate group too?
Right.
You put them in there.
No.
You know what I mean? Label them like you label us.
No.
Because from what he's saying here, as I say, Cap, as we just read there, is basically they know that the organization, this whole police organization, is racist to Black people, Hispanics and Native Indians. They know. Without a shadow of doubt.
Listen, like you so right, like, okay, look at this last one. In fact, Selim had recently authored an internal memo recommending that the group end the police training trips, both because the criticism both because of the criticism the trips engendered and because the ADL could not say that all of the criticism was false. That's the only reason they consider ending it. Right? They say because of the criticism it engendered, meaning it getting too much flack. A lot of people is now blaming us.
Right.
And we can't totally say it's false. We can't totally say, you're lying.
Right.
Fake news. We can't say that because they got the receipts that we really training you all to be racist.
Yeah.
So now, listen, if you wonder why we really can't feel sorry for Palestine, I mean,
That's crazy.
Like they're doing this to us, having coffee in the morning, waking up from a night out, having sex with their wife, kissing the kids goodbye.
Right.
They're doing this to us on a normal situation.
Yeah.
What happening with you and Hamas and Palestine and Israel? You're in a conflict. And that's just, what happens in war. But imagine this is happening to us every day, and you training them to do this. I can't really feel sorry for Palestine.
Right.
I can't. I don't know how to.
Right.
I'm busy trying to get this thing off my neck.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Let me tell you, the plot against us is very thick, and we really can't see it.
Yeah.
Right. We busy taping cell phones to the damn roof for some dumb challenge. Every couple of years is some nasty hoe challenge. A few years ago, you had the silhouette challenge. Y'all remember that shit? The whole silhouette challenge. Now you got the nasty hoe challenge. And meanwhile, these cops is going on trips. They ain't doing a Zoom. They ain't doing a Zoom call and showing you how to do the thing. Them cops going on vacation to Tel Aviv to learn how to put a Negro in a coffin. I need some trips. I need some trips.
So like I said, these cats, I got a personal grievance against these cats because they falsely called the ISUPK a hate group when we haven't attacked or harmed anybody. We support known racists, and you know what? You support terrorism. This Israeli ambassador in the United States, her name is Judith Varney Shore, and she went on a national Israeli pro-Jewish conference, and she sat on a panel. It was about 2 years ago, at the height of the Black Lives Matter movement, the protests and all that. And she said out of her mouth that the greatest threat to the state of Israel are Black youth here in America. She didn't say the greatest threat to the state of Israel was Hamas. She didn't say the greatest threat to the state of Israel was Gaza or Iran or any nation that has nuclear weapons or that are kidnapping your people. She said our children, our teenagers are the greatest threat to their state. She knows something and they know something that you all want to deny and you want to ignore. And the ISUPK under Commander Johanna has been telling you since 1969. The real Jews are Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. And that's why our children are a threat to you, because our children are taking back their identity and who they really are. And the thing is, they understand we all can't be Jews. They understand that. They have a word called the Goyim. The Goyim are the non-Jews, the heathen, the Gentiles. So clearly, the Jewish man knows we can't all be Jews together like the way you try to spin it. Well, there are some Black Jews, and there's some of you Jews. Nah, there's the Jews, and then there's everybody else, and that's why
there's the Jews, and then there's you.
There's you, right?
Use and use. There's this. There's the Jews, and then there's use.
That's a T-shirt. There's the Jews, and then there's yous, and that's why. So, like, go ahead, Captain.
No, I had to catch up, and somehow the only Black ones be the rich ones of us. I don't know.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
That they accept. Is the ones with money.
Right. Kawakan, sir. Like you said, all the examples of so-called Black Jewish people, they're all celebrities. But meanwhile, you look at our Black teenagers and our black youth, our black children as the problem. How are our children a threat to your state all the way across the damn ocean? Because what we've been saying is the most important thing on the face of the earth. It's more powerful than nuclear bombs. It's more powerful, the water, sir. It's more powerful than all these different threats that you claim to exist. You know the God of the Bible, the God of the Jews, he's our God. And the moment our children, our people take back our culture, he's going to be an enemy to our enemies. And you oppressors have been an enemy to the real Jews. Did it with your ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, by calling the ISUPK a hate group. You did it by funding racist police departments in the United States. And you continue to do it by lying on the priests and prophets and mocking what happens to our people and our suffering. You have a bigger problem than our children. The God of the Bible, Yahweh, is your biggest threat.
That's right. That's right. That's right. God damn, listen, because Shapat said, what was her name again?
Judith Varney Shaw.
Judith Varney Shaw. If you're watching this this picture up here, this is her here in the middle with the black frame glasses, second from the left, right? And she's in this Israeli American Council, and their theme that year was to celebrate Israel. And the words at the bottom of this picture is a direct quote from her.
Right.
The major problem with Israel is with the young generation of the black community, not Hamas.
Right.
Not the Palestinians, brother.
Right.
The young generation. What the fuck, Chief? It's like, what Chief Keef do? I'm a gorilla in a cook. Who the fuck is you? What Chief Keef do to you?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, what
YK
Osiris do to you? What did ride around with 2 bricks?
Right, yeah.
Oh, you the plug. Ride around with 2 bricks. What he do to you? I forget his name. What Kodak Black do to you?
Right.
But with the young generation, and listen, if I could get one scripture on that real quick too, please. This year, biblically, the so-called small hat, because we mentioned Kissinger 2 seconds later, I heard boom, we was off the air.
Right.
I'm trying to preserve the rest of this tape. But these small hats are known as Amalek in the Bible. All right. They're known as Amalek biblically in the Bible. And what she's saying here is right in line. Spirit of her people.
Right.
Yeah. In where is it? Is it Exodus?
Yeah, I just went about that recently. That's not.
Exodus or Deuteronomy? Give me the hindmost. Where it says the hindmost. Give me that. This it's recorded in our records. Give me Deuteronomy 25. And let's start at around 17.
Deuteronomy chapter 25, verse 17. Remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way, when ye were come forth out of Egypt.
Right. This is the Lord talking to Israel, and he's saying, remember what Amalek did unto you by the way when you came around from Egypt. Around that way when you came out of Egypt, remember what Amalek did. Amalek did something to you that was really distasteful and heinous, and it was really not the move of an honorable man. Right?
How he met thee by the way and smote the hindmost of thee.
Right, he met us on the way out of Egypt after Egypt done fall. Egypt done fall. We came out. Amalek went to the back of our caravan, the back of our exodus then, and smote the hindmost. Meaning what? He took the sword to those of us who was in the back of the caravan. Right? He took the sword to them. And brother, it was a lot of people. Like it wasn't, a small number.
Right.
It could easily be 1 point something million people coming out of there. And Amalek, his army went around to the back and started attacking from the back. And this is who they attacked. Go ahead.
Even all that were feeble behind thee.
All that were what?
That were feeble behind thee.
All that were feeble, meaning the old, the sick, the young, the people who can't fight. They didn't go to the front of the army where our warriors were and our leaders were. They came around to the back because, of course, it would be protecting those who in the back. You would meet an army head on. You ain't coming around with no sneaky ass shit to go, backdoor somebody.
Right.
Go ahead.
Kawakan. When thou wast faint and weary, and he feared not God.
You understand? And it's the same thing she's saying here. She's saying the major problem, not one of the major problems.
Right.
The major problem with the state of Israel is the young generation. Who would be what? Where would the young generation be if we were moving as a people? Would they be in front leading? No, they would be to the back. They would be to the back. They would be to the hindmost part. And that's who they are attacking. And let me tell you something. They are attacking in the spirit as well. Our music is ran. The music today, the music scene is dominated by the young of us. But who's signing the checks for Sexy Red to be on the stage twerking pregnant?
Right.
What's her name? Judith?
Judith Shaw.
Judith Van Nuys Shaw. That's who's signing her check. You want to know how Sexy Red come out of the woodworks that quick and get endorsed by Drake that quick? Because Judith Van Nuys Shaw said the young generation is the problem. So now we have to attack them from the hindmost. We had to go and get more Sexy Reds, more, every young entertainer who you look at and be like, man, they're effing up the culture, they're doing this, they're doing that. Don't blame them young people, man.
Right.
Blame them.
Right.
Blame Judith Van Nuys Shaw and the Israeli Council trying to celebrate Israel. This is them destroying us in the spirit. It's the same thing they did before.
Right.
Amalek is the same yesterday, today, and forever.
That's right.
And the Lord did not forget. So you don't fear the Lord if this is what you do it.
Right.
You don't fear the Lord at all if this is what you do it. You will have some sort of conscience where this thing was done to me, I can't do this to nobody else.
Right.
This was done to me, I can't do it to nobody else. I've been put in internment camps. I've been marginalized by a nation of people. I wouldn't do that to nobody else, but brother, that's a hell of a statement to make.
Yeah.
That is a hell of a statement to make. Like, good night. The major problem with Israel. That's why Hamas attack y'all, because y'all focus on us.
Oh, yeah.
The border.
That's right.
You stood up in what Van Nuys is the major problem with Israel. She told you all to look at these niggas, and Hamas was able to skydive into Tel Aviv.
Right.
It's crazy.
And you know what's so crazy too? The same scripture you pull is the same scripture Netanyahu used to go after Hamas and unalive them. You understand? The same scripture you use, the exact same one. You understand?
He if he don't pay the world off when the dust settles, that he is going before the Hague.
Yeah,
I'm telling you that. He is going before the Hague. He's going in Stockholm, Sweden. He is going to answer for war crimes.
Yeah,
if he does not make good from the river to the sea, if he doesn't make good on them threats and get that oil money to pay the world off, brother, he is going to be dragged before Geneva. I'm trying to tell you, because this is not 1950, where the media is closed off behind United Nations doors and you only hearing whatever the mainstream paper would print, or what the CNN of the day would print.
Right.
The social media right now is your record, is your testimony. You can pull an Instagram clip of you in court. You understand? Every idle word he's saying getting recorded.
Oh God.
Meshach, if he had a pay, then Bush, what's the next one name? Obama, and Trump, they had to pay too.
Right.
I'm telling you, whatever he doing, America did 10 times over. And none of them presidents pay for that dramas. The most they're gonna do, I think that he gonna lose his job But they ain't dragging him before. I'm gonna be shocked if they drag him before Geneva.
Well, listen, that's what I'm saying. If he don't pay them off,
yeah.
If he don't achieve what he wants to achieve now and fully pay them off, it's going to be a hard sell for him to just continue. Because okay, back then when Israel started taking the land from Palestine, this was in what 1968, I think, when they had that final war. Even the United Nations and Britain was against it.
They call it the neck bar or some stuff like that.
Yeah, I think it was the final war for the East or something like that. They call it. At that point, the world wasn't informed as it is now. Have massive protests and shit over that. Brother, you have the major countries of the world, each of them their capital being overrun by pro-Palestinian protesters today.
Right.
Brother, if Netanyahu does not pay Paulie and them, if he don't pay Paulie and them, it's going to be a problem, Mark. I'm trying to tell you. Like he has to see this thing through now. It has to go through.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not like before where you could just do stuff and nobody's seeing it.
Right.
Like now everything is flat out in the open, it happening. I mean, damn. Yeah, it's going to be more problems for them than than they could handle.
Yeah, and you can see it. Just looking at all of this too, like, boy, the oppressor, he's on a different level for sure. Because as you're saying, like for people to be in that situation where they were dealt like that with Hitler, and now to come and basically do almost the same thing that what Hitler was doing to them.
Right.
Just they ain't using oven, now they're using what? Bombs. You see them bombs and them joint drop on your heart. You get hit with one of that, you is ash. You know what I mean? You burnt beyond recognition. You understand? And you doing that to to children and women. Up to now, you're in here. Well, statistics on how many Hamas fighters they kill. You hear no statistics on how much Hamas fighters they kill. All they hear is women and children getting killed.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? I know you doing, huh?
Yeah. Soft targets.
Yeah, I know you doing that to people, and I don't know if you could get this too. They said the Israel have a word for when they fighting in a war. They fought against Lebanon, right? And I think it was Hezbollah on them, and Hezbollah on them was giving them it. And a general in the Israeli army said, you know what? Let's just wipe out a whole city, a whole state. And they wipe it out. And they have a name for it in the Israel army. They name it after that general. Where if they in some situation like what they're in right now,
right,
they just kill people.
And they do it extreme.
Yeah, they're extreme with it. So now with that type of horror, they expect the people who are alive to turn on the people who they're actually fighting on, or the people who are actually the enemies to give in to what they're doing.
It's in essence is the equivalent of what Esau does to us over here, which again, backing up more that article that Kazak just brought out, where over here you had the buck breaking, and you have how they would get a brother and beat him, silly, like what they did to that brother, Rodney King.
Yeah.
So now the sheer shock and awe from seeing something like that, you are going to taper everybody in your house. You're going to taper them off.
Yeah.
Go in them streets, don't do this, don't do that, go the other way, blah, 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 blah. And that's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the same type of effect. I ain't finding the word, brother, but I do understand what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah, I forget. I saw a documentary on it. I forget the name, but it's named after
The one
Israeli
who
general
carried it out.
Yeah, who actually carried out, like, he, you know what I mean, he leveled a state or a city out. You know what I mean, kill innocent people. You know what I mean? Like you know what I mean? Like, you doing that after what happened to your people, what Hitler did to your people. Like, you're supposed to come out having, you know what I mean, more sympathy for people. You understand? But you come out, you know what I mean, the same and even worse. Nah. You're on a different evil. You know what I mean? That different level of evil you're talking about there.
Yeah.
And the Lord will how to meet you. You know what I mean? The Lord will how to meet you.
Yep. Yeah, they're in something here now that they had to see it through.
Yeah.
If you don't see it through. Is the one of them. It's damn near like if signing a deal with the devil was a person, it's them. Because if they do not see this through, brother, they're gonna have to pay the devil. They're gonna really have to pay the devil if they don't see this through. Because, brother, you think they're gonna get all that support afterwards if they don't see this through and pay these people off? All them statements they make. You listen, and after the Gulf War, the surviving children that grew up, they didn't have Instagram and TikTok and all. They had to rely on stories and news clippings. These kids now watching on their phone what you doing to them. When they get 18, what the hell you think will happen? They had to see this thing. They have to. They have to. You could watch video now. Yeah, I mean, but we the problem though.
Yeah.
We the problem.
And you know, crazy about it also too. I want to hone in on it too long too, but I was watching this host on YouTube, and he was saying that Israel right now showing specific reporters and news people 43-minute long video of the horrors that took place right on October 7th. Right now, remember there was talking about how Hamas chopped off like 40 baby heads.
That's what they were saying.
He didn't see none of that. None of that was on the video.
Right.
None of that was on the video. Remember they were saying that Hamas burnt civilians up.
Come on.
Right. You knew who was burnt up? The Hamas fighters and them. Because Israel was the military was basically hitting them with fine maybe mortar. You understand? And was killing, because at first the state was 1,400 Israeli. Then they brought it down to 1,200 Israeli, 200 fighters. But there was burnt beyond recognition, and it took time to figure out who there was. You understand? Which lets you know whatever was coming out in the news early on, all that was propaganda. All of it was propaganda. And what they're saying is, once you see the tape once, they're not showing you it again. So basically what you're doing is, you will leave out of there thinking, but hold up, did they cut baby's head off? You will be questioning what you just see, because it's so horrific that once you leave out of there, you will be thinking about things you never seen. You understand what I'm saying?
Like,
and they're playing, they're playing on people's psyche. You know what I mean? And like, you know what I mean? Like they're doing real psychological warfare. This is psychological warfare. You know what I mean? They're putting in the media. Like yeah.
The game right now is news. That's the game. And if you could play that game well, you'll control a whole lot.
Yeah.
You will control a whole lot. You know what I mean? So I don't know if
I understand too. Just to add, I think in the news, I think it was the New York Times, they said that Israel knew about this a year ago. They knew about what Hamas was planning a year ago.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah,
I wouldn't doubt it because it's been ongoing. It's been a tit for tat with them. You know, over that what's it, the Al Aqsa Mosque?
Yeah,
the Al Aqsa Temple or something like that. It's been a tit for tat with them. You know what I mean? So I definitely wouldn't doubt it. But one thing I would not doubt is that I can't cry for Palestine. I can't cry for Palestine. I can't cry for, you know, I can't cry for y'all. I can't. That's that's your problem. That's your got that. Just don't involve us in your nonsense. Yeah. Y'all want to touch on Kissinger real quick while we have some time?
Yeah, man.
Let's get some Henry. So somebody pull up Henry Kissinger, brother. Listen, I heard about Henry Kissinger in 2005 for the very first time. And brother, I was utterly amazed at the extent of how evil a human being could be. I did not understand it, brother. I was a young brother in a Caribbean island who understood sea, salt, and sand, and cool breeze, and carnival, and enjoying life, and coconut water, and eating abominations, and crab and dumpling, and bacon shark, and thought life was just, you know, whatever. Brother, I came across Henry Kissinger.
A hippie's heaven. A hippie's heaven.
A hippie's heaven. A hippie's paradise. It's paradise. Very nice. You know what I mean? And I came across this dude called Henry Kissinger, brother. And I could not believe what I was reading. I thought the shit was made up until I had to find seal on his memorandum, the U.S. seal. And brother, this Henry Kissinger, I mean, he is a white man's white man.
Yeah,
He's the Secretary of State. They say while he was in D.C., while he was in his office, he was slinging rod all over the damn place. Like he is a white man's white man, brother. They say his roster is so long. You could go look up all the Instagram models of the day because it wasn't doctors and lawyers. It was just high-powered women who was, you know, up. Let's think Marilyn Monroe, but all the women who was like the actors, the this, the that, this one daughter, he was just, you know, running through everybody. And it wasn't Huh?
I say you serious?
Yeah.
Well, no, I understand.
This guy here. Go ahead.
I tend to say he served for like 10 presidents.
Brother, he's still serving. He's still serving, when he gets that memorandum. I mean, the memorandum is long, and once again, them days I know nothing, so I'm reading through the whole thing, and brother, I could not believe what the hell I was reading. If anybody could pull it up, first pull up something on Kissinger. Just pull up anything on Kissinger, and then give me the NS. It's called the NSSM 200. M200 is the National State or National Secretary Security Memorandum 200. All right, but just pull up something on Kissinger just to let everybody know who he was. You know, that's an initial thing about this guy here. But this guy here, and I believe he's Amalek.
Oh, he's Jewish.
I know it, brother. His whole
I was about to ask that, Cap.
Yeah,
I was about to ask that.
Kissinger's not his name. Oh, his name is okay.
Heinz Alfred Kissinger.
Heinz Alfred Kissinger. He don't know if he's Jewish or he's German.
He's German.
He can't decide. He's like the best of both worlds. He don't know. He don't know. His name is Heinz in case they're asking for his papers. And in case he had to go to the damn synagogue, he could pass.
Right.
He good on both sides.
Right.
He good in any hood.
Right.
Henry Kissinger, brother. This devil here he's the architect.
Yeah.
You see, like in Matrix, they had the Oracle and was he one in the end? They went to meet with all the TVs. He's the architect too.
The engine,
something. But brother, this devil here wrote a paper.
Yeah, oh God.
And I down there. We saw schools. I wrote a paper on the paper. I'm like, I had to bring this shit out.
Oh God.
Damn. Go ahead,
so I guess I could read a little piece.
Yeah, please.
It say Kissinger legacy is a polarizing subject in America politics, right? He is considered by many scholars as a ultra-realist who successfully reshaped foreign policies in America. Interests.
So that's a hold on, pause right there. Pause right there. It's saying he, by many political scholars, he's considered, if there's a polarized view of him, because many people have him as a brilliant mind, and he's just so brilliant. But then there's another side. Go ahead, Art.
Right? He is considered by many scholars as an unrealist who successfully reshaped foreign policy in American interests, prevented nuclear proliferation, as well as a conflict between the United States and Soviet Union. Right? He is therefore often ranked as one of the most effective secretaries of state in America history. However, he also widely denounced as having abandoned American values due to his adherence to real politic, which include overlooking human rights violations by allies.
No, that's a lie. He did not abandon American interests. That is America's interest. That is America's interest.
Right.
Like America gonna act now like, oh, well, we didn't agree with that part. We like him because he stopped nuclear proliferation. And listen, nuclear proliferation, they're writing it like he stopped the whole nuclear movement. What he did was make sure other countries didn't have nuclear. He helped to make sure other countries didn't have it, and America and certain other countries had it.
Or slow them down.
Slow them down, basically. Basically, that's what he did. But then, and this is the thing people need to understand about men at the end of the day. Every like woman, every woman wants a man. I need a man, a strong man, this, that, I need a man. In order for you to enjoy his presence, you're going to have to also enjoy his discipline. You're going to have to enjoy his point of view on things. They like Kissinger for what he did. And then they want to act like they didn't like how he so-called violated human rights. In order for some people to eat, some people can't eat. You go to a restaurant, guess who's not eating? The chef and the waiters. While you get to eat, they have to serve. He understands that. And I'm not explaining it to give him, to seem like he's right. I'm just explaining to you how people think. And this is how you're gonna have to think if you're gonna rule a place. He made sure, brother, that America was good in the hood for about 50 to 100 years. He made sure of it. He was the Secretary of State. I think it was under Nixon and another one, Gerald Ford, and served as a political advisor way after. And that securities memorandum is adhered to today. Please read some of it in the beginning now. So Slacky, so what, was there any more you wanted to bring out on it?
Last, that
listen, listen, you're gonna hear some more. Go ahead,
NSSM 200, the National Security Study Memorandum 200, was reworked and adopted as official United States policy through NSDM 314 by President Gerald Ford on November 26, 1975. It was initially classified for over a decade, but was obtained by researchers in the early 1990s. The memorandum and subsequent policies developed from the report were observed as a way the United States could use human population control to limit the political power of undeveloped nations, ensure the easy extraction of foreign national resources, prevent young anti-establishment individuals from being born, and to protect American businesses abroad from interference from nations seeking to support their growing populations.
Otherwise known as Planned Parenthood. abortion, contraception. You all think contraception is to stop STIs and STDs. It's called contraception, meaning like the opposite of conception.
Right.
Brother, this devil here in the securities memorandum, right? He wrote it in 74 as a proposed policy. They adopted it and made it state legit documentation in 75. He said America is 6% of the world's population, but uses over 70, I think, or 80% of the world's natural resources. Therefore, as time goes on and populations grow, in order for America to survive, they have to limit the population of developing countries so that they would not need so much of their resources, and that America could get their resources. Brother, and begins to list these countries that they're targeting to limit their population, cause political instability, bankrupt some countries so that America gets to live in the future. This is who runs the world. This is who is in charge. This is who is making policies. And you want me to vote? You want me to align to a political party?
Right.
Brother, when Christ comes back, you get in as much rice as I say you could get.
Right.
That's what
Right.
you get.
Right.
You could only fish for 2 scales a day, not a whole fish. You catch the fish. I'm giving you 2 rows of scales.
That's it.
You bring the fish, I'm doing this here. That's what you get in this. You get in this. That's what you get in that. Right. Like this oppressor here, brother. I mean, he understood the survival of his people, and he did not care about anybody else. And that's important to understand. And again, he's Amalek.
Yeah.
He's Amalek. And the countries he lists are predominantly, ridiculously predominantly black and brown.
Right.
Ridiculously predominantly black and brown. You muted Nathak.
Now I understand where Ben Wattenberg, that Jewish writer, get all his stuff from. That book called The Birth Dirt.
The Birth Dirt. I was about to speak on that, sir. The Birth Dirt.
You know what I mean? That's where he get that from, because this was in 1974. His book came out in 1980 something.
Yeah.
Which lets you know that they were in league. They knew that, you know what I mean, that the population, their growth as a people was dwindling.
Yeah.
And because their growth dwindling, they're trying to, it's almost like you in a hole, and instead of trying to climb out the hole, you're pulling everything in the hole with you. You're putting everything in the hole with you. If I can't survive, then the earth and everything on it cannot survive too. You understand?
That's it. And listen, from this is where you get all that pretty political talk about reducing the carbon footprint and reducing, that's pretty talk, but it's really learn to live, with the slimmest of means so that they could live fat.
Yeah.
That's really what it is. If I could read something here, hold on. Right? They have something called LDCs and MDCs. LDCs is the least developed countries, and I think the MDCs is the major developing countries, right? It says growing populations will have a serious impact on the need for food, especially in the poorest, fastest growing LDCs, least developed countries.
Right.
While under normal weather conditions and assuming food production growth in line with recent trends, total world agricultural production could expand faster than population. There will nevertheless be serious problems in food distribution and financing, making shortages, even at today's poor nutrition levels, probable in many of the larger, more populous LDC regions. Even today, 10 to 20 million people die each year due directly or indirectly to malnutrition. Even more serious is the consequence of major crop failures, which are likely to occur from time to time. The most serious consequence for the short and middle term is the possibility of massive famines in certain parts of the world, especially the poorest regions. World needs for food rise by 2.5% or more a year, making a modest allowance for improved diets and nutrition at a time when readily available fertilizer and well-watered land is already largely being used. Therefore, additions to food production must come mainly from higher yields. Now, all that pretty talk, you would think he's talking about increasing production with fertilizer and getting higher yields. He's talking about reducing the need for food so that those countries could give us their food. Us meaning, of course, him.
Right.
That's really what he wants. Now, from that, guess what you had coming out? IMF, World Bank, and all them type of things. All them type of things, the policies that today where, you know, they're growing their food, but they can't sell it locally.
Yeah.
The government is subsidizing imports. No, not the crop. Subsidizing the crop would encourage farming.
Right. Yeah.
Subsidizing ingredients and mechanical needs like tractors and that would encourage farming. But when you subsidize imports, you make the imported food cheaper than the farm food. So you're killing the local agricultural things. So like I did a brief stint. I did a brief stint on a farm.
Yeah, explain that to them.
Before Funk Man and Johnny Hanna, I was going to be an agricultural mogul.
Yeah.
I was going to sell peas and pimentos and chicken. I wanted to be a farmer known throughout the Caribbean. Listen, my dumbass went in the KFC and said, listen, man, I got some lettuce back here. I'll tell you straight up. And say, listen, I could give you 40 lettuce every other weekend. I need a contract. Right. I was thinking big back then. I didn't know I was a nigga. These Indians was looking at me like, yeah, all right, nigga. Like, we gonna buy from you. right. Brother, they stifle each what they call LDC, local agricultural section.
Right.
Yeah, a good country to look at is Jamaica. They did that to Jamaica and killed the economy.
Listen, they do it all. Trinidad, they do it all. They do it to Brazil. They do it to Barbados. They do it to Guyana. They do it to Venezuela, brother. And these is places, Puerto Rico, forget about it. Puerto Rico is known for rich land that's good for agriculture. How is it people starving in a country that's hot, that you can grow food in year round?
Yep.
It's because they're making it cheaper to buy the imported food than buy from the farmers who grow in it. Now, this is the other thing that it goes hand in hand with. In order to fight that, you're going to have a nation. Because if you have a nation and you understand race relations, you would know that even though buying from John is more expensive than buying from the Elamite importer or the Chinese importer, if John owns 10 and they own 5, I'll buy from John. Let's buy from John and let's eat less. If the Chinese import would give me 20, I'll buy 10 from John and find a way to get everybody to be satisfied with that. So, because John had to live. Because if John live, we live. But if the Chinese live and them East Indians live, who have the import companies, we die. And what happened in all these countries over time that had strong agricultural presence, the agricultural sector shrank and shrank and shrank until right now it's non-existent.
Yeah, and that's so heavy too, Captain. Now sitting down looking at it too, because and to show how to game us up by telling us that they're giving us independence in 1962.
Right.
Look at from 1962 and they did that across the Caribbean. So in the 60s, in the 1960s, the Caribbean, they claim that they give them independence, and now you have to depend on the same people that give you independence. And it's because, as what you're explaining, is because the farmer, they subsidize whatever was coming in. And because they basically tell the country, you will have to borrow from the IMF. So now once you borrow from the IMF telling you who you're going to buy your goods from. what to develop on the island, what to do, you know what I mean, with your people. And before you know it, you know what I mean, your people, you know what I mean, starving. You know what I mean? Your country bankrupt, and you're further selling your country down, you know what I mean, basically down, you know what I mean, down the drain, basically.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
It was a carefully crafted plan. And
Yeah.
I think the memorandum is long. It's a long read. It's a big ass document. But if you have time, go through the thing on your own, brother. This plan was, I think, a 50 to 100-year plan.
Yeah,
it wasn't something that it was supposed to be enacted within 10 years. He understood what he needed for his children to survive, and for his children to survive, my children can't eat.
That's it.
He understood that thing. He understood that thing. So you out there busy trying to make peace and share a table with these people. These people don't want you to eat.
Yeah.
They don't want you. Let me get a little bit more. It says key insights. Now, this is just little snapshots of the memorandum. The U.S. economy will require large and increasing amounts of minerals from abroad, especially from less developed countries. Now, the Bible said one of the curses of Esau is that the land will not yield to him. So he will live by the sword. He will work the land, and the land will not give to him. So knowing that, he has to go to other countries and drop the sword and take what they have. You understand? That's America.
Or
go ahead.
Or go and get slaves, like what he did, to work the land so that he could eat.
Yep. Listen, but even with the slaves, even after that, that's after colonization and colonialization. And colonialization was what? It was predicated on what? Raping the resources of those lands. So now they get the resources, they make the empire, and now they could come and set up another empire.
Yep.
You get the point? Like, that's their mindset from the jump. Let me get a little bit more here. Hold on. It says populations with a high proportion of growth. The young people who are in much higher proportions in many LDCs, because of the same thing they like to say about us. You can't afford to have so many kids. They get mad with black men for having so many kids because to them, they look at you having 5, 6, 7, 8 kids is food they can't eat.
Yeah.
That's how they look at it. Like, what the hell is he thinking? That's why they say it's disgusting. So all that food over there, and they just got to eat this one old dry food or whatever they eat, and that's not my fault.
Yeah.
They're saying the young people who are in much higher proportions in many LDCs are likely to be more volatile, unstable, prone to extremes, alienation, and violence than an older population. So he's saying, like what not Judith too, but Hillary Clinton, super predecessor. That's again the same trope. That these young people, you got to stop them because they this that. We ain't shooting up the schools. We not shooting up the schools. We not running off to war and killing everybody in the war. We not doing none of that. Right? So these young people can more readily be persuaded to attack the legal institutions of government or real property of the establishment, imperialist, multinational corporations, or other, often foreign, influences blamed for their troubles. But he wrote it again, chapter 5, implications of population pressures for national security. All this is in his memorandum. So he writing it as if once we put this in and they see that we eating all their food, the young generation is going to rise up. And they're going to start to blame us for all their, for all their troubles. As if it's misplaced blame. So he wants to now stifle the young generation because they're smart enough to know who the damn devil is. That's why, listen, when comes wrong, I ain't got to die to me the devil. I heard that. I heard that there, brother. So because of this now, they have to now do this population control and really population control is words for just attacking countries and making sure they can't reproduce, they can't sustain themselves, they can't stand up, they don't have a military, no force, no defense. So when we come for your oil, when we come for your bananas, when we come for your youth, when we come for your skilled people, there's nobody to stop you. There's nobody to stop you. Remember a few shows ago, SWAP was bringing out where is you went SWAP? Dominican or Guyana, where you was telling us about the mine.
Yeah. Gold mine, Dominican Republic. No, we're not touching on that because like the fishing industry. When you watch the fishing industry, like how you making this bringing real light to show you how they clamp certain areas with that fishing thing, because now as you say, you could go and fish. But now if I clamp out your fishing industry, like in Dominican Republic, like the whole pathway, where fishing could take place, they more or less kind of block it off and have it like a tourist destination where you can't really go and fish there. So now trying to go and fish is like you're breaking our law, because now it's like the whole beachfront area is like for tourist attraction.
Right.
So that
listen, that's all these is in their plans is to starve these countries so they could eat more. And this is who they're honoring this week. Henry Kissinger, a statesman or this or that. This is the epitome of a devil's devil act. And he's one of them you would never really hear about, you don't know about. There's another one called Henry Carville, or Creville, a bald-headed one, looked like an alien. He's a political advisor, brother. And he advised Bush, was it Bush or Clinton? One of them. He was a heavy political advisor. And I only heard about him because in Trinidad, the East Indian political group called the UNC, the United Nationals Congress, they contracted him to help them win the election. And his policies was create panic, raise crime, and destabilize what people know as regular life. I know. Now, if I'm going to remember, so I'm going to remember. Do you all remember there was a time in Trinidad that bombs was going off all over the country in trash cans?
Yeah.
Listen, it was happening so much. An entertainer made a song, "Watch Out for the Bombs." It was happening so much. That was him. All that was him. Like these oppressors they don't play when it comes to fighting for a chair.
Yeah.
They don't play to fight. When it comes to fighting for power, ain't the best man win and good fight. Brother, if they could sneak in your bed at night and slit your throat, they would.
Yeah.
They would.
Like you trying to play by the books. They ain't playing by the books.
For what?
Yeah.
For what? We'll write the book.
Yeah.
we write in the book you trying to play by.
And what you're breaking down too, it's so like it's so biblical. It's the reason why Commander Jerry always says that if you want to learn about America, the policies, go read Exodus with Egypt, because that same thing is in Egypt where the Pharaoh told the midwives to do what? If it's a boy baby, unalive it.
Right.
You understand? To try and decrease our population.
Right.
Now the Esau, he comes smooth with the words and he try to put things in policies, and it seems as if, as what Captain Mashak saying, as if it's to help the entire earth, when it's not. They're just playing on words. They're just using the language. You understand? And now now you wondering why it is the black farmers, it becoming prehistoric. You understand? Just now you gotta put, the last black farmer in some museum, so so you can know that yes, we had some black farmers in the days. You understand? Now you understand. You know what I mean?
You right off, because in any one of these countries, lesser developed countries, or even if you want, if you don't want to go as far, if you're in America, you go into certain places of America in the South, and in the I wouldn't say that's the Midwest, where like Oklahoma, Texas. They call that the South, but that's like the middle, right?
The Midwest,
right? That would be like the middle. And like look and see how much, any kind of farming or any kind of thing that's going on. It's making a resurgence now. And that's the proof of how much, they know that if you got land and you could eat off that land, there's nothing they could really do to stop you.
I think this is add to what you're saying too. And I think you could look it up to see if I'm wrong too. I think they were saying one of them, either Bill Gates was buying out all them land or sponsoring most of them white farmers, them Caucasian farmers. It's not black farmers. Because black farmers, remember, they had they came to drive the tractors all the way down to Washington D.C. and was protesting because the money that the government was giving, they wasn't getting.
They wasn't getting none.
Yeah, the white farmers was getting it because they know it's almost like they know that they have to look out for their people, and if they don't, you understand? I mean, because of their woman barrenness, they're gonna be in some problems.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yep, they for sure know that. You're interested in something? Go
Yes,
ahead.
the camera. Cover car, sir, and Slacker. This is what you and Captain Doc is bringing out, and also Swamp too. Okay, this is one of my just my favorite type of topics. In particular, this cat right here. There's a book called The Devil's Chessboard. A Comic Con. You can read it. It's talking about the formation of the CIA. Allen Dulles, that's the Dulles Airport. Named after him, Allen Dulles. How he worked hand in hand later on with Henry Kissinger. But okay, so in another book, of course, Ben Wattenberg, the Birth Dearth. Captain, I thought since you brought it up that time on the show, I've been just watching. I ain't had enough bread to buy the book yet. It's a lot to spend on a book. But I've been watching as many lectures and videos surrounding from Ben Wattenberg surrounding that topic.
What was it called? The
Birth Dearth.
Damn.
You know, I can't pronounce the word good. Salakia. You know what I mean? My accent, you know what I mean? It's not allowing me.
Yeah, like they don't want Negroes to read that shit.
All, yeah,
that's a book these devils going to book. I see that.
No,
I'm not buying
right. Yeah, no.
Mashak, you'll see it, and as Kazak saying, the money they're asking for it, Negroes not spending money on that. And the new Jordans coming out. Oh hell no. Man.
But so just watching some lectures by that same devil that wrote The Birth Dearth, Ben Wattenberg. Okay, if anybody that's watching, just to bring it to perspective, if any of you ever heard people say the earth is overpopulated, that comes from Henry Kissinger. The earth, Commander General has said it many times, the earth is not overpopulated. There is so much land that is uninhabited. There's so much resources, but because the oppressor is such a greedy bastard, it's too many of us. And that's why
Salak, if I mean to cut you off, I just want people to see this. This is the book. It's called the book. That's the price of it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, be for real.
That's an installment right there.
Yeah,
that's a damn.
Really good.
Go ahead, Axel.
Don't sweat, sir. If you ever heard the idea, and it's usually you always hear this from like Kevin Shaw was bringing out, the whole environmental crisis and the carbon footprint and the greenhouse gases and the earth is overpopulated. This is Henry Kissinger's policy that has evolved into things that have become more acceptable ways of saying what they've always been saying. If you ever noticed, and once again, I've been watching the lectures since since you mentioned that book, I went and I know I can buy the book, so I've been watching lectures from the cat. I was like, let me get as much as I can.
Right.
If you anytime overpopulation is mentioned, just pay attention to who they always show.
Yeah.
What parts of the world map do they show? And Captain Mashak, you said it, the 13 countries, Henry Kissinger, he lists the countries for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's always non-European countries. Like you mean to tell me the earth is overpopulated, and so to bring the population down, we got to somehow stop the Africans from having kids, the East Indians, Mexicans, Colombians, Brazilians,
right?
But none of the European countries. If this is a world issue, how come we're not addressing this as a world, as a world community? It's never European populations that have to control their birth rate.
No,
it's always everybody else. And he mentions that in the 13 nations he lists. And I I was reading 2 of those nations too, sir. Chickens come home to roost are part of BRICS, and one of them is still trying to get in BRICS right now. Brazil and India and Pakistan is trying to get in BRICS.
Yeah.
And so that whole idea of the earth is overpopulated and we got to stop having kids. You go to Planned Parenthood and you've been convinced to believe that it's best, it's irresponsible for you to have so many children. They tell you it's irresponsible for a black man or Hispanic man to have so many children when the Jewish man has a family of 10 kids in New York. Easily. A Dutch Amish man has a family of 14 kids. But it's irresponsible for you as a black or Hispanic man to have many kids because we are the undesired population. That's a part of his policy. And it goes hand in hand with eugenics, the Planned Parenthood. You have to get rid of your baby.
Right.
You have to get rid of your baby. You have to get rid of your legacy because if you read some of the NSM, was it
NSSM 200?
NSSM 200. It tells you he wants to control the populations of these nations because these are the nations they're exploiting.
The resources. They said all the resources that America would need in the future is in these countries. All the minerals, the oils, the natural resources. So if them countries get to grow, their demand for those resources is going to increase too.
Exactly.
And if they get to grow, they could trade them resources without us.
Exactly.
So he knew that he wrote this in 74.
Yeah.
Don't think he sat in on January 1st, 1974 and wrote this.
No,
he was studying this shit since 55.
Exactly.
He was studying in the 50s and was like, hold up. Nah, if we gonna live, blah, 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 XYZ. Like he want to live till 90. This is a young picture of him here. I'll show you a picture of this devil out. He want to live beyond that, and your little 2-year-old has to die.
Right. So like I said, just to go back into the Jewish devil we read about earlier, Judah Varnai. Okay, Henry Kissinger was the Secretary of State when Richard Nixon said, "We have a war on drugs," and then we found out from his advisor Ehrlichman that it was never a war on drugs.
Right.
It was a strategic attack against the black community to destabilize the black community and the anti-war left, but particularly the black community.
Right.
So the same reason why that Jewish woman, Judith Shore, said the black youth are the biggest problem in Israel is exactly why they targeted the black community in the war on drugs, and why they targeted Mexico and Colombia and Brazil is because our people are the ones they're robbing. And just like any criminal, it's wise to look out for the, for the get back from the people you're robbing. Another thing too, sir, the more we have kids, like Captain I thought brought up, the more chance we have in the army. So it's like to keep the population down of your enemies, you control the fighting force. This is like I'm gonna do a couple TikTok videos on this, sir, because you, like I said, you brought up something that I just been currently studying, but it's all tied together, and really it just goes back to the oppressor is the devil.
That's
man.
it.
They're the devil. And you can't even fathom how much they plot against you behind closed doors. All the think tanks in DC, since Henry Kissinger was in office and out of office, he was involved in.
Yeah.
Even when he was out of office, since the 60s all the way to 2010s, this man was involved almost 70 years. This man was involved in all the decisions that are made in the United States about you and how to destroy you. Like Oh man, it makes me just sick to my
They
stomach.
credit him as the Secretary of State.
Yeah,
like they're saying if you want to pattern, if you want to be Secretary of State, you pattern him.
Right.
That's how they credit him because of what he came up with, and he could come up with that because he comes from a people who understand. That's how they are.
Yeah.
That's how they are. He's Jewish.
Yeah,
and he understands something. He gonna say it, and they're gonna color it up and make it nice,
right?
So that it doesn't sound as like a death sentence.
Yeah.
SM 200 is a death sentence for the next 50 to 100 years. You know what I mean? If I could get Daniel 8 and 25 real quick, please. Let me get Daniel 8 and 25 real quick. And then if I could, let me get Psalms 83.
Daniel chapter 8, verse 25.
Go ahead. No,
Kamakan. And through his policy, also he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand.
And through his policy, he will cause craft to prosper in his hand. That's Henry Kissinger, man.
Right.
That's the United States. That's every political party, everyone who comes out. It's their policies. Their craft prospers in their hand.
Right.
It fully prospers. It gets where it needs to go. Because, of course, brother, without that paper, the future of America was grim. He was either born in the great pause him there. He was either born in the Great Depression or shortly after.
Right.
All right. But he was around that time. He was close enough around that time.
Right.
Where not only being told the effects of the Great Depression, he could feel it.
Right.
You understand?
Yeah.
He was years old. I think 90 years old he lived to. 100.
100, yeah.
2023. So he was born in 1923, which was right after the Great Depression, or just around the time of it. Before. So he grew up in it.
Yeah.
And guess what he saw? I'm guaranteed. Guess what he saw?
Black people
prospering during the Great Depression. Because during the Great Depression, while America was suffering, you had Tulsa, Oklahoma. You had Roseville. You had all these different pockets of black communities that prospered because of segregation.
Right.
Right? When they had the Great Dust Bowl, you go look up the Great Dust Bowl, where all that Southern American agricultural land was hard as rock. You couldn't sow nothing. And dust everywhere because no rain was falling. Brother, black people was not suffering like how they were suffering.
Right.
And he grew up in that timing. He was around. He would have grown up in that timing and at least be around to hear the stories or feel it himself. So he knew in order for him to eat, somebody else can't eat because he not eating and somebody else eating. So how can I switch this around? I'm gonna become Secretary of State and write a securities memorandum that gonna make sure all your kids don't eat. I'm putting kids on all y'all. Y'all talking about Alonzo? This nigga is Alonzo. This nigga had everybody in Pelican Bay.
It's like my phone makes sure all your kids
That's it. This is him, and this is who they celebrate at. And okay, this week, America really lost if you want to talk about founding fathers. This dude here, he definitely put them in position with this memorandum. And the shit was classified for a decade. And then it came out, brother. I remember seeing this as brother. I saw this in Trinidad and I could not believe it. I could not believe this shit. I put the shit out in stages. It was so goddamn big. Them days, ain't nobody had no printer in the house. You went down to the internet cafe. I don't know if you know things.
Yeah.
Down to the internet cafe with a budget. I gotta make them scroll through the pages and say, no, I want to have that already.
Yeah, right.
No, print from here. And in the next 20 pages, you're gonna get 5 more free. And I print that shit out. I read through that shit, brother. I could not believe what the hell I was reading at. I could not believe that a human being could be so evil. It could not be, once again, in the world, you have a warped sense of reality. You don't understand how the world really operates. you really don't understand. And it's basic. You go to a restaurant to eat. You eating, the people who bring in your food, they don't get to eat.
Exactly.
And that's life.
Right.
In the kingdom, we'll eat, you bring the food.
That's right.
The Bible says the gates of heaven, the gates of the kingdom will be open day and night,
right.
so that the Gentiles will bring their forces in. We ain't gonna have to go get you. You're gonna come quickly. You're gonna come with the quickness. You're gonna come with the camels and the elephants loaded with resources.
Right.
Because y'all know if Sawap don't get his quota of oil for the month, he's going to send, a plague down to you all that's going to be rough. It's going to be rough.
Right.
It's going to be absolutely rough. I'm trying to tell you.
For real.
It's bad. It's going to be bad. Any more on this thing here?
Yeah, Kamakan, sir.
Go ahead.
Kamakan. Salaki. And through his policy also, he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand.
Go ahead.
And he shall magnify himself in his heart. And by peace shall destroy many.
And by what?
And by peace shall destroy many.
And he wrote this memorandum, and you read it through. If you ain't careful, you would start thinking, he's a visionary.
Yeah.
He's a problem coming, and he showed us how to stop the problem. Brother, he is planning to raid your kitchen and starve your children. If you could see what they're doing on a national scale in your household, you would be totally different with these people. If you could just apply that to your household, all these policies, if you could say, well, hold on, let's see how that works here. Who doesn't eat here if that happens? Oh, no, I can't go for that. I can't go for that. Keep going.
He shall also stand up against the prince of princes, but he shall be broken without hand.
And that's what he's doing. Like in those countries, he listed a lot of countries. A lot of them are heathen countries. Israelites are also listed in those countries too. Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, the whole Caribbean territory is listed. The entire Caribbean territory is listed. Everything. You stand up against the Prince of Princes, you now vaunt yourself against Christ, the King of Kings and the Lords of Lords. You will be broken without hand. And that's coming. That's coming.
That's right.
That is absolutely coming. And it's so listen, they try to starve us. Meanwhile, their children running amok. Their children running amok. If anybody needs starving, it's your kids don't need to eat a meal. Who fed Derek Chauvin? Give him food. Who gave Darren Wilson food? Darren Wilson is the cop that slaughtered Michael Brown. Who gave Joe Pantaleno food? Pantaleno is the cop that strangled Eric Gardner. Who gave him food? Who gave them cops that broke Freddie Gray's back? Who fed them? If anybody needs starving, your people need starving. Your plates need to be broken and your tables need to be flipped. Like, that's crazy.
So that the trigger finger gonna be so weak.
So weak. They can't pull nothing.
Nothing. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think you're freeze out there. Oh no, you're good to go. All right, so where we going? We right up on the time.
There's one thing just to summarize it. Exodus 1 and 10. And it basically explain how these heathens is dealing with us. You know what I mean?
The book of Exodus, chapter 1 and verse 10. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest
Come on,
multiply it.
Come on what?
Deal wisely with them.
That's this memorandum. That's them dealing wisely with us. Just like Pharaoh and the Egyptians dealt wisely with us. Or try to. Right, read on.
Lest they multiply and it come to pass that when they falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemies.
Right? And that's what they're scared of.
And fight against.
They're scared that blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, we multiply to the point where we basically could overrun him. You understand? And that's the fear that the so-called oppressor. That's why that book, The Bird Dirt, that all that is in there. It's what you call for lack of a better term, white male fear. You understand? Black people, you know what I mean, overpopulating them, Hispanics and Native Indians, all together, overpopulating them.
Right.
And when they go to war, which they plan, which they not in plan, which they've been doing since America came into inception, you understand? They don't want that when they go to war, that they have, you know what I mean, millions of blacks and Hispanics now that's overrunning their country that they're going to have to deal with.
Right.
So now, guess what? We're going to have to put things in place like Planned Parenthood. You understand? We're going to have to put things in place like war on drugs. We're going to have to put things in place where we're going to have to lock these men up who don't want to support their kids. You understand? They're going to find ways to destroy us, right? Wisely. And your people will be in the streets protesting for more police to come in and police your community. Because they're dealing wisely with us.
Yeah.
You understand? Yeah. They're trying to slow down our population. They're trying to get, you know what I mean, get us to a level where the birth rate is less. Or I should say not the birth rate. Yeah, the birth rate is less every year. It's sad going on every year. You understand? So now families, when we used to have like, you know what I mean, you talk to your uncles or your aunts and them, they have like what, 5, 6 siblings. Now is 1, 2. You tell somebody you have 4 kids or 3 kids, they're like, what? And that's
yeah, they act like you birth a nation.
Yeah, I was like,
they act like you birth a nation. And listen, that just to piggyback on that, the older generation, when they had them 8 and 9 kids, usually 4 or 5 of them died.
Yeah.
So the 8 and 9 is surviving, which means they would have had 12 or 13.
Yeah,
but there was a couple that died. So the 8 uncles you got, them is the ones that survive.
Yeah.
That's the natural way of doing things. You make more, you make more. Be fruitful and multiply. This all those bastard here. So like, go ahead now. Like I ain't gonna get on it.
No, but that's basically it. Like they want to deal wisely with us. So now you know what I mean, you in America, you believe you're American, you reading this, and you're not even seeing that he talking about you. Because in your mind, you're American.
Right.
That's to show how wise they dealt with us. Now you up in the White House thinking you accomplished something for your people when you accomplish nothing. You just, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You just was dealt wisely with. That's all.
Yeah. We really don't. We really don't know.
Last part.
Go ahead.
The last part, because I can drive that driving it home too now, right? And let's say, and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land.
Yeah.
Damn,
that's it.
Yeah,
that's it. That's them. That's them. And listen, this is why the Bible is so important for us, and we gotta take that shit back and fully claim it, because they have it, and they is butchering the thing. Right.
Yeah.
They use this to justify all the things they do. But boy, you said drive them out of the land from the river to the sea. Okay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Pick up West Philly for Life 1992. West Philly for Life say, in other words, they're telling us that we will owe nothing and be happy. You know what I mean?
That's where Christian church comes in. No, you owe nothing and you're happy. Yeah, hallelujah. Praise the Lord.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean? Hold on. What's Philly for Life said, if I may, don't forget about T.I. and P. Diddy. Yeah, we're gonna touch on that right now. So he put some names up in here. Klaus Schwab, Herzog. Herzog was that Israeli president. I think that was at the time of that war. That Isaac Herzog, I think he was the president at the time in 68 or 67 when they fully took the thing over. Right? Klaus Schwab for the World Economic Forum. You know what I mean? And of course, these are the names of some of them officers who took the lives of our people. You know what I mean? Rakar Kassad said, hold on. It's a good point earlier. Rakar Kassad said, my dad and them was 14, meaning like he's one of 14 kids.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think he recently also said they was buying up land in Louisiana for all them the same thing I was talking about now, in fact, with Bill Gates buying up all the land for white people. You know what I mean? Like we don't understand that the game that they're really playing with us. You know what I mean? We don't understand. While Diddy making people walk to Brooklyn or wherever for cheesecake, this devil here making a 50-year plan to make sure your children don't eat. 50 years. Insane.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, like how the person now say one at 14. Well, my father is one at 13.
God damn. Shit, because actually his one is one of 20. 20 to 30.
Damn.
Shit, goddamn. It's listen, and listen, this was a time before all these medical advancements and this and that. And now with all this technology, it's less.
And they say black women dying, or either they dying or the baby dying more. No, they're having a serious problem with that.
Yeah,
I think that is in North Carolina right here.
I think it's worldwide. I think it's worldwide. It's wherever people are. And say a black woman is not, I think it's two to three times more likely to die in childbirth or suffer complications. Yep. And it's not anything genetic. It's because the handlers.
Yeah.
Because we're being handled by our oppressor. That's why. You know what I mean? Rakaya Assad said there would have been 16, but 2 died. Exactly what I'm saying. That's how it was, back then. You know what I mean? People making children. You make a whole ton of children.
Yeah.
And that's normal. And it's nobody suffers, nobody dies. But these oppressors, they definitely can't live with seeing you live. That's the problem. Right. They could be living, but seeing you live, they could only live if you suffering and worse off than them. Then they could feel comfortable. But if you living and they living, something wrong. Right.
Yeah.
Something's wrong. You know what I mean? They just to spend about 5 minutes on Diddy and King Harris. That's stand on business, nigga. That's stand on my business. Damn. T.I. Yikes. That's rough. That's an absolute rough one. You know what I mean? This is all I'm gonna say. Be better parents. Be better parents. Be more disciplined and really love your kids.
Right.
Like really love your kids and know that one day they're going to be an adult.
Yeah.
And they have to be better than you, not have access to things better than you necessarily, but they have to be a better person than you would.
That's right.
Because T.I.'s son has access to much more things than he did. But is he a better person? I don't know. I can't say that part. We have to be better parents. We have to be you have to give your children something that you didn't have in their spirit, in their education, in the way they carry themselves, in the way they interact with other people, in the way they interact. You how they interact with the oppressor, how they interact with people of your own nation. You got to give your children something else. You, the king of Atlanta, and your child is not acting like a prince. And what wasn't he the one who daughter? He would go to the gynecologist thing with the daughter, but the daughter is like, "F that, I want to go home."
Yeah, make sure she was still a virgin.
Why he had to go make sure?
Because he know.
Because he know. King say, "I know you, nigga."
Yeah, right.
I gotta even make his mouth like King. He said, "I know you. I know you."
Let's take off his shoe. There's a.
It's actually the captain. And you gotta have a certain protection for your children at the same time. Man. You gotta know what you make. You gotta know. Okay, listen. You know, you had to be a certain way because I know once if you go the other way, it's gonna be bad for you. Yeah. Like this it's really a time to be a better parent, right? And more so, even you know, these celebrities are showing us that they don't have the answers, right? That they don't know nothing about nothing, and they can't really you can't look to them for any sort of guidance or example. And I think right now with the internet, our people today are heavily influenced by what celebrities do themselves. Right. You know what I mean? Beyonce make a song to the left. A lot of sisters put a man to the left. Meanwhile, she going home to Jay-Z right after. That the other one, Keke Palmer. Yeah. After the thing came out, she said, "I don't need no nigga." Had a whole tour. She was performing in concerts. Sisters was throwing their man away. Now she going back with the nigga. The twin girl, the Maury girl. You know, I'm outside. Kick the brother out. Now she back with him.
We gonna be all right.
We gonna be all right. That's what she tweet. She tweet a post with her and him together saying we gonna be all right. But you sisters now done destroy your marriage. You know what I mean? You cannot follow after these celebrities.
That's right.
You absolutely cannot.
And it's almost it's almost to the point where, you know what I mean, like and these entertainers, they had to know that people like kids look up to them. It's almost like a mentor. And especially, you know what I mean, like a father and a son, that father and a son type relationship. I mean, as Jeremiah was saying, like to a child, a father is the hero. Like it's Superman, it's Batman, everything to them. You know what I mean? I mean, a child trip and fall is daddy the calling for. You know what I mean? You is the one that they look up to. So you have a responsibility, you know what I mean, to make sure this child has everything it's need to survive if you leave this earth today or tomorrow.
Yep.
You understand? But these celebrities, you know what I mean, think that money will help you survive, which ain't money helping you survive. It's that wisdom, that Bible. You know what I mean? How you gonna live, you know what I mean? That's going to, you know what I mean, help you, you know what I mean, through life, not money.
Right.
You know what I mean? Money will help you pay them bills, but money ain't gonna stop you from getting AIDS.
Exactly.
Go ask, you know what I mean? What's his name? The basketball player. Magic. Yeah, it didn't stop him from getting AIDS. You know what I mean? Money ain't gonna stop you from getting cancer. Money ain't gonna stop you from getting, you know what I mean, the Lord's judgment, in other words. You understand? And we as parents, we're gonna have that responsibility. And you know what I mean, sacrifice.
Right. Yeah. If I could too, now, let me just get a scripture here. Give me Ecclesiastes 7:12. Like, and that's what you was just bringing out. And you know, it's a lesson for us all for sure. Like let them be the circus, man. Let them, you know, whatever. They like him and his son, they're gonna have a reality show next week.
Yeah.
Right. About them having bust ups and fighting, and we looking at them hanging on to their every word, thinking that's how it's supposed to be, and that ain't how it's supposed to be, man. At the end of the day, tomorrow, T.I. son could cut that old crazy hair, put on a suit, and be running a record company. Or he could go to school and get funded to become a lawyer. What's your situation? You can't follow after them. You can't, be caught up with their, epitome of the best Negro life in America. No, that ain't gonna work. Same with P. Diddy. Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 12. For wisdom is a defense, and money is a defense.
Right. Money is a defense. Like what Nathak was bringing out there, a lot of people going to misinterpret it and think, oh, so that means you can't go get money. You should get all you could get. Money is a defense. It's a defense to a whole ton of things. What's the politician who left Texas and went to Mexico when they had the Ted Cruz. Family up and jump on a plane and went to Cabo or Cancun while Texas was under ice. That is a defense act.
Right.
It could defend you. Wisdom is a defense too. Go ahead.
But the excellency of knowledge is that wisdom giveth life to them that have it.
That's what Nathak was bringing up. Wisdom is what's really going to give you life to them that have it. You could have money and no wisdom, you're going to die.
That's right.
That's right.
You are going to die. And like the general was bringing out, if T.I. doesn't correct that boy and shape him right, that boy is, he has a bad future ahead of him.
Right.
You know what I mean? And added to that, there are people who only respect that young boy because of his father.
Yeah.
And when his father is no longer around, will he still have that type of respect? And that's what you're going to have to start to teach your kids. You got to teach your kids that means to walk in your shoes further than you walk. It can't be the minute you're not around, they prey on a victim to the outside and from themselves. You could be you preying on your own self, which is what this young boy can't seem to get. He's victimizing his own goddamn self. He can't control himself. He have emotional issues, problems going on. You could tell he's disturbed.
Right.
You know what I mean? You could absolutely tell he's disturbed. Listen, be better parents, man.
Right.
COVID should have taught you that. COVID-19, you were stuck in the house, and for the first time in your life, you realize I actually have a responsibility. most of y'all by 8:30, load off my shoulders. But you stuck in that house with them kids, and you talking about math and science and ELA. I was like, what the hell is ELA? It's ELA. Goddamn, ELA? I don't know what the hell that is. You stuck in there with them kids. You realize you really have a responsibility.
Right.
And when you're young, people serve you. As you grow older, now you start serving everybody else. You get married. Your marriage is a service. You serving. You're a man. You're in service to your woman, not where she's over you, but you have a responsibility to rule over her, correct her, reward her, help her, lay your life down for her. She has a reward. She has a duty to serve you.
Right.
Both of you all have a duty to serve them kids.
Right.
It's all about that. So you don't have that. You're gonna get what you see happening with T.I. and with Diddy.
Yeah.
Same thing with Diddy. Wait until the problems with them kids come out. He was on Ellen, brother, a few years ago, and Ellen asked him about his daughters because he has 2 twin daughters, right? 2 twins. He has a pair of twins. Niggas talk. He got 2 twins.
Yeah.
He got 2 twins. That's a white man.
Yeah.
He's like, so he got 4?
Right, 4.
No, I said 2 twins. I don't get it, John. He got 2 twins, right? He got 2 twins. Salaki, right? There's 2 of y'all too. He got 2 twins. And she's like, well, how old are they? And he's like, they're 15 going on 16. And she asked him, are they dating yet? And he lost it up. He's like, hell no, they ain't dated. And she's like, well, they got to be, they're 15 and 16. I'm sure they got boyfriends. She's like, they ain't got no boyfriends. You could go look it up. I ain't gonna play nothing from Ellen because I don't know if they're gonna flag the shit. But he had a problem even fathoming his young girls having boyfriends because what he does to Cassie.
Yeah.
Right.
I got news for you, Diddy.
Yo.
Twins? You better put them under 24-hour surveillance.
Yeah.
You got to get a eunuch to be their security. Because the security guard might he might go 2 for 2.
Yeah,
2 for Tuesday. 2 for Tuesday. Yeah, and go and one.
Yeah,
and one. And one.
Yeah.
I got news for you, Diddy. I got news for you. You think, old dog that has waxen old in wickedness. Now the things have come to light for Kissinger, Diddy, T.I. It's going to be a bad year for y'all 2024. I'm going to tell you that. The sharks is out. Blood is in the water. Y'all settling? You should have go to court. Should have go to court and get found guilty. And
Man, he put on that 50 million quick. Them other sisters is like, hold up now.
Right.
He got it.
Listen, the brother who Tazariak interviewed a few years ago, the Hassan Campbell.
Yeah,
remember he was one of them who was molested from Bambata, Africa Bambata. He lost it, He lost it. He went in front of some projects down there where they say, African Bambata, and the people was from in New York.
Oh, that's when I got shot.
And he was cursing everybody else. He's like, y'all care about Cassie? What about my pain? I mean, he had a full mental breakdown. Somebody came out and eventually popped him in the shoulder, shot him.
Who?
The same brother. His name is Hassan Campbell. I don't know if you remember a few years ago when Tazariak did the whole thing with the child molestation.
Yeah.
He interviewed one brother. Yeah, they call him Poppy. Poppy says,
Yeah, I know. He have a YouTube thing too.
Yeah, since that he has a whole YouTube where people watch him ridiculously.
Yeah.
But that brother is going through a ton of pain, and I watched the video he did after, where he was like, I went through something, I lost it, I really lost it, and it took that. Like the tape where he yelling, this brother had a demon and he wanted to die. He really wanted to go there. People saying it's fake, it's this, is that. I ain't know too much about that.
Right.
He came out after and said, y'all don't understand what it's like to be a man and have another man go in here. Like he started to talk about the shit. He's still battling that type of shit. You get the point?
Right.
He's still battling that. And he's like, when he saw that shit happen and everybody talking about Cassie and feeling sorry for Cassie, meanwhile, he was talking about Africa Bambata and he's saying, y'all protected Jungle Brothers. Y'all protected Africa Bambata.
Right.
Y'all all know these musical men and these rappers is raping people and y'all ain't saying shit.
Right.
He's like, y'all had to come out and face me. Now he crazy out of his mind. He losing it, but that's the type of damage you're doing to people.
Yeah.
That is the type of damage you're doing to people. Like you got to these Cassie only known because she's famous. Think about the ones who get thrown away.
Right.
Never make it to making the band, never get a record. Sitting down home somewhere, cutting themselves, harming themselves, just getting high, just abusing themselves because they can't get over the trauma. Right. It's hard. You down here, it's impossible to get. You got to become brand new.
Yeah.
The only way you should take that shit is you got to come in the truth. Right. You had that old person just had to totally die. You had damn near like you go into witness protection.
Yeah.
And you had to lose who the hell you was. You never answer to this name no more. This is your new ID. This is where you live. Right. That's that. You brand new. You can't even to the point where somebody call you that old name. You start to panic because hold on. You're gonna have to go there with the shit out because you destroying people doing that thing. You're destroying people. Listen, they say innocent until proven guilty, but Diddy did it.
Yeah.
Whatever they say that he did, he did it. He did it, and he need all the judgment that's coming to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely did that thing. Don't get caught up in Hollywood.
Right.
That's right.
Don't get caught up with Kissinger and them. Pay your tithes, man. Come on down to the Passover, $200 per adult, April 20th, 2024. Get it in, pay that Passover fee tonight.
Right.
Pay that thing tonight. The Bible say where you lay your treasure, there's where your heart is. If you ain't paying no tithes, I already know where your love is. You ain't paying that tithes, you ain't supporting the truth, you find that 200, hard to pay for Passover, but you was glittered in foil paper for Beyonce at $1,300 a pop. I know where you at. I know exactly where the hell you are. You wrapping yourself in foil going on. You won't break my soul.
Yeah, right.
You won't break in the rain. You in the rain with some foil. You won't break my soul. You won't break my you won't break my soul. And you can't afford $200. I know where your heart is, man. I know where your heart is. Get a credit card, man. You max out the credit card for so much other bullshit. Right. Get that thing, send that money in, man, so we could lock down this thing, a whole week of events, man. Now, if I'm going to be rocking it down there in Durham Fjord, we're going to be putting together outstanding Passover. We also rally. We also lit rally up, man. That's one of the baddest venues I've ever seen, man. So this year is going to be even greater. It's going to be, but it feels like, damn, Pastor. That stank face, like, damn, 2024 was something else. Right. You know what I mean? Let's get that thing in, man. You know what I mean? We are kind of up this Wednesday. Everybody lock in, tap in with your camp leader, get down to them schools. Let's get together like how we always do for Hanukkah, man. You know what I mean? We're going to be rocking it out, moving, rolling out. Florida cookout December 21st to 23rd?
21st to 23rd, yeah.
21st to 23rd down there in Florida. Go down there, check out Shawoya, Rakabia, Kazak Thamar, all them brothers down there. What's the other Levite brother? What's his name down there? Fawashab, Aitazar. Yeah, go check out all them brothers down there, man. Slack if I forget anybody else's name, you know what I mean? I apologize, but go check out all them brothers down there, man. You know what I mean? Coming up strong and thing and you get right. You know what I mean? So another issue, another installment of what do these niggas say? What are these niggas talking about on Saturday night? Yeah, talking about you, nigga. Yeah, right. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, I mean, so big up Captain Nasdaq. Always coming through as usual. Yeah, Officer Kazak, I'm mad on the inside. You can look at the camera. like that old school sitcoms. Life goes on. That's how we do things. We are officer so happy. You know what I mean? Holding up for the trip. Rocking it out, you know what I mean? Officer Arawadi in the building. Arawadi. Get in that camera right there. Yeah, you sure you could. All right, don't sweat. Don't say y'all know what Arawadi look like. That's the oldest. That's the most decent Negro ever. You know what I mean? My God. Lord allow, we're gonna be back here same time next week, Saturday, same time, same channel. We're gonna be rocking this thing out, man. Y'all make sure support the truth. You know what I mean? Send them tithes in. Lord allow, see all you all at Passover, man. Right. Shalom. Thumb.
Yeah. On 44 shit, you know what I mean? Busy man. Look, when that shit drop, you step all the way on their neck, step on their neck and their head with that shit.
Friday, I ain't show no mercy, we gon' show them boy what time it is. I pop out like I'm Samuel, I got time to kill. Haters thought I died, I survived. They don't know how I did it, got it out the mud, straight to glory. They don't know how I did it, nice but he don't show them skills, how I show them skills. He ride but he don't work the wheel, how I work the wheel. They mad, I'm too solid, circle tight, yeah, vacuum seal. No, they want my life, I ain't worried, I got rank for it, I got real soldiers, kill for me, nigga, watch yourself. They said you been in beast mode lately, you is 9 step. When you dropping that fire, precious marriage, they inquiring. They can't stop what's coming, but I see them conspiring. Cross the line, them firing, this bitch here, finna break the spin, no kindness, I don't trust you, circle small, you can keep your features. Me and my niggas don't keep no secrets, and it feel like Jeepers Creepers, say they want some smoke, dog. So I brought these chimney sweets, coming like we, you can't even count. These niggas don't run it like we running, bitch, don't even start. Bitch, I'm with my niggas till the end, till them do us part. If you wanna leave, you can leave, bitch, bless your heart. Fine then, I ain't show no mercy, we gon' show them boy what time You might not see it on me, just know it's women, that bitch fully loaded. Ooh, yeah, we up and rolling. Told him I need major motion. Nigga, I'm joking. I'ma school them niggas like they baby Jody. Got it out the dust, now I'm too clean, don't know why they hate me. What you want out life, dog? Guns and butter, baby boy. UPK top, dog. Certified road runner. I'ma turn that eco-line into a damn tank. I got chopper stash in the attic like they in front. They had that shit on lock until I snapped on them like bolt cutters. You cannot play both sides, gotta choose your colors. See him throwing that one up with that W, that's my blood, bro. Fine in. I ain't show no mercy, I'm gonna show them boy what time it is. I pop out like Samuel, I got time to kill. Haters thought I died, I survived. They don't know how I did it. Got it out the dust, straight to glory. They don't know how I feel. He's nice, but he don't show the skills how I show the skills. He ride, but he don't work the wheel how I work the wheel. Ooh, I got a made, circle tight, yeah, back and seal. Said they want my life, I ain't worried, I got Ray for real.
What's going on, fans, man? And Yana here. You know how to jump in on you on this one. First of all, ask yourself a question. If you wanted to kill 350,000 black people every year in this empire, how would you do it? You would need to do it. You would need the leaders of the people that you're going to slaughter. Because otherwise, you know that they wouldn't just voluntarily go murder 350,000 of their own children. For them to do that, you'd have to convince them that it was in their best interest. And to do that, you call on the leaders whom they trust. And you have those leaders turn around and carry it out. Everybody was complaining about, the money, the stimulus, and how the small business administration ran out of money for small businesses. And of course, every single little black and Latino shop, store, grocery store, all those businesses, of course, their applications got pushed to the side and to the back before they could even get paid. Well, of course, I'm sure you heard by now that Planned Parenthood went out there and got, through their affiliates, $80 million to kill babies, to kill black and Latino babies. Let me tell you something, man. This could never have ever been done if not for how much black and Latino leaders, Native Indian leaders have prostituted themselves to kill the children of the Lord. And many of them are religious leaders. Your religious leaders, amazingly, collaborate with the people that murder you and now turned around and have convinced us to kill 350,000 of our babies in the abortion clinic. And as a result, now Planned Parenthood could just swindle all their, all the money they need to get paid. They worth $1 billion a year, $1 billion. And they're going to steal another 80 million that they know that they're not supposed to get. Let me get the article real quick and read this for you, all right? Here's what it says. It says 37 Planned Parenthood affiliates applied for and received a total of $80 million in loans from the Paycheck Protection Program. Fox News has learned. This is Fox put this out. And now the federal government wants the money back, saying the affiliates should have known they weren't eligible for the coronavirus stimulus payout. But because black and Latino leaders have sat by the side and are probably getting some of that money, that's how you know they're able to do these type of things so easily. In other words, it would not have passed the sniff test. It would have got stopped somewhere in there. The Small Business Administration is filled with blacks and Latinos that work there. Many of them in very high positions, man, okay, whose job is supposed to be to always give out, not just during this event, but to always give out small business loans. But of course, instead of doing their damn job and taking care of the small black and Latino and Native Indian businesses that's always in a struggle because the financial ability for them to function is always up against major corporations. So of course, it's far more difficult for them. So instead of doing their job, they and their cronies have, soon as the stimulus package went through, they and their cronies got together and got their paperwork through and collected $80 million to murder more Black and Latino babies, man. Let me read a little bit more of this garbage, man. The SBA, Small Business Administration, is reaching out to each involved Planned Parenthood affiliate, explaining that the affiliates of larger organizations with more than 500 employees aren't eligible for PPP distributions. Fox News is told. The Planned Parenthood Federation of America alone had more than 600 employed, them by themselves. A Planned Parenthood affiliate in metropolitan Washington, for example, will receive a letter stating that although self-certified, that it was eligible for $1.3 million in loans in accordance with the SBA affiliate rules, it will need to return the money. Okay, because of course, Planned Parenthood, who's worth a fortune, didn't even need that. They made an empire, man, off of killing Black and Latino babies, an empire, and gained it up with the idea that it is all about, you know, helping a woman have a child whenever she believes it's necessary or at the time. It's just easy. It's just a way to rob the Lord's chosen people, man. Okay, I'm gonna jump down. I ain't gonna go too long. I don't want to make this tape too long. Let me jump down a little bit here. All right, because I'm gonna skip all the political parts in the story, because of course, you know, they pissed off as hell on the Republican side, but both of them are monsters, man. The Republican side and the Democrat side, both of them have been monsters in this entire thing, man. Neither one of them have done the right thing when it comes to the Lord's chosen. Which, once again, you're a constant victim, man. You're a constant victim, and you don't even know you're a victim. But the Lord is going to bring it out. He's going to reveal a lot of it, man. Let me read a little more. Okay. The SBA warned more severe penalties were possible beyond mandatory repayment. In particular, incorrect or false eligibility certifications by PPP recipients could result in criminal or civil sanctions if the SBA determined borrowers made knowingly false statements, man. Okay, let's get some more. The largest single government loan was a $7.5 million allotment to Planned Parenthood of Orange and San Bernardino counties in California, where all the Latinos is at, trying to wipe out as many of them babies on that West Coast as they possibly can. The ones they can't get rid of across the border, they're trying to kill them in the abortion clinic. One Planned Parenthood affiliate received a loan but declined it. And remember, Black leaders used to speak against it, like I always bring out. They used to speak against it. They used to speak against it back in the 70s. But somehow Planned Parenthood and the gangsters got together with groups like the NAACP and other groups and spread that money out, and before you know it, their mouths was silenced, man. You cannot take cash to compromise God's people, man. That is not allowed, man. And the Lord gonna bring deep punishment on it. Langford, politician, meanwhile wrote that every dollar Planned Parenthood took from PPP was a dollar that did not go to legitimate small businesses. Of course it was. Tons of Black and Latino businesses shut down and really ready to go out of business, and the employees didn't get that money. But the place that kills their babies did get that money. With an annual budget of over $1 billion, and the explicit Small Business Administration affiliation rules made it clear that Planned Parenthood was not and is not eligible for the Paycheck Protection Program. Like other large organizations that return monies they were not eligible for, Planned Parenthood should immediately repay the American people the money they took from deserving small businesses and nonprofits, man. It's got to go way beyond that. And once again, that's why, man, you have to be called into being a spiritual human being. You have to be called into waking up and finding out truly, how did you and your people get to this point in this world? How did this world get to the point where 350,000 of the Lord's babies are being murdered every day? And it goes on like nothing. And not only that, here's what's doubly heinous about Planned Parenthood. What's doubly heinous about Planned Parenthood is Planned Parenthood also sells the body parts of all those babies. Lord knows what the hell they doing with them body parts. I would not be surprised if some 20 years from now, if this kingdom still goes on, or even in Christ's kingdom when it's set up, that the records come out and come to find out that they were taking those body parts and growing them in laboratories to give replacement parts to all the Edomites in Europe or in Russia or somewhere else, or right here in this country. I won't be surprised. They claim that they do this for science, but you telling me science needs 350,000 fetuses? That's how much science, that's what science needs? They're a bunch of damn liars, man. It's evil and it's genocide. And I'm gonna bring it out, of course, in the Bible. But first, let me just get a little bit of them. You know, back in 2015, they caught them selling body parts and doing negotiations and having a discussion about it. Of course, they denied that it wasn't about that, but you could obviously see that that's what it's about. So you got to read the words. This is from back in 2015. I think it was CBS that actually aired it. So bear with me 1 second. Let's see if I can get this sound right.
Planned Parenthood is on the defensive this morning, facing an investigation of its practices. An undercover video alleges the reproductive health organization sells body parts from abortions. The group says the claims are flat out untrue.
Frankenstein.
Jan Crawford is in Washington, where 3 congressional committees are now getting involved. Jan, good morning.
Well, good morning. So the video was secretly recorded by the anti-abortion group as part of a 2.5-year sting operation. Here, 2 members posed as employees of a biotech firm to get access to a top doctor at Planned Parenthood, and over lunch, they recorded the whole conversation.
A lot of people want parts these days.
In graphic detail, Planned Parenthood's Senior Director of Medical Services described how to preserve valuable fetal tissue during an abortion.
We've been very good at getting parts on the because we know that so I'm not going to crush that part. I'm going to basically crush below, I'm going to crush above, then I can sort of get it intact.
Over wine and salad, she answered questions about the organization providing fetal tissue to research.
Wait a minute, y'all had to catch that for a minute, man. I know y'all heard that. She said, because people want hearts these days, I'm not going to crush them parts. I'm not, meaning when they taking that baby out, they crushing that baby to death. And as they crushing that baby to death, they making sure they don't crush the parts that they make money off of. They're going to make sure they crush only the parts that'll kill the baby, but without, of course, damaging the parts that they're trying to sell. Like, this is Frankenstein, brother. This is Frankenstein. And which is why our sisters, man, if we got to starve, if we got to eat oatmeal, man, every single day, if we got to eat gruel every day, our people should never, ever, ever participate in this kind of genocide. And how could you ever believe that the Lord would get on your side and support you and back you up if you sitting up there listening to their lie that you got a choice, that you could do what you want to do, and you murder your baby? I don't get how you could even think that way, that could be okay with the Lord. Let me finish up the tape, okay?
Researchers, typically for a fee.
I would say it's probably anywhere from $30 to $100, depending on the facility and what's involved.
The backlash was immediate. Republican presidential candidates pounced.
I just think it's outrageous and disgusting.
And Congress announced it will investigate.
I don't care how much political weight Planned Parenthood throws around this town. No one is above the law.
But
and now remember, this was back in 2015. Here we are now in 2020. They're getting $80 million from the government in small business loans, and nothing has happened based on the abortion. Not a thing has happened, because of course they got together with all their Democratic cronies, your black leaders, your Latino leaders, your Native Indian leaders, and they squashed the whole thing. They are selling our body parts in the open market. I mean, she was having salad and wine. You see them in these cafes and out eating and having a good time and looking like just the most righteous people in the world. Meanwhile, they over that salad and that wine, they're discussing how much they're going to sell your baby's body parts for. It is insane. It is insane that this goes on, man. And our people have allowed it to go on, and this is why it's been such a horrible, horrible walk. But it's a very deep biblical part to this. It's a very, very serious biblical part to this that we got to get into, man. Let me read some of this, okay? and add this to the game. This is what the Lord said, Exodus 13:2. He said this, sanctify unto me all the firstborn, whosoever openeth the womb among the children of Israel, both man and beast, it is mine. That's what the Lord said. He said that baby, that's his baby. That's his property when it comes to blacks, Latinos, and Native Indians, man. And so no sister has the right to take that baby and murder it. You don't have that right biblically, because the Lord said it belongs to him and that you're not supposed to do it. And listen, and for the sake of your people, why would you do it anyway? Let me tell you something. Every time in the Bible, a nation has tried to set up abortions in a nation or kill the children of the 12 tribes of Israel, it has always been out of fear that either a king or a ruler or our people would in some way rise up and become more powerful than them. And this is no different. This is no different. You may not be in the secret halls of the White House or in other secret places where they discuss these matters at, but this much you should know from just reading the Bible. From reading the Bible, you should know that whenever you see this kind of mass genocide of God's chosen people, that it has some link to the empire ruling over them and some fear that that empire is going to somehow, take over. Let's get it. Let's get the story of it if we could. This is Matthew's 2nd chapter, 2nd verse. Okay. Now, when Jesus was born in Bethlehem, Judah, in the days of Herod the king, behold, there came wise men from the east to Jerusalem. This is right before he was about to be born. These men came from the east, saying, where is he that is born King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east and are come to worship. Meaning these guys were guys that worship the stars. They were like what do you call them things? Astrologers. They would read the stars. And here's what you should understand. You think that doesn't go on today? You think that why you think they're watching every comet, watching every constellation, got giant telescopes out there in space. They tell you they looking for the Big Bang and the theory of life and this and that and how life began. But they also out there trying to read them stars, trying to read them signs, because that's all the heathens had. The Lord decided to deal with the 12 tribes directly. But all the other tribes, all the other nations on the earth, they don't have anything but either a false god or the astrology they look into. And these men came from the east and they were looking at that astrology and saw that Christ was to be king, man. Okay, so here's what it says. This is the 3rd verse. When Herod the king had heard these things, he was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him. And this is heavy. It said he was troubled and all Jerusalem with him, meaning not our people, but all of his people that were ruling over our people in Jerusalem. All those who were loyal to the Roman Empire, they were troubled, man. They were troubled. And you can best believe all them that love the empires of this world are very, very worried about you coming out of slavery and becoming the next rulers of the world. They're very worried about that. And so who knows what they've enacted? This much we know, that they've enacted an amazing plan to kill 350,000 babies in the abortion clinic and sell the body parts and make $1 billion while they do it. Amazing, man. Amazingly wicked, evil thing to do to the Lord's chosen. Let me get some more. This is Matthew 2 and 4. And when he had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he demanded of them where Christ should be born. He went and got all the religious leaders, meaning all the ones that he had been paying so long. That's why he was able to demand it. Why you think he was able to demand it from them? Because he was paying them off. And the same goes for your leaders. They're being paid off and ready to explain to the slave master exactly what is going on and what the biblical prophecies are so that he can attempt to stop it. That's what you listening to right here. You listening here to an attempt to stop the emerging of Christ's kingdom, man. And this attempt is often done through the murder of our babies, man. And Planned Parenthood right now is the tip of the spear of that event in 2020, man. You wonder why the coronavirus is here. You wonder why the Lord is bringing these curses down. These curses are coming because of this very thing that we're reading about right here. Let me get some more. I'm gonna read 4th verse again, Matthew 2 and 4. And when he had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he demanded of them where Christ should be born. Matthew 2 and 5. And they said unto him, in Bethlehem, Judea, for thus it is written by the prophets. Matthew 2 and 6. And thou, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, art not least among the princes of Judah, for out of thee shall come a governor that shall rule my people Israel. And so they went and pulled the prophecies up for Herod. They went into the records, pulled the prophecies up for Herod, and scared Herod to death. Matthew 2 and 7. Then Herod, when he had privately called the wise men, inquired of them diligently what time the star appeared. Meaning, give me the understanding of this. Give me this, break down this thing in this constellation that lets y'all know that this is the king coming to rule over these people. Once again, they don't want no rulers over us. They pretend like they want us to get our thing together and stop crime and get off of drugs and clean up together. But they do not want that over you. They don't want it, which is why you got to do it, which is why you got to resist being a criminal. You got to resist going into the left-hand side of the world because it's what they want. It's what keeps you leaderless. It's what keeps Christ from returning and getting you right, man, and delivering you out of this place, man. And one thing you should have learned from the coronavirus is that the Lord controls all things. He could stop any kingdom anytime he gets ready. Nothing can move against him, man. And you need that. So let's go on. Matthew 2 and 7. Then Herod, when he had privately called the wise men, inquired of them diligently what time the star appeared. 8 verse, Matthew 2 and 8. And he sent them to Bethlehem and said, go and search diligently for the young child. And when you have found him, bring me word again that I may come and worship him. Okay. When they had heard the king, they departed, and lo, the star which they saw in the east went before them till it came and stood over where the young child was. Meaning, as they reading this thing, they reading it to right back where to Christ is at. And they reading it right back to Christ, and they get there with Christ, and they begin to see, yo, it's true that that what they saw was the return of Christ to be set up in the earth. I'm gonna jump down past that part. This is Matthew 2, and this is the 12th verse. And being warned of the Lord in a dream that they should not return to Herod, they departed into their own country another way. They got slick. They were warned by the Most High. Don't you dare try to come and kill this king, which is what black leaders already know. Latino leaders already know. Don't you dare take the lives of these young black men and black women and Latino men and Latino women, because these are the chosen people of the Lord. Don't you dare do that, man. Don't you dare open up that gate. Don't you dare try to move against them. But instead, it's happening to you because you are the lost 12 tribes of the children of Israel. That's who you are. And it's going to become evident after a while in this kingdom, man. Okay, let's read on. 13th verse, Matthew 2 and 13. And when they were departed, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, arise, take the young child and his mother, and flee into Egypt, and be thou there until I bring thee word, for Herod will seek the young child to destroy him, man. So 14th verse. And when he arose, he took the young child and his mother by night and departed into Egypt. So they got the hell out the country. They had to leave the country for this boy to survive, man. For this boy to survive, because of course they knew that this genocidal maniac, like Planned Parenthood, would go out and kill at any cost to make sure that their empire wouldn't fall. You understand? See, when the Lord puts you in captivity, man, and puts you in punishment, it's for a time. It's not for forever. And when that time comes up, then it's time for the Lord to raise you back up. But the other nations don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that now you're going to get out of captivity, and now you're no longer going to be a slave. You're no longer going to be a drug addict. You're no longer going to live in poverty. They're no longer going to eat continuously off of your destruction. They don't want to hear that. So, of course, they'll do whatever it takes for them to get around that. Let's read on some more. Matthew 2 and 15. And was there until the death of Herod, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken of the Lord by the prophet, saying, out of Egypt have I called my son. 16 verse, Matthew 2:16. Then Herod, when he saw that he was mocked of the wise men, he was exceedingly wroth. He was pissed off that those wise men didn't come back to him and show him where Christ was so he could kill Christ. They instead slipped out the country another way. He's pissed off now. Here's what he does. Here's what this animal does, man. And listen, today, when you go and look up about Herod in the history books, first thing they'll say is there's no proof that that happened. Then they'll go into all the things he built in Jerusalem, and they try to change his character to turn around and make him look or appear as though he was actually a noble person, actually, you know, a Renaissance type of person, that he was actually helping and building up their empire, when all of that's a lie, which is why you got to trust what the Bible say, regardless of what other history books say. People spin history all the time, but the Lord put these records together for our time in this day, for us to wake up in this day and to see a path clear back to the Father and what it is that we're supposed to do. Let me show you some more. Here's what it says. Matthew 2:16. Then Herod, when he saw that he was mocked of the wise men, was exceedingly wroth, and sent forth, check this out, and slew all the children that were in Bethlehem and in all the coast thereof, from 2 years old and under, according to the time which he had diligently inquired of the wise men. Meaning he sat down with them wise men and he inquired with them about all that they was trying to read in the stars. And he got it all, meaning they had a serious summit secret discussion about killing Christ. And they sat down and they said, and they gave him the information he was looking for about what time he was supposed to be born, about how old he would be at that time. And he looked at all of that, and from everything that he saw, he said, just to be safe, I'm gonna kill every child that's 2 years and younger. This way I got a good chance at killing him off so that he does not become king. See, they'll pretend to you like God doesn't exist. They're atheists. Okay, it was all men writing the scriptures. It had nothing to do with anything. When every last prophecy in this Bible is true, and every last thing that it said would happen is happening right now. And don't make no mistake, the coronavirus is part of that deep biblical prophecy, man. And they said, and so they would act like they don't think, and they ain't even thinking about it. When, believe you me, they must be thinking about it, because they killing 350,000 of our babies, not one time, constantly. Like the attempt at stopping Christ's kingdom in these last days have gone even beyond Herod. It has gone to the point where it is mass genocide, man, that is happening in this empire, man, and around the world. Let me get a little bit more. Okay. Middle of 16, Matthew 2:16. And slew all the children that were at Bethlehem and in all the coasts thereof, from 2 years old and under, according to the time which he had diligently inquired of the wise men. 17th verse, Matthew 2:17. Then was fulfilled that which was spoken by Jeremy the prophet, saying, 18th verse, Matthew 2:18. In Ramah was there a voice heard, lamentation and weeping and great mourning. Rachel weeping for her children, and would not be comforted because they are not. Rachel mourned for having some children, mourned that she would have some babies, man. You understand? And eventually the Lord blessed her through her handmaids to have them. But her herself suffered terribly in her heart that she couldn't bring them children forth. And let me tell you something, the same should apply to us. We should be as Rachel, man. We're supposed to be sorrowful that our children are being killed in an abortion clinic, and our wives and daughters are being taught and brainwashed to not bring forth these babies, when these babies, you don't know who they are. You don't know who they are. You don't know what the Lord would do with them. Joseph and Mary were poor at the time they had Christ. Just because you poor, that's not an excuse to wipe out your baby, man. You don't know who you bringing forth. You don't know what great person among God's chosen people you bringing forth, which is also another deep brainwashing understanding that I will just touch on for a second. Part of your deep brainwashing in the empire is to make you think that you're nothing, make you think that your people are nothing, make you think that the children, that your people as a people are the evilest people in the world. Many of us hate our own, deeply hate our own. deeply blame our own, deeply are intolerant of our own. Okay, love other nations more than ours, would love to change our identity, take on the identities of other nations. We learn their languages, learn how to be like them, take on their garments. We do all that, man. We do all that. And as we do all that, we lose us. And as we lose us, guess what? They turn around and treat you like garbage. And then they can tell you anything. Then they can tell you you don't need to have that baby, because of course they're not teaching you that that baby is amazing. That baby, they teach you that baby just gonna grow up to be a criminal, right? That baby, you ain't gonna be able to take care of that baby. Margaret Sanger's philosophy of genocide has permeated through the black community, through black religious leaders and black people that hate black people. And they hate, and this is the only reason they hate other black people. They hate other black people because they want a part of the empire and the slave master's plate. The Nazis did the same thing. The Nazis had a thing that they used to do. And boy, one day I'm going to find this film and I'm going to do a tape on it. They had a thing where they would go around with a film crew and they would go into the most poorest areas of Germany, where the poor white Jews were at. And they would go in that area and they would take people who were better off, well-to-do Jews, and they would film them and talk to them. And while they filming them and talk to them, there was people laid out starving on the street, laid out, half dead on the street. And those that had some would actually be blaming the poor white Jews. They don't like to bring that out because they want to seem like the Jews were all unified. They were not unified. You better go back and watch Schindler's List again. They were not unified. Many of them worked with the Nazis and got rich working with the Nazis, man, and came over here to this country later on and changed their name. But that's their story. You understand? My point being is that's propaganda. That's how you work propaganda. You make it look like the people that are destroyed because it's their own fault. And you use many times their own people to accuse them of it, which is exactly what's going on. But here's the thing. We got the Bible now. We got the Bible. And because we got the Bible, guess what? We no longer got to be asleep to any propaganda, any lies, any game. It's no longer we got to wonder what is right and wrong anymore, because we got our records from thousands and thousands of years ago on really how life was and what God wanted and didn't want. And that is a blessing that I can't even begin. That's a tape within itself. I'll be here all night, so I'm going to leave that alone. So let's go down to the 19th verse real quick. Okay, but when Herod was dead, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared in a dream to Joseph in Egypt, saying, arise and take the young child and his mother and go into the land of Israel, for they are dead which sought the young child's life. He went and killed every child in Bethlehem and the surrounding area, went and slaughtered them all in an attempt to stop Christ from coming back and getting his kingdom. You don't think that's what's going on today? That you think that's an impossibility? You think that's a conspiracy theory? That could actually be a plan today? Okay, you should open your eyes and see. Obviously, it is. Obviously, Planned Parenthood is a bunch of genocidal maniacs. Obviously. Let me give one more. I know we're cutting time on this one short. Let me just look at here right quick. Time. It's Isaiah 56:10, and this is directly. And let me tell you something, man, why you should thank the Lord for the Israelite School of UPK. The Israelite School in UPK is the only organization that have put a serious checking on Black and Latino leadership. A serious checking on Black and Latino leadership. Okay? You stand up and become a politician or religious leader and you decide you're going to take a position in this earth, then you going under the scrutiny of the prophets of the Lord. You're going under that scrutiny, man. You understand? And under that scrutiny, whatever you're doing that you shouldn't be doing, it'll be called out. All our Black organizations are monsters, man, for allowing this to go on. Even Martin Luther King's own daughter, got together with Glenn Beck. You could look it up on YouTube. Got together with Glenn Beck. I was down there when they brought that rally up. I blazed up against the evil that they were trying to resurrect. But at any point, them two were down there and they had come together on the fact that Black people were being killed in the abortion clinics and that the Planned Parenthood and others were financing groups like the NAACP. The NAACP show up every time a black man gets killed. Every time a black man gets killed and they make the news and it's a big investigation, they on that TV set with their lawyers and their suits on. They the same organization that's taking tons and tons of money from an organization that's killing our babies and turning around and saying, well, it's a woman's choice, not according to the Lord. According to the Lord, that baby that comes out that womb belongs to the Lord, not that system. And why aren't these religions? They got the scriptures. They know what I'm saying is true. Why aren't they doing something about it? Why aren't they saying something about it? Don't worry, though. The Lord is raising up a whole new level of priests that will enforce the righteousness of the Most High in your heart, that will give you what you need to really become a servant of Christ. You might look at us now like we a bunch of thugs and all of that, but you better go back and read the Bible. The priest of the Lord left out the temple many times and went with the people to defend the people against the evils that was destroying them. They got into the mud with the people to deliver the Lord's chosen people. And then when all became peaceful, they went back into the temple, man. Cleaned up the temple, fixed up the altar. There are many stories about it. The Maccabees, many other stories where we did these things, man. So right now, the priests are not in the temple because the children are dying in the streets. And so they done put scarves on their head. They done put on boots and they left out the temple and they out here dropping this knowledge to bring the nation back to the order of the righteousness of Christ, man. ISUPK. Let me read some more of this, all right? I'm almost finished. Isaiah 56 and 10. His watchmen are blind. They are all ignorant and they are blind, meaning this. They're intelligent people normally. They're savvy orators. Excellent cats in the scriptures. But the Lord look at them as blind because here's what's blinding them. Their pocket has made every ounce of their intelligence go out the window. And that's why the Lord said they are all ignorant. Because now they get played by the other nations because they can't see what's happening to them. And the whole reason they can't see it is because the lust of their mouth, the desire to gobble up everything they can get from their slave master's table. Let me read some more. The middle of the 10th verse, Isaiah 56 and 10. They are all dumb dogs, God's words. They are all dumb dogs. They cannot bark. A dog is supposed to bark, man. If you got a dog, man, that don't bark when somebody come near the house, that's why he got extra sensory hearing. Why did God make dogs to have a special hearing? They got that special hearing so that when an intruder comes that you can't hear, they hear it and bark. Okay, that's what their job is supposed to do. Okay, a lot of you go get a dog that don't bark when I don't even understand why you do. When the whole point of the dog is supposed to be part of your alarm system. A dog is part of your security circle. And back then, when there was no such thing as an electronic alarm, that was all you had, was the dog to answer the call. So you would never go out back in ancient days and get a dog that didn't bark when a stranger came along. That's why he has those ears. That's why he has that super sensitive nose. He can smell a mile away in many cases. He can smell in open field. He can smell long off. And other animals too. But the dog is to do that for you. He smells far off. And when he smells far off, he barks. But the Lord said, our watchmen, man, our leaders, the men that's supposed to be watching over us, they don't bark. They're like a dog that just sit there while you being taken out. Middle of the 10th verse, Isaiah 56 and 10. Sleeping, lying down, loving the slumber. They at sleep. They sleeping, man, while we on the job here getting it done. Waking them up, bringing the brothers back. I mean, again, I always say this. I know y'all hear this on every tape practically that I make. I always talk about it because it was so amazing. You had to be me and the men that was with me back in the 80s. When we were standing on them corners and it was just a few of us and we would speak these words and in our mind, we would think, even though we were speaking them, we was young and doubtful. And in our mind, we say to ourselves, ain't no way nobody gonna listen to this. Even though we knew it was right, we broke it down to the scriptures right. We followed what the leaders said. But we said, nobody going to hear this, man, because that's how asleep everybody was. Everybody had the impression there was nothing you could do with black men. There was no hope for them. There was no hope for black and Latino people, period, until the prophets came along. While you filled your churches up with women who had jobs, who could pay you money and buy you a Rolls Royce, the Lord sent us out there, man. And we went out there and woke up the brothers, who also waking up the sisters. And it was so righteous and amazing to see. And to see the transition from then to now is amazing to you. And if you a brother or sister that was out there back then with us and was a participant, man, just take a second right now and pat yourself on the shoulder. Pat yourself on the shoulder and tell yourself, job well done, regardless of what you at or where you at right now. Tell yourself, job well done. Your brothers are still here. We still doing it. And it was amazing what you did back then and continue to do every day. And forget about these young brothers up in the ISUPK now. Oh, my goodness. You got to see them in action. They are phenomenal in 2020. I always was under the impression that even if men came in later on, that it would be so evil in this world that they would never attain to any level of real righteousness, but maybe they could help out. But what they amazed me with was they went beyond that and became amazingly righteous. The more evil came on out here, the more they changed their life and became more righteous. It's incredible, man. But I don't want to divert too far. Let me read on. This is Isaiah 56:11. Yea, they are greedy dogs. This is the Lord's words, which can never have enough. And they are shepherds that cannot understand. They never have enough. They so busy gobbling up for themselves, they could never understand the danger that they're putting themselves in and the Lord's chosen people. All the people who did not listen to Christ when he walked this earth and did not go up into the mountains, but was hobnobbing and having a wonderful time with the Romans, they all died in 70 AD. All their children died in 70 AD. All those that thought that they would not listen to Christ and have their own revolution. You know what I mean? We're going to pick up arms to get our own revolution. You do a revolution without Christ, you're going to die. You do a revolution without these scriptures, you're going to die. And that's what many of them did back then. And they did that during the time. Christ said, nah, head to the mountains. This is how we doing this. Okay? They said, nah, man, we're going to take the Romans on right then. They all dead now. Okay? People digging up the records about them now, trying to rehash their heroism, man. When the Romans trampled all over them, stomped them, murdered them, man. And many of them turned traitors and became part of the Roman Empire and part of the Roman strength after 70 AD. The Romans took all the wealth and gold and jewelry and diamonds back to Rome. Half of it sitting in the Vatican right now. The so-called Jew is up there arguing with the Roman Empire right now, trying to get some of them artifacts for themselves when it don't belong to none of them. Belong to the Lord's chosen people, and in due season they'll be put back where they need to be. You got a great leader in Christ. Don't be a fool like so many of our people were in the past, who would not open their eyes and see the path he was setting up for you to get right, for you to get delivered, for your life to change, and all the brothers and sisters around you. Let me finish, man. Isaiah 56, middle of 11, top of 11. Yea, they are greedy dogs which can never have enough. And they are shepherds that cannot understand. They all look to their own way, every one for his gain from his quarter. 12 verse Isaiah 56:12. Come ye and say, I will fetch wine, and we will fill ourselves with strong drink, and tomorrow shall be as today, and much, much more. Yeah, meaning they filling themselves with desires. It don't mean it's wrong to drink. It means that they filling themselves with desires, that they're going to have wine and have a good time and party and have a wonderful world while the Lord's people are dying and being trampled over. They driving Rolls Royces, living in mansions, unconcerned, telling people that even though the coronavirus is killing your family, make sure you get that money to them. It's an evil thing, but it will end. It will all end because we are in the time of the end, and the prophecies are coming to pass every day in this place. So hold on. It'll happen. I'll catch y'all on the next one, y'all. Y'all take care. Hope you and yours are well. Shalom. I want you to stay strong in the spirit of the Lord. Hey, listen, if you like this tape, hit the like button and share it, man. Hit the share button. Everybody share it to their own personal Facebook accounts. Share this video, man, to wake up brothers and sisters all over the earth. Hit the like button Check me out Monday night. I'm live every Monday night. I bring the heavy hitters in. We do it up live right on this same channel. I'll see you then.
I'm elected president. I remain strong, King Kong with the prevalence. I show you exactly what we do. That's how I represent. Hardcore, heaven sent, chain on, element, throwing all black when they spot me like the leopard print. Oh, I got the braids in, shades on, made men, cause we put the work to stop the earth until they cave in. Walk strong, talk heavy, hold my own. You rock solid, when we about to leave the sword to stone. Nigga, we warriors, hardcore, track the pride, to let the Hebrew speak, nigga, general eyes. And we talk super heavy, nigga, that's the surprise. With Lord scripture, street talk, working Captain the Cod, nigga, we blazing, ripping mic with all facts, doing the knowledge to the max, till we cracking the pavement. UPK got a one West Harlem, nigga. We spring forward and they falling like it's Harlem, nigga. Talking to all them niggas born in the mud, if you ain't feeling this, you call them slug, and that's real. Oh, I get it, cat. I order not of our kind. I get the order that is handled kind, not the one kind without a doubt in my mind. I'm finna stop and recline. Anybody that come against us, they should probably resign. It's a war going on outside. No man to save from. I hate these niggas throwing shots, but can they take some? Christ says, sell out your garments to get a sword now. I'ma go and sell out these photos to get a fall down. Gang swing started the war, but I'm an ending cause the spiritual war could turn carnal any minute. I remember riding back in the days, window was tinted, but Salakia, I'm done with that carnal shit, I repented. And they bomb-proof the booth every time I'm about to go win it. You ain't know this shit, I live for this truth and I'ma defend it. And I get my second wind just as soon these niggas get winded. It's a war going on outside. It's a war going on outside. You in the crib, but the war outside. I get it on outside. From the dust to the dawn outside. So when the morning outside, I'll catch you wrecked and they drawn outside. Cause it's a war outside. My sword drawn outside. This next caliber, you better be all outside. Cause it's a war outside. I get it on outside. You in the crib, but the war outside. I get it on outside.
Nobody's safe. It's a war out here. If you pussy in the streets, you a whore out here. See me all suited up in my fallout gear. 762 took your fucking car out here. No burner, I still a break your jaw out here. No fear. If you scared, get a motherfucking pick. Or sit up in the church, you a motherfucking bitch. I give you in the verse what I give you in a clip. It's 32 rounds of fire, it never quit. A lot of fuckery going down, so what's the purpose? Sick of hanging around these clowns, get out the circus. If you cross that line, then you get lit up. The worst is all black hearses, tinted with black curtains. Docs on site with medics and mad nurses. Leave us out your verses. You don't want that kind of war, ready for that bullshit. Kind of like a matador. Get this kind of focus, you gon' need some Adderall. Something just to lock you in behind them padded walls. They say I got some screws loose, and that's true too. Don't let me let them wolves through like it's a full moon. It's like I transform the booth to a war room. Come up with a strategy, maximizing your calories. Courage of King David battling like a Maccabee. Find out who you think that nigga fought to him casually. Then proceed to bar his life away rapidly. Take a knee for your majesty, take it they hate it savagely. I try leaving rap alone, but I guess that this had to be. Keep you grounded like gravity in the field, but it's amity. Horror, I see calamity. Start you up with my family. Mumble rappers be mad at me. Fuck them up in they faculty. They words sweet, sit in they mouth and causing cavity. Yeah, it's so cool. None of you suckers worry.
It's a war going on outside. You in the crib, but the war outside. I get it on outside. From the dust to the dawn outside. So when the morning outside, I'll catch you wrecked when they drawn outside. Cause it's a war outside. My sword drawn outside. This next caliber, you better be all outside. Cause it's a war outside. I get it on outside. You in the crib, but the war outside. I get it on outside.
West till they bury me. I'm one West till they bury me.
I'm one west till they bury me. I be one west to the death till they bury me. One west till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me. I be one west to the death till they bury me. I be one west to the death till they bury me. They ain't scaring me. Rip the soul out of Pharisee. Speaking heresy, it get you fucked up apparently. It's like they daring me. I said chill, they ain't hearing me. They ain't listening. Every bar nitroglycerin. Hit your heart, bring it back to start. Make you live again, getting dividends, so we start getting ignorant. I be on that soldier shit, I told you shit phenomenal. Nobody a domino, so what you suckers trying to do? Rhyming comical, guess it's funny until I'm bombing you. Bring apocalypse to them pussy niggas that's popping shit. Team of all stars, I coach them up like I'm Popovich. Fuck the politics and the lobbyists and apologists. They vagina, so we go check them like gynecologists. It's kinda obvious how the situation is ominous. The way I vomit this and regurgitate for the audience. They start applauding this cause the competition is fraudulent. From the era where niggas smoke you up like a parliament. The flow been stupid, shit is gotten retarded since all the dominance. One west rising to prominent. Cause I be one west to the depth till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me. I be one west to the depth till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me. I be one west to the depth till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me. I be one west to the depth till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me. They want a nigga quiet, mute my maneuvers. But I ride like I got group eyes for Uber. Rhymes hard like they've been viewed by Medusa. 9 milli Luger, 17 in the Ruger. Only need a few to sit up in your medulla. Obligata for the regatta, niggas wildin', they win every dollar. They riding by black Apollos, let the semi holler. The showstopper, been the stopper since the teeny bopper. But now I'm doing them up for Patron, premium of vodka. I put distinctions on the Glock, modify the chopper. The war heavy, war ready, and that's working mama. No marijuana, say I got the loudest silence on it. When I'm up on it, ain't no rapper do it like I do it. A lot of spitties and writers, but when they eat songs, none of them can get to the fire around with me. And I had them niggas feel like a tire, down the deep. And I'm still dope as a piper. Every bar burn hard like a spoon with a lighter. Fuel igniter, I'm winning, coming through with the title because I be one west to the death till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me. I be one west to the death till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me. I be one west to the death till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me. I be one west to the death till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me.
I ain't have to die to meet the devil. Angels fell and landed in the ghetto. The earth was given to the hands of devils. Then we seen the rise of the devil. We fell for the lies of the devil. When we got high was the devil. I looked into the eyes of the devil. I ain't have to die to meet the devil.
I remember I was only 13 when I met the demon. Gave me a deuce and a bundle of cocaine. Told me to sell to my people, make sure you keep them fiending. If any try to shoot you, make sure that you leave them leaking. He said,
I'ma hold you down when problems pop up.
How you got me moving this dope? Want me in lockup? He said,
Don't you want the Benz vertible with the top up?
Yeah.
Stop, bitch, you get in that kitchen, let it rock up. Bitches love the dope boy, especially when it's wop up. I know you know Ron.
You the plug from by the block up?
I'll tell you a little secret, make sure that you keep your mouth shut. Ron got a Lexus, crib in Philly in Texas. Trips to the Bahamas, just got a whip for his mama. He fucking up in commas, be honest, he seem decent though.
I hear you, but I just seen Ron about a week ago. In fact, he ain't looking too good. His knees is kind of slow. I asked him why the struggle. He got stuck up for his bundle, but them 6 hollow tips in his legs what made him crumble.
He got a house, mama is living good.
Said the feds took it all, he right back in the hood. I see you try to play me, you gave us crack in the 80s. Made us abort our babies and making hoes out our ladies. I know you got me gravy, but Satan, you must be crazy. It's gonna take more than them cars when to amaze me. I seen niggas shoot for the stars, but being lazy. Now forget their head at the cloud, so you don't face me.
I guarantee that you gon' regret it. Remember I said it.
No, you could dead it.
What you saying? I can't win?
No, devil, nice try. So until we meet again,
I ain't have to die to meet the devil. Angels fell and landed in the ghetto. The earth was given to the hands of devils. Then we seen the rise of the devil. We fell for the lies of the devil. When we got high was the devil. I looked into the eyes of the devil. I ain't at the die to meet the devil. I ain't religious or superstitious, but we've been getting fucked and put to the side like a mistress. Police patrolling why? Because prison became a business. They murder one of ours and they start talking about forgiveness. We think that it's alright because we got public assistance. If this ain't hell, dog, what is this? Where was all lives mattered when they killed Osama? There was no peace talk like the Dalai Lama. Bush dropping bombs saying he gon' bring the drama. They got justice, man, they even caught the Boston bomber. But when we ride, they send the military and armor. When we fight oppression, then our people die a martyr. You reap what you sow, some people call it karma. When Christ return, y'all gon' get this harvest like a farmer. Don't tell me don't bring up the past no more. They still trying to settle the score with a side of Shakur. I changed my life and I'm just trying to live life right. But at night I look behind me and see flashing lights patting me down. You got nothing that's poking me right. I don't smoke or push pills, I gave up my vice. So Mr. Officer, why you wanna take my life? And your honor, why you gave our homeboy's life? I've been wondering why you shot our homeboy twice. Pussy with a gun screaming out that he got a knife. He came from Habibi's spot, it was chicken and rice. Shit's trife, I'm just giving visuals like Skype. Ask Trayvon, Mike Brown, a Cod Girlie, Eric Garner, Sean Bell, Philando Olden, Sterling, Jaquan McDonald. The white man is so devilish. Ask Hammurabi, he'll tell you who the devil is. The white man is so devilish. Ask Hammurabi, he'll tell you who the devil is. I ain't at the die to meet the devil. Angels fell and landed in the ghetto. The earth was given to the hands of devils. Then we seen the rise of the devil. We fell for the lies of the devil. When we got high was the devil. I looked into the eyes of the devil. I ain't at the die to meet the devil. I ain't at the die to meet the devil. Angels fell and landed in the ghetto. The earth was given to the hands of devils. Then we seen the rise of the devil. I pray for the demise of the devil. Lord knows I despise every devil. I looked into the eyes of the devil and said, I pray you die, every devil.
You understand? You done found a new breed of Hebrews that stand and walk with the laws, statutes, and commandments of the Most High. And we don't care who we got to come up against. You ain't standing before this truth. You understand? We done took them all on and gonna continue to take them all on. Of my true
Surrounded by Edomites, lost a lot of truth to this tree of life. Open up the book just to see them right. Reminiscing on my ancestors, on those ships who had to plead for life. Took us to a place where ain't never safe there. Poisoning our foods and put our children up in daycare. Fresh out of slavery, still thinking that they care. Guns in the community, children can't play there. Brothers still brainwashed, we died for that same cost. Took away our history, believing that we ain't lost. Brother, I'm an Israelite, sin is like kryptonite. Brothers won't pray, no, they rob a Lincoln chick tonight. Praises to the Most High, I ain't like most guys. Eyes on the future, but I learned from a boat ride. Tribe of Benjamin, inherited on both sides. Background Jamaica, mistreated and I know why. I'm an Israelite, die for the Israelites. Blood of the Israelites, cry for my Israelites. Going through it cause we're Israelites. Kwam Yashra Allah to all my Israelites. I'm an Israelite.
That's why I don't know you. I'm not letting nobody sell you crack. You know why? Because I never saw you before. But you a black man like me. That's right. And it's worth something.
This is Black Watch with Commanding General Yohana, the only man to lead blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans.
God made man on this earth. The white man he made man. God made man. God wants man to obey him.
Bringing you real news.
You don't need a black man in the White House. You need a black man in every black house.
for many years, there's a lot of black people who didn't realize how deep the racism of white America was.
You ain't gonna do nothing unless you decide where you gonna stand at with the Most High.
This station is now the ultimate power in the universe.
Righteous solutions to issues plaguing our nation.
Boy, you better wake up and see the power that is within blacks, Latinos, and Native Indians.
Join us every Monday from 9 to 11 p.m. Black Watch. Let the show begin.
Yeah. What's going on, Israel? ISUPK.com is the website. You know what to do, how to do it. Get up in here, man. We do it every Monday night live on the UPK. Heavy hitters in the building with me. General Muhammad, give it up. All right. General Hazayan, give it up. Officer Yadiah holding us down on the sound system. Okay. And Officer Ibad in the building. Officer Mathumyard, read for us tonight. I do Mathumyard dirty every week. So lock it, Mathumyard. I'm going to get it down now. You know what I'm saying? And get it together. So, yeah, a lot to talk about tonight. We got a lot happening. We jumping off like crazy with this truth. Everybody can see now that the UPK is where you're supposed to be at. You man, Third World War is in full effect. Bottomless pit wide open. They expanding all over. It's gonna get greasy. But here's the thing that we should be looking at as well. Been mentioning this as much as I can, and that is, what about our Gaza struggle? You know what I'm saying? Like, what about our struggle, our 400 and some odd years, almost 500 years struggle? We've been struggling in this kingdom as well. We got that battle in front of us. We're gonna bring out some of it tonight. Like, our war to serve our king and to be a people of the Lord still goes on, and it's unabated right now. So we're gonna get up into it, man, and start talking about some of that, as well as what's happening in this Third World War, because it's juicy as it could possibly be. Everything that the Lord said in them prophecies is unfolding right before our eyes while we're dying real slow. And also, too, one last thing, if I could, once again, the thing that you really need to help yourself in this type of situation and to fix this situation really is you need these scriptures. You need this Bible to be revealed to you, because everything that you've been learning about the Bible has been dead wrong and a lie. Right. You need this Bible revealed to you, and that's why you here, and that's why you should be here. You should be asking the question now, what have I not learned in these scriptures? And now you get the chance to come back and learn them and get what you need before this thing is all the way over, burnt to the ground, and to toast. All right. Anything I missed? We had a hell of a weekend this weekend, man. Big shout out to Captain Godal Hall, held us down on that West Coast lookout. Man, he did it up strong, man. First of all, that park was beautiful. The park was beautiful, bathrooms clean. I mean, it was tight. We had it all to ourselves. That barbecue was tight. And the brothers that rocked out the steak, did y'all get the brother's name? What's the brother's name? He mentioned the brother. Oh, man, anybody know in the chat, tell us the warrior's name, the officer who, and I know I see him all the time, talk to him before and all that, but I'm terrible with names. But this brother cooks the steak out. It'll make Satan bow down to the Most High. He put some steaks up on that grill and some sausages, brother, and really took care of the brothers and sisters that was out there. And it was a beautiful time. And also, too, man, that speaking, big shout out to all the brothers out there doing that speaking. They got that speaking in out there on Hollywood Boulevard, man, before the masses. They got a good location before those masses, man, as well. And also, big shout out to Napataza and Officer Thabayan, who does the stories. I hope I got it right. Thabayan in Cali, yeah. Thabawan. Salaki Thabawan. Big shout out to Thabawan. Thabawan for his new baby.
Just had him a new baby, him and his wife. They put it down, man, shut Satan down on all that he was accusing him of, and got a beautiful son, man, healthy, strong, in the spirit. Once again, UPK hitting heavy hard. One more big shout out also to Captain Cesario, jumping on the no jumper, getting in there, and hold up now, I gotta give a little shout out to Whack 100. Whack did a commercial for the Passover. Big shout out to Whack, man. Did a commercial, man, for the Passover, man, supported the truth, man. We saving lives, man, delivering brotherhood, man, strengthening, because once again, you got to really learn what's in the Bible. You've been so robbed. You've been so robbed of the truth of the Most High from these preachers, man, and charlatans and these swindlers, man, who just took you for what they could get you for and destroyed your family, didn't give you no more win, no fight, no motivation, nothing that you needed. Well, guess what? We revealing them records now.
That's right,
and
sir.
Now you're going to get what been taken from you, and you deserve it. You the Lord's chosen people, man. You should get it, and we're going to give it to you. And you can't get it nowhere else. The fake Israelites, they out there, they joining the Israelis. They out there in the streets joining the Israelis, man. Joining the Edomites who stole their own identity. You know what I mean? They suspect like I can't even explain.
Right.
So the ISUPK is where we'll get all into it tonight. Let's start rocking and rolling, y'all. Where we going first?
8-year-old boy and his pregnant mom held at gunpoint by police over mistaken identity.
They talking about Gaza. Where's this at? Does it say? Well, keep reading if you can. We'll get to it. We'll get it.
Come on. Shanice Stewart, who is 9 months pregnant.
9 months pregnant. Go ahead.
And her son, Brandon, were stopped by police October 17th on the highway after the officer mistook Brandon for a juvenile with 2 felony warrants.
The woman's pregnant and got a kid with her, but supposedly he mistook her for a juvenile. Once again, you pull up, you assume this is a juvenile, held her up, the woman's pregnant, and I mean, for a woman getting stopped on the highway must be hell. You out on that highway, ain't nobody around. Remember, they had that other cop that was raping women on the side of the highway. He would pull them over, pull them out the car, and damn near negotiate them to blow his rod so that they could be allowed to leave. But then one older woman who he forced to do that just couldn't take it because she knew she did nothing wrong, and then turned around and, you know, dealt with him on it. But then she came back and called the cops on him. And that's how it revealed he had raped 22 black women. And all the way to the end, he sat up there saying, I was trying to help them. I was just calling back to them, trying to follow up on them. I was just trying to be a good guy, and trying to this and this and that, and cried like a baby when the judge sentenced him. Judge sentenced him to like some ridiculous amount of work years. But that was just the one of the very few that ever get caught. Not to mention the ones that killing us every day. We in Gaza. They might be bombing the Palestinians, but they killing us with a whole lot of other ways. And that's a damn shame, man. Hell, that sister up like that. You know what I mean? And it never, once again, this never happens to no other nation. Never happens to no other nation. And to have a nation hate you like they hate us and target you like they target us, you're in Gaza. You got your own Gaza. And listen, and the hood look like Gaza.
Right.
The hood look like Gaza. It don't look like, it's independent. It look like Gaza. So, y'all want to chime in? Please. Whatever.
Including one for gun possession, according to Sacramento police.
They was holding the juvenile for a gun possession. Ridiculous. Go ahead. Some name he pulled up off of the system. Go ahead.
I noticed that they had guns drawn and they had instructions for me to then toss my keys out of the window, Stewart told ABC News, and open the door with my left hand, proceed to get out and put my hands in the air and then walk towards them. I immediately broke down because I didn't know or understand what was going on.
Right. Because really those are military tactics. And them military tactics are used against us every day. Every day out here, those military tactics. You know how many car stops against black people happen in this country compared to how many police officers ever get shot in a car stop? Now, police officers do get killed. And there's some cats out there that, you know, turn it up. But how many black people kill police officers in the line of duty in a car stop? Damn near none. It's rare. But meanwhile, we getting stopped like crazy. Meanwhile, most of the time when the cop gets shot on a car stop, it's a Caucasian, an Edomite. But we the ones that get treated like we're in the military place or something. Like that's what you do when you really dealing with terrorists. You put the gun on them, make them reach their hands out the car, all of that. Otherwise, you shoot up the damn car. That's what's being done to us. We got our own Gaza. Salaki, y'all can chime in anytime y'all
could, sir. Command Julia, I'm gonna have if I could. Let me tell you, if I could, sir, I see there's protests going on all over the world in defense of the people of Gaza because they're being oppressed by the Israelis. And when I look at these protests, I wonder if they feel anything for what we've been going through here in America.
Right.
I'm sad about the people of Gaza. I'm sad about the babies who are dying. I'm sad about all of those children and women and men who are being unalived in their homes simply because they're not comfortable with being oppressed. I'm very sad about them. But I've been wondering, who has been sad about us?
Right.
They've been oppressed since 1948, sir?
Yep.
1948. We've been oppressed since 1619. Since the 1600s. On a plane going to LA, I read a book called The 1619 Project. And it was going into exactly what you're talking about right now, sir. They said that before the end of slavery, the police were like sheriffs. You get my point? The police were not militarized. The police were not a paramilitary force. They were the way they are right now in rural areas. So basically peacekeepers.
Yeah, gun hanging off the hip.
Gun hanging off the hip. You call it if you need some help. But they were not militarized until they took the militias that used to keep slaves in order and used those militias to keep free blacks in order at the end of slavery. And then they militarized all of white society by making it the obligation of every white man to make sure that black people did not rise up. It was the obligation of every white person to keep black people in order. And so now the police that are supposed to be, some sheriff, some nice guy who's a good person that helps the community, he becomes an occupier. He becomes someone that occupies black people. And not since 1948, not since then, but I mean since 1619, we've been oppressed by our oppressor. We've been enslaved, which the Palestinians have never been enslaved. Right. They've never wore chains around their necks and their feet. They've never been forced to pick cotton or cut sugar cane. Never. And yet we still feel sorry for them. And we should, because those are children. And those are women being unalived over there. And those are young boys who simply want to breathe free air being unalived over there. I would just hope after 200 years, someone will feel sorry for us. Because yet and still, we're still oppressed. And we've been going through this for 200 years. With no government of our own, no language of our own. No one even dares to go to the UN and to plead for peace for blacks and Hispanics. And so the Palestinians are going through a terrible time right now. I just hope it doesn't last 200 years. I hope you're not in our situation, Palestinians. You've been in a rough jam since 1948, and I don't want to trade with you. That's horrible, since 1948. But I damn sure know you don't want to be us. That much I can all but guarantee you about Arabs and Palestinians. They would never trade our history for theirs. Never. They would never do that. And I wonder if you asked them what they would say. You're going through a rough time. Would you rather be a nigger? Would you rather be a spick? Would you rather have 200 years of being raped You can take it from 1619 all the way to last week when a cop pulls you over and rapes your wife on the side of the highway. All the way until yesterday when some cop unalives your son because he has a toy gun. I would wonder if the Palestinians would ever trade with us. Salaki, sir.
Heavy. Now, let me tell you, damn right. And let me tell you, throughout their whole occupation, when they had nothing, they got up with rocks and threw it at those Israelis. You throw some rocks at the cops, you're going to get killed. Like, they didn't have the opportunity to rebel against their slave master and to fight against their slave master. And even the people announcing it, they all sit around saying, we have to come up with a way for the Palestinians to have a state and the Israelis to have a state. Nobody is telling the Palestinians, look, you're going to have to integrate with the Israelis. Right. You're going to have to integrate. Nobody's telling them that. And dare nobody tell the Israelis, look, you have to allow the Palestinians into your society. Could you imagine if the United States, Great Britain, and all of Europe told them, look, you have to do like we did in America. We integrated blacks into the society. You have to integrate, the Arabs into your society. It'd be riots in the streets because both of them want to hold on to their identity, and both of them don't want somebody else mingling in their authority and power of their nation. Right. But we had to suffer it, like you said, 1619, and we had to suffer it. And to this day, we have demonized if we say integration didn't work. So we need to take care of ourselves and separate like the Lord said. We looked at like a demon for that. When meanwhile, we were forced to integrate since the 1960s. Remember, we integrated years after, and it still didn't work. It didn't work. But meanwhile, they're allowed, everybody understands clearly that they have to do something for the Palestinians as well as the Israelis. What about us? Right. There's never a talk of us having our own state or our own country or our own. It's like, that's to them, that's like ridiculous. It's like, why would you even mention that? It's you ask any pundit, any leader, any of them, nobody thinks that way about us. Well, brother, we better think that way ourselves, because surely in these scriptures, the Lord thinks that way about us. And that's a blessing, brother, that you can't pay for. You know what I'm saying?
If I could, sir. What I've been waiting to hear is this. I've been hearing about how the Palestinians hate the Israelis because of their oppression. And I hear about how the Israelis hate the Palestinians because of the acts of terrorism. Here's what I've been waiting to hear from someone. When is someone going to tell either side to forgive them? Right. Where's forgiveness at? I've been hearing about forgiveness since 1619. Right. We're Palestinians, you don't have to forgive the Israelis. Don't you have to turn the other cheek because of that act of terrorism? No one has to forgive the blacks and Hispanics. Are we the only people required to forgive? Because I'm watching the news, combing the news, sir, for Israelis. I know they committed that act of terrorism. But God loves all people.
Right.
God is all, I'm waiting for the God is all love. Right. Maybe I don't have all the channels. I thought I had all the channels. But I'm waiting for the God is all love. Right. God doesn't hate. God is all love. I'm waiting for that's in the past. I'm waiting for when they go high, when they go low, we go high. Right. Where is that? Where is it when they go low? Right. Nobody want to go high? We the only ones that got to go high. Yeah. Oh, so you Israelis don't have to forgive the Palestinians. And you Palestinians don't have to forgive the Israelis. So blacks and Hispanics, we are the only people that have the burden of forgiveness. No problem. No problem. I understand why. Maybe all of you see a piece of God in us that is not in you. Right. Maybe we have something in us. Right. That you know you don't have. Maybe you know that we have a connection to God that you never have. And maybe our burden is bigger because of that. I can accept that, sir. No. I can accept that if the Israelis and the Palestinians and the Arabs and the Africans know, they could never be godly. They could never forgive. They could never turn the other cheek. They could never let God give them justice. They have to give justice for themselves. If the reason that we are the only ones that have to forgive is because we're the only godly people, I'll take that. I'll take that, but I would like you to remember that, though. I would like you to just remember that you are never required to forgive, and we always have to forgive. So
that's right. That's right. If I could, so we forgive them while they still hunt us. Like what General Hyman said, the Commander Holler was so excellent. They want you to forgive while they still hunting your steps. You understand me? They hunting your every movement.
Yeah, right.
You're hunting. Yeah, come on, concert.
They don't even have to stop.
No,
killing us
sir.
to get the forgiveness. They get the forgiveness in the throes of the killing.
Yes, sir.
Ain't no ceasefire for us.
No.
It's a lot.
No. Yeah, they hunt our steps, man. To have okay. Y'all know I done said it a lot of times. I done been in that world before, and I did it. You know what I mean? And you know, I speak about it often, and I did it at a very high level. But I couldn't imagine myself doing that to nobody. And this is more to what General Hyman was bringing about what's inside of us, right? Like we are righteous people by nature. So I couldn't see myself doing it to somebody, or even if I thought that cat in the car was XYZ, I couldn't see myself being that brutal towards them. You understand what I'm saying? But they see that about us, and we are required to forgive. You understand me? While they still hunt our steps. They hunt us at every turn, but they want us to forgive. You understand? Well, let me say something to you. Right now, they in a war overseas with Israel, with the Palestinians, and I don't see no atrocities, none being done to any Palestinian. None. I don't even know if they get car stops, you know? They get car stops? All the car stops you see on TV, right? Be about who? Us?
I mean, they get car stops. They got different plates and stuff like that.
Come.
So they catching some hell from the Israelis, but it's nowhere near on the level that it is from us.
You know, none.
And can I add one more thing to both of y'all, what y'all bringing out, which is so heavy in this? When is somebody going to say you Israelis and you Palestinians are racist against each other?
Yes.
When is somebody going? I thought there's no tolerance for racism.
Yeah,
racism. There's no place for racism. Well, Joe Biden got $10 billion for some racists who are racist against the Palestinians. You understand? So how is it that racism? We can't be racist against the people that's killing and oppressing us, but they could be racist. But they can be racist against each other and fight each other for the last 2,000 years. And there is no question about what's wrong with them. No question about what's wrong with them. Big shout out to Mashak Mayan this week. Mashak was on the street. Damn right. Mashak was on the street speaking. He told me this afterwards, which was so heavy. He said there was a group out there protesting against the Israelis for what was happening to the Palestinians. And they stopped in front of the camp. And Mashak told them, why y'all protesting us? We oppressed also. Why you protesting us? You know what they turned around and said? They said, your oppression is different. They said, you caused your oppression. That's what they said. They said, you caused your oppression. They said, we oppressed by the Israelis. But you chose to be oppressed. Like there's no empathy for our suffering. Everybody, America has done an excellent propaganda war against us, where everybody believes that we are just shiftless, lazy, counterproductive. We're the cause of our own oppression, and they don't say the Americans are oppressing us like the Israelis are oppressing the Palestinians. And so you know what that means. If the Palestinians get free, let's say the Palestinians get free from the Israelis, right? And get their own state. And then black people start moving into Gaza and moving into the areas that Palestinians live. I wonder if the Palestinians are going to say, your oppression is your fault. Just like America says to us over here. what that says, what they don't understand, what that says is the same way the Israelis are oppressing us, we'd oppress you the same way. Because here they are marching and protesting because the Israelis are oppressing them. And they have no ability to see our oppression while being oppressed. Like the one time you're supposed to see when you being oppressed, if no other time, is when you're oppressed.
Right.
Like you should see oppression when you're oppressed. You get beat up, you have empathy for the next guy that gets beat up because you know you got beat up. But not the Palestinians. They're not the ones that was out there that day. Not the Israelis. The Israelis was so-called supposedly oppressed by the Nazis. Nazis had them in concentration camps, was genociding them. What they doing to the Palestinians? Every nation out here, which is why our nation should rule the world, because every nation out here cares nothing for another nation but themselves. Our nation has for 400 years cared for every other nation but ourselves.
Right.
Which is why we should do like the Lord said and make ourselves holy.
Right.
Meaning make ourselves separate. Make ourselves just what the Lord said he was going to do. Make us a special people above all people. Why? We suffered more than anybody else on this earth.
That's right.
There's been no other captivity longer than the two captivities known on this earth. The slavery of Egypt and the slavery of America are the two longest captivities in the world, in the history of the world. And our people are the ones in this captivity. We should rule the world. We should get the seat to be on top because we are the ones that would be the most long-suffering and caring for you heathens that come up against us every day. The Palestinians are here in this country too. You see how many of them protest all over this country. How many of them came out and raised a Palestinian flag for us? None. None. But yet we got to be loving. We got to be compassionate. Don't be a racist. But meanwhile, they do it and the Israelis get $10 billion. And they've been giving billions to the Palestinians every year. They've been giving them billions and billions of dollars. But looking at us, and let me tell you, white people are looking at us now strange. You go around the city and stuff, they looking at you real strange because you know what's in their mind. What's in their mind is always, are black people going to join the Palestinians and rise up against us? They're constantly worried about that. They don't have to worry about that because we ain't joining the Palestinians. Right. We ain't joining the Israelis. Right. We ain't joining no nation that never joined themselves on to us to help us in our day. You know what I'm saying? I yield.
Damn right, John.
Please,
I want to say something.
Get down.
So, Hot 97, right?
Yeah.
Rosenberg on there, Peter Rosenberg, and Ebro, and the other sister, I forgot her name. But they was comparing the sister and Ebro. They was comparing the Holocaust to what's going on over there in Israel and the Gaza Strip today.
Right.
And the so-called Jew up there, he got in his feelings about it because they was pointing out that they have a lot of similarities, that they're basically the same from what they're persecuting the Palestinians, just how they was going under their suffering under Hitler.
Such a perfect point. Like that, I'm shocked that even made it on the airway.
Yeah.
Because that is just the plain raw truth. The plain raw truth is that the Germans pushed the Israelis in the ghettos of Germany. That's where the term came from. It came from Germany when they pushed us into those areas that they called ghettos. I forget what the translation of the word means. They pushed them into those ghettos, gave them derogatory names, gave their neighborhoods derogatory name, and oppressed the hell out of them. Then when they got angry enough and tired enough with them, they had Kristallnacht, which means they went out and smashed the stores of all the businesses owned by Israelis. And they stole their businesses, burned their businesses to the ground. They basically destroyed their self-economy. And when they did that, shortly after that, after being poor and their businesses destroyed, they started moving them into concentration camps under the guise of the ghettos are too poor, it's too many rats in the ghetto, y'all living too horribly, we got to move y'all to camps so we can rebuild your neighborhoods and fix y'all up straight. So they turn around and move the Israelis into concentration camps until they came up with the final solution and they started killing. Now let's fast forward on up to today. The Israelis, the Palestinians were fighting the Israelis. The Israelis cut off those areas, Gaza and Golan Heights, cut them off, pushed them all up into that area, got rid of their leaders. They elected new leaders, turned around and battled them, put them in total poverty and starvation. If you go over there, when I was over there, you could tell, you could drive from the Palestinian area, go through the border crossing into the Israeli area. And it is literally like going from a poor Middle Eastern country to Connecticut, right across the border. The Israeli side looked like Connecticut. Their side looks like a ghetto in any Arab country you ever saw. So that's what they did. They did the exact same thing that the Nazis did. And I mean, they damn near used the Nazi playbook. Not that I'm siding with the Palestinians either. You understand? Because the Palestinians, like I said, they've been here for years, many of them. They own tons of supermarket chains. They have all kinds of economies in this society. And they have plenty of wealth over here too. They generate wealth for Palestine. I don't see them coming out protesting for any of us. And certainly, I've never seen them come out and raise their flag in solidarity for us.
Right.
They might have one go to a Farrakhan rally or some other military guy speak up at some event or something like that. But when have that man or their leaders called them out together to stand up with their Palestinian flags for the cause of Black people? That's when you understand oppression. We surely, when you turn on the news, we're all in the middle of them Palestinian protests. It ain't just Palestinians. It's Blacks, Latinos, and all that in the midst of them. We, of course, always stand up for another nation, but not for our own. So what came out in that radio show is just the raw truth. The raw truth that they did exactly what the Nazis did to them. They did it to the Palestinians. Here's the sad part. If the Palestinians got the upper hand, the Palestinians would do to the Israelis what the Nazis did to the Israelis as well. Both sides would not have compassion on them. I'll go one more step. If the Palestinians or the Israelis have the opportunity to do the same thing to us, they will, without a doubt, put us into slavery. Hell, the Israelis, the whole reason it's such a shock that came out on that show with Rosenberg is because that show, like so many shows in the United States, are owned by one ethnic group. That's racism.
Yeah.
Like, how is one ethnic group in the United States going to have a monopoly on the entertainment world and on the broadcast world in this country, and not be racist? So it's a joke. And he's in his feelings because, of course, you can't say that about them. But let me tell you, they're losing the propaganda war now real bad. And I don't want to tie up the story. They're losing the propaganda war real bad now because today's modern days, everybody got cell phones, brother. And they showing them babies. They opened up an area that the Israelis have, not the Palestinians, an Israeli area, brother, where they got them containers, where they got rows of containers, and they opened up one of them containers, brother, and they filled with Palestinian bodies, stacked up, about 5 high, 4 decks, about 20, 30 Palestinians per container. And I mean containers as far as you could see, filled with the bodies of Palestinians. So they losing the propaganda war something good right about now, which is amazing. And here's the other thing. How is it you gonna tell us we can't be, and I'm gonna get up off it. How are you gonna tell us we can't call ourselves the chosen people? We are racist and anti-Semites if we say we're the real Jew, but they are not anti-Semites if they call themselves the real Jew.
Right.
Even that riot, which you're gonna read about in Russia, on CNN, when they was rioting in Russia, they called it an anti-Semitic mob. rages against the airport. Now, this ain't an anti-Semitic mob. They raging against the killing them. So it's like, so if you say something against the Israelis killing the Palestinians, you anti-Semitic, even though they murdering these people. But I don't get it. Like, they can kill these people, murder them, slaughter them, kill their babies. But if you call them if you say they're wrong, they're anti-Semitic. And you know what's so beautiful about that part right there? And my last point, I know I'm running, is that it is so what they do to us in America.
Right.
Like, if you say to America, you are killing us, you're murdering us, you're destroying our babies, you brainwashing our women to have abortions, you terrorize us when we get in our cars, okay? You starve us economically, you starve us financially, you bring every nation in here to sit up over the top of us and to prosper and make laws to make sure we can't ever push them out. And if we do, you send in the FBI, wiretap everybody, and you send everybody to jail on a RICO charge. Why are you able to do all that to us? And if we say something to you, we're racist. We say something to you about it, we're racist. That's exactly what the Israelis have gotten away with for 60 years. They've been getting away with, they go kill people and do all kinds of evil things. And if you say something about that evil thing, you're an anti-Semite. How are these protesters anti-Semites when they're not protesting the Israelis? They're protesting that the Israelis are murdering people.
Right.
They're dropping bombs on people's homes and hospitals. They're killing their babies. But you can't say, yo, y'all wrong. No, anti-Semite. An anti-Semite is like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist. It's something that they talking that's wrong, and you should never pay it no mind and have no respect. Yeah. And they've been getting away with that for a while. But Lord willing, it's coming to an end. I yield.
Like a catch-all phrase, sir.
Come, like a catch-all phrase.
Come. You know what you said is so heavy, General, because with them doing things and getting away with it, and when you bring it up to them, you know, they shut you down. I'm gonna bring this up again. That cat, what's the cat name of Hot 97? Hot 97. Charlemagne. And he was interviewing that cat. What's that cat name? Who? Leo Cohen. And when he brought the Leo Cohen about what the music that he produced and pushing out is doing to us, all that hip hop music about the death and the murder and degradation of Black, Hispanic, men and women, about how it's destroying us. You know who this comment was? I gotta feed my family. So he can get millions upon millions while we get things pushed on us that's killing us, that they propagate against us. Like how you said, you know, that's what's going on. And now you bring it up about what they're doing, you want for bringing it up.
And listen, what you giving up, General? What you saying now? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you what you saying right now, Haas. And I hope all the brothers and sisters at home can catch what I'm saying. What you saying is one of the bedrock principles that the Lord have raised me up in this truth. And that is that the Bible is so valuable to us that you got to clear your mind of the stereotypes. You got to only get your propaganda from the scriptures,
right?
Not from nobody else. Because otherwise you'll believe like they believe. You'll be like, well, I can't speak against the Israelis because I'll be considered an anti-Semite. No, you got to stand with what the Lord says over that. Just once again, you got to invest in educating yourself. Like, don't let another nation steal. And you know, I'm jumping around a little bit, but I'm gonna make my point clear. Growing up, right, we was always taught, and anybody from the hood know this, you always taught in the hood to mind your own mind, meaning you make your own decisions in your mind before you listen to somebody else. You make sure your head is clear on it. And then you can go by somebody's advice or something like that. But you don't blindly just go by what somebody else said. And brother, that we need that, because the thing to go by is those scriptures. Like, don't let no nation, no TV show, no news station, don't let nobody have the upper hand in your decision making over the scriptures. You take the scriptures and you make that your upper hand. You don't let nobody, how am I gonna let somebody steal my identity right out the Bible? The Bible say the Jews is black. I'm gonna let them steal that and take it for themselves. You need to get educated right in them scriptures. You need it. It's part of what you need. And it's gonna fix your life in every aspect. You know why black people so destroyed, don't know how to run their family, messed up on crime, on drugs, because you got no history of you. You turning on friends and trying to figure out how you should live your life. That Edomite died in his jacuzzi high at 50-something years old. He's 56 years old, dead in his jacuzzi from popping pills and snorting cocaine and God knows what else. But meanwhile, for 20 years, he was on the TV show Friends, teaching you how to have a relationship, teaching you how to be with his friends. I'm diverting for a second. Teaching you how to have social relationships. When that shouldn't have been the standard. The standard should have been your records that you pull, but you ain't been able to get your records because them preachers done kept this book locked up.
That's right.
The Lord told Daniel, lock it up until the end. And he locked it up. And now we at the end, guess what? It's now being revealed.
That's right,
you
sir.
You got to come get your thing.
That's right.
You got to come get your records, your insight. You know what I'm saying? Don't let nobody rob you. The same way somebody goes to college. I'm going to get up off of you. Same way somebody goes to college to get your college degree because you know how much it's going to help your career, how much you're going to have a better life with it. You're supposed to do the same with the Bible for yourself. You're supposed to come up in here, get this knowledge, add that to you. Now you got something that nobody can beat you on. And now you move within that and your whole life starts to change. But they teaching us a different story, man. And such a propaganda story with racists ruling over us. So it was great that came out. I yield.
At least 16 dead in Maine mass killing and police hunt for the shooter as residents take shelter.
Now, sir, I believe since then, this mass shooter might have committed suicide in the forest of Maine. Someone can look it up, I'm sure, right now. As everyone knows about, I think last week, sir, he killed 22, 28 people at different places, bowling alleys, places where he could find multiple targets, people having a good time, having fun in Maine. He went in there with AR-15, unalived 28 or 22 of them. Then he was on the run for days, hiding in the forest of Maine, and I believe he just kneeled up against a tree and unalived himself a few days ago. I believe that's the story, sir. They can confirm. Go ahead.
Anxious Maine communities feel relief after man accused of killing 18 people is found dead. So I don't know why. A sense of relief washed over a grieving Maine community that endured 2 days of fear after authorities announced the man accused of killing 18 people at a bowling alley and a restaurant earlier this week was found dead on Friday evening.
And sir, this is the 36th mass shooting in America this year. 36 of these have happened in America. I mean, so, right. Go ahead. No, sorry. The government.
Y'all don't let my husband become a conspiracy. See, getting all into this technology.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The body
I'm sorry, the brother right there.
ABCnews.go.com, Robert Card, a self-inflicted gunshot.
So he did unalive himself.
Yeah. Yes. And let me tell you something. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Y'all think y'all know how to get down with them guns. Y'all don't know what you doing like the Edomite. The Edomites, listen, this is a crazy Edomite.
Yep.
And he still smoked 22 of them, got out of town, and he decided, if he had not decided to kill himself, he could have killed way more people.
Yep.
He had the skill, the ability. You understand? He had all of the tools in the toolbox to do what he did. I just thank the Lord that he did it up there, because I believe it was a minimal amount of the Lord's people killed or unalived. But had he done that in the middle of the hood like that piece of garbage did up there in Boston, then it would have been a bunch of our people innocently destroyed. And, you know, that might sound harsh, what I said, but here's what the Lord said. The Lord said, if a man be found in your possession, I'm paraphrasing. Y'all know the one I'm talking about? Can you pull it?
If you stealeth a man.
If you stealeth a man, and he be found in your possession, the Lord said, you shall surely be put to death. So what's happening is supposed to happen from 400 years of slavery and great splendor being given on to those that oppress the hell out of us.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But when they get ready to really get down in this empire, now he's just one man. Could you imagine a 2 or 3 man team?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have a real problem in this empire.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have a real problem in this empire because of the evil that you've done, that you've even done to your own people. They've even done this to their own people.
Yeah.
And because of it, brother, you're going to see hell on wheels come out on these cats.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And some of them cats get basic training, but some of them go beyond that basic training. And then they become vicious. And there's no more ruthless animal than Esau. Ain't no more ruthless killer than Esau. And you ain't gonna find a more ruthless killer than him. You know what I mean? The Lord said in Deuteronomy that he will not regard the old or the young. He's that type of animal. You know what I mean? And you see it also, because let's get right. The Israelis are another family of Edomites. Don't care what they call themselves. They just another family of Edomites. You see how cold they are killing over.
Yeah.
They calling for a ceasefire on this cat. He said this is the time. He quoted a scripture. He said it is a time for war. The scripture, I think he said a time for peace and a time for war, right? Go ahead, you died.
The irony, sir, he quoted in 1 Samuel where he talked about Amalek. And now you talk about yourself.
Like he went to the scriptures and used the scriptures as a means to justify the absolute slaughter of the Palestinians, which shows you the spirit on this man. And brother, every brother in this empire should be at least considering to himself, could that happen to us?
Yeah.
Surely we more hated and less supported. Like them showing them babies on CNN is causing riots in the airports in Russia, protests in Turkey, protests in Jordan, protests in the United States. They bomb and kill us that way. You know what they're gonna say? Good, get rid of the rats. That's what they'll say about us. The Lord said that he that killeth thee shall thinketh he doeth the Lord a favor. That's what the Lord said. They that wipe us out will be like, they've been a problem anyway. They've been a problem anyway. They already believe that we are the ones that cause our own oppression.
Yep.
If you believe somebody caused their own oppression, you don't have to have compassion on them for their oppression because it's their fault. That's what pissed everybody off when Kanye West said it. Kanye West ate some of the propaganda and regurgitated it back out and said that slavery was a choice. Black people went crazy as they should have. We got to wake up, man. We got a whole awakening that's got to take place. I yield.
I don't know.
I got the scripture that
Go ahead, Al.
Oh God. Exodus chapter 21, verse 16. And he that stealeth a man and selleth him.
Right. You steal him and sell him. That's what happened to us. Go ahead.
Or if he be found in his hand.
Those Arabs are found in his hand. He controls Gaza. He controls the Golan Heights. He controls the areas that they're in. He gives them separate license plates. He allows them to come in and work in the country or not. You see, he's the one that's making a decision on whether to let them trucks into that area.
Right.
He decides that. Should he let them trucks in or should he not? They're found in his hand. Go ahead.
Come on. He shall surely be put to death.
He's worthy of death. But let them tell it coming to us. We got to fall in love with us again, man. We got to become emotionally passionate about us. We lost that in the 60s. After Martin Luther King let you get your head split open in them lunch counters, you understand? You lost the wind. After they murdered the Black Panther Party, you lost your wind. After Jesse Jackson failed to win the presidential election, you lost your hope. After Obama came back and told you to keep hope alive, then did 8 years while you starved, you lost every bit of your fight to stand up for you and yours. You just threw in the towel and decided to love your slave master. Instead, when the Lord, man, he's gonna bring you back as a nation. He's gonna bring you back as a nation and bring you back. And guess what? Here's how you do it. You wonder why we so motivated and so many brothers and sisters just turn to drugs and die? You see them out here all in these streets. We motivated. The reason we motivated is because, once again, you are missing something. You're missing your records. That's like anybody. If you born and lost your memory, you wouldn't know where you going, where you coming from. You wouldn't know what life you're supposed to live. You would be all messed up. You lost your memory. That's what happened to us as a people. Every other nation got a history to themselves, even if their history is a lie. The Israelis saying we are the seed of David. The Palestinians say we've been on this land for 10,000 years. They all got history. So does every other nation. But us. What's our nation? Slavery is where our nation started, in our mind. In our mind, slavery. That's why some brothers just decided to turn to Egypt. They just decided, man, I'm gonna go to Egypt, man. I'm gonna be an Egyptian. You know, man. Other brothers just came up and made up a religion, Kwanzaa. We're gonna make this up, get our own red, black, and green candles, and do a whole holiday over. Like we just decided to do something else because we were wiped out with no history. But there's what you're missing. Your records are here.
Right.
Your records exist.
Right.
And trusting somebody else to break down your records is off. Like, how you gonna go into my photo album and tell me my history of my people in my own photo album? Do that make any sense? I'm gonna be like, no, that's not Sammy. That's my Uncle Jimmy. Sammy is him up here. And you can't dispute that. Why? Because it's my history. That's what the Bible is to us. The Bible is our history before America. And for you to not take part of it, you understand, it makes no sense. You're supposed to get your history. Because guess what? It's going to teach you everything about your tribe.
That's right.
Everything about how you should operate in the earth, in this world. Everything about your culture. Black people had to create a culture. Right or wrong? We had to create a culture. We had to take the white man's food. We had to take the white man's clothes. We had to take the white man's music. We had to take the white man's jobs. We had to take the white man's apartments. And we had to create a whole culture of our own based on that. And we did it. We created a culture, which is all right. But what's even better is what if you go back and get the original culture?
Right.
Woo! Bring it right on up to today. Now you standing on something just like they standing on something. Them Palestinians stand on that street corner arguing, we have been on that land for 10,000 years. The Israelis stand on the corner and say, we got a history. We are the seed of David. You stand on the corner, you only think, without your records, the only thing you know is you brought in slavery. You deserve some justice. You deserve so much more than that. Slocky, I yield.
Come on, good. What Commander, give Commander your hand, man. Let me tell you something. Like, the problem is, like, they don't lull you to sleep so much in the Christian church. You don't know the history. You don't know the records. This is why they always try to shut us up. No matter who it is, no matter what philosophy and doctrine that come up against us, they cannot handle, because we come with the truth according to the Lord. Give me Romans 15:4. Because, you know, a lot of y'all Christians go to the New Testament and say, well, the Old Testament's done away with. It's not. The Old Testament will teach you who everybody on the earth is. They characteristics and everything. You got to know all these things, man. And Paul told you very clear and plain what the Old Testament was about. Read.
Come on. Romans chapter 15, verse 4. For whatsoever things were written aforetime.
What is Paul talking about here? What's written aforetime? What does the prefix of afore means? It means before in time and order. So what was written before Paul in the New Testament? The Old Testament. And it's written for your what, brother?
Were written for our learning.
You will learn now in your history as to who you truly are. Can't no other nation on earth stand in front of us with this Bible, these records about who they are. We question them every time. Why? Because it's who we are. It's the spirit of the Lord that he gave back to us. You understand me? So they can't stand with us. No matter what they bring, no matter what they try to say, they can't stand in front of the ISUPK with our records. Now, let's go into the history of who this man is. See, you listen to the church, but love, forgive. But you don't know who you're dealing with. Gentleman Hyman been trying to tell you for a very long time, you're dealing with a murderer, a cat who loved the unalive people. Commander Johanna said as well, Gentleman Hyman said all the time, the generals, the captains, the officers, you're dealing with a man who was given a gift, and that gift was unaliving people. Now, here's the proof on that. If you think we're saying something that's not right and something that's wrong, once again, the Bible says, what's the scripture about? I'm about to say the proof is in the pudding. That's not the one I want. But it's law on that same line. You understand? If you want to see the truth, you got to prove it according to what the scripture say, right? Prove all things, the water, sir. So guess what we're going to prove? The characteristic of this man. And what God said he's going to be. What the Lord gave his father to give to him. Give me Genesis. Give me Genesis 27 and verse 40. Genesis 27 and 40 is Isaac talking to his son Esau and telling him the land's gifts he gonna have. And let's see what he said about his son. Read, brother, when you got it.
Genesis chapter 27, verse 40.
Go ahead.
And by thy sword shalt thou live.
By thy what?
Sword shalt thou live.
What's a sword, man? Something for unaliving people and destruction. And this is who he is. Gentleman Hyman bringing out all the time about their lust for the blood. Commander Johanna bringing out all the time. Jeremiah, like I said, the other generals, the captains, the officers. This is who this man is. This is who Isaac told his son Esau he was going to be. And he living it. You can look at the records, man. It's everywhere of who he is. This is who this man is. But you would never know it because the Christian church lull you to sleep. They tell you that you ain't got to listen or follow the Old Testament. Like it means nothing to you no more. Or it's just fairy tales. No, it ain't. This is life. Paul said it. You're going to learn from this Old Testament. You're going to learn from what's written in here, man. And you're going to learn who you're dealing with. You understand me? The Palestinians found out who they're dealing with. They know that they found out what kind of man this man is.
Can I say one thing?
Sir, come on, yes, sir.
You said something so heavy about the Christian church as relating to the Israelis and what they're doing to the Palestinians. And this is something I've been waiting for someone to show me. I've been waiting for all the Christians who are watching the Israelis bomb the Palestinians. Mm-hmm. When are you going to stop them?
Right.
When are you going to say something to them? Where is Al Sharpton at? Where is Al Sharpton saying, stop bombing the Palestinians? That's wrong. Where are all the Christians at who are going to stand up for the teachings of Jesus Christ?
Right.
None of you do it. Let me tell you Christians out there something. This Palestinian-Israeli war has proved, just like 9/11 proved it, just like the first Iraq war proved it, just like any war that America wants to wage has proven, you do not believe in what you say about Jesus.
Right.
You do not believe that. You don't believe in forgiveness. You don't believe in nonviolence. You don't believe in any of that. Because the minute that the Israelis want to unalive someone, you support it. Mm-hmm. The minute George Bush wants to unalive people, you support it. The minute it was time to go into Iraq and Afghanistan and unalive 3 million people, you support it. Right. You do not believe in Jesus Christ. And I know there's Christians in this chat room. They're in here listening.
Yes, sir.
I know you Christians are in here listening. I know you hate us. I know you believe in Jesus Christ. Are you going to tell the Israelis that they have no right to take revenge for what happened to them? Tell them. Step up and say it. Say, Israelis, you have no right to bomb the Palestinians. You have no right to level their cities or their government. Maybe the problem with the Israelis is they don't believe in Jesus. Maybe that's their problem. Say that to them. Say, I'm a Christian, I believe in Jesus, and you Israelis do not believe in Jesus, and that's why you take revenge on the Palestinians. Where are all the Christians that believe that?
And tell the Palestinians too about their
And
terrorism.
tell the Palestinians.
They don't believe in
You're
God.
not supposed to be. Maybe the problem with the Palestinians is they don't believe in Jesus.
Right.
Maybe if the Palestinians and the Israelis both believed in Jesus, they wouldn't fight each other.
Right.
Now, why don't you Christians say that to them? You got the big ass church. You're sitting there with all the damn tithes money. You got jets and you're on MSNBC. You're not going to stand up for Jesus Christ in the middle of a war. Let me tell you, hypocrite Christians, something. And remember this forever. The men in the Israelite school of UPK are going to be the final place to learn about the true teachings of Jesus Christ. No one will ever be able to teach it. There will be nowhere else that you can find actual men who follow Jesus Christ, except in the Israelite school of UPK. Because your Christians will give up their morals for war anytime it benefits them.
Right.
When they are not supposed to believe in war. They're not supposed to believe in revenge. They're not supposed to believe in these things. But the minute that America decides it's time to unalive millions of people, your Christians are going to be sending their sons to do it. They're going to promote it in their churches. They're going to go out and sign people up. They're going to be on the side of war, on the side of revenge, on the side of unaliving people. And they're not going to stand for the teachings of Jesus Christ. You Israelis need to follow Jesus Christ. You Palestinians need to start following Jesus Christ. And you Christians better recognize that you're not the people to change this world.
That's right.
You're not changing the world, Al Sharpton. Who else? Prominent Christians. Give me some of the
TD
Jakes.
Creflo Dollar.
Creflo. Where's Creflo at? Creflo isn't saying you Palestinians need Jesus. You Israelis need Jesus. No one's going to say that to them. Neither side believes in Jesus, you know. Neither one of them believes in Jesus Christ. You're supposed to tell them that's why they're unaliving each other.
Right.
Because you need to start following Jesus Christ. You are not going to find the true teachings of Jesus Christ outside of the UPK. You will not find, and in the last days, it's going to become extremely rare for anyone to even stand on what Jesus Christ said. For anyone to even act like they mean it. Or else go to your grandma, go to your aunties, go to all your religious people you respect. That auntie, she's an expert on everything Jesus says. She's an expert on everything Jesus. And I can guarantee she supports the Israelis. Forget about these Christians. These white Christians. Can I say white? Yeah, oppressor Christians, right? These oppressor Christians. Let me give you something else. What religion do you think the man was in Maine who unalived all those people? Buddhist? Agnostic? You know what he was.
Right.
You know what he
That's
was.
right.
You know
That's
that man in Maine
right.
loved Jesus. You know he did. You know he grew up in one of them evangelical. Is that the one, sir? You know he was an evangelical. What's that woman Myers? What's the name? Joyce Myers.
And there was the other cat, the Edomite cat in Dallas that had the Joel Osteen.
You know that virtually every mass shooter is a Christian. You know that. You know they're Christian. No Christian even believes in what they're talking about. They don't believe in it. They believe in revenge. They believe in unaliving people. And they damn sure believe in war. They're so hypocritical that they can't even convert the Israelis into Christians, which is what they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be converting those warmongering people over there in the Middle East into Christians. They're supposed to be converting the Palestinians into Christians, because if they became Christians, then they would forgive each other. But instead, all you do is profit off of war, because the only thing you believe in is money. That's what all these wars prove about Christianity. So like I said.
And if I could add, Pat Robinson.
Where was Pat Robinson?
All those retreats they was having over there in Israel and saying Israel's God's chosen. You understand? And come with that. And if I can add one more, I'm coming to you now, you died. What about the $10 billion that Congress approved for Israel? I don't know if they quite approved it yet, but they're about to approve $10 billion for the Israeli defense. Now, the people that's approving it are all Christians in the Congress.
Yes, sir.
They're all Christians. I think Jeffrey's the only Muslim. He's the only, him and maybe, what's that old Ethiopian that's always up there? Maybe 2 or 3 of them might be, but the rest of them, they all are Christians. So what you're saying is so right. Go ahead, you died. So long.
Kenneth Copeland. Forgot about that cat.
Like all that love. All of them got big retreats in Israel. They sending whole airliners out there having retreats and praying, and all the tourists going into the Jordan River, that old dirty Jordan River, everybody going in and dunking in that Jordan River trying to get baptized. All of that. All the millions of Christians coming over there during what is it? Easter weekend. I mean, the streets is packed Easter weekend. Benny Hinn, Pat Robinson, Wayne T. Jackson, big up to West Philly for life. Charles H. Ellis, the late Charles Stanley. He's dead, I guess.
Your name sounds.
Right. Jimmy Swaggart. Jimmy Swaggart, brother. He cried and they gave him 10 million for the tears. You know, man. They said Benny Hinn does 80 million a year. Benny Hinn. Okay. Meanwhile, like you said, nobody's stopping Israelis and making them become Christians. We're the only ones that they want to think that way.
Yeah.
This is slavery. Yeah. The Lord is going to change it. Let's get to them other stories, man. Let's go.
Taiwan voters must choose between war and peace.
It's getting hot. Keep reading. It's getting hot.
The warning echoed a remark former Taiwanese President Ma Ying-jeou made last week at an event hosted by an American think tank. The outcome of the January 2024 election will determine whether there will be war or peace with China. He said, and Washington should do more to advocate talks between the two sides.
So they trying to say if Trump don't get in office, Biden is going to go to war with China. That's what they trying to put out. They're very concerned. Okay, for those that may not know, Taiwan makes the fastest chips on the planet. Without those chips, you can't run advanced weapons or advanced drones or anything. You need chips that can go fast enough for the computer to run the plane the way you need it to run and run the weapons the way you need it to run. So whoever gets that next generation of microchips will rule the race for weapons. They'll have the fastest, most productive weapons in the world. America's trying to get it for the West. China's trying to get it for the East. Taiwan's stuck in the middle. And they saying, hey, if Taiwan doesn't go right after the election, it could be war. They believe Donald Trump is not going to allow it to go to the Third World War. Okay? So that's a rough deal. But I got bad news for them. They going to war anyway.
Yep, right.
They're going to turn Taiwan, brother, into a tropical island. Okay? When they get finished with that whole area up there. And not just there, but there's other stories out about those other nations around there. Everybody's nervous on the planet because everybody can feel the return of our king. They can feel it in their bones that the return of our king means the end of every last one of their empire. Once again, black folk, you need the understanding of these scriptures. You need them. You understand? Go ahead. More on that story, that's pretty much it.
Just a little.
Go ahead, finish it up.
At the Chinese Taiwan Affairs Office's press conference on Wednesday, spokesperson Zhu Fengillian said, "We hope the majority of Taiwan compatriots will acknowledge the interests and rights, distinguish right from wrong, stand firmly on the right side of history, resolutely oppose Taiwan independence, separatism, and external interference, and work with China to foster peaceful development."
Right. They want them to stop meddling with the West and just get on in with China and let China go on and get them chips. The world has become too small for these greedy bastards all over the earth. The earth has become too small, and now we're about to go into nuclear feudalism.
That's right, Don.
2 seconds.
That's right, sir.
All right. That's it on that. Let's keep on going.
U.S. strikes 2 facilities linked to Iranian-backed militias in Syria, following a series of attacks on U.S. forces in the Middle East.
So somebody bombed some U.S. forces in the Middle East. The U.S. is now in Syria killing Iranian-backed forces, which means they're killing Hezbollah. They're killing Hezbollah and they're helping the Israelis kill Hezbollah, which means Hezbollah is the group that's in the north, which means they're going to get it on up there. The Israelis will be fighting on 2 fronts until Jordan gets dragged into the war or somebody else. It's going where it's got to go. You know what I mean? It's walking itself right to, and above Syria is Turkey. And right now they protesting in Turkey, brother, by the hundreds of thousands. They got so many Palestinians up in Turkey, brother. They protesting something ridiculous up there in Turkey, protesting this war. So they all itching. And did anybody hear about the 3 drones that Egypt had to shoot down? Egypt had to shoot down 3 drones, and the president of Egypt begged them, said, please don't expand this war into Egypt. We don't have, and it was so evil in this respect. He said, don't expand the war into Egypt, and basically said, we don't have nothing to do with it. Like, y'all killing Palestinians. Now, they supposed to be Arabs, supposed to love the Palestinians. But they don't want no parts of the war. They want to bomb them at Palestinians. They just don't bring that war over here. I got bad news for him, man. That war is coming there. You know what I mean? Like they being drawn, they're being forced into that valley. Everybody's going down there. Everybody is going down in that valley. For this 3rd World War. Go ahead, keep on reading, please.
Earlier Thursday, the U.S. announced it is deploying about 900 troops to the Middle East, with the potential for many more. The U.S. has also moved 2 carrier strike groups to the Eastern Mediterranean Sea and an amphibious ready group closer to Israel in the waters of the Middle East.
Well, Ra, you're right. They did join the Gazans. They ain't in the fight, but they join in the Gazans in the discussion. So it's speeding up. Speeding up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And John, that's a heavy blow because Turkey is over there near the northern part of Iraq, right? Near that northern border where Iraq is at. Come on, that's like America losing a major ally in that. Like to have them now join Gaza, America losing a major ally with Turkey going now with Gaza and Hamas. You understand? A major ally.
And if I could, it fits completely with Ezekiel the 38th chapter.
Yeah.
It said that they would turn around. Now they in there turned around. And now the fight is getting to a foot. I don't know how long it's gonna run, but this right here is looking very promising. Go ahead,
If I could, John. Like everybody got to understand too what Commander Muhammad bringing out. This is supposed to happen. Like, don't get too upset and scared and afraid. It's supposed to happen. Like, all it's got to happen before our King come back. That's why, once again, Paul said you can learn from the Old Testament. You understand? And it's Ezra, he said that everybody will be fighting the Valley of Jehoshaphat when Christ returns. So they all got to be down there. They all gonna have the battles going on down there, and they all gonna fight down there. because it's supposed to happen. When Christ returns, everybody can be there making war. You understand me? All nations are gonna be down there, which is what you're seeing right now. Like how Commander Johanna said, Edom said, please don't send no drones over here. They don't want to be drawn in it, but they're gonna be in it. You understand? They're going to be in it.
No, listen, you're right. Everybody gonna get drawn in it. And listen, don't be worried about it. Christ says, see that you be not troubled.
Right.
This ain't got nothing to do with us, one. And number two, here's why you worried about it. You worried about it because you like we were when we came out of Egypt. We became too comfortable in Egypt.
Yeah.
We became too comfortable with being a slave. That's why the Lord said, is Israel a homeborn slave? You got to realize now that you're coming close to the time where you no longer going to stop at the red light. You're going to stop because people are crossing and you don't want to run them over. You understand? You're going to now operate with righteous laws, not with what the slave master has laid down. I'm not saying to go do that now. We ain't out of here yet. But once we get out of here, then it's going to be that way. We're going to have to deal with our own nation, our own way of life, our own laws, statutes, commandments. That's why, once again, I got to say it again. You need the Bible.
Right.
And you need the insight and understanding of the Bible, not just what some preacher runs game on you on Sunday. You need to really understand this book and this records, because it's what's going, like the Lord said, it's going to be your wisdom. It's going to be what you wisely run your life, your family, and the rest of the world with. So you need it desperately. So having these scriptures fixes your path forward where you're not worried about what happens. Right? You are tuned into what happens. And all the warriors love war anyway. They love to see it, be in it, get in it, see who's winning, who's losing, just like you do with a football game. That's what they created the football game for you for. So you could have a mock war every Sunday, so you don't actually try to have a real war. But you can get a mock war and paint your face with war paint and go in the stadium and rip your shirt off and like you at war. Even though it's the Patriots against the Bulls or whatever group against whatever group. Like that's the whole point of football. Well, that spirit that you see in that football should also be in you as you observe these nations going to this war to get wiped out. To me, it's like the football game. It's like, oh man, they made that move. Oh man, they got that weapon. Oh, they doing this, they doing that. Because at the end of all this, like we always bring out, the end of all this, man, you get to be in Christ's kingdom. You get, and can I add something else real quick, y'all? You should be jealous over what these nations have that you do not have. Your sight is too small. Like you should be, jealous. Like you don't have people around your ghetto. If you had, I'll take that. You don't even have a security around your ghetto to stop your people from being murdered and stop your people from murdering each other. You don't have none of that. You don't have no businesses. You don't have an economy of your own. You don't even have an identity that comes from you. That's why we call ourselves African American. Our slave master gave us that. That's why I was so thankful to find the truth out in the Bible that we are the children of Israel. Because now I realize, okay, we got an identity that don't come from the slave master. Like, aren't you vexed at the fact that everything in your life comes from a man who's just ruling over you? Aren't you vexed from the idea that if I get a morsel of bread in my mouth, it's because the slave master allowed me to go work and make it, not because I made it on my own? That's why you can't stop the Edomites that are hunters. You know why hunters love to hunt? Because hunters love to feel the independence of feeding themselves. They like to go out in that woods and deal with just them forces in them woods, kill that animal, skin that animal, cook that animal, bring that animal back to their house. They love to fill that freezer up and know that their children gonna eat because they, not their slave master, stood up and did something. Like that's part of being a man. You don't know that, once again, because you don't have them scriptures in you like you're supposed to. And so as a result, you just be a slave and take whatever's thrown in the cage, just like a lion. You go to the zoo, you see them lions? They exhausted and sad, and they moving slow, and they throw the food out at them, and they come out, and maybe once in a while they growl. Their spirit is beat because they're slaves. They're in a cage for the people that come to the zoo's amusement. But go out and meet that same lion out there in the jungle. He's lean, he's strong, he's vigilant, he's a warrior. And he goes and kills for his meat because he knows that's how he survived. They call it nature. It's really what it is. There's no such thing as nature. What it is it's the way that the Most High created it. It's the way that the Lord set the earth in order. Like the Lord set a man in order to be a warrior, and in that warrior, he's to maintain everything. That's why he gave you so much around. Why you got wood and stone and steel and vegetables and animals. He put all this around you so that you could come out as that top warrior.